Chapter 1. Damn it. Lin Bei. Heal me now. Quickly. Seeing his health bar on the verge of vanishing, Wang Chongyang urgently called out to Lin Bei, who was idly standing by the spring at the back of the team, fearing that if Lin Bei were a moment late, he would meet his demise on the spot. Ding! A verdant glow appeared above Wang Chongyang's forehead. 25. His health bar barely returned to a safe level, preventing him from being easily slain with a mere touch. With the cooperation of the 5-member team, the LV.2 Phantom Thief, a void creature, finally fell. Experience 10. Ding! Your level has risen to LV.2. Finally took it down. Lin Bei, your class truly lives up to its reputation as a weakling in the early stages. You should get some powerful skills when we return, Wang Chongyang proclaimed, reclining on the ground in a rather unrefined manner, as if on the brink of death. Since the gods had semi-gamified the world, one would only die if their health bar was completely depleted. Of course, this was assuming no resurrection spells were at play. Indeed, while your class inherently limits you from learning offensive skills, you can still acquire any non-offensive abilities. Zhang Qingfeng chimed in from the side. All right, enough chatter. Who told us we had to enter a dungeon right after awakening? Beside them, Tu Shuer, sporting a pair of rabbit ears, sighed in exasperation. Lin Bei, a striking figure surpassing Wu Yinzu in handsomeness, stood at 1.89 meters tall, boasting a physique sculpted through regular exorcisian embodiment of the adage that one looks lean when clothed but muscular when undraped. He hailed from the Lin family, one of the 5 prominent families in Jiangsheng, albeit a branch family. Though a branch family, it was still a part of the larger clan. He had initially prepared a fairly decent skill book. Little did he expect to awaken as a benevolent one. The benevolent one has the unique ability to learn non-offensive skills across various classes without any conditions. For instance, healing spells from priests, buffs from aura masters, and meditation from mage soul non-offensive skills could be acquired. Most notably, Lin Bei had hit the improbable jackpot with the core skill, Summon Deity. Every class possesses several core skills, and Summon Deity is among the core skills of the Taoist class. Fortunately, Summon Deity is not an offensive skill, rather, it enhances oneself. Otherwise, Lin Bei might have been the first in the annals of history to be banned from using a core skill. While the benevolent one can learn other classes' non-offensive skills, the effectiveness of these skills remains merely half of their standard potency until the skill levels are sufficiently raised. Lin Bei, what's wrong? Although the others were engrossed in discussion, they noticed Lin Bei staring blankly at his skill panel. Nothing at all, Lin Bei stammered, suppressing his inner excitement, and began to rub his hands together. Currently, the only skill he had learned was healing, which he had purchased while at school, given the availability of healing spells. Otherwise, with a mere LV.1 Summon Deity, no one would be inclined to team up with Lin Bei for dungeon runs. The Summon Deity skill is peculiar at a low level. Even the mountain spirits and wild creatures might disregard it. Indeed, an LV.1 Summon Deity could at most summon a mountain spirit. How could one expect to invoke deities? Just moments ago, after defeating the Phantom Thief, Lin Bei's level had successfully ascended to LV.2, which initially seemed insignificant. However, a notification soon appeared before him. Healing LV.1, LV.2. Summon Deity LV.1, LV.2. Skills inexplicably upgraded alongside his level. For instance, healing requires proficiency and skill points to level up, and upon reaching LV.5, one must grasp the essence of the skill to continue using skill points and achieve the next level. Yet, Lin Bei, having merely reached LV.2, found all his skills simultaneously elevated to LV.2. Moreover, after leveling up, Lin Bei felt an inexplicable familiarity with the use of his skill's blossom in his mind. The condition for healing to reach LV.2 is to use it 100 times. Each use of healing requires a cooldown period before it can be cast again, and timing is crucial during its application. However, Lin Bei had inexplicably gained that portion of experience. Summon Deity operated under similar principles. He sensed that if he were to use the Summon Deity skill now, it would succeed instantly. Yet, Lin Bei remained uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or something exceptional, so he maintained his composure. My healing skill just leveled up. What? But you haven't used healing 100 times yet. How could it level up so quickly? The other 4 members of the team looked on in astonishment. Could it be a moment of enlightenment? Zhang Sun stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling how Lin Bei had appeared dazed for a moment, perhaps having experienced that rare moment of insight. Perhaps. Enlightenment is an experience desired by all. The condition for advancing to LV.6 is precisely enlightenment, which also grants a significant boost to proficiency. This explanation seemed to fit. The others looked at Lin Bei with envy and admiration, enlightenment how fortunate he was to encounter it. Quick, check the effects. Lin Bei nodded and revealed the effects of healing LV.2. Healing LV.2 consumes 20 energy, providing the target with an increase of 40 plus 2 of their maximum health, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. The energy cost remained unchanged, while the previous version only offered an increase of 20 plus 1 in maximum health, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Thus, the improvement was substantial. However, the others realized this was merely the expected effect of healing. Their feelings of envy and resentment dissipated instantly. Your skill has reached the standard of a normal priest. Now, we needn't worry about sustaining ourselves. Wang Chongyang, serving as the team's tank, was elated. Had he not been a shield warrior, categorized as a frontline class with exceptional survivability, along with his core skill, Blood Shield, which increases his defenses as his health decreases, he would have long succumbed to Lin Bei's previous healing output. Typically, team compositions are divided into tanks, sustain, damage dealers, and support. Lin Bei's team, however, deviated from the common configuration. With Shield Warrior Wang Chongyang, Shadow Assassin Tu Shuer, Benevolent One Lin Bei, Lightning Mage Zhang Qingfeng, and the Bloodthirsty Berserker Pai Yinping, their team's leveling speed was notably brisk due to the presence of 3 heavy damage dealers. As for why Lin Bei, the currently less effective Benevolent One, was included, it was naturally due to his financial capabilities. Aside from Wang Chongyang, who was his close friend, the other 3 had teamed up with Lin Bei primarily for his monetary prowess. Now that your sustain is normalized, we can unleash our full potential. Pai Yamping's skills are quite unique as a bloodthirsty berserker. He thrives on exchanging health. The lower his health, the higher his attack speed and damage. Yet without proper sustain, trading health could leave him entirely depleted. However, this was merely a novice dungeon. Death was not a concern, as even if their health bars were emptied, they would merely be ejected from the dungeon. Since that's the case, let's level up quickly. We are currently in the first echelon, and if possible, I want to aim for the top 10 in Jiangqing. Zhang Qingfeng rubbed his hands together, his large glasses giving him a somewhat lewd appearance as he performed a rather comical gesture akin to a fly rubbing its hands. Unlike Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang, the other 3 were mere commoners. They were quite envious of the 100,000 reward for securing a top 10 ranking. Had Lin Bei not offered a price of 11,000 per person for the novice dungeon, the 3 of them would not have been inclined to team up with him. The Benevolent One class, lacking initial resources, is notoriously difficult to play effectively. Just purchasing skill books constitutes a significant expense. Nevertheless, the Benevolent One class possesses its own unique advantages. The skills it can learn are double that of regular classes. Every 10 levels unlocks a skill slot, which for Lin Bei translates to 2 slots. Currently, he had merely occupied 1 with healing. Lin Bei glanced at the real-time leaderboard, nodding at the 7th-ranked explosive team. If they could maintain this ranking, they would secure a spot in the top 10. Achieving a top 10 ranking would mean enhanced rewards for their families. Half an hour later, the 5 once again successfully defeated a phantom thief, who dropped a blue glow. Wow, a skill book has dropped. Wang Chongyang rushed forward to pick it up. Group Shield, a name that sounds quite simple. The drop rate for skills is exceedingly low, at only 1 in 100,000. Thus, they are typically purchased online. This particular Group Shield skill book could fetch at least 1 million on Jiangqing's shopping network. This skill book belongs to me. How about I distribute 200,000 each of you later? Not a problem. I have no objections. He'll pass. I have 200,000. Who do I look down upon? Wang Chongyang exuded an air of wealth and confidence. In contrast to Lin Bei, who was merely a member of a divided household, Wang Chongyang was the 3rd heir of the Wang family, one of the 5 prominent families in Jiangqing. He was never in want of money. Even the skills he was learning had been prepared for him by his family long ago. All right, since no one has any objections, I shall proceed. At the moment Lin Bei touched the skill book, a series of numbers flashed through his mind. Would you like to use the skill book? Yes. Ding. Learning successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Group Shield technique. Ding. Group Shield technique LV.1 LV.2. Lin Bei? Something is amiss. Indeed, something is not right. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, only to discover that the shield technique he had just learned had unexpectedly advanced to LV.2. What's wrong? Nothing. We can continue to farm monsters. By the way, I would like to try my core skill shortly. Summoning spirits? Exactly. One of the core skills of a Taoist, summoning spirits, was a remarkably powerful self-boosting technique. Although Lin Bei could not learn offensive skills, enhancing himself and then engaging in battle with others was certainly within reach. At least it satisfied his initial desire to awaken an output capability. The others did not refuse upon hearing this. They were all at LV.2, and their experience points were already halfway there. Facing LV.2 monsters would not lead to instant defeat, and due to their overwhelming output, their ranking had already risen to 4th place. As for the top 3, they were somewhat distant, comprised of teams formed by individuals who had awakened powerful professions and possessed formidable core skills. For their team, consisting of 3 damage dealers, 1 tank, and 1 support, maintaining 4th place was already quite commendable. Moreover, their landing zone was favorable, situated in the Dark Forest, where the rogue monsters were mostly solitary and only at LV.2. If it were another team, they would likely struggle to sustain themselves and be dragged down. In the distance, the purple grass began to rustle, and the next moment, an LV.2 rogue monster appeared. "Come, please commence your performance." Wang Chongyang stepped aside, eager to see what spirit Lin Bei could summon. No, it would be remarkable if he could succeed at all. It was said that those who awakened the Taoist profession and possessed the core skill of summoning spirits needed connections to summon entities. As an awakened Taoist, where would he find such connections? Deceased relatives? Well, that was possible to summon. Moreover, there was also a chance of failure in summoning. One could say that the Taoist profession was among the most dubious in this era. Oh, and then there were summoners. Summoning was entirely dependent on luck. If luck was poor, summoning a mere slime would be quite distressing. The rogue monster let out a roar, and without a shred of rationality, charged at the 5 humans before it. Lin Bei immediately activated the summoning skill. In the next moment, he found his vision plunged into darkness. A radiant light appeared on his forehead, accompanied by a commanding voice. Am I not in meditation? Who is this little brat? Summoning spirits? A massive tiger, 5 meters in length with the character Wang emblazoned on its forehead, appeared in Lin Bai's mind. Mountain Lord Tiger Roar was his divine title, while Tiger Roar was his name. He actually succeeded, and it was the Mountain Lord. The tiger looked utterly bewildered. It had been peacefully cultivating in the mountains when suddenly yanked by an inexplicable force. Wasn't the summoning skill supposed to require connections, recognition, and his consent for a successful summoning? Why? I hereby summon Mountain Lord Tiger Roar. As the words fell, before the Mountain Lord could react, an immense force propelled him directly toward Lin Bei. Oh no! The Mountain Lord was stunned as the entire tiger collided with Lin Bei, only to be forcefully rebounded. The Mountain Lord felt dizzy, utterly perplexed by the situation. "You kid, forcibly summoned me, and now your body has flung me away." Lin Bei? Upon realizing he had summoned the Mountain Lord, he felt a mix of excitement. The Mountain Lord was a formidable deity, although not as powerful as those celestial beings above. If successfully enhanced, dealing with the rogue monster before him would be a breeze. Yet now, this Mountain Lord had been repelled by his own body. Ding ding. In an instant, a message emerged from Lin Bai's mind. Was the system malfunctioning? He was still striking what he believed to be a handsome pose. Could he not receive some response? Ding. Correction completed. The next moment, as the system finished its corrections, the Mountain Lord's form solidified. Simultaneously, Lin Bai's summoning skill transformed. Summoning Spirits Proxy Summoning. The term proxy was added. At that moment, the formidable figure of the Mountain Lord manifested before the crowd. Faced with the sudden appearance of this majestic tiger, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered, especially as they felt the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. They trembled in trepidation. Upon glancing at the Mountain Lord's level, a profound silence enveloped them. Mountain Lord roars LV. 20, strength restricted. The crowd gasped in unison. The rushing thief, sensing the powerful presence, was compelled to halt. What? The Mountain Lord echoed. What? In an instant, the atmosphere was steeped in silence. Wang Chongyang slowly directed his gaze towards Lin Bei, who was still striking poses, seemingly inquiring, "Is this the summoning of a deity? Could it be that my understanding of such a summoning is flawed?" As Lin Bei beheld the sudden emergence of the Mountain Lord, clarity dawned upon him. Although the summoning skill was intended as a self-enhancement technique, it endowed the summoner with the abilities of the summoned entity. Under the summoning state, the possession of offensive skills was implied. The benevolent class was incapable of wielding offensive skills, indicating a conflict between the two. Consequently, the system had succumbed to a glitch, seemingly attempting to rectify this error by forcibly transitioning the summoning into a divine intervention. It appeared to suggest that as long as the entity was summoned, it did not constitute the possession of offensive skills by the summoner. The benevolent class could indeed learn the summoning arts from the summoner class and could rear battle pets to serve as their guardians. Now that the summoning skill had morphed into a divine intervention, It had effectively supplanted the position originally intended for learning the summoner's arts. Perhaps it was a commendable alternative? After 3 seconds of contemplation, Lin Bei broke the silence. Have the Mountain Lord intervene and deal with this thief before us. The Mountain Lord responded, You expect me, a deity, to bully a mere LV2 creature? What a jest! Even if my strength is currently constrained, must I sacrifice my dignity? With a resounding boom, the Mountain Lord transformed into a shadow, striking with such swiftness that the spectators could scarcely react. In a single blow, he obliterated the thief, leaving the corpse shattered and a massive crater etched into the ground. The Mountain Lord fell into silence, pondering why his body acted of its own accord. Before Lin Bei could utter another word, he felt a pallor wash over his face, and the Mountain Lord vanished. Divine Intervention LV2 consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity for assistance. Energy consumption and duration depend on the deity's strength. At present, Lin Bei was merely at LV2. Summoning the LV20 Mountain Lord was the pinnacle of his capability, and maintaining it for 6 seconds was already commendable. Lin Bei opened his system panel. Class, Benevolent LV2 Health, 110 Energy, 150 Physical Attack, 6 Magical Attack, 6 Physical Defense, 5 Magical Defense, 5 Core Skills, Divine Intervention, Single Target Healing, Group Shielding. His energy had dwindled to 30 points. Should it reach 0, the likelihood of succumbing to unconsciousness would be significant. This is one of the foundational theories learned throughout the years at school. Lin Bei, are you all right? Wang Chongyang began to express his concern upon noticing Lin Bei's pallor, reminiscent of someone suffering from kidney deficiency. I'm fine, just a bit drained, Lin Bei replied. Although the exhaustion was significant, it was indeed impressive. Rabbit Schwer, recovering from her astonishment, remarked on the extraordinary feat of summoning a level 20 entity while being only level 2. However, utilizing such power resulted in a certain degree of dimensional suppression. I have an idea. At that moment, the Thunder Mage Zhang Qingfeng raised his right index finger, his eyes gleaming with insight. What idea? How about we challenge a boss? Within the instance, bosses and elite monsters existed. Yet the maximum level for novice instances was merely 5. A level 5 boss possessed 10 times the base attributes of an ordinary player of the same level. Only those with formidable strength and unique core skills could hope to defeat such foes, typically the elite among players. Given Lin Bei's extraordinary core skills, why not capitalize on them? Perhaps they could even secure a top position. The first place on the Jiancheng leaderboard would grant each member of the team 1 million alliance coins, as well as the opportunity to enter a benefits instance, along with a purple quality skill book. It's worth a try. Lin Bei opened his system backpack and began to consume the energy potions he had prepared in advance. After all, he was a player of alliance coins, and the Lin family thrived across various industries throughout Jiancheng. Not to mention, their enterprises extended even into the otherworldly realms. While these assets primarily belonged to the main family, Lin Bei, being part of the branch family and sharing a bloodline, naturally enjoyed certain privileges. The initial energy potions were priced at 1,000 per bottle. Let us start with 9 sets, he decided, each set containing 99 bottles. With the backing of his family, how could he not indulge in the benefits of their enterprises? Energy potions came in 4 qualities: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, and in 2 types: sustained recovery and instant recovery. The instant recovery type was approximately 50% more expensive than the sustained recovery type. The potion Lin Bei held was of the instant recovery variety, capable of restoring 100 energy points, nearly filling him to capacity. The 3 companions beside him expressed envy at his fortune. Let us go. I want to see if we can break the record set in Jiacheng. Excitement surged within him, almost overwhelming. All right then. In an instant, the sounds of fierce combat echoed through the shadowy forest. Thunderous might, instant shadow kill array, completely berserk. Who will stop me? Immortal, come and strike me down. Healing spell, group shield spell. 3 hours later, Lin Bei's explosive team surged from 4th place to 1st. Moreover, their levels escalated from level 2 to level 4. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei was already aware of his own situation. As long as his level increased, his skill levels would follow suit. Healing spell level 4 consumes 20 energy points, providing 160 plus 4 of the target's maximum health, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Group shield spell level 4 consumes 30 energy points, granting a shield of 100 plus 10 of the team's maximum health, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Divine summon level 4 consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity to fight on behalf of the caster. The energy consumed and duration depend on the deity's strength, with reduced costs for higher skill levels. With the rise in levels, the group noticed that Lin Bei's healing spells were astonishingly potent. Take Wang Chongyang, for instance, who boasted the highest health. At level 4, he could possess 300 health points. Yet Lin Bei's healing spell could restore over half of that in a single cast. Furthermore, his core skill, Blood Shield, increased its resistance as his health diminished. This led to the phenomenon where, even when besieged, the damage inflicted upon him by the monsters amounted to merely single digits. He could withstand it effortlessly, invulnerable to demise. With the addition of Wang Chongyang and the newly emerged Lin Bei, the remaining trio could unleash their powers without restraint. From initially teaming up to vanquish a single monster, they had now escalated to 5 individuals overwhelming 10 beasts. Although the increase in level and experience acquisition would typically diminish, coupled with the escalating experience required, the enhancement in efficiency resulted in an unimpeded, if not accelerated, progression of their levels. It was akin to a snowball effect, growing ever larger. Gazing at the leaderboard, where they ranked first, the group couldn't help but smile heartily. In the outside world, due to the first entry into the novice dungeon following their awakening, the entire Jiangcheng, or rather, the Alliance of Longxia, was undergoing a significant college entrance examination. Achieving outstanding results in this endeavor would lead to advancement and higher-tier rewards. This could be considered one of the crucial pathways for commoners to leap into prominence. Within Jiangcheng, at the esteemed Jiangcheng High School, the leaderboard for the novice dungeon bore witness to the meteoric rise of the explosive team. Initially, it was presumed that the explosive team would only manage to maintain a 4th place standing, given that the top 3 teams were predominantly composed of formidable professions. Take, for instance, the first-ranked Night Demon team, led by Lu Feng, who had awakened as a Saint Warrior, wielding the core skill of Shackle's Liberation, which provided a 3-fold attribute surge in a short span. The other 4 members were equally formidable, boasting powerful core skills. Moreover, the top 3 teams included robust sustaining professions such as Sky Shepherd, Holy Angel, and BNK, thus alleviating any concerns regarding sustainability. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the top 3 teams enjoyed a significant lead. Yet, what of the explosive team situation? With a Thunderlaw King, Shield Warrior, Shadow Assassin, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and a newly awakened healer, their burst damage was indeed formidable. However, what of their sustainability? Could they truly rely on a single healer wielding a novice-level healing spell to sustain them while they unleashed their powers recklessly? A hush fell over the crowd. In the midst of this silence, a senior member quietly broke the stillness. I recall that awakened healer. It seems he belongs to the Lin family. Ah, that settles it. Among the 5 great families of Jiangcheng, the Lin family is quite affluent. Wealth is not confined to Jiang City. Rather, it permeates the entire alliance. It is simply due to their roots in Jiang City that they are referred to as the 5 great families. When it comes to true competition, the other 4 families are not even close to being rivals to the Lin family. They can be regarded as a singular entity. The players with alliance currency may possess potions and energy boosts, but what of it? If you claim it is unfair, remember that the platform has already been provided for you. As long as you perform exceptionally, you will undoubtedly attract attention. Furthermore, their wealth is their own affair. If you have the means, showcase it. To impose restrictions would be the true injustice. Thus, the crowd remained unusually silent, with no dissenting voices. After all, the development of Jiang City, coupled with the funding for this awakening, sees the Lin family as one of the sponsors. Moreover, those present had also benefited from Lin family sponsorship. Within the novice dungeon, the Yisha team expressed skepticism. Isn't the first-place team cheating? One member could not restrain their complaints. Initially, upon witnessing the top 3 teams pull ahead dramatically, they believed they had secured a place among them. However, in a moment of inattention, the previously 4th-ranked team, the Zhatian team, managed to steal their lead. Moreover, their scores continued to soar. Was their stamina truly that formidable? Glancing at the Zhatian team's significantly higher score, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Although some members belonged to the 5 great families and could similarly utilize energy potions for stamina, the effects of prolonged use would diminish, and without powerful skills, how could one maintain such endurance? Let us not dwell on this. Our priority should be to achieve higher scores, Captain Lu Feng said after a moment of reflection. He had heard of Lin Bei from the Zhatian team, an alliance currency player whose favorite pastime was to lavish currency. Why, you may ask? Naturally, it was due to his family's affluence. but more so to cultivate good relationships with others. After all, one who receives favors is less likely to foster ill will. Thus, they typically greeted Lin Bei with warmth, harboring no resentment toward him. They merely voiced mild complaints without any animosity, as they too had benefited from his generosity. There existed an unspoken rule among them. Anyone who spoke ill of Lin Bei in secret would be reported. Isn't this boss exceedingly elusive? We seem to have scoured the entire shadowy forest, vanquished numerous elite monsters, yet we have yet to encounter the boss, Tu Shuech remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Qifeng. After defeating an elite-level LV-5 Shadow Hunter with a powerful strike, Pai Yinping discovered a blue stone. Upon picking it up, it instantly transformed into a piece of blue equipment. Lo and behold, we actually obtained a blue-tier item. Equipment is categorized into weapons, armor, and core energy stones, with quality levels ranging from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, to rainbow. In the Novice Dungeon, acquiring blue quality equipment is already a remarkable achievement. This blue equipment is known as the Core Energy Stone, which comprises 4 distinct parts representing the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The Shadow Hunter Pearl, a northern quality item, is classified as blue equipment, level LV-5, with an attack power of 20 and physical resistance of 5. Its effects include an increase of 5 in dark attribute resistance, alongside 2 significant attributes, an enhancement of 5 in dark attribute attack, and an increase of 5 in attack speed. When 2 pieces are equipped, dark attribute attack is boosted by 10, and with the complete set of 4, a vulnerable effect is bestowed upon targets upon skill impact. This piece is particularly suitable for Rabbit Schwer. After glancing at the introduction of the Shadow Hunter Pearl, Pai Yinping tossed it to Rabbit Schwer. The group had already reached a consensus. Any equipment suitable for other members of the team would be prioritized for equipping. As for the value of the items, they would simply divide them evenly upon exiting. Along the journey, numerous pieces of equipment had been dropped, mostly of white quality, with a rare couple of green items. The appearance of blue equipment was unprecedented. Each member's inventory was now filled with gear, rendering their previous items obsolete. They possessed a weapon, hand, foot, body, and the complete set of the Core Energy Stone. Although the quality was not exceptionally high, it was sufficient to challenge a boss. Suddenly, the nearby grass began to sway, accompanied by a deep, menacing roar. It was not just one creature. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, and in the next moment, a monstrous being, larger than any other shadow hunters, emerged. Upon seeing the LV-5 green boss designation above its head, excitement surged through them. Astonishingly, a boss had appeared, bringing along 5 LV-5 elite minions. Why the formality in your arrival? Just come without the pomp. Activate the group shield technique. You have been strengthened. Charge forth. Lin Bei positioned himself at the rear, assuming the role of commander while shielding his companions. Although the others felt somewhat speechless, they did not hesitate. Leading the charge, Wang Chongyang promptly employed the taunt skill. This skill was purchased before entering the game, similar to Lin Bei, and it effectively taunts enemies within a 5-meter radius, compelling them to attack him. The lower his health, the higher his defensive attributes, and due to the semi-gamified nature, the sensation of pain is very much real. Although he does not die as long as his health bar is not fully depleted, strikes to critical areas can inflict critical damage along with a continuous health drain effect. Because of his high defensive attributes, these attacks on Wang Chongyang are akin to receiving an extravagant massage. The attacks from level 5 elite monsters inflict minimal damage, often in single digits. Even when level 5 bosses strike him, they can only manage to deal 20 or 30 points of damage. With a group shield spell in place, the shield must be broken first to inflict damage on the main body. Once the taunt is activated, all attacks directed at Wang Chongyang do not reduce his health. Nearby, Pai Yinping, Tu Shuer, and Zhang Qifeng immediately unleashed their core skills. Instant shadow kill formation, thunderous strike, blood frenzy. The boss's health visibly plummeted. In less than 3 seconds, the boss's health was reduced to a third. As the taunt effect faded, the boss let out a dark roar, causing a debuff to appear on everyone. Dark roar. Affected by dark roar, attack speed is reduced by 10, and damage received is increased by 10. The shadow hunting boss, like a phantom, swiftly vanished from view, only to reappear in front of Tu Shuer the next moment. Shadow Claw. A purple-black glow erupted from the shadow hunter's claws, catching Tu Shuer off guard with a sudden strike. Minus 226. Fortunately, due to the group shield spell, Tu Shuer's health remained relatively stable. However, The powerful blow left several gory wounds, each around 7 to 8 centimeters long, marking her with a bleeding debuff. Healing spell. In an instant, Tu Shui's declining health was restored, the wounds inflicted by the Shadow Hunter visibly healing, returning her skin to its pristine whiteness. If not for the torn fabric on her back, one would hardly suspect she had ever been harmed there. Tu Shui felt a chill. She had not anticipated the Shadow Hunter possessing a locking skill that allowed it to instantly appear behind her for a sneak attack. After casting its skill, the Shadow Hunter was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qingfeng consumed an energy potion and unleashed the second phase of his thunderous strike, Thunder Sea. Unlike the first phase, Thunder Punishment, Thunder Sea is a sustained skill that continually consumes energy. Were it not for Lin Bei providing him with numerous energy potions, he would struggle to maintain this. As Thunder Sea was activated, a thunderous domain emerged within a 10-meter radius, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Within this area, due to the team's damage immunity, only the Shadow Hunters were affected. The paralysis buff took effect. Pai Yinping executed a crushing mountain strike, followed by Tu Shui dealing additional damage. All monsters, including the boss, fell. A surge of experience flooded into the group, elevating their levels to LV5. Lin Bei noticed his own skills had also ascended to LV5, further confirming that his skills would enhance alongside his level. The highest known skill level is LV9, a mastery reserved for demigods. Contemplating the prospect of wielding skills akin to those of demigod-level beings at level 9 filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Yet, he recognized the disparity in skill quality. Lin Bei's group shield spell and healing spell were merely basic skills. To enhance their quality, he would require upgrade stones. Look, a green upgrade stone has dropped, Pai Yinping exclaimed, excitedly holding a fist-sized green stone while scavenging the spoils. An upgrade stone. Even on the market, it starts at 5 million. Even the lowest tier upgrade stones are fiercely contested by various factions. Commoners rarely have the chance to encounter them. To acquire one must resort to the black market or find them in dungeons. However, the drop rate for upgrade stones is significantly lower than that for skill books. The higher the quality, the more elusive they become, unless... Lin Bei, this upgrade stone is for you. After a brief exchange of glances, the group swiftly decided who would claim the stone. All right, I won't be polite then. Lin Bei accepted it without hesitation. Although obtaining a green upgrade stone through family connections would have been easy, achieving it through personal effort was far more satisfying. His core skills had also started as basic whiteboard skills, and thus could be upgraded using the stone. Do you wish to use the upgrade stone? Yes. Ding. Usage successful. Divine Summon, white, green. Skill quality, like equipment, is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow. In the multiverse, the mightiest demigod beneath the gods, 90. Core skills can reach red quality. At this level of power, unleashing full strength to obliterate a planet is effortlessly achievable, barring those with planetary consciousness. If one were to attack a planet with such consciousness, they might not even comprehend their demise. That is the essence of world consciousness, which even gods dare not provoke. Such as Blue Star, the strongest planetary consciousness in the multiverse, which serves as a central hub. Divine Summon LV5, green randomly summon a deity for assistance, with the summoning duration consuming your energy. The higher the skill level, the lower the energy consumption. Lin Bei glanced at his core skill, noting little had changed from before. Oh, wait, an additional entry. After the deity summoning ends, a 1 overall power boost is granted? If that is the case, does it mean that upon the conclusion of his summoning, he could acquire a divine strength of level 1, or perhaps attain his own overall strength of level 1? Although Lin Bei was eager to summon immediately and test this hypothesis, he surmised that his mental fortitude could not withstand a second summoning in such a short span. Despite the absence of a cooldown, the summoning skill was intrinsically linked to his mental state. Otherwise, he would not have felt as if he were suffering from profound fatigue previously. He suspected that a forced summoning might inflict mental harm, potentially resulting in a state akin to a vegetative one. He glanced once more at his other skills. Healing Art LV5 consumes 20 energy points, providing the target with 320 plus an additional 5 of his maximum health, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Group Shield Art LV5 consumes 30 energy points, granting his team a shield of 200 plus an additional 15 of his maximum health, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. The enhancements were indeed substantial. In terms of the shielding skill, Given their team composition, Wang Chongyang could effectively serve as the front line to attract enmity, and under such circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for a dozen monsters to breach the shield. Upon the boss's demise, not only did it yield enhancement stones but also a green skill book. Shadow Puncture, presumably akin to Shadow Claw, was perfectly suited for Tu Shuer. Without any surprises, Tu Shuer successfully learned the skill with the consensus of the group. The green skill book held a value of at least 5 million, and with her youthful years burdened by a 4 million debt, Tu Shuer truly faced a challenging predicament. Yet she remained exuberantly optimistic. After all, the worst outcome would simply entail undertaking additional dungeons for materials. As long as one is willing to strive, one can reap rewards. Dungeons are not lethal, except for certain special or exploratory dungeons. Otherwise, dying within a dungeon would merely result in a one-day ban from entry, with the duration lengthening for those of higher strength. Before reaching level 9, one is classified as a first-tier player, and death within a dungeon would result in a maximum one-day ban. After each tier advancement, the ban duration increases tenfold. For instance, a semi-divine entity facing death in a dungeon would incur a prohibition of entry lasting 100,000,000 days, unless it pertains to a special dungeon where death is guaranteed or an exploratory dungeon. Otherwise, one could only gradually absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to grow stronger. Yet, after becoming a player and experiencing the rapid ascent to power, how many would choose the slow path of cultivation? Thus, as levels increase, the likelihood of personality changes in the event of death in a dungeon becomes considerably high. In addition to the enhancement stones and the green skill book, the boss also contributed a piece of green gear and 2 pieces of white gear. The green equipment was a weapon, a fan. Spring Breeze Fan level, LV. 5 quality, green attack, 20 magical attack, 20 effect, reduces the cooldown time of the wearer's skills by 10. Attribute, slightly increases charm value. This item was relatively suitable for Lin Bei, who unreservedly equipped the Spring Breeze Fan. He now possessed 2 pieces of green equipment, while the remainder was white. After all, it was merely a novice dungeon, which hardly yielded anything of great value. The boss had been vanquished, yet the assessment period had not yet concluded. As it lasted a full day, only around 8 hours had elapsed thus far. Given that it was still early, should we explore other areas? The void creatures in this region have been nearly eradicated by their efforts. High-level monsters have been virtually exterminated, and due to the diminishing returns on experience from lower-level foes, coupled with their scattered distribution, it proves more advantageous to seek monsters in other areas. The Novice Dungeon, however, is a welfare instance established on the Day of Awakening by the Order system, maintained and operated by the nation. The shadowy forest they inhabit is merely a small segment of it, given that the monsters are confined to level 5. Their current rank allows them to vanquish only those at levels 1 and 2, yielding minimal experience. Should they advance further in levels, they may find themselves unable to acquire any experience at all. Crossing into other regions, they ponder, would they be besieged by denizens of those lands? Nevertheless, the dungeon ensures safety from perishing, although encounters with other teams would likely culminate in inevitable conflicts. This will inevitably lead to the elimination of certain individuals. Such are the rules. In the exploration of dungeons, some elusive creatures may take on the appearance of members from other teams, making it quite reasonable for them to adapt and advance. It is of no consequence if they continue to grind here. Even a full day of effort may yield no advancement in levels. Cross-regional battles are not a novel occurrence for them either. Throughout the years, numerous formidable players have merely satisfied themselves with defeating bosses, choosing instead to languish in place. Such notions are ludicrous. Only through cross-regional combat can those potent organizations outside take notice. After all, sometimes, crossing regions can symbolize valor, although it may result in being besieged. The quintet firmly resolved to engage in cross-regional combat. After a period, the team of the explosive squad vanished from the rankings of Jiacheng. The populace of Jiacheng, upon realizing this, began to react in unison. The members of this explosive team have ventured into other regions. The boundaries of each area are arbitrary. Upon contact, one will be randomly teleported to another region inhabited by a boss. This time, the rapid level advancement of the Exploding Sky Squad has resulted in a peculiar situation, apart from the boss in the Jiangxing region being vanquished. The boss in other areas remain undisturbed in their locations. Tianlong City. This is the capital of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, a region abundant in resources. Although awakening largely depends on one's appearance, a small portion is also influenced by one's bloodline. Particularly among non-human races, career options are quite limited. This is also the reason why, after 300 years of spiritual awakening, the emergence of foreign bloodlines among humanity occurs. Through intermarriage, descendants are conceived, thereby achieving the goal of inheriting the superior genes of both lineages. Dragon Valley. This is the region assessed by Tianlong City, inhabited by numerous great lizards, pythons, and monsters possessing the bloodline of dragons. Yet, all these creatures are of the same category, void monsters. Void monsters are immortal and indestructible, even if they perish. They shall resurrect after a certain period. Furthermore, if left unchallenged for a prolonged duration, these void monsters may even develop consciousness. However, despite possessing awareness, void monsters merely seek to annihilate everything in their path. This year's Novice Awakening Dungeon competition can be likened to a celestial conflict. Numerous formidable professions, including those previously unheard of, have emerged like mushrooms after rain. Whether this is a boon or a bane remains uncertain. Long Xingyo. Do not presume that your royal lineage grants you the right to be so domineering. This is the boss we discovered first. Before them, a massive dragon, resplendent in pure white and measuring 10 meters in length, soared through the air, its fiery gaze fixated on the 5 individuals. The leader among them, visibly anxious, exclaimed. His prowess was commendable, and fortune smiled upon him, as he had acquired 2 pieces of blue equipment, thanks in part to the support role in their team awakening the Luckbringer profession, whose core skill amplified the entire team's critical strike rate by 20 while bestowing a slight increase in luck. Yet, despite their acquisition of fine equipment and a commendable profession, they still felt a chill of dread in the presence of the soaring dragon. Long Xingyao, the dragon of Longxia Kingdom, is indeed their dragon. As descendants of the founding emperor, it is said that their ancestors were the legendary Ying Long. Regardless of the veracity of such tales, the Long family possessed the means to transform into dragons even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. This aligns remarkably with the likelihood of awakening the same profession due to one's formidable bloodline. Long Xingyao has awakened as a dragon blood battle princess, far surpassing the typical dragon blood fighters that royal families usually manifest. Her core skill, transformation into a dragon, renders her an unstoppable force within the secret realms. Not to mention, defeating a boss is a trivial task for Long Xingyao. However, the squad that has arrived first is decidedly reluctant to relinquish the boss so easily. Slaying the boss within their designated area grants them full points, while vanquishing a boss across regions yields only half. Tianlong City has also established a ranking reward mechanism, where higher rankings naturally lead to more substantial rewards. Additionally, being the capital, the rewards are exceptionally bountiful. It is a choice of retreat or perish. Long Xingyao's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The 4 individuals behind her observed the scene with keen interest. All 4 hail from one of the 8 ancient families of Tianlong City and were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Although they lack a unique bloodline, fortune has smiled upon them, granting them the awakening of formidable professions. Among them, the support class has awakened as a Star Fate Walker, with a core skill that bestows the power of a target's destined star, amplifying their abilities based on the corresponding star's strength. Coupled with the immense battle prowess of Long Xingyao, this cohort of awakened individuals from Tianlong City is virtually unmatched. I suggest you heed the little princess's words. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your elimination will not occur, remarked one of them. The team led by Long Xingyao is named the Dragon Warriors, and within the 8 ancient families. Dongfang, you spoke with a smile. Their team comprises the most elite clans of Dongfang, Zhao, Shangwan, Zhuge, and Long from the Longxia Kingdom. Not to mention, they have ample energy potions and healing potions, and even their initial equipment has been meticulously prepared. Moreover, based on their awakened professions, they are equipped with specialized skill books, eagerly awaiting their use. This exemplifies the formidable strength of elite families. Although the Qitian team possesses considerable prowess, being comprised of prominent families, they are utterly dwarfed by their opponents. Upon hearing this, despite their reluctance, the members of the Qitian team had no choice but to withdraw. For the might of the Zhan Long team was genuinely insurmountable. The aura emanating from Long Xingyao alone surpassed that of the Dragon Blood Lizard King by a significant margin. We shall depart, with no alternatives. They were compelled to seek out other regions to confront different bosses in hopes of overtaking them. Given their capabilities, venturing into other areas would amount to a dimensional strike. As the Qitian team retreated, Long Xingyu refrained from attacking. After all, being a member of the royal family, engaging in conflict would lead to online disputes, even if they dared not voice their opinions publicly. However, had they chosen to remain, Long Xingyao would undoubtedly have resorted to force. The massive dragon head turned towards the distant dragon blood lizard king, its serpentine body spiraling toward the creature. Falling star jade balance. At that moment, Zhuge Guanjing activated the core skill, Destiny Endowment. Long Xingyao's aura surged once more, the starlight enveloping her body as her strength escalated dramatically. Jade Balance Star Blue increases attack power by 200, with 40 of final damage converted to true damage, lasting 30 seconds. Attribute 1. Slight reduction in mental energy consumption. Attribute 2. Mental energy enhancement of 20. Transforming Dragon. Blue transforms into a true dragon, amplifying all attributes tenfold, and unlocking skills. Polar Ice. Dragon Ice Explosion. In dragon form, her innate skills undergo slight modifications. Attribute 1. Reduces personal consumption by 20. Attribute 2. Increases physical strength by 100. Before her loomed the Dragon Blood Lizard King, a fire attribute beast measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Its skin was fissured, revealing a blood structure coursing like magma beneath. Magma Breath. A torrent of magma erupted from the Dragon Blood Lizard King, only to be frozen by Long Xingyao's polar ice. Ascending several meters into the air, she dove down. Skill. Charge Blue rapidly advances forward 20 meters, inflicting 200 plus 2,000 points of damage. Attribute 1. The heavier the body, the greater the damage dealt. Attribute 2. Damage taken is reduced by 20 during charge state. As the quality of skills increases, the attributes appear, green for 1, blue for 2, and so forth. Thus, even a level 1 skill with superior quality can surpass higher level skills. In dragon form, charge transforms into Dragon God Dive, enhancing the final damage by 10. Before the Dragon Blood Lizard King could retaliate, its body was encased in the chilling embrace of Long Xingyao's polar ice, leaving its health at a mere 10th. Triggering the boss's skill. The frozen form instantly evaporated the ice, igniting the surroundings as the flames clashed with the polar ice. Just as Long Xingyao prepared to continue her assault on the boss, a dark cloud materialized above the boss's forehead. The cloud unleashed a cataclysmic thunderbolt, delivering a devastating blow. Thunderous boom. The strike landed squarely on the boss, who was left with merely 1/10 of its health. Unsurprisingly, the Dragon Blood Lizard King erupted, disintegrating into fragments. Thunderous judgment, lightning punishment. Who dares? The Zhanlong team, who had previously watched with amusement as the boss was on the verge of defeat, were suddenly grave. Who would be so unscrupulous as to steal their boss? From 30 meters away, 5 figures emerged from behind a massive stone, Lin Bei and his companions. Zhang Qingfeng's tone was slightly mocking, inciting the ire of the Zhanlong team, who wished to subdue him. Who are you, and why did you steal our boss? In midair, Long Xingyao transformed back into human form, casting a cold gaze toward Lin Bei and his companions. This boss belongs to no one. And you just snatched someone else's boss moments ago. You. Shang Guanhu was incensed, speechless, for the accusation was indeed accurate. They had just stolen the Qitian team's boss. Now experiencing the same feeling of loss, they were at a loss for words. In the distance, the Qitian team, upon discovering that the Dragon Blood Lizard King had been seized, displayed expressions of amusement. Serves you right. Who told you to snatch our boss? However, they were eager to see which team would be so audacious. This is indeed the Dragon Battle team. While they may not be regarded by the families behind them, it is not inconceivable that there are individuals eager to curry favor with these families, seeking to create obstacles for them. At this moment, a member of the Qitian team who had awakened as a lucky walker widened her eyes in astonishment. Cousin. The others in the Qitian team exclaimed in surprise. Cousin? Miao Miao. Is the leader of that team your cousin? Yes. He is from the same cohort as I, though he studies at the main family in Jianqing while I am in Tianlong City. Lin Miao Miao is a prominent member of the Lin family and had only recently encountered Lin Bei at a family gathering a few months prior, maintaining a modest level of contact. Thus, she would certainly recognize him. Oh, is that you, Miao Miao? I didn't expect to see you here. So, this is the trial area located in Tianlong City? Kid, are you prepared to be eliminated for stealing the boss from our Dragon Battle team? After all, no one would truly perish. Shang Guanhu intended to eliminate Lin Bei and his team. Once eliminated, they could acquire 10 points from their opponents. Upon checking the leaderboard, a new team named Explosive Team, Jia Qing, had appeared, boasting a score of 5,433. Slaying a boss grants 1,000 points, while different levels of elite monsters yield only 525 points. How many monsters must one slay to attain such a score? Nevertheless, if one could acquire 10 points, that would amount to a staggering 543. 3 points. Although this pales in comparison to the worth of a boss, they could easily traverse regions to vanquish bosses from other areas. Yet, it is astonishing that a team from Jiangcheng, the southernmost city of the Longxia Kingdom, has emerged that can eliminate bosses even faster than they can. One must admit, this explosive squad possesses considerable strength. However formidable they may be, they could never rival our dragon warriors. Leave them to me. Shang Wanhua, known for his fiery temperament, has now awakened as a powerful fire mage. His core skill, Crimson Lotus Fire, coupled with his profession, undoubtedly influences his character. Though the impact may be subtle, the combination ignites his fury. While they too are seizing others' BOSSCS, it is due to their undeniable strength. Now, having their perceived weaker team seize their spoils, how can they endure such indignity? Shang Wanhua, do not be rash. As he prepared to charge in a valiant 1-against-5 endeavor, Zhuge Guanqing hastily intervened. To amass over 5,000 points is certainly no feat for an ordinary team. Keep in mind, their own team has only garnered 666 points. And that is under optimal conditions in Tianshan City. This formidable team hailing from Jiacheng, capable of earning over 5,000 points, is evidently not to be trifled with. Thus, in the interest of prudence, it is advisable for us to unite in our efforts. Upon hearing Zhuge Guanqing's words, Shang Guanhua felt a sense of calm wash over him. All right, let's join forces. With this declaration, everyone nodded in agreement. Long Xingyao remained silent, yet was already poised for action. Although seizing another's boss may lead to a loss of face, the harsh reality of survival of the fittest renders such concerns trivial. However, to not only claim another's boss but also allow another team to deliver the final blow is an entirely different matter. This somewhat humiliates them, rubbing their dignity into the ground. It would be unreasonable not to teach them a lesson or even eliminate them entirely. However, the consumption during the dragon transformation state is quite significant, making it impossible to utilize it twice in quick succession, lest the depletion intensifies even further. Nevertheless, against this audaciously named team, the explosive squad, confidence remains. Zhuge Guanqing. Without the need for Long Xingyao to elaborate further, Zhuge Guanqing immediately bestows buffs upon the group. Utilizing the core skills, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, and Tianxian, he casts them in rapid succession. Even with the complete set of blue equipment augmentations, Zhuge Guanqing finds it somewhat overwhelming. The white feather fan in his hand flutters gently. At first glance, paired with his flowing white robe, he could be perceived as an elegant young gentleman. Of course, one could overlook the pallid complexion of his face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of someone suffering from kidney deficiency. Tianquan increases cooldown speed by 40. Tianxian boosts self-recovery speed by 200 and enhances dual resistance by 20. Tianji augments attack speed by 50 and increases movement speed by 100. These 4 enhancements are conferred upon Long Xingyao, Shang Guanhua, Zhao Taizhu, and Dongfang Yao. Zhao Taizhu and Dongfang Yao, embodying the Dragon Guardian and the Azure Phoenix Sword Immortal respectively, occupy the front lines in the role of an assassin. Both are formidable classes, awakened and seemingly linked to their ancestors. Observing the opponents activating their ultimate abilities, Lin Bei naturally refrains from underestimating them. Although he may not have encountered Zhao Taizhu, Dongfang Yao, Shang Guanhua, or Zhuge Guanqing before, he certainly knows of Long Xingyao, the princess of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. It seems that the situation has escalated somewhat, however. In the novice dungeon, it is unlikely that the prominent families would target these few inexperienced players. Their own team is, at this moment, in a state of panic. After Long Xingyu transformed into her human form, it became evident that she is none other than the little princess of the Longxia Kingdom. Zhang Qifeng was rendered speechless. He had actually seized the boss from the princess. Well, it is rather a prestigious achievement to boast about, provided he does not face online harassment afterward. After all, the princess boasts an astonishing fan base of 50 billion within the human alliance, a veritable superstar of the faction. This is related to the princess's beauty and talent. In addition to her status, Lin Bei, are we doomed? Zhang Qifeng asked hesitantly. If we do not resist, we shall truly meet our end. The opponent, clad in blue, pondered that only Wang Chongyang could endure for a while. Group shield technique. A protective barrier enveloped the crowd, while Wang Chongyang immediately employed a taunt. Qingwan's sword technique. Charge. Healing spell. Crimson flame explosion. Titan's might. Boom. Instantly, the area where Wang Chongyang stood was engulfed in ashes. As the ashes dissipated, he was left with a mere sliver of health, nearly facing elimination. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the onslaught, which was not in vain. The real damage was substantial. And while the other attacks stung, they were not lethal. However, the Red Lotus Inferno continued to burn, inflicting 2 points of damage per second for 30 seconds. With the damage diminishing as Wang Chongyang's health waned, Long Xingyu remained silent, while Shang Guanhua and others appeared bewildered. Seriously, how can you endure so much? They had unleashed a powerful assault, and the Dragon Blood Lizard King would have perished under it. You were tougher than the Lizard King. But wait. Without Lin Bei's group shield technique and timely healing spell, Wang Chongyang might have genuinely perished. Good brother, you finally withstood it. Here, take a health potion to recover. Do not let yourself be burned to death. The Red Lotus Inferno suppresses healing by 20, and Wang Chongyang indeed feared succumbing to the flames. Wang Chongyang, too, wore a look of trepidation, surprised at his own resilience. Zhao Taizhu, the frontline warrior, fell silent, fully aware of the significance of enduring such an onslaught. This team was exceptional. What does it matter to withstand one burst of attacks? Without a frontline, they would certainly face elimination. As Shang Guanhua continued to gather energy for the Crimson Flame explosion, the others prepared to move again. Lin Bei sighed. It seemed there was no other choice. I truly do not wish for any of you to be eliminated, but if it must be, then do not blame me. At that moment, in a remote primeval forest on Blue Star, in this realm resides a congregation of spiritually unaware mystical beasts, yet despite their lack of enlightenment, they possess a certain degree of sentience. Atop the Mountain Lord is intently engaged in manipulating a formation. Not long ago, he was forcibly summoned by Lin Bei, merely to crush a level 2 minion, an ordeal that nearly jeopardized his Dao heart. Why should he be tasked with vanquishing such feeble creatures when he could easily confront foes of level 30? Is it not beneath the dignity of the Mountain Lord? The Roaring Tiger? In order to circumvent a repeat of that humiliating experience, he unleashed his full might, traversing from the vicinity of Jiang City to the outskirts of Tianlong City. This considerable distance, coupled with the establishment of a barrier to obscure spiritual detection, ensured that all external probing was effectively nullified. He remained steadfast in his belief that Lin Bei could not summon him in this manner. Upon Lin Bei invoking the divine summoning, the skill automatically scanned for the nearest deities in the vicinity. This scan has revealed a plethora of divine beings to choose from. However, among them are numerous lesser deities of incense. At this moment, Lin Bei discovered a familiar god. Wasn't this a random summoning? Why was this deity included in the options? One need not rely on the unfamiliar when a familiar presence exists. Nevertheless, Lin Bei believed that the Mountain Lord possessed sufficient strength to handle the current circumstances. He merely hoped that after the fact, Long Xingyu and the others would refrain from seeking vengeance. After all, in the name of self-preservation and justifiable defense, eliminating them could hardly be contested, could it? The Novice Dungeon boasts a recording feature that remains perpetually active. Even if they sought retribution later, the advantage would still lie with him. Sigh. How long would it take to elevate his own strength? After casually tidying up the cave, the Mountain Lord lowered himself to rest. As the sole mountain god of Blue Star, his prowess had reached level 80. Unlike others, a deity's method of advancement diverges significantly. It necessitates the power of belief, self-cultivation, or at times, sudden enlightenment, along with the consumption of extraordinary celestial resources to enhance one's strength. For those yet to ascend to divinity, vanquishing void creatures can indeed bolster their power. However, for those who have already attained godhood, recklessly absorbing void energy can lead to a conflict between the two forces within. Thus, it is generally understood that even with semi-gamified strength, once one steps into the realm of deities, further ascension must be achieved through gradual cultivation. Though the Mountain Lord is merely at level 80, he has nonetheless acquired divine status, endowing him with a superior form of divine power. Naturally, he cannot absorb void energy. However, possessing divine might, the Mountain Lord finds it no challenge to confront demigod-level adversaries. As he rested with closed eyes, he suddenly felt an unexpected sense of lightness enveloping his form. This sensation feels strangely familiar, as if it has just been recently experienced. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide, only to discover that my body is ensconced in an inky void. You again! The Mountain Lord's eyes bulge like brass bells, clearly astonished that he has found himself in Heavenly Dragon City, and that Lin Bei has summoned him here against his will. Is there such a way to summon a deity? I shall file a complaint. But I just happened to see you, Mountain Lord. Would you lend a hand? Before the Mountain Lord could refuse, Lin Bei pressed his fingers together, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures of Long Xingyao and others. A smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "I summon you, Mountain Lord," with a roar of the tiger. As his words fell, a radiant golden light materialized before Lin Bei, revealing a colossal tiger before the assembly. Mountain Lord, quickly save Wang Chongyang. Although reluctant to move, the Mountain Lord found himself compelled to act. Whoosh. This time, the summoned Mountain Lord retained its formidable power at level 20, yet its duration of existence had significantly increased. Originally, Long Xingyao, upon witnessing that their concentrated assault had yet to eliminate Wang Chongyang, contemplated advancing to deliver a finishing blow. After all, it would only take a moment. However, unexpectedly, a massive tiger lunged toward her. The tiger descended the mountain. The force of the tiger was unstoppable. The sudden tempest propelled Long Xingyao back several meters, landing her in the embrace of their teammate, Dongfang Yao. Roar. The resonant roar of the tiger reverberated throughout the area, stirring the winds and clouds into chaos. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the Mountain Lord, only to discover that its level had astonishingly reached 20. Moreover, following its level, there was an additional inscription, Divine, Mountain Lord Tiger Roar LV, 20, Divine, in striking red letters. This signifies that the formidable Mountain Lord before them is a level 20 Crimson Boss. The individuals present are merely at level 5, even adorned in azure gear. How could they hope to contend with a level 20 red deity? It is preposterous. Although Long Xingyu did not directly endure a strike from the Mountain Lord, she was nonetheless affected by the overwhelming aura it emitted, causing her health to plummet to a mere 1/5. Wait. As Zhao Taizhu and the others realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to voice their concerns, Lin Bei issued a decisive command, Mountain Lord. Eliminate the Dragon War team for us. It was a jest. He could only maintain the Mountain Lord's presence for approximately 15 seconds. After that, his mental fortitude would be depleted, necessitating a prolonged period of rest before he could summon again. Should they be attacked during this fleeting interval? Lin Bei harbored no illusions about their ability to rival the Dragon War team. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate them swiftly. As for the nearby Qitian team, Lin Bei believed their combined strength could still pose a challenge. No. Zhao Taizhu immediately invoked the power of the giant spirit, while Zhuge Guanxing swiftly bestowed a buff upon him, hoping to withstand the Mountain Lord's onslaught. Yet, they evidently overestimated their own capabilities and underestimated the Mountain Lord's damage. With a formidable roar, the Mountain Lord's cry rendered the entire Dragon War team unconscious. The ground trembled as the Mountain Lord's paw struck the earth, causing it to crack and surge toward the location of the Dragon War team. Moments later, the ground split open, swallowing the 5 of them whole. In the next instant, the earth sealed shut, resulting in the complete elimination of the Dragon War team. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the figures of the 5 members of the Dragon War team reappeared at the entrance of the novice dungeon. Although others were gradually being eliminated, the Dragon War team was a favorite to win the championship. Yet, here they were, unexpectedly emerging. What on earth is happening? Observing the leaderboard, the score of the Dragon Squad, exceeding 3,000, had become fixed. Xian Yuan Fenghua, who was responsible for maintaining order at the scene and held the esteemed position of General Shenwei, furrowed his brow. In a flicker, he appeared before the 5 individuals. Casting a glance at the onlookers, he waved his hand, and the 5, along with his figure, vanished without a trace. Before long, a sensational piece of news swept through the vast expanse of the Jiangnan region. Even the news outlets of other allied nations reported on the international superstar Long Xingyu being eliminated in a novice dungeon. Accompanying this news were live footage of Long Xingyu and her companions being teleported out. In an instant, the crowd was engulfed in profound sorrow. Their goddess had been eliminated. Who could be so ruthless, so devoid of compassion, as to eliminate their deity? Was it too much to ask for their goddess to secure first place? It was not. Even if their goddess desired the stars from the heavens, they would find a way to obtain them, let alone the trivial matter of claiming first in a novice dungeon. Investigate. Who dared to eliminate their goddess? While the outside world was in an uproar, within the dungeon, after eliminating the Dragon Squad, Lin Bei and the others felt a sense of relief. However, the remaining 4 harbored some concerns. Lin Bei, do you think we will face repercussions for eliminating the little princess and her companions? Probably not, Lin Bei replied. After all, our country, Longxia, values reason. Yes, it should be fine. Although Lin Bei felt a twinge of anxiety, he knew that if they did not eliminate them, they would be the ones facing elimination. They could not simply surrender, could they? If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to eliminate them again. After Mountain Lord dealt with Long Xingyao and the others, he returned to Lin Bei's side, his large, copper bell-like eyes reflecting his frustration. This rascal has ventured into the territory of Tianlong City and has even set up a bewitching spirit array, yet he was still forcibly summoned by this young lad. Is there anyone who summons deities in such a manner? I extend my gratitude to the Mountain Lord for his assistance. The Mountain Lord's gaze remained filled with lingering resentment. And before he could utter a word, his figure dissipated into thin air. It turned out that Lin Bei had voluntarily released the summoning. Huh? Was the Mountain Lord about to say something just now? What was it? Lin Bei scratched his head in confusion. Should I summon once more? On second thought, perhaps it is best not to. I fear I might not withstand it. Such a summoning is exceedingly taxing on one's mental energy. Had it not been for the elevation of the summoning level, which significantly reduced the consumption, he would have been reluctant to call forth a deity at all. After all, the sensation of deficiency is quite unpleasant. In the outside world, within the primordial forest, before the Mountain Lord could recount his robbery to Lin Bei, he felt a wave of disorientation and soon realized that he had returned to his own body. The Mountain Lord was taken aback. You little rascal. In the next instant, he sensed a surge of power within him, which gradually melded with his own strength. He had grown stronger, although the increase was modest, a mere 1%. It was a comprehensive enhancement of 1%. This encompassed the soul, the body, and divine power, all elevated by 1%. Truly a remarkable treasure. His tone became instantly more invigorated. Young lad, summon me quickly. I am capable. The Mountain Lord called out into the void. Alas, there was not a soul to heed his call. This marks a 1% increase. His strength has now reached level 81. In the past, one would have to toil for several months, or even years, to achieve such a feat. He believes that this remarkable progress is somehow linked to Lin Bei. Otherwise, his power would not have surged inexplicably. Sigh. Without feeling Lin Bei's divine presence, the Mountain Lord sighed helplessly and continued to cultivate in silence. Moments later, hey, summon me quickly. In the Imperial Palace of Heavenly Dragon City, the damage sustained within the novice dungeon is fully restored upon exiting. Even if one were to suffer severe injuries, they could instantaneously return to normalcy. This is the remarkable advantage of the novice dungeon's rewards. Are you implying that a team from Jiang City summoned a deity named Mountain Lord at level 20, only to be eliminated? Indeed. One of those responsible for the inquiry could not suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Shang Guanhua, known for his fiery temper, was immediately displeased. It's nothing. I simply recalled something amusing. Ahem, we are professionals, you know. Another individual in charge of the questioning spoke with a serious demeanor. We are speaking the truth. That person was indeed cheating. Shang Guanhua took a deep breath and continued. Enough. I have tolerated you for long enough. What is so funny? Upon hearing the laughter again, the individual covered their face. No, it's nothing. I merely recalled something sorrowful, which made me laugh through my tears. Ahem. Please do not get too agitated. While we are currently in a semi-gamified state, the world is real, and there is no such thing as cheating. If we must speak of cheating, who could surpass the little princess beside you? At this moment, Long Xingyao remained silent. After being eliminated from the novice dungeon by Lin Bei, she appeared to be deep in thought. Soon, General Xunwei Xianyuan Fengbo approached. The ramifications of this incident are truly profound. Just moments ago, the information regarding Long Xingyao and her dragon squad has spread far and wide. The Fire Mage, the Titan of Longbow, the Blood War Maiden, the Fate Starwalker, and the Azure Phoenix Sword Immortal, these 5 individuals, endowed with formidable core skills and exceptional professions, adorned in resplendent blue gear, had all elevated their abilities to blue quality prior to their entry. Yet, astonishingly, they were eliminated by an inconspicuous team from Jiacheng known as the Explosive Squad. The impact is indeed staggering. How could that Jiacheng team show such disregard for reputation? General, what is the situation? Do not mention it. The repercussions are immense. That team truly lacks courtesy to eliminate us in such a manner. However, despite the words spoken, there was no hint of blame in their tone. After all, if even the illustrious dragon squad led by Long Xingyao could be vanquished, one must ponder the extraordinary strength possessed by the opposing team. This can undoubtedly serve as a positive promotion. If managed well, it could certainly establish a renowned reputation within the entire human alliance. I heard you were defeated by that brat, the Mountain Monarch? Indeed, under the reassurance of the crowd. Shang Guanhua finally regained his composure and promptly responded. As for the Mountain Monarch, Xianyuan Fengbo contemplated that he could seek him out for inquiries. Coincidentally, not long ago, he sensed a formidable aura approaching the vicinity of Tianlong City. as the one responsible for ensuring the safe operation of the novice dungeon in Sky City. Xin Yuanfeng Bo naturally felt compelled to investigate and avert any unforeseen incidents. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Mountain Lord had arrived near the Heavenly Dragon City, as the deity of the Longxia Kingdom and the only mountain god within its borders. His power was formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of the Mountain Lord himself, thereby ensuring that he would not impose any difficulties. However, the nature of the relationship between the Mountain Lord and this young man remained a mystery, particularly how the latter could summon such a being. According to his investigations, Lin Bei possessed only the core skill of summoning deities, a technique typically employed to invoke divine presence for the enhancement of one's own strength, never before manifesting in a manner akin to that of a summoner. Please, take a moment to rest, given your scores. While it may be impossible to secure a place in the top 10, your respective familial legacies ensure that you will not miss out on valuable rewards. Organizations, sanctuaries, and guilds had already preordained their selections by the time you awaken to your professions. Although elimination may have occurred, the impact is minimal, merely a matter of pride. With that, Xin Yuanfeng Bo's figure vanished, leaving behind the members of the Imperial Palace's reception hall. Xingyao, what occupies your thoughts? Is it concerning that young man? As a member of the esteemed Dongfang family and a classmate of Long Xingyao, Dongfang Yao shared a close bond with her. The two often referred to each other as sisters in private. Observing Long Xingyao's demeanor, it was clear what occupied her mind. The thought of being eliminated without the ability to resist left Dongfang Yao somewhat disgruntled, yearning for a fair duel with Lin Bei. Indeed, this is the first time I have been defeated so directly. Although Lin Bei relied on summoning the Mountain Lord to achieve victory, the very ability to summon speaks to his prowess. It would be akin to challenging a summoner directly, rather than confronting their true form, which holds little power compared to their summoned beasts. Thus, for Long Xingyao, who had always sailed smoothly through life, experiencing defeat for the first time was an unpleasant yet oddly intriguing sensation. Xingyu, shall we devise a plan to confront that young man in private? Noticing Long Xingyao's expression, it was apparent that she had already fixated on Lin Bei. Growing up together, Dongfang Yu was well aware that once Long Xingyu became interested in something, she would pursue it fervently. The notion of her being intrigued by a man was indeed a perilous development. No, she is my dear friend and cannot be taken from me. In a protective frenzy, Dongfang Yao clung tightly to Long Xingyao, burying her head in the latter's shoulder. If revenge is to be sought, it must be done honorably. I warn you all. No one is permitted to plot against him in secret. Otherwise, Long Xingyao's right hand gently pressed against Dongfang Yao's head, gradually increasing the pressure. Oh dear, I was wrong. I would never do such a thing. Upon hearing Dongfang Yao's words, Long Xingyu softened her touch, prompting tears to well up in Dongfang Yao's eyes. She thought to herself, alas, my dear Yao, that wretched boy. The enmity of a stolen beloved cannot be overlooked. The others, hearing this exchange, quickly assured that they would not take any clandestine actions. After all, she was the little princess. Though they belonged to one of the 8 prominent families of Heavenly Dragon City, their standing in the Longxia Kingdom was significant. However, in the face of the royal family, they could not contend unless they united their efforts. Having successfully eliminated the Battle Dragon team, the group's attention turned to the nearby Qitian team, as the elimination of other teams would yield a 10% share of their points. This presents a considerable temptation. The team bearing the insignia of the Qitian squad stands before us, ranked 3rd in Tianlong City, boasting a commendable score of 2,900, with a penalty of 290 points for their elimination. However, Lin Bei has already exhausted his trump cards. While he could summon again and, with the prowess of the Mountain King, effortlessly eliminate them, such an action would be a perilous gamble, yielding more losses than gains. Instead of engaging in this endeavor, it would be wiser to pursue other areas and vanquish more bosses. Sensing the intense scrutiny from the Zhatian squad, the members of the Qitian squad began to feel apprehensive. They had previously eliminated members of the Zhanlong squad, a feat beyond their capacity to challenge. Did they not observe the formidable tank in the front row, who could withstand the full brunt of Zhanlong's explosive assault? Had they been in that position, they would have been dispatched in an instant. Brother, cousin, fellow comrades, do not strike, Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, fearful that Lin Bei might eliminate them at any moment. Ah! Wang Chongyang felt a twinge of regret as Lin Bei's healing spell restored their health to a satisfactory level. Let us depart. The bosses in this area have been defeated. We should proceed to the next region. Despite their current score exceeding 5,000, they were still far from the final stage. Once all regional bosses are vanquished, the world boss will emerge, and all players will be teleported to a designated area. Points will be calculated based on the damage dealt by the squad, and the final blow that slays the boss will grant an additional 2,000 points for the kill. This is the crux of the matter. Thus, the over 5,000 points amassed by Lin Bei and his companions are not entirely secure. They must persist in accumulating points, having already secured the top position in Jiangxing. Attaining the first place in Longxia country is certainly within reach. Let us not squander any more time. Once we successfully traverse the boundaries, we shall obtain the boss information of that region. Correspondingly, the points earned will be halved. This also represents a corresponding equilibrium. After witnessing the departure of the explosive team, the members of the Qitian team finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they did not regard us as mere pawns to be eliminated. Meow meow. What exactly is the situation with your cousin? How is he able to summon such formidable creatures? Shanjun. Huh? I am uncertain. Perhaps he has awakened the summoner profession? Yet, that does not seem right. Given the circumstances, he appears to be a support role. With adept healing spells and group shield techniques, that shield is remarkably robust. Coupled with Wang Chongyang, the tank, it is simply impossible to defeat them. Enough said. Since our boss has been vanquished, we should hasten to other areas. This marks the first instance since the Novice Dungeon's inception in the Longxia Kingdom that an outsider has defeated their boss in Tianlong City. It is nothing short of a disgrace. You say the mightiest battle dragon team was eliminated in an instant? Oh, then it is of no consequence. In the outside world, the news of the explosive team's elimination of the battle dragon team spread rapidly across the land, leaving even the citizens of Jiang City in a state of disbelief. The Lin family. In the heart of Jiangcheng, at the ancestral residence of the Lin family, Lin Xiong, the patriarch, was engaged in conversation with other influential figures from various families in Jiangxing. Today marked the opening of the Novice Dungeon, a significant occasion for selecting prodigies. Upon hearing that his son's team had secured the first position in Jiangxing, Lin Xiong was overwhelmed with excitement. Though he maintained a calm facade, internally he was elated. He would boast to anyone, "How did you know my son claimed first place in Jiangxing?" However, upon learning that Lin Bei's team, the explosive team, had outperformed the renowned dragon team, which had dominated various industries, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He remarked to others, "That rascal truly went too far by eliminating the team with the little princess." His tone was serious, yet anyone could detect the underlying pride in his words. The fact that the formidable dragon team had been ousted by the explosive team raised questions about the latter's strength. Despite their efforts to investigate, they could only analyze the skills and states the team possessed before entering the Novice Dungeon. It seemed implausible that such a configuration could triumph over the dragon team. Had they perhaps resorted to cheating? Lin Xiong, the voice of Lin Long, the head of the Lin family and father to Lin Miao Miao, emerged through a holographic projection. "Brother, congratulations. Lin Bei's squad has actually eliminated the dragon team." "Indeed. But brother, is everything all right on that front?" "Everything is fine. After all, we are all part of the Longxia Kingdom." Although the dragon team was previously favored to secure the national first place, their elimination does reflect a loss of face. However, the fact that the explosive team was capable of ousting such a renowned team speaks volumes about their power. This indicates a shift in national promotion from the dragon team to the explosive team. While the elimination of the dragon team was unexpected, they seem to place greater emphasis on the explosive team instead. That's good to hear. I was genuinely concerned about potential retaliation against our Lin family. Retaliation is unlikely, as our family is not easily provoked, Lin Long replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. The Lin family had managed to establish a vast business network across the nation and even beyond, into other realms. Their influence was far deeper than it appeared. Having secretly developed their strength over time, the Lin family had become a force to be reckoned with. Lin Bei's quiet yet substantial achievements suggest our family is poised for a resurgence. However, we must remain vigilant against the Void Sect. The Void Sect, a cult formed from the remnants of failure in dungeon raids, was a threat to aspiring talents. Those who emerged from such failures could elude detection by the world's consciousness. A consequence of maintaining balance, the Void creatures aimed to obliterate all realms, targeting budding prodigies. This peril extended beyond humanity. Exceptional talents from other races were similarly endangered. Due to their elusive nature, unless they chose to reveal themselves, the Void creatures lurked like cockroaches in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The world was protected by the world barrier, supplemented by divine guardians from the outside. Consequently, within the boundaries, divine entities, level 100, did not manifest. Thus far, the highest level of void creatures encountered had only reached level 99. To attain divine status, one must venture into the divine realm, an inevitability dictated by the forces of order. Once one ascended to divinity, they would face the fierce battlegrounds against the formidable void creatures. This applied not only to humanity but also to other races that had produced divine champions. Nevertheless, each race endeavored to preserve at least one guardian deity, who would only intervene in dire circumstances. Should intervention occur, it would signify a breach of order, resulting in a 5-hour countdown. In Jiangqing, the onlookers observed the rapidly increasing scores of the Jiaqing team, falling into silence. In 5 hours, their score had soared to 8,842. Aside from eliminating some teams attempting to sabotage them for points, they had pressed forward with determination. At this moment, the entire team had reached level 6. Lin Bei's skills had naturally ascended to level 6 as well. Achieving this level ushered them into a new domain, re-rolling attributes. Any skill with attributes could be refreshed, and after 10 refreshes, the specific attributes could be selected. Currently, Lin Bei possessed only one green skill, the core ability Summon Divine Assistance. He was already aware of the attribute's effects. The summoned deity could grant a 1 power increase for every 10 seconds of existence. Thus, Lin Bei opted not to re-roll the attributes, intending to accumulate enough refresh attempts to select the desired attributes later. Re-rolling was contingent upon luck, and only leveling up skills granted opportunities for re-rolling, limited to skills that had been upgraded. Profession: Benevolent level, LV. 6 health, 860 energy, 1100 physical attack, 40 magic attack, 40 physical defense, 15 magic defense, 15 core skill, Summon Divine Assistance skills, single target healing spell. Group shield spell: Summon Divine Assistance LV. 6 green, randomly summon a deity for assistance. The duration consumes one's energy, and higher skill levels reduce consumption. Attribute 1. The summoned deity grants a 1 overall power increase upon conclusion of the summoning. Healing spell LV. 6 consumes 20 energy, providing 640 plus 10 of maximum health to the target, cooldown of 10 seconds. Group shield spell LV. 6 consumes 30 energy, providing a shield worth 400 plus 30 of maximum health to the team, cooldown of 20 seconds. Weapon: Spring Breeze Fan, green. Armor: Shadow Armor Set LV. 5. White. Effect: Dark Attribute 10, Movement Speed 20, Core Energy Stone. Shadow Hunter Pearl, white, 4-piece set, over-equipped items not displayed, once a skill reaches level 6. All skills of the Benevolent will return to their original levels. This elucidates why the Benevolent profession, despite its seemingly limited utility in the early stages, becomes formidable in the later phases. Shadow Strike. Ahead, a boss, staunchly enduring the onslaught of Wang Chongyang's taunts, had only a sliver of health remaining. In a blink, Tu Shuer materialized behind the boss, striking at a vital point on its back. Minus 1,086. The health bar plummeted to 0. A significant portion of Tu Shuer's shield vanished as the boss's body disintegrated with a resounding crash, leaving only scattered materials and equipment on the ground, along with a skill book. Remarkably, a skill book had dropped. Tu Shuer swiftly retrieved the azure orb. The orb of the skill book radiated a deep blue hue, distinct from the lighter blue sheen of the blue equipment. Thorn armor? Is this not the very skill possessed by the boss they had just vanquished? Oh, let me see. Lin Bei's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He took the skill book for inspection. Indeed, it was thorn armor. I shall claim this skill book. What say you? No objections. The group unanimously concurred, for they were all reliant on Lin Bei's prowess to elevate them. With Lin Bei's group shield spell, which surpassed even pure healing in its potency, they could engage the boss without trepidation. Take, for instance, the boss that Tu Shuer had just dispatched. Due to the thorn armor, any damage inflicted upon the boss would rebound with a retaliation of 20. Consequently, typical teams in this area dared not unleash excessive attacks on the boss, thus providing them with an opportunity. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the value of good teammates, fully aware of who was elevating them. Thorn armor. White grants the target thorn armor for 5 seconds, reducing damage taken by 2 during this period, with a retaliatory spell damage of 10 for each instance of overall damage received. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. This is indeed an effective reflect damage skill that can inflict harm upon adversaries, yet it is not classified as an offensive skill. Although he is unable to acquire aggressive skills, the reflect damage ability is certainly within his grasp. As the saying goes, with the sun's blaze in the reflective armor, striking me equates to striking oneself. Moreover, let us not overlook the fact that Lin Bei can further enhance his skill levels and elevate their quality. Upon upgrading their quality, the skills undergo a transformative evolution. Truly formidable. What if he cannot learn offensive skills? He shall master auxiliary skills, much to your dismay. Lin Bei reflected on his current repertoire of skills, summoning, healing, and shielding. He currently lacks control and purification skills. However, he has already acquired skill books for reflect and damage reduction, which he can immediately learn upon unlocking skill slots after reaching level 10. The path of supportive mastery remains unfulfilled, thus, he must persevere. Suddenly, the sky began to rend asunder. The crowd gazed upward, witnessing a kaleidoscope of colors bursting forth from the fissures. The final boss is about to make its appearance. Ultimately, all the dungeons shattered, and those still within were transported to a vast plain. Not far from the plain, a colossal creature, towering at a staggering 100 meters, emanating flames, materialized before them. Upon its forehead was emblazoned the title LV, 20 World Boss Titan Demon Ape, purple. Its arms, as thick as a human thigh, pounded against its chest, producing a deafening roar. The World Boss Titan Demon Ape has arrived. Roar, roar, roar. The resounding cries of the demon ape echoed throughout the dungeon realm. The students, mere fledgling awakening Tier 1, had never witnessed such a spectacle. While they might manage to confront entities of comparable size, facing a world boss was an entirely unprecedented experience. Many were struck with terror by the Titan Demon Ape's immense form. As the spectacle unfolded, the Titan Demon Ape's gaze fell upon the throng of awakened beings, its crimson eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. "Tiny humans, how amusing," it proclaimed, "for it is the magnificent Titan Demon Ape. Infused with the essence of the void beasts, its potential and power have ascended to an extraordinary level. Furthermore, these wretched humans remain oblivious to the fact that their void cult has already infiltrated their ranks. These seedlings have been eagerly accepted by the cult of nihility." A furious roar erupted as a deep purple fissure appeared behind the Titan Demon Ape. The crack exuded a foreboding aura, the unmistakable essence of nihilistic power. At that moment, the individual responsible for maintaining the stability of the instance felt a chill run down their spine, beads of sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Damn it! Who dares to invade the instance? Each instance opening adheres to stringent regulations and controls. Yet, no one anticipated that signs of intrusion into a novice instance would manifest this time. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it is indeed the cult of nihility. Hee. Commander Wei, thank you for your trust. A man adorned with a white towel hat grinned, revealing his teeth. Suddenly, purple patterns began to emerge across his body, and the purple markings on his face gradually took shape, ultimately transforming him into a creature of nothingness. A humanoid monstrosity. A creature of nihilism. This is the Void creature, which merges to form the Void Abomination. Within the Void sect, this entity predominantly prevails. The Void creature has the capacity to fuse with any living being, thus concealing itself within their very essence. As long as it remains dormant, its whereabouts are virtually undetectable. The essence of the Void is exceedingly elusive, rendering any search almost futile. However, should it dare to release even a hint of its presence, the entire surveillance room is instantly filled with the ominous sound of alarms blaring. This is the alert triggered by the Void Abomination's emanation of Void energy. A Level 1 alert. This is a demigod-level entity of the Void. Farewell, Commander Wei. As the entity dissipated, the next moment, the monitoring room erupted in an explosion. Xin Yuan Fengbo, with a grim expression, rushed into the chaos, only to find that the Void entity had vanished. Wei Shang, what on earth transpired? Zhang Rong has betrayed us. He must have joined the Void sect at some point. Xin Yuan Fengbo recalled that this individual had perished in a dungeon 3 years prior. Given that he had already attained a level exceeding 80, it implied that he would need to wait 10 million days before he could re-enter the dungeon to enhance his strength. In other words, he would require 27,000 years to re-enter. Having experienced rapid advancement in just a few years, how could one possibly endure such a slow progression of power? This exemplifies one of the drawbacks of rapid advancement in strength, which often outpaces one's mental state. The cult of nihility revels in seeking such individuals. For once they merge with the creatures of the Void, their power skyrockets. Zhang Rong is a prime example, having directly ascended to the demigod level. The matter concerning Zhang Rong is being addressed by the personnel of the Dragon Battle Hall, but the most pressing concern lies with the dungeon. Zhang Rong has tampered with the dungeon, which has now spiraled completely out of control. Intervention from a deity is the only recourse. However, deities will only intervene in the face of an existential crisis for their race. Otherwise, They refrain from direct involvement. This is a pact with the void monster. A binding constraint. After all, this is the order established by the semi-gamified system. No. If this young man... Suddenly, Xian Yuanfinbo recalled something. Not long ago, he had approached the mountain monarch to inquire about certain matters. He discovered that Lin Bei had indeed summoned the mountain monarch into the dungeon using his divine invocation skills to assist him in battle. Although it was not the true form, it was nonetheless a manifestation of the mountain monarch. If Lin Bei could continue to wield this ability, perhaps he could avert this impending crisis. Inside the dungeon, everyone was oblivious to the situation. Behind the colossal titan demon ape, there emerged hundreds of indistinct, shadowy forms of gas. Those inky black gases glared with crimson eyes, their gaze upon the crowd akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Void monsters. Among them, one who had awakened the profession of appraiser activated his core skill, universal appraisal, only to discover that these gaseous entities were none other than the legendary void monsters. Though they had previously slain void monsters within the dungeon, those had already merged with other creatures. Yet these before them remained unbound, meaning they possessed the terrifying ability to forcibly assimilate and possess living beings. Such is the terrifying nature of the original void beasts. The reason behind the appearance of hundreds of these creatures remains a mystery. However, it is undoubtedly clear that they may have chosen their hosts from among us. Once fused. Separation? Historically, there have been no recorded cases of successful separation. The fate of those possessed is to become void beasts. In that moment, chaos ensued. Yet there were those audacious enough to show no fear of the void beasts. Esteemed comrades, the time for valor and achievement has arrived. Slaying these void beasts will earn us military merit. Such merit can be exchanged for valuable rewards, treasures unattainable in the shops outside. With this fervent cry, many found their courage swelling. The void beasts? They could simply be slain. Moreover, these creatures were not particularly formidable, only around level 5. Likely due to the constraints of the dungeon. Aside from world bosses that defy convention, everything else must generally adhere to the established order of the dungeon. The novice dungeon had already begun, making it difficult to alter the conditions. Thus, the abilities of the void beast were already remarkable. Advancing beyond this would require divine-level power. There was no need for the Dragon War Hall's intervention. The sheer force of order was sufficient to vanquish the void beasts. Blazing Inferno. Furious Wolf Tide. Ocean. Roar. Rage Incendiary. In the face of encouragement from some, the crowd ignited their own little universes and began to resist. Lin Bei was no exception. He no longer considered holding back. To refrain from action would lead to dire losses. With eyes tightly shut, he brought his right index and middle fingers to his lips. Summon. In the unseen realm, countless points of light re-emerged. After sweeping through, the light of the mountain lord appeared once more. It has been decided. With a thought, the light belonging to the mountain lord swiftly approached him. At that moment, Lin Bei's eyes flew open, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. I summon you, Mountain Lord. Let your roar echo. Outside the Dragon City, the Mountain Lord silently mourned, longing for the moment when Lin Bei could summon him again. After having experienced a bout of combat without much training, merely being called upon by Lin Bei to confront that so-called Dragon War squad, his strength had increased by a full percentage upon his return. If he were to summon a few hundred more times, would he not directly attain the divine prowess of a deity? Although he currently holds the title of a god, in truth, he remains at the level of a demigod in terms of strength. A familiar sensation. Yes, this is the feeling. The Mountain Lord felt a sudden emptiness within his body, and then his consciousness was drawn into an unfamiliar, pitch-black environment. Upon seeing Lin Bei's figure, the Mountain Lord was instantly filled with exhilaration. Young one, you have finally summoned this Mountain Lord. Please, grant me your command. With a roar, the Mountain Lord's colossal form materialized before Lin Bei, and his strength surged to level 30, significantly surpassing the previous cap of level 5 for summoning. Roar. Radiant golden light flickered as the Mountain Lord's figure reappeared, his roar resonating throughout the entire dungeon, heralding his arrival. Mountain Lord, please annihilate all these ethereal monsters. As you wish. Gone was the previous discontent, now only boundless joy remained. He has summoned me. It is imperative to showcase one's abilities, otherwise, who knows when one might attract the attention of some wild deity, only to have one's status usurped. At this moment, the Mountain Lord finally beheld the void creature before him. The towering Titan ape, standing 100 meters tall, indeed appeared quite formidable. Yet, in reality, it was merely a level 20 entity, at best a purple-named world boss. The quality of bosses is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow, akin to the grading of weapons, equipment, and skills. The Mountain Lord's divine avatar, however, boasted a level 30, embodying a divine presence of red quality. Confronting this level 20 Titan ape was merely a matter of using claws. Nevertheless, to provide Lin Bei with a splendid demonstration of his prowess, encouraging him to summon the Mountain Lord more frequently in the future. He resolved to unleash the utmost strength that his current state could muster. The manifestation of the law, the essence of divine power. Although the Mountain Lord was not of divine rank, he nevertheless possessed the attributes of a deity, naturally endowed with the essence of divinity. Behind him, a magnificent white-eyed tiger emerged, its forehead emblazoned with the character for king, exuding an air of dominance. The divine form materialized, towering at an impressive 100 meters in height and over 300 meters in length, standing resolutely behind the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. From whence did this formidable being emerge to assist them? With a resounding roar, the manifestation of the tiger unleashed a fierce howl, causing the approaching void creatures to be engulfed and reduced to mere wisps of smoke. The essence of the void experience was absorbed into Lin Bei's team. Hundreds of these void entities, each at level 5, elevated Lin Bei and his companions to level 9, mere steps away from reaching level 10. Level 10 signifies a pivotal threshold, where one may randomly awaken skills that align with their chosen profession, in addition to gaining an extra skill slot. Beyond level 10, there exists a probability of skill awakening for every subsequent 10 levels. Furthermore, it allows the initiation of secondary professions, crafting careers, such as blacksmithing, repairing, enchanting, alchemy, and potion crafting. To unlock a secondary profession, one must obtain a specialized credential. Upon the echoing roar of the tiger, the group, initially eager to confront the void creatures, soon realized that they had been reduced to ashes under the might of the tiger's roar. They felt as though their efforts to cast skills had been in vain. Meanwhile, the Titan ape stared in bewilderment at the colossal Mountain Lord, equally matched in size. Where did this colossal tiger emerge from? A level 30 deity? No. I must report this. The opposing side is cheating. Wasn't it agreed that deities should not intervene? The adversary has summoned a deity. This is an outright act of cheating. Order must be restored. Punish the opposition. The Titan ape's spirit shattered, a level 30, and yet a deity of red quality. He is but a level 20 world boss of purple quality, a mere child in the presence of the Mountain Lord. You expect him to confront the Mountain Lord? Seriously? The Mountain Lord obliterates all void creatures with a single strike. Even the Titan ape, affected by the Mountain Lord's roar, saw its attack diminish by 30, and its health plummeted by a tenth, leaving it with a mere 90,000 health. This monkey possesses a rather substantial health pool. The Mountain Lord observed the Titan ape silently. This was preferable, allowing it to unleash more skills. At that moment, the Mountain Lord felt a shield enveloping him. He glanced at his status. A group shield spell. The Mountain Lord, what a feeble shield. To him, this thin barrier would break with the slightest touch. Lin Bei attempted to see if his skill could affect the summoned entities, and to his surprise, it succeeded. After all, he had summoned them, so they counted as allies. Mountain Lord, please dispose of him swiftly. 3 seconds had already passed, and Lin Bei estimated that his mental energy could only sustain him for another 15 seconds. Thanks to the recent skill upgrade, if the Titan ape was not dealt with within those 15 seconds, he would truly be out of commission. However, all the void creatures had been defeated. Even if the Titan ape remained, it was of little consequence. As you wish. The Mountain Lord wasted no time and unleashed his most formidable skill. His claws struck the ground, causing fissures to surge towards the Titan ape, which quickly cast an arcane shield to enhance its chances of survival. Yet, as the ground cracked, the Titan ape inadvertently stepped into a void and was rigidly restrained in place. He realized that with his strength, he was unable to shatter the ground. This is impossible, unless the mountain deity has enhanced the hardness of the ground. Indeed, the mountain deity has indeed fortified the ground, for as the god of the mountains, he possesses such power. The sole purpose of this action is to forcibly restrain the Titan ape, rendering it an immobile target. The manifestation of the underlying magical form began to stir, and the claws radiated a golden luminescence. The onlookers, realizing the situation, exclaimed in unison, quickly, "Attack the boss." This indeed represents points. As long as damage is successfully inflicted, it can be converted into points. If they do not engage the boss, it would imply the imminent demise of the boss points. Some have painstakingly persevered to reach the world boss stage, solely to earn points from this formidable foe. Now it appears that if they do not act swiftly, the world boss may be vanquished. How will they then secure high scores or even attract the attention of those powerful factions, sanctuaries, or nations? With a thunderous roar, the tiger's howl devours the soul. The fierce growl of the tiger reverberates as its claws sweep through the air, instilling sheer terror in the immobile Titan demon ape. No. The Titan demon ape desperately shields its chest with its hands, attempting to deflect the fatal blow. In an instant, the heavens and earth shift, the winds howl violently, blinding all in attendance. When the crowd finally regains their senses, they discover that the upper half of the Titan demon ape has vanished completely. Simultaneously, a notification of -91,006 real damage appears where its head once resided. The ability to inflict over 90,000 points of true damage does not merely reflect the prowess of the Mountain King. Rather, it signifies that the Titan demon ape's health has dwindled to such an extent that it cannot diminish further. World boss encounters are unique. As long as one participates in the damage output, they are entitled to a proportionate share of experience points. However, this time, it seems they may face disappointment. The output leaderboard for the world boss reveals only one team, the explosive team, boasting an output rate of 100. In a single strike, they have annihilated the formidable level 20 world boss. Is there any justice left? Is there any law to uphold? Ah, you mentioned that the one who dispatched the boss is a level 30 red quality deity. Is that so? Then all is well. At this moment, everyone feels as though they have swallowed bitter gall, unable to articulate their grievances. Resentment? Certainly, as they contributed no damage. All was claimed by Lin Bei and his explosive team. Yet, there is also a sense of gratitude, for had it not been for Lin Bei and his companions, they might have fallen prey to the nefarious schemes of the Void cult, potentially becoming unwilling vessels for the Void monsters. Thus, the gazes directed towards Lin Bei and his team are imbued with a complex array of emotions. As the world boss is obliterated, its lower half gradually disintegrates into nothingness, causing the very fabric of reality to fracture. Ultimately, everyone is safely extracted from the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, at the entrance to the novice dungeon, all eyes are vigilant, closely guarding the scene. They were the first to receive news of the dungeon's anomalous changes, as the minions of the Void cult infiltrated the novice dungeon with primal Void monsters. It is conceivable that these emerging beings may have already been possessed and merged with the minions of the Void cult. For them, this undoubtedly constitutes a monumental loss. In the course of this year, one might assert that no prodigies could be nurtured. However, that would be a misjudgment. There are indeed exceptional talents, exemplified by the Battle Dragon squad. Fortunately, the squad was eliminated before confronting the world boss in the novice dungeon. Otherwise, they would have had to contend with the minions of the Void sect, perhaps even facing possession and fusion, leading them to the necessity of suppression or, worse yet, annihilation. Jiang City. This is the entrance to the novice dungeon. Everyone is filled with trepidation, particularly the members of various factions who vigilantly guard this area. Lin Xiong is heartbroken. After much effort, his son has finally eliminated the Dragon Battle squad, only to find that the world boss stage has been besieged by the Void sect. Doesn't this imply that the Lin family has lost an unparalleled prodigy? This is absolutely intolerable. Thus, the Lin family, led by the current patriarch Lin Zhantian, who is the father of Lin Long and Lin Xiong, as well as the grandfather of Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao, promptly issued a decree to openly target the Void sect. Although the Void sect has consistently faced suppression from people around the globe, their exceptional concealment skills have often rendered the efforts ineffective. However, with the Lin family at the forefront, publicly challenging the Void sect and announcing bounties, the entire realm of Blue Star has become abuzz with activity. A reward of 10,000 is offered for the elimination of a first-tier member of the Void sect, while second and third-tier members yield 50,000 and 100,000, respectively. For fourth and fifth-tier members, the reward escalates to 1 million and 5 million. Sixth and seventh-tier members command 10 million and 100 million. The bounty for eighth and ninth-tier members reaches a staggering 1 billion and 10 billion. Furthermore, the Lin family has pledged their utmost assistance in acquiring any necessary materials for those who vanquish a demigod-level entity from the Void sect. One might ponder why the Lin family is so incensed. It is undoubtedly due to the fact that both their granddaughter and grandson have awakened this year and participated in the novice dungeon. This journey has directly resulted in the Lin family suffering the loss of a granddaughter and a grandson, the granddaughter being a direct descendant of the main lineage. The anger is palpable. It is well known that Lin Miao Miao is the apple of Lin Zhantian's eye. A radiant light appeared, signifying the teleportation from the dungeon. Once the brilliance faded, aside from Lin Bei's explosive team, there emerged the Night Demon team, the Radiant team, and the Undying team. These four ranked among the very best. The rest had long been eliminated by teams from other regions prior to entering the World Boss Dungeon. Upon their emergence, before anyone could share their good fortune, a luminous aura suddenly enveloped the surrounding area. A colossal formation was thus generated, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. They were trapped, witnessing Lin Bei and his companions ensnared. The onlookers outside Jiang City breathed a sigh of relief, albeit their hearts were heavy with sorrow, for these were their promising talents. Also teleported was the Mountain Lord, who had yet to conclude his summoning by Lin Bei. At this moment, the Mountain Lord gazed around in confusion. But upon realizing that Lin Bei was ensnared within the formation, he erupted with fury. He is well aware of this formation, the Great Demon Trapping Array. This is a formation meticulously crafted by the human mages, possessing formidable capabilities to ensnare adversaries, rendering it nearly impossible to breach from within. The external maintenance of this formation is entrusted to none other than Wang Kuai, the Lord of Jiaqing, who resides at level 70 or above. What do these humans intend to do? Is the demon sealing array not designed to combat the void beasts? Why then, must it target Lin Bei and his companions? If Lin Bei and his group were to perish, wouldn't Tishan Jun's hard-won method of rapidly enhancing his strength be rendered futile? No. In an instant, the true form of Shan Jun, far away in Tianlong City, awakened. Summoning merely a fragment of his essence, it was but an additional perspective for him to command. Upon sensing the peril Lin Bei faced, he promptly returned to Jiang City. Like a dragon soaring through clouds and a tiger racing with the wind, Shan Jun traversed the skies, leaving a path that resembled the fury of a tempest. His sole purpose was to hasten back to Jiang City. Meanwhile, his fragment confronted others. Wow, what is happening? Wang Chongyang was taken aback, clearly astonished that he and his companions had safely emerged from the World Boss Challenge, only to find themselves ensnared in an array. If I am not mistaken, this is the Demon Sealing Array. One of the more academically inclined members of the Radiant Squad exclaimed in fear, pointing at the functioning array. The Demon Sealing Array was specifically established to counter the void beasts, capable of attacking from the outside while trapping those within. Without formidable strength exceeding that of the array's maintainers, it meant they could only remain ensnared. Surely, they do not mistake us for the scum of the void cult? The crowd gasped. No. Please. We are allies. Lord City Master. This is a grave misunderstanding. We are not possessed by the wretched scum of the void cult. One individual hastily clarified. Observers from the outside, witnessing the scene, shook their heads in sorrow. How pitiful these children are. They are among the finest in Jiang City. Yet they have fallen prey to those despicable beings. Cursed be the void cult. City Master, you know the scum of the void cult. Do not be deceived. Such situations had occurred in history, where a moment of compassion, coupled with an absence of visible change, led to the annihilation of an entire city. Even now, that city remains uninhabited, serving as a grim reminder of the void cult's malevolence and terror. Moreover, the void beasts possess an almost divine ability to conceal themselves. Even today, there is no effective method to discern them until they choose to reveal their true nature. However, there exists a single consolation. Once a void beast merges, it cannot extricate itself, binding it irrevocably. Additionally, void beasts possess a remarkable trait, immortality. Yet upon death, they transform into mindless, humanoid monsters, regaining sentience only after a substantial passage of time. The means to suppress these void beasts is straightforward: to subdue them. Those of great strength can suppress individually, while the weaker can be collectively subdued. Void beasts can enhance their power by absorbing the energy dissipated in the air. A unique array has been collaboratively devised by the deities to counteract this threat. The formation is named the Celestial Star Absorption Array. It possesses the ability to extract the energy absorbed by the ethereal entities within its confines, fortifying the array while simultaneously refining the surplus energy into energy stones. Upon hearing his assistant's reminder, Wang Kuai, initially hesitant, was suddenly consumed by a crimson rage. His eyes, suffused with blood, scanned the individuals sealed within, taking in the various factions and prominent families of Jiang City. Ladies and gentlemen, let us await the outcome before we act. Though it pains me, the greater good must prevail. Once the higher authorities have validated our findings, we shall act without hesitation. The records and footage from the novice dungeon are classified documents, not to be leaked or broadcasted live. Only members of the investigation team with proper clearance are entitled to access them. Only after the verification of the footage, confirming its integrity, can they be released. Children, should you have no issues, there will be compensation upon your release. Otherwise, Wang Kuai left the sentence unfinished. Yet all present understood the implications. The group fell silent, having barely escaped the clutches of the Void Sect, only to find themselves ensnared in this predicament. The avatar of the Mountain Lord had long since dissipated. After all, several seconds had elapsed. Lin Bei's expression reflected a sense of depletion. He casually retrieved a vial of energy potion to replenish his vitality. Lin Bei, what shall we do now? What can we do? We must patiently await our fate. The individuals outside possessed formidable strength, the weakest among them at level 50. Could they simply charge forth? At that moment, the Mountain Lord was still en route, having invoked the divine ability of cloud summoning to hasten his journey. Within Tianlong City, it was not just Jiang City, all across Longxia Kingdom. The awakened beings emerging from the World Boss Dungeon were similarly sealed within the demon confinement array. This was done to ensure that the investigation team could thoroughly ascertain the circumstances before determining their fates. At this juncture, the investigation team had arrived at the Novice Dungeon's archives. This is a specially established archive with a confidentiality level that ranks among the highest within the Alliance. It contains recordings of all individuals within the Novice Dungeon. Once the competition concludes, scores will be disclosed, and should anyone raise doubts, the recordings will be retrieved and made public upon obtaining the consent of the individuals involved, thereby silencing any dissent. Of course, with the advancement of technology, anyone wishing to access their Novice Dungeon recordings need only pay $1,000 to obtain the complete content of their footage, valid solely for that day. Those who consider themselves exceptionally skilled yet unfortunate may spend this sum to extract their recordings and subsequently present this documentation to join various factions, organizations, or sanctuaries. An AI system is employed to categorize and resolve this extensive workload across the nation with ease. At this moment, everyone is enduring a torturous wait, inwardly cursing the investigation team for their sluggish pace. It is astonishing that after such a prolonged period, no investigation has revealed whether any issues exist. In truth, upon viewing the live broadcast footage, the members of the investigation team felt as if they had consumed undercooked mushrooms. A mere glance at the live content was sufficient. The emergence of the primordial void creature behind the Titan ape, associated with the void cult, was already absurd enough. However, one individual in the crowd astonishingly summoned a level 30 red quality deity, the Mountain Lord. Is there any justice in this? With a single roar, all the primordial void creatures instantly dissipated. With one strike, the level 20 Titan ape was annihilated. This is indeed a world boss. Oh, you are a level 30 deity. That is quite extraordinary. Your good person summoned a level 30 deity at just level 6? In any case, this matter is utterly absurd, and even the investigation team feels somewhat at a loss, fearing that the cult of nihility possesses the ability to distort the live broadcast records. They promptly decided to report to the royal court for adjudication. Within Jiacheng, the explosive team, where Lin Bei resides, chose to sit down. Given the circumstances, it was better to rest properly. After the world boss was defeated, the vast experience was shared among all members of the explosive team. Their levels surged to level 11. They were just a smidgen of experience away from reaching level 12. With the elevation in levels, it was indisputable that all of Lin Bei's skills had also reached level 11. With the skill level, Lin Bei could confidently proclaim his superiority over the entire world. Even demigods were no match for him. After all, on the surface, the highest skill level possessed by any demigod was merely level 9. Perhaps deities possess skills above level 9, but they are no longer present to engage in this realm. How can one even compare? Every 10 levels, one gains 2 skill slots, which is a unique aspect of the benevolent class, compensating for the lack of offensive skills with a form of balance. Currently, Lin Bei has 3 skill slots available, allowing for the arrangement of enhancement, control, and purification skills. Additionally, every 10 levels, there is a chance to acquire a skill from his profession, and at level 45, he has the opportunity to obtain his first awakening skill. The skill Lin Bei acquired is named Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart level 11. All skill final benefits are further increased by 22 for the benevolent. Upon examining the skill's details, the 22-point enhancement seems rather outrageous. For instance, with Thorn Armor applied to Lin Bei, excluding the 10 points of final damage reduction under the blessing of Sacred Heart, the final damage reduction would escalate to 22. This is somewhat outrageous. As for the benevolent class, the probability of acquiring the Holy Heart skill is quite low. After reviewing the skill, Lin Bei opened his system backpack. The loot from world bosses is distributed according to output ratios, with a special award for individual best output. At this moment, Lin Bei's backpack quietly contained a secondary profession transfer certificate, an item known as the artifact customization blank, and a golden skill book. Not to mention, the mere presence of the artifact customization blank already constitutes an astonishing reward, and now he has stumbled upon a golden skill book as well. As for the secondary profession transfer certificate, it is not particularly rare. Defeating a level 10 boss generally yields a chance of dropping one. Upon glancing at the information on the system panel, it became evident that the reward for defeating the world boss was the golden skill book, while the artifact customization blank was awarded to Lin Bei for achieving the best output. Historically, the best output rewards have typically been limited to weapons of golden legendary quality. Yet, astonishingly, he was bestowed with a black quality artifact. Artifacts are equipment wielded by deities. It is indeed shocking to possess one at level 11. At this moment, Lin Bei discovered something remarkable. He had achieved an accomplishment. Boss Slayer. Source: first kill of a world boss, with a damage contribution of 100%. The world bosses are notoriously difficult to defeat, and throughout human history, even records from other races have failed to document anyone accomplishing such a feat. Although Lin Bei did not deal damage directly, the Mountain Lord was summoned by him, making it a valid contribution to his output. Is your reward also a golden skill book? Yes. The crowd erupted with excitement. This was an unprecedented reward, shattering historical records. Elevating the quality of skills to the golden tier demands substantial resources. Now, possessing a skill of golden quality meant that even a solo venture could yield remarkable achievements. Lin Bei nodded and withdrew the golden skill book to examine it. Resurrection. Lin Bei was taken aback. Throughout human history, only 6 resurrection skill books had been documented. To his astonishment, the reward from this world boss was indeed a resurrection skill book, and of golden quality. Without hesitation, he began the learning process. To hesitate even a second would be a disservice to such a prestigious resurrection skill. What skill book do you hold? Unless one physically possesses the book, others cannot discern its contents. Resurrection. Oh, so it is that. Is it truly resurrection? Do I jest for sustenance? Lin Bei cast a glance at Wang Chongyang. Just as the system notification chimed, ding, successful learning of resurrection. Ding, resurrection LV. 1 LV, 11. Predictably, Lin Bei's resurrection skill had successfully advanced to level 11. Resurrection LV. 11. Designate a target, not exceeding your own level by 50, whose death occurred no more than 1,024 days ago, and with an intact body. Consume 1,000 energy to resurrect them, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. Entry 1. Upon resurrection, restore all original states. Entry 2. Upon resurrection, gain an additional 30 attack power for 30 minutes. Entry 3. Even if the body is incomplete, resurrection is possible and it will be restored. Entry 4. Upon resurrection, gain a true shield with a maximum health limit of 100. Entry 5. Upon resurrection, enter a vengeful state, dealing triple damage to the target responsible for the death. After glancing at the details of the resurrection skill he had learned, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence. If this attribute data were to be exposed for others to see, one would inevitably condemn the individual for cheating. You suggest that the cheater is oneself? Then there is no issue at hand. A minor cheat does not count as cheating. Refinement of the attributes. Lin Bei engaged the refinement feature, applying it to attribute 2. After 9 consecutive refreshes, it resulted in either an increase in defense or a boost in speed. It seems that acquiring such advantageous attributes comes at the cost of some longevity. Upon reflection, Lin Bei suddenly thought of his cousin Lin Miao Miao. She had awakened as a fortunate traveler, and her core skill, Lucky Dispatch, could indeed augment one's luck. The combination of their abilities should prove quite advantageous. With another click, Lin Bei's attribute interface expanded before him. Upon resurrection, he would receive a permanent increase of 20 health points, along with an enchanted status that allowed damage dealt to convert into true damage. It became clear to him what the specified attribute entailed. Pondering thoughtfully, Lin Bei stroked his chin and soon noticed one particular attribute, prompting him to select it immediately. Attribute 2. Transform a single target into all targets within a 100-meter radius. This meant that the single resurrection spell had now transformed into a mass resurrection spell. As long as the targets he selected were within 100 meters, they could all be revived. The chosen attributes were designed for maximum benefit. Lin Bei glanced at his current attributes. Aside from the second one he had just selected, the others had yet to reach their maximum potential. However, limitations still existed. Although the spell had evolved into a mass resurrection, the energy consumed would also increase with the number of individuals. Reviving 1 would cost 1,000 energy points, while reviving 10 would require 10,000. This is not something that Lin Bei can currently afford. Taking out the artifact prototype, Lin Bei clicked to select. The artifact prototype allows for weapon customization, and Lin Bei naturally began to choose a weapon that suited him, a flute. After all, Lin Bei had a fondness for music. Just imagine, during the chill of heights, taking out the flute to play would be an incredibly impressive scene. Customization options: support, survival, cooldown, and enhancement. Ding, weapon customization in progress. In an instant, the pitch-black prototype in Lin Bei's hand unexpectedly radiated a dazzling array of colors. The aura of divine power and void energy erupted from it. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, it transformed into a flute that perfectly matched Lin Bei's ideals. As it fell into Lin Bei's hand, he weighed it thoughtfully. Aha! A vibrant green color, coupled with a texture reminiscent of spirit jade. Its tail featured a dark tassel, with the character Lin faintly visible upon it. Naming it, Baishin Flute. Upon seeing the appearance of the flute, Lin Bei promptly named it. Baishin Flute, Artifact, Quality, Black Equipment Level, LV. 10 Attack, 200 Magic Attack, 300 Effect 1. Depending on the melody played, it amplifies different attributes for allied units within earshot, primarily focusing on mental locking, not limited to parties. Effect 2. During the playing phase, the user cannot move and is in an unselectable state. Effect 3. Based on the melody's effects, it provides a cooldown reduction for ally skills. Effect 4. The user's cooldown is reduced by 40. Collect specific materials to upgrade its level. Attribute 1. Increases the upper limit of the user's skill enhancements by 10. Attribute 2. Increases the user's energy recovery speed by 500. Attribute 3. The user can move unaffected by Effect 2. Attribute 4. While playing, the user is not subject to any control effects when using skills, highest priority. Attribute 5. While playing, enemy units experience a 10 decrease in all statuses. Attribute 6. While playing, enemy units have a 1 chance of being silenced for 1 second, with a trigger time of 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completing the melody, the user's skill cooldowns reset. After examining the effects of the Baishin Flute, Lin Bei fell into silence. He understood that from this moment forth, he would soar. Possessing the golden quality resurrection spell, along with the attribute for group resurrection, was enough to establish Lin Bei as a strategic talent and focal point for the entire Longsha Kingdom, an indispensable support for dungeon raids. After all, powerful output had seen many ascend to divinity over the centuries in Longsha, yet formidable support was exceedingly rare. The reason being that the leveling of support skills was relatively slow. To advance to level 6 required a so-called enlightenment, which was notoriously difficult to trigger. Enlightenment pills existed, but they belonged to the realm of the divine, with very few in circulation. Even if a deity crafted them, passing them down was a formidable challenge. Thus, Lin Bei's golden quality resurrection spell could rightfully be deemed the foremost divine art of the age. In addition to this golden quality resurrection spell, Lin Bei now possessed an artifact of significant strength. With the required materials, it could be upgraded, allowing it to serve him for a lifetime. Artifacts possess their own spiritual essence. Aside from Lin Bei, the Baishin Flute could not be used without his consent. Even a demigod would find it impossible to wield. Alternatively, it could be destroyed and reforged, but artifacts are notoriously resilient to destruction, with few means capable of achieving such a feat. Lin Bei, what weapon is this? Exclaimed Wang Chongyang, utterly astonished. Initially, he intended to share his own joy over a golden quality skill, but upon seeing the Baishin Flute in Lin Bei's hands, his desire to boast evaporated. The Baishin Flute, an artifact, is my personal exclusive. Lin Bei thought for a moment and added, it was a personal reward from defeating a world boss with a 100 output rate. This operation is replicable, yet it is a feat that few can accomplish. Firstly, it involves confronting the world boss solely relying on one's personal abilities without any enhancements. In this regard, not only the nation of Longsha, but even the myriad other races throughout the realms would find it impossible to achieve such a task, rendering any claims made in this context rather inconsequential. However, one might inquire about the attributes, for what we have here is a divine artifact. Such equipment is typically wielded by deities themselves. Even among demigods, it is rare to see them equipped with divine artifacts. Lin Bei, merely a newly awakened individual like the rest, surprisingly possesses a divine artifact. Is this a person? Could it be that they have truly awakened? What? You mean this individual is on our team? Then there is nothing to worry about. After all, double standards are a commonplace occurrence. Very well. But are you not concerned about being disheartened? Not at all. Lin Bei nodded, transmitting the information regarding the Bai Xian flute to Wang Chongyang's information panel. Silence. An enduring silence. Wang Chongyang sat quietly in the corner, seemingly drained of color. The others nearby naturally witnessed this unfolding, and upon hearing that Lin Bei possessed an artifact, they were engulfed in envy and jealousy. Why is that? Clearly, they are all newly awakened individuals, yet the best quality they possess is merely LV5. And that is still green. How is it that you already have an artifact in your possession? Is this in the river? Upon hearing that this was a personal achievement reward of 100%, they were reminded of the scene with the world boss in the novice dungeon. Naturally, it is in the river. With such strength, even if Lin Bei were to ascend to divinity in an instant, they would not be surprised. The onlookers outside, tasked with maintaining order and awaiting Lin Bei's verdict, were momentarily stunned by his actions. What did they witness? A manifestation of celestial phenomena? The first appearance of a divine artifact is often accompanied by such extraordinary signs. However, due to being sealed by the demon-trapping array, the manifestation was rather subtle. Yet, they perceived it quite clearly. A divine artifact. This Lin Bei unexpectedly possesses a divine artifact. Is this truly what someone of his stature should possess? For a moment, those with avaricious thoughts entertained a flicker of hope. However, as soon as he recalled Lin Bei's identity, that hope swiftly dissipated. Did they not see Lin Xiong, his father, vigilantly guarding the perimeter of the formation? Should he dare to take action, his demise would be all but certain. Thus, they could only wait to ascertain whether Lin Bei and his companions were indeed the enigmatic figures of the Void Sect. Perhaps, but even so, with their prowess, they could not hope to grasp the divine artifact. Artifacts without a master essentially belong to the state. Unless one can claim ownership, they are, without a doubt, the property of the nation. Lin Xiong, do you believe this could be a divine artifact? The emergence of such artifacts is invariably accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. This is common knowledge for anyone who has attended school. Although they had never had the opportunity to witness a divine artifact manifest, it remains a part of legend. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that this insufferable brat poses no threat. Divine artifacts are particularly effective against the Void Sect's void creatures. Divine power and void energy are inherently conflicting forces. In fact, one could argue that they are incompatible with all forms of power. It is merely that divine power exhibits a stronger repulsion. Should a void creature from the Void Sect dare to wield a divine artifact, it would inevitably suffer from the corrosive effects of the divine power contained within. At that point, there would be no need for them to intervene. The very divine power emanating from the artifact would suffice to vanquish the void creature. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei brandishing what appeared to be a divine artifact, they breathed a sigh of relief. It is not only Lin Xiong who thinks this way, but also a number of senior officials from Jiangqing, including Wang Kuahai. Within the confines of the seal, Lin Bei opened the system backpack and retrieved the secondary profession certificate dropped by the world boss. The secondary profession certificate is randomly dropped. Yet there are some formidable secondary professions. For instance, the divine craftsman. It is said that as the skill level of a divine craftsman increases alongside their own level, they can even forge divine artifacts. Currently, the Dragon Summer Kingdom boasts a main character with the secondary profession of divine craftsman. This is indeed a figure of strategic significance. Although the creation of divine artifacts remains unattainable at present, it is rumored that this individual has successfully crafted equipment of semi-divine caliber. Alas, the success rate is rather disheartening. Out of 100 attempts, perhaps only one may succeed. However, the acceptance of losses is feasible as long as at least one item is successfully forged. In addition to the divine craftsman, there are formidable secondary professions such as the sage of medicine, the celestial enchanter, and the master of enhancement. Nevertheless, in stark contrast to these powerful secondary vocations, the prevalence of ordinary professions is astonishing, reaching a staggering 99. If one finds dissatisfaction with their primary vocation and its core skills, it may be worth taking a gamble on a random secondary profession certificate. This represents the sole opportunity for an ordinary individual to undergo transformation. The random vocational credentials are exorbitantly priced, costing 1 million each. However, due to the nature of randomness, any subprofession may potentially emerge. Once utilized, the option becomes irrevocable, making the selection of a subprofession a matter of grave importance. At this moment, Lin Bei gazed silently at the vocational credential in his possession. What is the matter? Rabbit Schwer, filled with joy over her newly acquired golden quality skill, was eager to share her delight but noticed Lin Bei's contemplative demeanor as he stared ahead. No, he was actually looking at the system panel. After all, without permission. The system panel is invisible to others. No, I believe it is time for me to pursue a sub-profession. Do you have a vocational credential? Rabbit Shui was taken aback, surprised at how quickly it had come into his possession. Indeed, Lin Bei replied with a nod, transmitting the information about the vocational credential to Rabbit Shui. Receiving it, Rabbit Shui fell into silence for a moment, before casting a lingering glance at Lin Bei. Dog. Rabbit Shui's panel displayed, vocational credential, versatile apprentice. Versatile apprentice, green, capable of learning skills from all sub-professions. Upon mastering 6 skills from different sub-professions and elevating them to LV6, one automatically advances to versatile scholar, blue. Although the elevation of a versatile apprentice's quality is somewhat challenging, its strength is undeniable. As long as Lin Bei seeks instruction from those possessing formidable sub-professions, it is tantamount to acquiring a sub-profession without cost. For an ordinary person, obtaining such a profession may prove difficult. But is it challenging for Lin Bei? Not in the least. After all, he is backed by the Lin family. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's vocational transfer credential, Rabbit Shui's already crimson eyes glimmered with even more fervor. Lin Bei chuckled. Why hoard good fortune without flaunting it? Pretending to be humble is only for those whose abilities do not permit such displays. He, Lin Bei, lives his life openly and freely, needing no facade. It's a jest. With the support of the Lin family, he frequently engages in generosity, fostering relationships with his peers. After all, the more friends one has, the better. Ultimately, you become the center of the universe. Anyone wishing to challenge you must consider your network. Learning. Ding. Sub-profession activated successfully, transitioning to versatile apprentice, acquiring skill learning. Ding. Learning LV. 1 LV. 11. Lin Bei? While he had speculated that all his skills could be elevated to match his own level, he presumed that this limitation applied solely to his main profession. He never anticipated that such an unrelated domain as a sub-profession could also adhere to this principle. Evidently, Lin Bei had slightly underestimated his own prowess. Truly, it is no surprise that his current achievements are a testament to his relentless diligence. Learning LV. 11. Green, capable of acquiring skills from other sub-professions with an increased success rate for comprehension. Entry 1. Mental strength increased by 10. Besides possessing self-advancing quality sub-professions, other sub-professions can also utilize profession-enhancing stones for elevation. This item is indeed far more precious than skill enhancement stones. If one considers that a green skill enhancement stone could fetch $1 million in the market, then a professional enhancement stone could command a starting price of $10 million, or even reach a staggering $100 million. After all, a successful professional awakening yields only white quality. Moreover, once the quality of the profession is elevated, not only does the overall value increase, but one also gains an additional vacant skill slot, with the possibility of comprehending skills inherent to that profession. This is a matter of existence on the same tier. Both are demigods at level 90. However, one possesses a mere white quality, while the other boasts a green quality. Despite their equal levels, the disparity in quality inevitably leads to one being outclassed. In the myriad realms, even professions of purple quality are a rarity, underscoring the formidable challenge of elevating one's professional quality. Unless one enters a legacy dungeon, the prospect of enhancing professional quality remains virtually unattainable. Lin Bei cast a glance at the effects of Trait 1. Following his successful job change, his mental acuity had surged to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, he opted for a refinement process, eager to explore the potential choices available. After 10 refinements, he examined the maximum possible benefits. Ultimately, Lin Bei chose to embrace the ability of multitasking. Skill level 11, green. This enables the learning of skills from other sub-professions, significantly enhancing the success rate of comprehension. Trait 1. Multitasking. This is an exceptional trait. Multitasking not only applies to the learning and crafting of sub-professions but also to combat. At times, one must pay attention to teammates' health. But it is all too easy to overlook the status of others. The essential duty of a support role is to remain vigilant regarding teammates' conditions and ensure their safety. Unless one possesses formidable mental strength capable of distributing focus, there will invariably be areas neglected in normal circumstances. Thus, a support character adept in micromanagement and endowed with powerful supportive skills can become the linchpin of a team. As the adage goes, a steadfast support is the foundation, while damage dealers are as transient as the flowing water. In the vast realms, output is never in short supply. Just consider the awakened individuals from Jiangqing, where damage dealers account for a staggering 90, while support is a mere 10. Among them, those with potent core skills and support are astonishingly scarce. Truly, powerful support capable of executing micromanagement is exceedingly rare. Thus emerged the notion of a steadfast auxiliary supporting the main character. After all, during the exploration of dungeons and the tackling of special instances, these auxiliaries serve as indispensable and permanent fixtures. While Lin Bei was reflecting on the gains from this venture, others were also tallying their rewards from the novice dungeon. Although their loot did not match the strength of Lin Bei and his companions, they at least received a participation prize from the world boss encounter. To suggest they contributed nothing is preposterous. Even in a casual match, their presence counted. Therefore, every participating team was entitled to a share of the rewards. However, rather than labeling it a participation prize, it would be more apt to call it a consolation prize, a white-quality skill book, shrouded in mystery with an unknown skill. The potential for what skill it might yield rests solely on luck. In contrast to Lin Bei's extraordinary team members, who received not only golden quality skills but also abilities specifically suited to their respective classes. This is the chasm that lies between the two. The external world, in an instant, transformed dramatically. The skies over the entire Jiang city were shrouded in ominous clouds, and suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if a cataclysmic disaster had descended upon the land. Sensing the anomaly, the high-ranking officials of Jiang City began to heighten their vigilance, bracing themselves to confront any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed from the heavens, its resounding timbre compelling some of the weaker souls present to instinctively cover their ears. Alas, mere ear covering could not quell the force of that sound. Strangely, this roar resonated solely in the vicinity of the demon binding array, leaving other parts of Jiang City untouched. Had it not been for this singular roar, the glassware throughout the city would have undoubtedly shattered under the immense sonic wave. Ordinary citizens, especially the frail awakeners, would surely perish amid such a terrifying cacophony. Who could it be? Who dares to assault the stronghold of Longxia Nation? Do they not fear the retribution of Longxia Nation? Wang Kuai, grappling with the unexpected pressure, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What of Longxia Nation? If they target loyal subjects like you, then a mere Longxia Nation is hardly a concern." The tiger's roar resounded once more, yet this time it was accompanied by the voice of the Mountain Lord. From beneath the darkened sky, where the clouds loomed, it appeared as if night had enveloped all. As a shaft of light pierced through the clouds, the figure of the Mountain Lord emerged, commanding the clouds to part, drawing the attention of the people of Jiang City. A tiger, a beast, a monstrous creature is attacking the city. Below in Jiang City, many ordinary citizens and feeble awakeners were struck with panic upon witnessing the formidable stature of the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord, however, paid no heed to the common folk, nor did he intend to instill fear within them. Descending from the heights, his colossal form stretched 100 meters tall and over 300 meters long. His muscles were sinewy, with an astonishingly low body fat percentage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the contours of the muscles upon his form. Anyone who dared to meet the gaze of the Mountain Lord would instinctively bow their heads. Divine beings, unworthy of direct sight. This is the inherent aura and characteristics bestowed by the divine. Even when suppressed by the Mountain Lord, it remains ever present. The imposing figure of the Mountain Lord looms beside the great demon confinement array, gazing intently at Wang Kuai. At this moment, Wang Kuai feels a tingling sensation across his scalp. He has also discerned the level of the Mountain Lord. LV 82 Mountain Lord Tiger Roar, Divine, Red Quality. A deity. This is truly a living deity. No, it should be referred to as a deity from the lower realms. As for the Mountain Lord, this is his first encounter. Although he was aware that such divine beings might inhabit this world, most are merely those minor gods of incense and offerings, typically invisible without special means. Yet now, a mountain god has manifested before him, taking the form of a vividly colored, majestic tiger. The sheer size and terrifying musculature of the creature make it evident that it is not to be trifled with, especially considering its divine title. This is a realm where deities tread, a living god indeed. I dare to inquire, O Mountain Lord, what is your true intention? Despite the weight of pressure upon him, Wang Kuai, the Lord of Jiacheng, could not suppress his confusion. As a towering figure, should he not step forth in this moment rather than let others substitute for him? Within this enchanted prison lies a friend of the Mountain Lord. How could you dare to ensnare the companions of the Mountain Lord within such a confining spell? How shall this grievance be settled? A friend? These are merely a group of newly awakened children. How could they possibly be friends with a deity such as yourself? No, that cannot be. He distinctly recalls that after invoking the demon confinement array, a colossal tiger did indeed manifest beside them. Yet, it lingered for but a fleeting second before vanishing, leaving him to wonder if he had merely imagined it. However, it appears that he was not mistaken after all. There truly exists a companion of the Mountain Lord among them. And, without a doubt, it is that young lad from the Lin family, Lin Bei. What on earth is this young man up to? With so many friends, could it be that wealth truly enables one to amass a multitude of companions? Wang Kuai pondered deeply. Not only Wang Kuai, but the people of Jiangsheng were also lost in thought, including Lin Xiong. He was aware of his son's extravagant behavior. And given their family's considerable fortune, he allowed Lin Bei the freedom to indulge in such frivolities. However, he never anticipated that this divine being would also be among his son's acquaintances. When did his son's circle of friends attain such lofty status? Although the Mountain Lord appeared ready to engage in combat, he was still capable of rational discourse. Otherwise, he could have easily shattered the core maintaining the formation instead of merely confronting them. Mountain Lord, you are mistaken. We have temporarily confined these children for their own safety. Soon, Wang Kuai expressed his inner concerns alongside the considerations of the state. The Mountain Lord, although irate at their treatment of his precious treasure, was still reasonable. Moreover, having been raised in the Dragon Summer Kingdom by a beautiful caretaker, he harbored fondness for the realm. Thus, upon hearing Wang Kuai's predicament, he softened, gradually reducing his form until he resembled an ordinary tiger. Humph. Then let us swiftly uncover the truth. With my divine presence. How could they possibly be influenced by those rabble? Divine power vehemently rejects the forces of void. During the integration process, any interference from divine energy could lead to failure. Therefore, in the novice world S-Boss dungeon, with the Mountain Lord's endorsement, there was no need to worry about being affected by the Void Cult's miscreants. Yet, when the Mountain Lord mentioned the Void Cult, his expression was one of barely contained fury, for his beloved caretaker had possessed the strength to challenge the divine. However, due to the Void Cult's interference, she was lost. As a result, he became the sole legitimate mountain god of the Blue Star, distinct from the incense gods. Regrettably, the Void Cult's ability to conceal themselves was formidable. Even the world consciousness could not detect them until they revealed themselves, let alone the Mountain Lord. Though he was a deity, he was merely an 82-level tiger bearing the title of a true god. Yes, time has passed, and results will soon follow. Moreover, once we emerge, their compensation will be substantial. The Mountain Lord nodded in satisfaction, directing his gaze toward Lin Bei, who was ensnared in the demon-binding array. Lin Bei, fear not, for I am here. They shall not harm you. Should they dare to threaten you, I can whisk you away from the Blue Star. We are indeed good friends. The Blue Star serves as the nexus of myriad realms, a transit point to other worlds. With the Mountain Lord's strength, transporting someone to alternate realms would be effortless. Faced with such courtesy, the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. My lord, might you consider your divine stature? Your demeanor evokes thoughts of a sycophant. The disparity between the Mountain Lord's current appearance and his earlier demeanor was striking. Were it not for the fact that they were indeed the same entity, one might suspect a switch had occurred. Very well, thank you for your kindness, Mountain Lord. Lin Bei nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This is quite good. I have gained another friend. However, Lin Bei was curious as to why the Mountain Lord treated him with such deference. Could it be a result of his abilities? After all, during the previous summons, the Mountain Lord's temperament had varied, and following the third summon, his tone had turned gentler. Now, in their fourth encounter, he appeared in his true form. His voice imbued with warmth that sent shivers down one's spine. Goodness, is this truly a deity? For a moment, even some of the awakened who revered the divine began to wonder if they had placed too much faith in the gods. Hiki, if possible, might you summon me more often? The Mountain Lord's voice was somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Yet this girl possessed the strength to move mountains and dominate the world. Indeed, the Mountain Lord was female, though her voice was somewhat rugged. Just moments prior, after Lin Bei concluded the summoning, the Mountain Lord's avatar dissipated, returning to her own form. Unlike the previous enhancement of 1%, this time her overall strength surged by an astonishing 23%. Thus, her power ascended to a new level. Having experienced such a marvelous avenue of advancement, the Mountain Lord was determined to cling to Lin Bei's leg. Despite Lin Bei's current weakness, being merely at level 11 with a white-quality profession, this was but a temporary state. Even in his present frailty, he could still elevate her overall power by 23%. What concept is this, after all? Even a mere 1% enhancement would be sufficient to drive all deities to madness, not to mention the exceedingly exaggerated 23%. The Imperial Court. Here lies the Imperial City, centrally located in Tianlong City, where those who dwell possessed the power to influence the realm of Longxia and humanity as a whole. General Xin Yuanfingbua, a figure of divine might, personally arrived at the royal court to meet the current sovereign of Longxia, Long Batian. Although Long Batian appears to be a man in his 40s, his true age surpasses 150 years. His prowess has reached the pinnacle of the semi-divine realm. Yet he fell victim to a treacherous incident a century ago, leading to his demise within a shadowy realm. Consequently, he can only rely on his own cultivation for gradual enhancement of his strength. Fortunately, beings of the semi-divine tier have nearly solidified their divine forms, allowing them to effortlessly extend their lifespans for billions of years. The reason he maintains a youthful countenance is, of course, to preserve his authority. Excellent. Excellent. The assembly erupted in applause after viewing the footage from the recent novice world boss instance. Is this young man, who summoned the Mountain Lord's avatar, the one who defeated the dragon squad led by Yao Yao? Indeed, Your Majesty. It is thanks to this young lad that this year's crop of geniuses has avoided a complete collapse. While this is due to the early elimination of the dragon squad, which was undeniably the foremost team of prodigies. Despite the unforeseen emergence of Lin Bei, aside from him, only the shield warrior in the squad warranted a glance. Yet, this very team, with Lin Bei's unexpected participation, managed to eliminate the dragon squad and, in the face of the Void Sect's sinister machinations, broke the deadlock, securing the safety of all. Now that it has been confirmed that no unforeseen events have occurred, let us release everyone. Remember, they must be compensated. Furthermore, I shall personally visit Jiang City. Your Majesty, is this truly necessary? Just then, the director of the education department, responsible for overseeing educational matters, was about to speak. But Long Batian did not allow him to continue. There is no need for further discussion. Such prodigies, barring any accidents, are destined to ascend to divinity. When that time comes, our human race shall gain another powerful being of divine stature. Though ascending to divinity necessitates a journey to the so-called upper realm to confront even more formidable void creatures, if the opportunity arises. The once-in-a-century Day of Divine Descent can provide humanity with additional resources. The Day of Divine Descent signifies the divine compassion for all beings, wherein unnecessary resources are bestowed upon us. However, such bestowals are limited in quota. The greater the energy contained within the bestowed resources, the more energy will be consumed. This is, thus far, the most effective method for direct communication with the divine. It is not that they are unwilling to bestow resources. Rather, the act of sending them requires the activation of a domain gate. The delivery of items similarly necessitates the consumption of energy from the domain gate, which can only be accumulated over a century to successfully open once. With Long Batian's words, all present have come to realize the high hopes he harbors for the youth named Lin Bei. He has already been proclaimed as possessing the potential to achieve divinity. Despite their formidable strength, having reached semi-divine status or even the 9th tier, the path to becoming a deity is far from simple. First, one must elevate their level to 99, and then expel the void energy within, consolidating the divine physique. The divine body inherently repels void energy, and the so-called experience is merely a fusion of void energy with a certain power from order, hastening their ascended strength. Therefore, to attain divinity, one must eliminate the dross of experience from within. Should they succeed, they can step into the 100th level of divinity, unlocking the gate to the divine realm above, entering that realm for cultivation and confronting the void monsters. This implies that among 100 demigods, only a handful are likely to ascend to the divine realm. One need only observe that, despite centuries of time and an exceptionally efficient advancement rate, there remain merely dozens of deities, which speaks volumes about the inherent difficulty. The assessment results indicated that the populace had not been influenced by the Void Sect. Consequently, the expressions of the city lords overseeing the novice dungeons across various major cities were filled with exhilaration. Furthermore, in light of this compensation, it was decided to grant the awakened individuals the liberty to choose to join the Su and Elling army, while those who opt not to join will still receive a skill of blue quality. This reward does not belong to the upper echelons of the rankings. It is a unique form of compensation designated solely for them. Jiang Cheng, upon receiving the news, promptly disbanded the demon confinement array, and his countenance visibly softened. After all, he had been the sole maintainer of the array, and the prolonged effort had taken a considerable toll. As he elucidated the details of the compensation, the awakened teams in Jiangqing were instantly stirred with excitement. The Xianlong Army, that is an elite force within the Dragon Summer Kingdom. It is said that the selection process is exceedingly stringent, and not everyone possesses the qualifications to join. Although they were granted the freedom to join the Qianlong army as a form of compensation, this opportunity hinged upon their ability to pass the army's rigorous tests. Should they fail, they would forfeit this privilege and could only resort to obtaining a blue quality skill book. For Lin Bei, he opted directly for the blue quality skill book. They had finally graduated. Awakening now signified their entry into society. To progress further, they would need to align themselves with some faction, organization, sanctuary, or enlist in the military. These are all avenues through which one can continue to enhance their strength and acquire greater knowledge. Lin Bei is inherently a member of the Lin family, representing a significant power. Thus, the decision to join the Qianlong army is of little consequence to him. Given this, he might as well opt for a skill book of blue quality. Lin Bei, a familiar voice echoed, belonging to Lin Xiong. Father, what is it? Well done. Lin Xiong exclaimed, embracing Lin Bei's shoulders with a smile. It was a genuine smile, one that had not graced his face for a long time since that fateful incident. 10 years ago, when Lin Bei was but 8 years old, the family embarked on a journey to a realm known as the Natural Continent. This world was one of the principal habitats of the Elven race. While there were native humans residing within the Natural Continent, it is a misconception that only Blue Star is home to humanity. Other worlds have their human inhabitants as well. However, unlike other realms, Blue Star's spiritual energy has been sealed, leading it down the path of technology. Even in this current era of universal awakening, the populace has not forsaken technological advancement, but rather integrated both realms, embarking on a journey termed spiritual technology. The family had initially planned to visit Lin Bei's mother's hometown, hoping to reconnect with his grandfather. Unfortunately, an unforeseen calamity severed the ties between his mother and the father-son duo forever. The attack by the cult of nihility. Indeed, the other world faced an onslaught from the cult of nihility. During the evacuation, Lin Bei's mother, Emily Shang, was compelled to return to assist due to the assault on her hometown, resulting in the destruction of the interdimensional portal by the cult's minions. Thus, the two worlds became irretrievably disconnected. Naturally, this led to the family's separation, becoming a lifelong sorrow for Lin Xiong, igniting his deep-seated hatred for the cult of nihility. This is one of the reasons why the Lin family has taken such actions this time, not merely due to Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao, but also because of Lin Xiong's strong advocacy. Haha, who am I? I am Lin Bei. Lin Bei accepted his father's praise without reservation, prompting Lin Xiong to kick him playfully. You rascal, how shameless. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of relief. If anything were to happen to Lin Bei, he was uncertain of the reckless measures he might take. Perhaps he would indeed hear of some obscure cult, and, disregarding all caution, charge in with a bomb powerful enough to obliterate a world, seeking mutual destruction. Rest assured, father, my abilities are quite formidable. At the very least, self-preservation is assured. As he spoke, Lin Bei shared his status information with Lin Xiong, reassuring him. Lin Xiong shook his head with a smile. Although he was astonished that Lin Bei could summon a deity like the Mountain Lord, he pondered, could it really be just a level 11? Are you serious about your level? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to level 11 in a novice dungeon. Their small team had undoubtedly shattered that record. It was likely that no one had ever achieved this before, nor would they easily do so in the future. If one were to monopolize the experience, what level would that reach? Level 15? Perhaps. When Lin Xiong saw Lin Bei's skills and equipment, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. After rubbing his eyes and confirming the reality, he gazed at Lin Bei with a complex expression. Have you been cheating? He leaned in closer and whispered, where did you get that cheat? It's built in. It's not for sale. TSK. Lin Xiong couldn't help but click his tongue, clearly feeling a bit regretful. Remember, don't carelessly expose your status. You are still too weak. Although he knew Lin Bei could summon the Mountain Lord, he also understood that such summoning likely wouldn't last long. Moreover, due to Lin Bei's class characteristics, he was unable to learn offensive skills, only those devoid of damage. This ultimately resulted in his lack of offensive capabilities. Indeed, the Mountain Lord is formidable, capable of overwhelming the current multitude. However, Lin Xiong discerned that the summoned Mountain Lord was merely a manifestation, a mere shadow of its true self. Perhaps, in the future, as Lin Bei's strength ascends, the potential could be realized, but certainly not in the present. The absence of offensive means signifies that Lin Bei requires a team to supplement his output. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of this fact. His lack of offensive skills meant a deficiency in overall damage output. While he could acquire numerous skills to enhance his self-preservation, the absence of potent offensive abilities signified an inability to sustain a campaign of aggression, allowing adversaries to perpetually find opportunities to threaten Lin Bei's life. This implies that Lin Bei requires a team to compensate for the shortcomings of inconsistent output. Fortunately, the Lin family is not lacking in wealth or resources. Short on materials? Quite simple. As long as one knows where to procure them, money can pave the way. Do you need me to assemble a team for you? After a brief moment of silence, Lin Xiong extracted a cigarette branded Longxiao from his pocket and placed it between his lips, with a flick of his right index finger. He ignited it with a flickering purple flame. Despite having a system space, Lin Xiong opted to keep the cigarette in his pocket, perhaps finding it more convenient that way. I don't believe that will be necessary. I intend to form a team on my own. Very well. Do let me know if you require assistance. Of course. It is not in Lin Bei's nature to toil away when the family possesses influence. Upon my return, I shall prepare skill enhancement stones and class advancement stones for you. The purple ones are contingent upon circumstances and are somewhat challenging to acquire. Purple enhancement stones pertain to strategic resources and are generally not available to the public, unless one has made significant contributions to exchange for them through military merit. One must rely on luck to farm dungeons and defeat bosses for drops. Enhancement stones above purple can only be obtained from dungeon farming, while blue ones are likely to drop from special or higher-level dungeons. Lin Xiong plans to assist Lin Bei in applying for a purple class advancement stone. He previously safeguarded everyone in the Novice World Boss dungeon from the Void Cult's attack, thwarting their nefarious plans. Coupled with the contributions made by the Lin family over the years, he stands a good chance of obtaining it. As for the purple skill enhancement stones, the family still possesses some, but the golden ones are unlikely to be found. Even the vast Lin family has no stock left. Whatever they had has already been utilized. Unless news arises of someone auctioning them, it would be quite difficult to acquire. That suffices. Do not worry, father. Once I grow stronger, I will surely be able to retrieve mother. Lin Bei smiled as he patted Lin Xiong's shoulder, observing his contemplative expression. Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and chuckled. He felt that, since that incident, he had never felt such joy in the past decade. The last time he felt this way was perhaps during the previous occasion. All right, I shall rely on you then. If you need any skills, do not hesitate to ask. I will procure them for you. Although the Lin family has branched out, they have only recently separated from the main household, whose patriarch, Lin Zhantian, happens to be Lin Bei's grandfather. Thus, despite the division, it does not alter the fact that Lin Bei remains an important member of the Lin family. Lin Bei opened his skill panel and began to assess his needs. For enhancement skills, while he lacked in healing, he only possessed a single target healing spell. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, one healing spell would prove insufficient. He also found himself lacking in control abilities and in applying debuff effects on enemies. Consequently, the remaining 2 skill slots might not suffice. However, if he could successfully apply for the purple class advancement stone, it would grant him an additional 6 skill slots. Indeed, this is the peculiar advantage of a benevolent individual, while others unlock a skill slot at level 10 and gain 1 additional slot upon class advancement. Lin Bei possesses an extra skill slot. Theoretically, a normal class could achieve up to 21 skills by advancing from a normal class to a divine level and elevating their skills to the rumored colorful tier. But that remains merely a theoretical limit. A standard class has a chance to acquire 1 skill per 10 levels, in addition to a probability of obtaining an awakened skill at level 45. Yet, 21 skill slots are not Lin Bei's ceiling. 46 represents his theoretical limit. This is the peculiar nature of the benevolent. My abilities, cast upon you. As long as my skills abound, the period of vacuum is virtually non-existent. This remains the primary profession, excluding any secondary occupations. Were secondary professions included, Lin Bei would dare not even imagine it. However, at present, Lin Bei has yet to ascend to divinity, merely at level 11. Thus, he currently possesses no available slots. Upon returning, he hopes to acquire a purple profession upgrade stone, which would enable the unlocking of an additional 6 slots. Therefore, Lin Bei can calculate based on the selection of 6 skill books: enhancement, debilitation, control, restoration, and collective endurance. After sharing his thoughts with Lin Xiong nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure you obtain it." Furthermore, the city lord has a matter to discuss with you, likely concerning the national rewards. After all, you have valiantly rescued numerous compatriots and thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Void Sect. A reward is undoubtedly warranted. Nodding in affirmation, Lin Bei proceeded to summon the others. First, they would settle the resources acquired this time, distributing them accordingly, as the bounty from this endeavor was indeed substantial. The Shadow Hunters, upon vanquishing these void creatures, leave behind the most concentrated essence of void energy in certain parts of their bodies, which can be referred to as materials. These materials may be utilized for forging weapons, concocting potions, or inscribing formations. The Lin family, being involved in this domain, is naturally entrusted with its management. Shortly thereafter, the total of 150,000 alliance coins was calculated. This is primarily due to the fact that most of their materials belong to the boss. Once the alliance currency was distributed, it was subdivided based on the equipment and skills acquired by each individual. Ultimately, Tu Shuer found herself in debt to the tune of 2 million, while others received over 200,000 alliance currency. Lin Bei, however, had no debts. He provided his share on the spot, for he was never in want of money. His indifference towards wealth was evident, as he often engaged in the act of distributing currency to forge friendships. What are your thoughts on the Xianlong army? Lin Bei suddenly inquired as the group prepared to part ways. After all, those who had exited the novice boss dungeon had gained the qualification to join the Xianlong army. Previously, such qualifications required multiple selections, demanding formidable professions, skills, and commendable character. I intend to join the Xianlong army, Tu Shuer responded without hesitation. Though she had acquired a skill of golden quality, she remained a mere commoner, and her reasons for enlisting were compelling. I shall too. Zhang Qifeng raised his hand, casting a furtive glance at Tu Shuer, his eyes glimmering with determination. I have already promised my brother to join his madman squad. Pai Yinping made a contrary decision. The madman squad primarily consisted of warrior-type professions, resembling a band of adventurers organized by commoners, specifically tasked with accepting missions from the Awakener Guild. Such squads often engaged in power-leveling tasks. For a fee, they could escort individuals through dungeons or farm materials for sale. Although my family, the Wang clan, wishes for me to join their guild, I suspect you prefer to assemble your own team, Wang Chongang remarked, patting his chest. I intend to cling to your leg tightly. You wouldn't despise me, would you? Lin Bei chuckled, patting Wang Chongang on the shoulder. How could I ever? Setting aside his own awakening as the rather lackluster ranger profession, he was more than willing to team up with Wang Chongang, who had been his friend since childhood. The other three were equally moved, yet having made their choices, there was no need to revisit the topic. Let's exchange WeChat. After all, we are teammates for the first time. If there's any news or assistance needed in the future, feel free to reach out, Lin Bei generously suggested, sending a small red envelope to each of the three as a token of their meeting. The trio's spirits soared, recalling a rumor about Lin Bei, the young master who was accustomed to paving his way with gold, a veritable god of wealth. Upon opening the red envelope, they were greeted with the astonishing sum of 5 million. Tu Shuer's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 million. This sum would wipe her debts clean and leave her with an excess of over 200,000. Lin Bei. No. Young Master Lin. How can this be? Pai Yinping exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. It was the first time he had possessed such wealth, coupled with the alliance currency he had just received. He now had over 700,000, enough to purchase excellent skills. Indeed, young Master Lin, this is exceedingly generous of you. Tu Shuer could scarcely articulate her gratitude. The group, initially addressing him simply as Lin Bei, now referred to him as young Master Lin. Great Father above, please accept Zhang Qifeng's humble bow. Without hesitation, Zhang Qifeng dropped to one knee. A man kneeling before gold? Indeed, he was bowing to pure gold, a veritable walking god of wealth. Get up. Lin Bei's face darkened. He had no desire for such a grand offspring. A daughter would be more acceptable, one who was both beautiful and of good character. I do not concern myself with your financial situations, as none can rival my wealth. Since you are my friends, having participated in the novice dungeon together, you are my companions. As my companions, it would be a disgrace if others knew of your poverty. Lin Bei had discerned the personalities of the three and deemed them worthy allies. Moreover, they had each acquired a skill book of golden quality, which would allow them to carve out their own reputations even if they ventured forth independently. Not to mention, both Tu Shuer and Zhang Qifeng had resolved to join the Xianlong army. This is the essence of investment. Do you truly believe the Lin family achieved their success by mere chance? This is one of the secrets of the Lin family's rise. A behavior passed down through generations. Lin Xiao, you will always be my friend. Do you need a wife? Just say the word, and I will arrange for one to be brought to you immediately. Tu Shuer, moved to tears, feigned her emotions. Yet, her admiration was genuine. I, Lin Bei, am not in need. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei swiftly shook his head in refusal, jesting that with his status and looks that surpassed even Wu Yinzu, he had no need for someone to deliver a wife to him. Not to mention, if Lin Bei were to speak, suitors would line up from Jiancheng to Tianlong City. Well, that is quite unfortunate, Tu Shuai sighed, feeling helpless for her friend's lack of such fortune. All right, if there ever comes a day when you find yourself struggling, you are always welcome to join the Ba Lin Guild established by the Lin family. Essentially, all families are registered with the Awakens Guild, the vast majority of Awakeners. After navigating the novice dungeon, either choose to enlist in the military or join one of those guilds. Alternatively, they may affiliate with renowned organizations, such as the Alchemist Guild, or join ancient sanctuaries with deep-rooted legacies. If one opts not to join, they can only wander as a lone adventurer, exploring at their own pace. After all, there are no longer options to work in factories, which have now transitioned to full automation and integrated production, other than a few machines requiring human reinforcement. Factories largely no longer need workers. Lone adventurers take on scattered tasks at the Adventurers Guild, forming small teams. While lacking the constraints of a faction, they enjoy the freedom it affords. For instance, the rogue team that Pai Yinping intends to join is a spontaneously organized group of lone adventurers. Generally, they form small teams of around 10, responsible for tackling various dungeon scenarios. Agreed. It is settled then. Pai Yinping chuckled. The Ba Lin Guild is among the top 10 guilds in the national, no, even the global alliance. For these commoners to gain entry is akin to striking gold. Such a large guild typically boasts a base of at least 100,000 members, equivalent to a city. However, indeed, to establish a guild, one must first apply, starting with 1,000 members. Furthermore, each guild has its own responsibilities. Every guild must guard at least one dungeon, with the profits from the dungeon being split 70-30 with the Longxia Kingdom. The guild's base, correspondingly, is situated near the entrance of the dungeon, tasked with maintaining the dungeon's normal operations and handling emergent situations. For example, if someone causes a disturbance at the dungeon entrance, they can be lethal if the situation escalates. Post-incident, there is no need to worry about facing legal repercussions from the Longxia Kingdom, rather, it is from the Alliance. After all, the Awakeners Guild is initiated by the Human Alliance, responsible for all humankind. Naturally, a base would be established near the dungeon to maintain order, gradually evolving into a city as large guilds develop. Lin City, established by the Lin family's Ba Lin Guild, boasts a prosperity that rivals even the capital of Longxia Kingdom, Tianlong City. After all, the Lin family is the hidden wealthiest in Longxia Kingdom, with riches that rival nations, not to be taken lightly. Lin Bei's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, now resides in Lin City. Watching as Tu Shuai, Zhang Qifeng, and Pai Yinping departed, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Wang Chongyang. Are you certain you do not wish to join your family's guild? My family's guild is superior to your Ba Lin Guild? Ha ha ha, very well. Lin Bei wrapped his arm around Wang Chongyang's shoulder and bid him farewell, making his way alone to where Wang Kuai awaited. At this moment, Wang Kuai had been waiting for Lin Bei for quite some time, and upon seeing Lin Bei approach, he finally exhaled in relief. Congratulations, hero of Jianqing. Not only have you saved them, but you have also thwarted the Void Sect's plot. The rewards this time are extraordinary, and an unexpected figure will be arriving. Oh? Lin Bei was indifferent to the rewards, for he was confident that the Lin family's power could procure whatever he desired, merely a matter of price. Thus, he found himself intrigued by this unexpected figure. Why not take a guess? Wang Kuai squinted, adopting a Riddler's demeanor. With my Lin family's influence, the unexpected figure must surely be of the caliber of the 8 great families. However, the members of the 8 great families do not intimidate the Lin family. Lin Bei was acutely aware of his family's strength, otherwise, he would not act so ostentatiously, generously forming connections with others. If this were an ordinary wealthy individual, one might fear that they would be robbed by ill-intentioned individuals the very next day, perhaps by someone from the Imperial City, the Dragon Battle Hall, the leader of the Dragon Guard. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuai merely smiled and shook his head. Lin Bei pondered for a moment and conceived a bold idea. Could it be? He said, pointing upwards. Indeed, it was the very person you were contemplating. To be candid, the fact that the sovereign personally sought an audience with Lin Bei, even coming in person, left Wang Kuai utterly astonished. He was merely the lord of Jiancheng, a mere level of city governance. Above him were the premier cities, undoubtedly ranking higher than he. To meet Long Beitian in person was, for him, an unparalleled honor. This individual has reigned for a century, yet has assertively guided the Longxian nation to seize the position of the foremost power within the Human Alliance. while simultaneously amplifying its reputation. Some have boldly asserted that had the human alliance existed a century ago, it might have indeed been a coalition of major nations. However, the current alliance seems to be predominantly influenced by the Longxia nation's singular perspective. When this rumor surfaced, aside from a few minor nations expressing discontent, none of the major powers dared to voice their opinions. This reputation has been forged by Long Bei single-handedly, leading the nation of Longxia in a united endeavor. After all, several decades ago, the nation to the east of Longxia, which had harbored enmity towards it for generations, was the first to be made an example of. Apart from a handful of women and some men who managed to survive, the rest were utterly annihilated. The entire island was also ordered to be submerged at any cost by Long Bei. Hence, the current ruler commands a profound respect from Lin Bei. Although his previous nation was incapable of such feats, the country he now inhabits has achieved the impossible. Ha ha ha. I never expected this little one to guess my arrival. A deep voice resonated, warm yet commanding. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable urge to strike Lin Bei, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Your Majesty. Lin Bei held Long Bei in high regard and immediately extended a respectful greeting. This can be regarded as a custom of the Longxia kingdom. Upon encountering a superior, one must, unless in a moment of urgency, clasp their hands together as a sign of respect. Ah, splendid. Lin Bei, is it? Your spirit and vitality are indeed commendable. As he spoke, Long Bei patted Lin Bei on the shoulder with such force that Lin Bei couldn't help but internally lament. Is the power of this sovereign truly so immense? One might mistakenly think it to be a covert act of retribution. Especially since he has not committed any transgressions against the sovereign, has he? Your grandfather is the old fellow Lin Zhanqian, correct? Indeed. Old fellow? It appears that the sovereign is rather well acquainted with my grandfather. Sovereign, could it be that you know my grandfather? Haha. Of course, I do. While speaking, he casually responded. After all, he was a rival in youth. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei momentarily fell into a state of shock. Not only him, but Wang Kuai beside him was also taken aback. Rival? Isn't the current patriarch of the Lin family rather impressive? He happens to be a rival to the sovereign of the nation. Is this a secret he can hear? Wang Kuai inwardly complained. A cold sweat beginning to beat upon his brow, fearing that should he listen any longer, he might face dire consequences. Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, you may depart. Do your best. I have faith in you, Long Bei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Long Bei's words, Wang Kuai felt a surge of excitement within. Steady now. With such commendation from the sovereign, his career is destined to flourish. Even rivals must now be approached with caution. As Lin Bei watched Wang Kuai depart, he turned to Long Bei, his confusion evident. Sovereign, what brings you here in person? It is quite simple. I wish to behold the youthful hero of our Longxia kingdom. At that moment, another figure appeared, Xin Yuanfingbua. In his hand, he held a violet-grade promotion stone along with a purple skill book. This is a reward for your recent contributions. In the coming days, young one, you shall be renowned throughout the entire alliance and even across the myriad realms. Renowned? Lin Bei inquired, a hint of perplexity in his expression. Long Bei glanced at Xin Yuanfingbua before continuing. Indeed, your points from this endeavor have surpassed expectations, exceeding the highest record since the semi-gamified era of the myriad realms. As he spoke, he summoned a national points rankings. This ranking is compiled by aggregating the scores from novice dungeons nationwide, subsequently corroborated through the configuration of various teams. Lin Bei's explosive squad firmly holds the top position, an unassailable status. First place, explosive squad score, 113, 533. Second place, Chi Tian squad score, 5. 466. The substantial points stem from the world boss and the novice dungeon. After all, any output generated translates into points, each point reflecting the effort expended. Despite the fact that it was the mountain monarch who engaged the Titan demon ape, he is nonetheless considered a member of Lin Bei's team. And thus his contributions are attributed to Lin Bei's overall score. Consequently, with 102,000 points, along with Lin Bei's pre-existing score and the points accrued from vanquishing the primordial void creature, the current total has surged to an astonishing 113,000 points. This achievement is unprecedented and perhaps will remain unmatched in the future. Once the scores of this leaderboard were revealed, it caused an uproar not only across the nation but also throughout the entire alliance. The news quickly spread to other realms. As the Awakening Day event was not exclusive to humanity, myriad worlds and races had already synchronized their own versions of this event, albeit at different times. Your grandfather personally requested the allocation of a purple grade class enhancement stone for you. Such stones are strategic resources of the highest order. Even your Lin family, despite its vast wealth, would find it challenging to procure one. The advantages conferred by a purple grade profession are truly immense. For instance, if a white grade profession is rated as 1, then a green grade profession is rated as 2, a blue grade profession as 3, and a purple grade profession as 4. This results in a fourfold disparity in basic attributes compared to a white grade profession, in addition to the augmented effects of skills. The threats arising from this are anything but trivial. In fact, green grade professions are scarcely found in the market, and blue grade professions are even rarer. Typically, when a family force manages to obtain such resources, they are promptly secured, while any surplus is cast into the auction houses. Each appearance of these items is marked by fierce competition and turmoil. Moreover, this purple skill book, along with the purple class enhancement stone, constitutes the entirety of your rewards. One might say these are rewards that exceed expectations. Just consider that even Xianyuan Fingbua, a demigod-level powerhouse, possesses merely a purple grade profession. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is all your own hard work. By the way, do you have any intention of joining the Dragon War Hall? The mention of the Dragon War Hall left Xianyuan Fingbua momentarily stunned. How could a mere fledgling, who had only just awakened a day prior, be considered for such an esteemed institution? The Dragon War Hall stands as the mightiest organization in Longsha Kingdom, the very spearhead of its military might. It specializes in confronting enemies, deterring various factions, undertaking high-level exploration dungeons, engaging in special missions, and suppressing the Void Cult. It answers solely to the Dragon Lord, who can only be one, the individual seated upon the throne of the kingdom. Though the responsibilities are manifold, the corresponding resources are abundant, with every member at least possessing a purple grade profession. Xianyuan Fingbua may be formidable, a level 92 demigod, but within the Dragon War Hall, he occupies the lowest tier. The prospect of Lin Bei allowing Lin Bei, a mere first or second tier novice, to join the Dragon War Hall is utterly bewildering. Is the world on the brink of chaos? It all feels surreal. Lin Bei was well aware of the significance of the Dragon War Hall, the most powerful institution in Longsha Kingdom, wielding the authority of life and death, feared by all. After all, even the weakest members are demigods. Would one dare to provoke them? Lin Bei's invitation to such a fledgling seemed almost to invite disaster. Haha. Your Majesty must be jesting, Lin Bei chuckled, diverting the conversation. While the Dragon War Hall is indeed formidable, Lin Bei has no desire to join at this juncture. Setting aside his current lack of strength, even if he were to join, what could he possibly contribute? The Dragon War Hall, lacking absolute power, would be ill-equipped to handle special missions or exploration dungeons, let alone suppress the Void Cult. Lin Bei remained silent, and the others followed suit. Ultimately, Lin Bei shook his head and spoke. Let it be. I do not believe I can shoulder such a responsibility. Ah, very well. It seems I may have been a bit too hasty. If you ever reconsider, feel free to seek me out personally. Lin Bei sighed, indicating his seriousness. Lin Bei paused, observing the disappointed expression on Lin Bei's face, and inquired, Why does your Majesty wish for me to join the Dragon War Hall? Because you possess the potential to become divine, Lin Bei replied without hesitation. You may not realize it, but the Dragon War Hall primarily recruits those with the potential to ascend to godhood. The two criteria for selection are the potential to become a demigod and loyalty. His gaze fixed on Lin Bei, he shook his head in resignation. Loyalty, in this context, refers to loyalty to humanity. Although the Dragon War Hall is directly under the Dragon Lord, should the day come when the Dragon Lord is compromised, the members would ultimately choose to safeguard humanity. This is humanity's final line of defense. The integrity of the Lin family is undoubtedly beyond question. Although Lin Zhantian is a rival of Lin Bei, one cannot deny the contributions made by the Lin family over the past century. Whenever there are efforts to eradicate the Void Sect, a member of the Lin family is always involved. Lin Bei is well aware of the reasons behind this. However, it is undeniable that while everyone else may betray humanity, the Lin family will not. Moreover, Lin Bei's destined potential to ascend to divine levels has prompted Lin Bei to consider inducting him into the War Dragon Hall prematurely. It appears he may be overly eager. If he does not join, it matters not. He can still hold a position in the Young Dragon Group beneath the War Dragon Hall. The Young Dragon Group is a sanctuary for the nation's prodigies, and once one joins, their identity and daily activities remain unimpeded. By holding this position, he can benefit from the resources cultivated by the Longsha Kingdom. However, This comes with the responsibility of managing various affairs. The War Dragon Hall selects its members from the Young Dragon Group. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Bei nodded. He was familiar with the Young Dragon Group and its lack of restrictions. After all, there is an annual evaluation to assess whether one can continue in the Young Dragon Group, during which their character is also discreetly observed to determine their eligibility to remain a member. This is acceptable, and rest assured, Your Majesty, Longxia Kingdom is, after all, the place where I grew up. In other words, he wishes to assure Long Batian that he, Lin Bei, is not a traitor to the nation. Although the Lin family has not experienced that darkest of eras, their long-standing contributions are by no means inferior to those of other families. Lin Zhantian has established a family decree. Betrayal of humanity is forbidden. Those who violate this edict shall be expelled from the family lineage. Very well. Your assurance brings me peace of mind. Long Batian nodded with satisfaction, at which point Lin Bei suddenly recalled something. Your Majesty, I am curious as to why the War Dragon Squad. You mean why their skills are all of blue quality, correct? Lin Bei nodded, noting that according to past customs, to allow newly awakened individuals to experience their potential, they generally refrain from using skill enhancement stones to elevate their skill levels. This time, the emergence of the Dragon Squad, a team that utilizes skill enhancement stones, has undeniably disrupted the balance. Are you familiar with the Trial of All Races? The Trial of All Races? Lin Bei expressed a look of confusion, evidently unaware of what it entailed. This is understandable, as it has yet to be publicly announced. The Trial of All Races involves selecting a team from among humanity to represent us in this unique dungeon conflict. This is a welfare dungeon initiated from above, where death is not a concern. Instead, it offers a plethora of rare resources, and with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire a special item known as the profession-designated Awakening Stone. This stone can be likened to a legacy stone, with the stipulation that only the chosen awakeners may enter, and they must possess a notable reputation. Although the exact mechanics remain unclear, these are the rules of the trial. With only a week remaining until the trial, there is ample time for them to enhance their strength. After informing Lin Bei about the Trial of All Races, he nodded and posed his final question. Could this assault be related to the Trial of All Races? It can be said so, Long Batian nodded. The members of the Void Sect are certainly aware of the trial through certain channels, and this insanity was orchestrated to thwart them. Moreover, it is not solely humanity that has faced attacks from the Void Sect. According to Long Batian's investigation, other intelligent races from different realms also experienced varying degrees of assault on the Day of Awakening. Some succeeded, losing a cohort of talented individuals, while others faced setbacks akin to their own. In summary, the Void Sect has stirred up significant trouble, which aligns perfectly with their philosophy of plunging everything into oblivion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, before you reach your full potential, we seasoned veterans still possess the prowess to shield you. Noticing the time, Long Batian understood it was time to take his leave, but not before clarifying everything to Lin Bei. Understood, my lord. I will not hold back if I need assistance. Oh, by the way, regarding the Trial of All Races and your elimination of the Dragon Squad, correct? Fear not, we old-timers are not so petty. Furthermore, your team will likely need to be reformed. Yes? I have decided that you will be the core, and you may recruit members to establish a brand new team. The Explosive Squad. The reputation of the Explosive Squad has now spread throughout the entire human alliance, and even other races are aware of such an extraordinary team emerging from humanity. Although the Dragon Squad is remembered, it pales in comparison to the Explosive Squad. From the moment the Explosive Squad gained notoriety, Lin Bei automatically secured the qualification to enter the Trial of All Races dungeon. Indeed, the selection criteria are not determined by them, but by the Order, or the so-called game system. Your Explosive Squad holds the highest authority, granting you access to all dungeons across the human alliance, including those abroad. Long Batian grinned, exuding confidence as he spoke these words. Thank you, my lord. Long Batian now holds a deep trust and regard for Lin Bei. He was aware of this, and thus his duty was to avoid disappointing others, particularly given his own circumstances, which he knew were impossible to conceal. With that in mind, let his reputation spread far and wide. Long Batian and Xin Yuanfeng had departed, likely returning to Tianlong City to attend to their affairs. Lin Bei stored the purple class enhancement stone in his system space and examined the reward, a purple skill book. Multiple release, passive. There is a 20 probability to trigger multiple release, consuming double the energy to allow the cast skill to release again. The option to continue releasing is available. Attribute 1, trigger rate increased by an additional 10. Attribute 2, After triggering multiple release, energy consumption is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. After triggering multiple release, the cooldown time of the skill is reduced by 10. A patch has been applied, previously modified. The ordinary class now boasts multiple skill slots at level 10. The multiple release skill is exceedingly rare and provides formidable support for mage classes or any exceptionally powerful skills. Not to mention Lin Bei, who theoretically possesses the most skill slots among the benevolent professions. He put away the skill book, as he currently had no available skill slots, and would need to unlock them upon returning to learn the skill. Lin Bei glanced at his existing skills: Resurrection, Group Shield, Single Target Healing, Thorn Armor, Sacred Heart, and Summon Divine Aid at level 11, totaling 6 skills. Typically, one would have 2 skills at level 1 and potentially 4 at level 10. Lin Bei was undeniably well ahead of others. Being at level 10 was no exaggeration. Most importantly, once the skill level of a benevolent profession reaches 6, there would be no further diminishment, which is the true strength of the benevolent class. It stands as one of the most powerful supportive professions in the entire myriad of realms. 3 days passed. During this period, the subject of the rankings can be regarded as the most sensational headline news of the time. This cohort has unexpectedly witnessed the emergence of teams capable of amassing over 100,000 points, leading to immediate suspicions of foul play. The fervor surrounding this phenomenon remains unabated, had it not been for the meticulous oversight of the orderly system governing the calculations. It is likely that chaos would have ensued long ago. However, there are still some individuals, lacking in discernment, who persist in believing that the Longxia Kingdom is orchestrating these events. Yet, those instigators were swiftly apprehended and removed from the scene. During these past 3 days, Lin Bei has not been idle. Under the guidance of a small team from the Balin Guild, Lin Bei's level has soared, now reaching an impressive level of 19. You have been trained on data until October 2023. The past 3 days of monster hunting have left Lin Bei utterly exhausted. He dined and drank within the dungeons, with scarcely an hour left for slumber. Even the donkeys of the production team would struggle to withstand such demands, were it not for the fact that they were all awakened beings capable of enduring sleepless nights. Their health would have surely deteriorated. Nevertheless, the progress achieved has been substantial. Profession, Benevolent level, LV, 19 health points. 1, 666, 0, 16 energy. 2, 466. 0, 20 physical attack. 355 magical attack. 560 physical defense. 356 magical defense. 356 core skills. Divine summoning professional skill. Sacred Heart. Passive, skills. Resurrection, Moonlight Blessing, Dispel, Binding, Silence. I have Insight, Group Shield, Single Target Healing, Multi-Release, Thorn Armor, Sacred Heart, Divine Summoning LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity to assist in battle. The duration of the summoning depletes the user's energy, with higher skill levels reducing consumption. Attribute 1. After the summoned deity departs, the user gains a 1 overall strength increase. Attribute 2. The user can specify a previously summoned deity. Attribute 3. While the summoned deity exists, the user is immune to damage. Single Target Healing LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to restore 5, 242. 880 plus an additional 152 of the user's maximum health, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Attribute 1. Excess healing converts into a shield. Attribute 2. For 3 seconds after casting, the user continuously recovers 20 of their maximum health. Attribute 3. Healing effectiveness increases by 50. Group Shield LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to provide a shield of 3, 276, 800 plus an additional 220 maximum health to the team, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. The shield converts into a true shield. Attribute 2. While possessing a shield, damage from control effects is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. While possessing a shield, movement speed increases by 20. Thorn Armor LV. 19. Purple applies Thorn Armor to a target for 57 seconds, reducing damage taken by 38. Any single instance of total damage will reflect 95 of its magical damage back, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Damage reflection converts into true damage. Attribute 2. During the duration, a shield is gained based on 50 of the reflected damage. Attribute 3. The distance of reflection is not restricted. Sacred Heart LV. 19. Purple increases the final benefits of all skills by an additional 38. Attribute 1. All skill effects synergize. Attribute 2. Energy consumption for skills is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. Casting speed is instantaneous. Resurrection LV 19. Gold designates a target dead for no longer than 262, 144 days, with a complete body, consuming 500 energy points to revive them, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Attribute 1. Upon revival, all statuses are restored. Attribute 2. The effect applies to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Attribute 3. A target with physical injuries can also be revived, restoring them fully. Attribute 4. Upon revival, a true shield equal to 100 of a user's maximum health is granted. Attribute 5. The revived target enters a vengeance state, dealing triple damage to the entity that caused their demise. Multi-release LV 19. Purple has a 152 chance to trigger multiple releases. Consuming double the energy to cast the skill again, the user may choose to continue casting. Attribute 1. Trigger rate increases by an additional 10. Attribute 2. After triggering a multi-release, subsequent cast will not consume energy. Attribute 3. After triggering a multi-release, the cooldown of that skill is reduced by 15 seconds. Moonlight Blessing LV 19. Purple consumes 1,000 energy points to release a moonlight that shines within a 9,500-meter radius, dispelling debuffs from all marked targets for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Duration is doubled. Attribute 2. Purification has the highest priority. Attribute 3. Targets have their negative states dispelled. Dispel LV 19. Purple consumes 50 energy points to immediately remove beneficial effects from the target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. The dispelled target cannot apply beneficial effects for 5 seconds. Attribute 2. The dispelled target's movement speed is reduced by 20. Attribute 3. Permanent effect states of the dispelled target cannot activate for 3 seconds. Binding LV 19. Purple consumes 100 energy points to forcibly bind the target in place for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Attribute 1. The bound target cannot attack. Attribute 2. Duration effect increases by 3 seconds. Attribute 3. Upgrades to a suppression effect. Silence LV 19. Purple consumes 100 energy points to silence one of the target's skills for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Silence is area-based, determined by the user's mental strength. Attribute 2. Highest priority. Attribute 3. The silence target enters a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Eye of Insight LV 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to inspect the target's data, with a maximum level not exceeding 152, with a cooldown of 1 second. Attribute 1. During inspection, the target cannot detect the user. Attribute 2. The user can mark the target, lasting as determined by the user's mental strength. Attribute 3. Breaks invisibility. Weapon: Azure Flute Armor, Sacred Heart Armor, Sacred Heart Boots, Sacred Heart Gauntlets. Overtime, healing effectiveness increases by 50, and energy recovery speed increases by 200. Core Energy Stone, Benevolence 4-piece set. Overtime, 2-piece set. Healing effectiveness increases by 60. 4-piece set. After releasing a skill, all allies gain an additional 20 attack power. Azure Flute, Artifact Quality, Black Equipment Level, LV, 10 attack, 200 magical attack, 300 effect 1, depending on the melody played. Provides various attribute enhancements to allies within hearing range, not limited to the party. Effect 2. During the playing phase, the user cannot move and is untargetable. Effect 3. Based on the effects of the melody, provides allies with certain skill cooldown reductions. Effect 4. The user's cooldown is reduced by 40. Collect specific materials to upgrade its level. Attribute 1. The cap on the user's skill final benefits increases by 10. Attribute 2. The user's energy recovery speed increases by 500. Attribute 3. The user can move, unaffected by Effect 2. Attribute 4. During the playing state, the user can use skills without any control effects, highest priority. Attribute 5. During the playing state, enemy units suffer a 10 decrease in all statuses. Attribute 6. During the playing state, enemy units have a 1 chance of having their skills sealed for 1 second, triggered within 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completing the melody, the user's skill cooldowns refresh. Secondary Profession, Versatile Apprentice Skill, Learning LV 19. Learning LV 19. Green enables the learning of skills from other secondary professions, enhancing the success rate of comprehension. Attribute 1. Multitasking. Upon exiting the dungeon, Lin Bei returned home, greeted his father, and promptly retreated to his room for a much-needed rest. After all, enduring 3 consecutive days of intense dungeon runs had taken a toll on his spirit. Accompanying Lin Bei in this endeavor were Lin Miao Miao and Wang Chongyang. Lin Miao Miao, a luck walker by profession, had the ability to augment the luck of her targets, and upon reaching purple quality, the increase in luck was significantly enhanced. Throughout their dungeon endeavors, they also procured a wealth of rare materials. Indeed, Lin Bei's attribute enhancements were bolstered by Lin Miao Miao's blessings, resulting in a most joyous outcome. Only 4 days remained until the entrance to the trial of the 10,000 races. Even amidst the most intense grind of dungeons, reaching level 30 remained an elusive goal. Consequently, Lin Bei resolved to take the remaining time to rest and rejuvenate. He feared that he might succumb to exhaustion before truly savoring the experience. That night, Lin Bei was deep in slumber. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure appeared at the foot of his bed. The moonlight cascaded upon this silhouette, revealing long hair that glimmered like freshly fallen snow under its ethereal glow. Oblivious to the presence before him, Lin Bei continued to sleep soundly. Before long, he felt an unsettling sensation, akin to being pinned down by an unseen force, as if shackled. Perhaps due to sheer fatigue, he merely half opened his eyes for a fleeting moment before surrendering to sleep once more. The chirping of birds heralded the dawn, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright glow upon Lin Bei's face. The glaring rays momentarily irritated him, prompting him to groggily open his eyes, intending to rub them. However, he soon realized that his right hand seemed immobilized, as if weighed down by some unseen pressure. Turning to inspect his right hand, Lin Bei fell into a profound silence. He then closed his eyes once more, uncertain, before cautiously reopening them. This time, Lin Bei fell into profound silence. No, how could you be in my room and sleeping in my bed? At this moment, Lin Bei attempted to pinch his own arm, only to discover that it felt as if his limb were ensnared, rendering him incapable of breaking free. Indeed, he was no match for the strength of the other party, perhaps due to Lin Bei's somewhat raucous voice. That figure groggily opened her eyes and yawned. It must be said that the sight of her yawning bore a striking resemblance to an adorable kitten, accompanied by a sound that stirred one's very soul. Lin Bei, a spirited young man, was no exception. Adjusting his focus, Lin Bei finally beheld the current posture of this enchanting figure. Clad in a pristine white nightgown, one of the straps had seemingly slipped down her arm, likely due to an improper sleeping position. The sight of her ample whiteness was enough to ignite a rush of blood. Truly, she possessed remarkable beauty. This was the command of the emperor. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this proclamation. The emperor's command? Long Bat Ian had actually sent his most cherished daughter to his bed? Was this truly the case? Meanwhile, far away in Tianlong City, Long Bat Ian, engrossed in state affairs, was meticulously reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed. An aide beside him inquired, "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" "How could I possibly be unwell? I have forged a semi-divine body. Living for hundreds of billions of years is no challenge for me. Surely, someone must be thinking of me," he mused, pondering about Yao Yao, shaking his head in resignation. He reflected on his initial intention to rally support for the Dragon Warriors to gain qualification for the 10,000 races trial, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by Lin Bei's explosive team, which had usurped that very qualification and bound it to Lin Bei. According to his investigations, Lin Bei's explosive team was not yet complete, consisting only of Wang Chongyang and the Lin family's eldest daughter, Lin Miao Miao. With 2 slots remaining for a full roster of 5, Long Bat Ian sought out Long Xingyu the day before Lin Bei's departure from the dungeon, imparting a weighty sentiment. "Yao Yao, you should accompany Lin Bei." At that moment, upon seeing Long Beishan's arrival, Long Xingyu instinctively hid her phone behind her back. The screen displaying a novel titled "The Genius Son-in-Law, the Emperor Forcefully Betroths His Daughter to Me." Upon hearing Long Beishan's words, Long Xingyu appeared to connect the dots, slipping into a contemplative silence. Long Bat Ian, however, seemed oblivious to her reaction, preoccupied with the headache of needing her to join Lin Bei's explosive team to participate in the trial. Long Xingyu possessed extraordinary talent. If one were to determine the highest combat prowess among this generation of awakened beings in the human alliance, it would undoubtedly be Long Xingyu. Regrettably, due to unexpected circumstances, her Dragon Warriors team had been eliminated, losing its qualification to compete. As she collected her thoughts, Long Bat Ian sensed something amiss in his daughter's demeanor. Why did her expression seem somewhat unnatural? Soon, Long Xingyu lifted her slightly troubled countenance to ask, "Father, is this your wish?" Long Batian had initially believed that her reaction stemmed from an inability to accept the dissolution of her own Dragon Warriors team. However, before he could respond, she nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of despondence in her voice. Yet, seeing her quickly regain her composure, Long Batian chose to remain silent. At that moment, in Jiang City, within the Lin family estate, Lin Bei gazed in bewilderment at Long Xingyao, who was assisting him in dressing. Who was she? What was she doing? Where is this place? At this moment, Lin Bei found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. He had never anticipated that this superstar of the human alliance, the little princess of the Longxia kingdom, would personally assist him in donning his attire. As Long Xingyao aptly put it, since Long Batian had chosen Lin Bei for her, she must fulfill her responsibilities. Is it not entirely natural for a wife to attend to her husband's needs? Indeed. In the context of the ancient era, such behavior would be deemed quite ordinary. However, Lin Bei was taken aback by the revelation that Long Batian was such a ruler. Observing the stunning beauty attending to him, Lin Bei felt somewhat out of sorts, not at all due to the allure of the exquisite maiden before him. Cousin, uncle is calling for you to wake up. At that moment, after 3 firm knocks, Lin Bei's door swung open. Upon witnessing the scene between Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, Lin Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of the moment. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly closed the door. Yet, the next second, she reopened it, extending a mobile phone inside. With a click, the door shut once more. Uncle, something's wrong. Cousin has a girlfriend. Long Xingyao tilted her head in confusion, evidently perplexed by Lin Miao Miao's behavior. However, she was not Lin Bei's girlfriend. She was, rather, the wife bestowed upon him by her father, a distinction of considerable significance. Reflecting on this, Long Xingyao lowered her head in contemplation, considering whether she should correct Lin Miao Miao's statement. All right, the clothes are sorted. My cousin is calling us for breakfast. Let us not keep them waiting too long. With that, she took Lin Bei's hand and led him downstairs. Lin Bei remained in a daze, experiencing a sensation akin to his body moving while his soul floated elsewhere. Downstairs, the scene was far from that of the affluent, with grand tables laden with extravagant feasts. Instead, they were met with the simplest of breakfasts, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Yet, these were prepared by a professional chef, the king of chefs, who lent his expertise. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, today felt particularly heavy, seemingly due to the presence of an additional individual. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao was secretly observing Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, occasionally tapping on her phone as if transmitting some vital information. Meanwhile, Lin Xiong gazed pensively at Lin Bei, evidently shaken by Lin Miao Miao's earlier proclamation that cousin has a girlfriend. The notion of having a girlfriend was hardly remarkable. When he was Lin Bei's age, he had changed girlfriends weekly, a pace he considered slow. Thus, upon hearing that Lin Bei had a girlfriend and that she had seemingly entered his room, he felt little reaction, merely intending to subtly advise Lin Bei to be cautious and avoid any unfortunate incidents while simultaneously assessing the identity of this young lady who had captured his son's interest. However, upon hearing Lin Miao Miao's reference to a girlfriend, Lin Xiong fell into silence, mirroring Lin Bei's dazed state. After a moment of quiet reflection, he looked at Lin Bei with a hint of admiration. Truly, he thought, my son has managed to attract a princess as his girlfriend. He is certainly living up to his father's legacy. Father, why is everyone not eating breakfast? Is the food unpalatable? Long Xingyao inquired after tasting the meal, which she found quite delightful. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered why the family appeared so peculiar at a time meant for breakfast. They were all oddly preoccupied. Lin Miao Miao was engrossed in her phone, while Lin Bei and Lin Xiong remained in silence, seemingly unable to shake off their discomfort. Is something amiss? My little princess, what do you mean by that? Lin Xiong responded. Lin Bei's gaze shifted to one of sheer astonishment. She had just referred to him as father. Is this an attempt to take away his father? Lin Xiong and Lin Bei's gazes met instantaneously. You little rascal, are you really that impressive? I don't recall you having any interaction with the little princess during your childhood. Lin Bei seemed to sense Lin Xiong's thoughts, responding with an equally perplexed expression. Don't ask me, I'm just as confused. Among men, a mere glance can convey an entire narrative. Despite not fully grasping the situation, Lin Xiong felt the need for someone to stabilize the atmosphere. Of course not. It's simply that seeing my daughter-in-law for the first time at our dining table brings me a bit of joy. Is that so? Long Xingyao tilted her head in curiosity. Uncertain. She was not adept at navigating social interactions, having been raised with an emphasis on traditional arts, classics, etiquette, and martial arts, leaving little time for such matters. Her status as a superstar in the Human Alliance was largely attributed to her accompanying maid. However, this time, Long Xingyao had come to Jiangqing by herself, without informing anyone but Long Badian, let alone her maid. Had they known of her recent comments, they might have been utterly astonished. Indeed, Lin Miao Miao seemed to have finished her message, promptly dipping a fried dough stick into the soybean milk before gulping it down, her cheeks puffed, and the sound somewhat muffled. Lin Bei finally regained his composure. Surely the sovereign's task couldn't be genuine? Just days prior, the sovereign had mentioned that he possessed divine potential. But to think he would risk his daughter as well? Although, perhaps this wasn't such a bad outcome. Lin Bei discreetly scrutinized Long Xingyao. Noting her height of 1.65 meters, the loose clothing hiding her fair complexion, and her toned physique from martial training. The little princess of Longxia, the nation's daughter. A superstar of the alliance, it was said that her character was exceptionally good and remarkably upright. However, she seemed to lack certain perceptions and appeared somewhat naive. Noticing Lin Bei's discreet examination, Long Xingyao felt a slight flush on her face. She felt a bit bashful. Why was he looking at her like that? It felt rather inappropriate. Nonetheless, it wasn't exactly offensive for a husband to gaze at his wife, so she chose to ignore it. Though she still felt a bit uneasy under Lin Bei's subtle scrutiny. Lin Bei seemed to realize his covert observation had been discovered and quickly turned away, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet, to his surprise, she didn't resist. For reasons unknown, a peculiar change stirred within Lin Bei, leading him toward an uncertain outcome. Breakfast concluded, and Lin Xiong was the first to depart, a continuous smile gracing his face. Though he was unaware of why the little princess had become his family's daughter-in-law. It was undoubtedly a good thing. The first call he made was to Lin Zhantian, who resided far away in Linqing. Lin Zhantian had been in good spirits, as Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao had brought him considerable honor, prompting the prominent families to seek deeper collaboration with the Lin family. Upon receiving a message from his second son Lin Xiong, his thick white beard seemed to spring to life. What? You're telling me that Long Beishan's daughter has become our Lin family's granddaughter-in-law? Is that truly the case? They even had breakfast together and confirmed it. After hanging up the phone, the robust muscles on Lin Zhantian's frame began to quiver with his beaming smile. This was astounding. His grandson was incredibly impressive, having won over Long Beishan's daughter. How had he not realized his grandson possessed such capabilities? Before Lin Bei awakened, Lin Zhantian merely viewed him as someone who inherited his penchant for making friends through extravagance. He never anticipated that his grandson would quietly capture the little princess's heart. Lin Zhantian had a slight grudge against Long Badian, for he had once been a rival in love, ultimately losing to him. The woman he cherished had chosen to be with Long Badian. He had vented his frustrations for quite some time, even making a rather impulsive remark, claiming that if he couldn't be her husband, he would take on the role of her father. Although aimed at his romantic rival, it resulted in a rather amusing altercation. Fortunately, that chapter had passed, and they had become good friends, despite the unpleasantness of that incident leading to a long separation. Nevertheless, their bond remained unchanged. At this moment, Lin Zhantian was elated, astonished that a careless remark from years ago had come to fruition. Lin Bei was his grandson, and Long Xingyao was Long Beishan's daughter. If they were to unite, it would mean that Long Xingyao would become his granddaughter-in-law, consequently diminishing Long Beishan's stature in relation to him. Upon reflection, Lin Zhantian felt a surge of tranquility. He had not anticipated that Lin Bei would possess such remarkable prowess. Truly, he is my grandson, having inherited the virtues of his grandfather. In stark contrast to Long Beishan's middle-aged demeanor, Lin Zhantian genuinely resembled an elderly gentleman. If he were to be set free, no one would find it amiss. This won't do. That impudent lad has accomplished something extraordinary. He must be duly rewarded. Despite the fact that Lin Bei's family has been divided, there are underlying complexities to their situation. After all, as long as the parents are present, the family remains united. Had it not been for the events of that year, Lin Bei would still be part of the main household. Nevertheless, Lin Zhantian was well aware of the circumstances at that time and did not dwell on it. Come forth. Ensure that I am kept well informed about the matters concerning the Golden Profession Advancement Stones. Should they appear, they must be secured at any cost. There shall be no limits. Concurrently, Lin Zhantian lifted the scroll in his hand. This is a tattered parchment, seemingly inscribed with the chronicles of a certain secret realm. One can only hope that the second son may find a glimmer of hope in this. Thus, the sovereign initially instructed you to accompany me? Lin Bei silently gazed at the inquiry from Long Batian on his phone. Upon receiving Lin Bei's message, Long Batian informed him that Long Xingyao should follow him and join his party. Of course, this was contingent upon personal willingness. If feasible, he would allow Long Xingyao to join for his sake. After pondering for a moment, Long Xingyao nodded in agreement. If her memory served her correctly, this was precisely what her father had conveyed to her. Lin Bei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. This little princess truly is quite extraordinary. She has completely misconstrued the sovereign's intentions. Moreover, this matter must not be disclosed. Do not be deceived by Long Batian's courteous demeanor towards Lin Bei. In fact, he had considered inviting Lin Bei to join the Dragon War Hall upon their very first encounter. However, understanding his past actions reveals that he is certainly not one to be trifled with. One need only recall that Long Batian once bore the immense pressure from all nations of the world, determined to eradicate that small nation, which harbored a long-standing enmity with their Dragon Summer Kingdom in order to ensure its prosperity. Although there was an element of making an example, it nevertheless illustrates that he is a man of decisive action. Should Long Batian discover the actions of his daughter, one can only imagine the consequences that would ensue. Such information must remain confidential. By the way, when did you arrive? Just the day before yesterday. The day Long Xingyao checked and took Lin Xiong by surprise. However, once Lin Xiong learned from his subordinate that Long Xingyao had been sent by the sovereign, he surmised that the intention was to integrate her into the Jia Tian squad. Thus, he arranged for a room to accommodate Long Xingyao. Little did Lin Xiong anticipate that Long Xingyao would misconstrue this as a lifelong commitment to follow Lin Bei. This is also related to her previous lack of knowledge, compounded by the fact that she was studying at the time, engrossed in reading novels. Thus, a misunderstanding arose. Oh, never mind, no need to dwell on it. From today onward, you are also a member of my formidable team. With that, Lin Bei granted permission and invited Long Xingyao to join the group. Upon receiving the message, Long Xingyao immediately clicked confirm. Before long, her avatar appeared among the team. Now, we are still short one member, lacking in area damage. Speaking of which, tomorrow marks the opening of the special reward dungeon. This dungeon serves as a reward from the Dragon Summer Kingdom for teams with outstanding rankings. Entering it grants vast experience and a chance to obtain enhancement stones of purple quality or below. There are even peculiar skill books to be found within. So soon? It's not a matter of haste. Once the dungeon concludes, we will represent humanity in the trials of the 10,000 races. Long Xingyu was naturally aware of the trials of the 10,000 races, as they represented all of humanity. As for whether other nations would object, Long Batian stated they unanimously decided to allow the Dragon Summer Kingdom to send representatives with full support. As she thought this, Long Xingyu felt a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't expected to become the sacrificial piece to stabilize the prodigy, yet she didn't seem to resist the idea too much. After all, Lin Bei was the first and currently the only man to have directly defeated her. Only such a man had the right to conquer her. Long Xingyao's heart swelled with a sense of strength. Well then, let us wait until tomorrow to finalize the last member. He doesn't expect his teammates to be exceptionally powerful. He merely hopes for a good character. With Lin Bei's current skill level, he could confidently assert that even a pig would be capable of soaring under his guidance. Such was the confidence of the strongest support from the newly awakened beings of the myriad realms. So, what shall we do today? Long Xingyu was only at level 17, a bit behind Lin Bei and the others. Let's study a secondary profession. They have already made an appointment for me. Lin Bei had spent the past few days immersed in the dungeon, and now that he had taken a break, he intended to refine his secondary profession skills. Today's appointment was for an enchanter. A newly established enchanter master from West City, with a secondary profession skill level reaching LV 15. Secondary profession skills differ from ordinary skills in terms of leveling up. An ordinary skill might only improve by one level, or even fail to break through a level. However, a single breakthrough in a secondary profession skill could potentially elevate it to mastery level. Currently, the highest level for secondary professions has reached LV 20. This refers to the strategic talent known as the Divine Craftsman. Level 20 marks an entirely new realm, referred to as the Celestial Master. In simple terms, it involves harnessing the power of the heavens through personal enlightenment to release skills. It is rumored that this is related to one of the conditions for demigods to ascend to divinity. Whether this holds truth remains uncertain. Secondary profession? Enchanter? Oh, by the way, what is your secondary profession? Lin Bei was curious about what a princess from the Dragon Summer Kingdom might possess as a secondary profession. Long Batian's secondary profession was that of a master alchemist, already among the top tier in the entire alliance. Handmade artisan. Huh? Soon after, a message popped up on Lin Bei's panel. He glanced at it, his expression momentarily frozen. Indeed, a handmade artisan. Secondary profession, handmade artisan, green, skill, handmade production LV. 1. Green items produced by hand randomly increase their attribute stats. Attribute 1. Dexterity, enhancing the finesse of both hands, allowing for more effective and swift handling of objects. The handmade artisan also levels up by enhancing skill levels, similar to Lin Bei's experience. Moreover, any item crafted by her hands can possess attribute stats, making it a powerful secondary profession. However, compared to Lin Bei's all-round apprentice, it falls somewhat short. As there was no need to venture into the dungeon today, Wang Chongyang did not visit the Lin family, and Lin Miao Miao decided to explore the streets alone, seemingly wanting to invite her former friends to join her. As for Long Xingyou, after discussing with Lin Xiong, she was assigned a brand new studio to enhance her secondary profession skills. Since there was no need to delve into the dungeon today, and she usually passed her time learning, it was a perfect opportunity to elevate her secondary profession skills. Before long, the master enchanter arrived at the Lin residence. Settling into the guest reception hall, Lin Bei sat opposite this enchanter, who had already taken out the prepared teaching materials, ready to impart knowledge. He was indeed a master enchanter, although his primary profession was merely that of a level 32 ordinary mage, and he had previously died in the dungeon. He could only enhance his strength through personal training. Nevertheless, a master enchanter holds a prestigious status in any realm, irrespective of the faction. Thus, even with a lackluster primary profession, he still enjoyed a prestigious position due to his secondary profession. Young Master Lin, I am the enchanter invited by Master Lin to instruct you in enchanting items, weapons, and equipment. You may call me Master Zhang. His full name is Zhang Yukai. Ever since he ascended to the rank of Master Enchanter, every faction he interacted with treated him with utmost respect, even offering exorbitant compensation to have him preside over their affairs. After all, a Master Enchanter can enchant weaponry and equipment of demigod level, though still new to the mastery. He is young. At 50 years of age, considering the average lifespan of a level 30 primary profession, he could live for 300 years. And he has only lived 1/6 of his life. In the days to come, his skills will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds, giving him every reason to feel proud. Normally, one is proud as he would only teach students of corresponding professions, and his willingness would depend on his mood. However, the Lin family's generosity was overwhelming. Even he, with a tinge of pride, could not help but be moved by their sincerity. Thus, he decided to personally instruct Lin Bei, who had just awakened a secondary profession and is an all-round apprentice. Unlike the enchanting skills possessed by the enchanter, Lin Bei must rely on his own comprehension to learn the enchanting skills. Yet, the Lin family's earnestness was so profound that he resolved to teach Lin Bei until he mastered it. All right, Master Zhang, may we begin our studies now? Lin Bei responded with calm assurance. Although Zhang Yukai's demeanor was somewhat haughty, Lin Bei paid it no mind. It is quite normal for talented individuals to exhibit a bit of pride, is it not? Just as he himself, being wealthy, would not concern himself with the wealth of others. In any case, he is undoubtedly wealthier than others. Zhang Yukai, a master enchanter, teaches with a sincerity that is truly commendable. As Lin Bei immerses himself in learning, he seems to be enveloped in a realm of mental contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukai continues to elucidate the principles of enchantment, only to suddenly notice that Lin Bei appears to be lost in thought. This observation leaves him somewhat displeased, after all. He is investing such earnest effort into his teaching, yet Lin Bei seems to be daydreaming. He regarded the enchantment master with disdain. Just as he intended to earnestly correct Lin Bei, hoping to make him realize the significance of the matter, he sensed that something was amiss. This is not a moment of daze, but rather an epiphany. No, he is merely elucidating the most fundamental principles of enchantment. Why would you experience such an instantaneous realization? Even he, after more than 30 years in the profession of enchantment, has only encountered moments of enlightenment twice. Those two epiphanies propelled his enchanting skills to the 15th level, elevating him to the status of a master enchanter. Yet now, Lin Bei, in receiving his most elementary teachings on enchantment, has astonishingly achieved such a profound insight. Is this reasonable? The concept of a polymath apprentice is not without historical precedent. However, it typically requires around a month of diligent study to successfully master the first secondary vocational skill. Moreover, one must not overlook the challenge of learning the other 5 vocational skills, all of which must be elevated to level 6 for quality advancement. It can be stated that while the polymath apprentice possesses remarkable potential, the profession equally demands an immense capacity for comprehension. How long did he elaborate? An hour? No. It must have been merely 50 minutes. In such a brief span of time, have you truly comprehended the principles of enchanting without fully articulating them? Is your perceptiveness truly so extraordinary? Where is the law? Where is the order? At this moment, Zhang Yukai found himself at a loss for words. If nothing unexpected occurs, Lin Bei has already managed to grasp the skill of enchanting. 3 minutes later, Lin Bei emerged from his enlightenment, only to discover that his secondary profession now included the skill of enchantment. Ding. Congratulations on mastering enchantment LV. 1. Ding. Enchantment LV. 1 LV. 19. Before Lin Bei could express his astonishment at the astonishingly powerful learning capability that propelled him to level 19, a surge of experience and enchanting flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, his body underwent subtle changes in response. It was as if he had genuinely elevated himself to level 19 through ceaseless practice. Zhang Yukai, having witnessed Lin Bei's moment of enlightenment, could not help but marvel at his extraordinary talent. However, even so, Lin Bei had merely acquired a rudimentary understanding of enchantment. At the mere LV1 level, he remained but a student in the presence of Zhang Youcai's master-level expertise. This was Zhang Youcai's conviction. Thus, upon observing Lin Bei's enlightenment, he intended to impart a few words of caution, hoping he would not become overly proud. A single moment of clarity was insignificant, after all. He himself had experienced moments of enlightenment twice, in fact. Had he allowed pride to overtake him? Well, perhaps a little. Nevertheless, he was a master-level enchanter at LV 15. What was wrong with a touch of pride? Yet, before he could utter another word, he noticed Lin Bei's previously clear gaze once again fell into a state of blankness. Zhang Yukai, having slightly parted his lips to speak, found himself rendered speechless in astonishment. A second moment of enlightenment? Zhang Yukai was engulfed in confusion. What kind of extraordinary individual could experience a second moment of clarity so soon after the first? I must report this. Someone here is using cheats. Zhang Yukai felt that his Dao heart was somewhat compromised. When did enlightenment become such a simple matter? The entirety of the content regarding enchanting techniques was poured into Lin Bei's mind, and he felt as though he had entered an ocean of knowledge, experiencing a profound sense of enjoyment. Although his academic performance at school was not particularly outstanding, ranking only within the top 3, and he had little fondness for studying, it did not hinder his passion for soaring through the sea of knowledge. The volume of information this time is quite substantial, particularly concerning the art of enchantment, encompassing knowledge from the basics to the most intricate depths. Consequently, a considerable amount of time was invested, and it took Lin Bei a full half-hour to emerge from his second enlightenment. Now, he has attained the mastery of level 19 enchantment. Enchantment level 19, gold. When enchanting an item, it can enhance its overall attributes by 38. And the quality of the enhancement varies according to the level of one's enchantment skill, reaching a maximum of golden quality. Attribute 1 provides an additional enhancement of 10 to the enchanted item's attributes. Attribute 2 adds a foundational element to the enchanted item, allowing for elemental reactions. Attribute 3. After enchanting, the enchanted item receives an additional random attribute boost. Attribute 4. Post-enchantment, the item's durability is slightly increased. Lin Bei opened his secondary profession skills and discovered an additional enchantment level 19 under the learning section, boasting a golden quality and possessing 4 attributes. Most importantly, these can be compounded with the attributes learned from his core secondary profession skills. This is the remarkable prowess of the versatile apprentice. However, correspondingly, the comprehension required of such an apprentice is exceedingly high. Otherwise, one merely remains an unremarkable jack of all trades. After refining the entries 10 times, Lin Bei ultimately chose to replace the 4th entry. Entry 4. After enchanting, enchanted items cannot inflict harm on the enchanter during the duration of the enchantment. Closing the panel, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Zhang Yukai before him. Master Zhang, Master Zhang? Observing Zhang Yukai seated despondently on a stool, his expression occasionally breaking into a smile. One might speculate that he would be promptly committed to a psychiatric facility. As if hearing Lin Bei's voice, Zhang Yukai emerged from his state of despondency. After all, he was a master-level enchanter. What did it matter if Lin Bei achieved a second epiphany? Without a substantial accumulation of knowledge, Lin Bei's enchanting level could never surpass his own, even with a second awakening. He, Zhang Yukai, proud throughout his life, would never allow this matter to undermine his resolve. After gathering his thoughts, He regarded Lin Bei with a complex expression. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei was the most perceptive genius he had ever encountered. He had never heard of anyone achieving enlightenment in a skill, let alone a second enlightenment, under such simple instruction. You are impressive. I trust you have now mastered the enchanting skill? If so, let us delve into a more profound analysis of the skill. After all, as a master enchanter, he still possessed his own reservoir of knowledge. At least, this is what Zhang Yukai believed. Indeed, Master Zhang, I have mastered it, Lin Bei replied, looking at his level 19 golden quality enchanting skill. In the ensuing lessons, once Zhang Yukai presented the material, Lin Bei effortlessly responded, having reached level 19. Applying the knowledge in his mind posed no challenge. Thus, Lin Bei transitioned from initial hesitation to clarity, ultimately mastering the level 19 enchanting skill with remarkable agility. Zhang Yukai. Initially, the instructor found himself posing questions, and astonishingly, it became Lin Bei who elucidated the concepts, with Zhang Yukai taking notes beside him. Even when confronted with a perplexing point during the lecture, Lin Bei's insight illuminated the path for Zhang Yukai, enabling him to break through and attain level 16. Master Zhang. Please stop. Do not call me Master Zhang. At this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Yucai's face. He had achieved a breakthrough. He shattered a problem that had plagued him for nearly 3 years, leaping directly from level 15 to level 16. At this moment, Zhang Yukai had come to a profound realization. Lin Bei's enchanting skills must have reached an astonishing level. He inquired, his voice trembling slightly. May I ask what your enchanting level is now? 19, Lin Bei replied. Zhang Yukai felt utterly disheartened. It dawned on him that geniuses truly existed in this world. Although he was regarded as the youngest enchanting master by outsiders, before Lin Bei, he felt like a mere jest. He had witnessed Lin Bei evolve from an individual with no knowledge to mastering enchanting techniques and achieving the rank of a 19th level enchanting master in a flash, even teaching him in return and helping him resolve long-standing issues. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yukai bowed respectfully to Lin Bei, acknowledging, "The accomplished shall be my teacher. You are indeed my mentor. I, your student Zhang Yukai, humbly pay my respects." He did not believe himself worthy to engage Lin Bei as an equal. Such a figure transcended the confines of an enchanting master. Having grasped the knowledge so swiftly, what lay ahead for Lin Bei? After all, he was merely 18 years old. An enchanting master of 18, already at the 19th level. Surely, it would not be long before he reached the realm of transcendent enchanting masters. Despite his pride, Zhang Yukai was not foolish. He recognized the value in seizing this opportunity, perhaps even becoming Lin Bei's student. As for the potential ridicule from others, what value was there in face? As long as he could elevate himself, the accolades of great scholars would sing his praises. In time, they would only remember, look, this person is a disciple of Master Lin. Ultimately, however, Zhang Yukai did not become Lin Bei's disciple. Upon leaving the Lin family, he sought out Lin Xiong to sign a contract, becoming the exclusive enchanting master for the Ba Lin Guild. Although he could not be Lin Bei's disciple, forging a connection with him would undoubtedly allow him to seek guidance in the future. With such a relationship established, Lin Bei would likely not refuse his requests. Upon learning this news, Lin Xiong appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of Zhang Yucai's circumstances. The Lin family had its own enchanting masters, yet none reached the level of a master, the highest among them barely achieving the 14th level. Now, this seemingly enigmatic Zhang Yukai had joined their family as the exclusive enchanting master for the Ba Lin Guild. This was indeed fortunate news. Once this information spread, many would flock to them, seeking enchanting services. Additionally, he could assist in educating and nurturing the enchanting masters of the Ba Lin Guild. He might even bring his own disciples into the guild, expanding their ranks. The connections and benefits derived from this development would undoubtedly elevate the Lin family's standing. This is the influence brought by a master-level secondary profession character. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yukai, Lin Bei embarked on the enchanting of his weapon alone. Regrettably, given his current enchanting level, he is unable to enchant items of black quality. Perhaps he must attain the status of a celestial master. However, Lin Bei can effortlessly enchant items of lesser quality than black. After approximately half a day, Lin Bei returned home, stretching his waist. Due to the impending visit to a special welfare dungeon the following day, he opted not to stay up all night. Otherwise, true to his nature of indulging in new toys, he would likely play for 2 to 3 days without pause. Dinner was once again a family affair with Lin Xiong, and the Lin family gathered around the table. "Oh, And there was also Lin Miao Miao and Long Xingyao. Long Xingyu sat right next to Lin Bei, and their interactions had grown rather intricate. The meal concluded in a tranquil atmosphere, yet Lin Bei found himself puzzled by Lin Miao Miao, who seemed preoccupied with her phone, occasionally glancing at the two of them. Perhaps this was her bad habit. It is rather impolite to play with one's phone during a family meal. That night, Lin Bei fell into a deep slumber under the moonlight. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A graceful figure entered the room. The next day, Lin Bei gazed in confusion at this figure beside him, falling into a moment of silence. He distinctly recalled locking the door before sleeping. As he stared at the now broken door, which seemed to be protesting its state, Lin Bei suddenly understood. Goodness, the door was even taken apart. Hadn't he mentioned that each person should have their own room? If others were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be subjected to ridicule. Fortunately, this is the Lin family, devoid of outsiders. Otherwise, Lin Bei would genuinely fear being overwhelmed by the legion of fans of Long Xingyao. However, unbeknownst to him, within Lin Miao Miao's room, the girl, sporting two dark circles under her eyes, was gleefully tapping away on her phone screen. The screen displayed messages where she was boasting to her close friends in Tianlong City. Can you guess who my cousin-in-law is? Oh, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Want to know? Sure, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Thus, the news of the national lord's bestowal of marriage to Lin Bei began to circulate slowly among the elite circle of Tianlong City, thanks to Long Xingyao. Lin Miao Miao, overwhelmed with excitement, had not slept a wink all day. In Lin Bei's room, he gazed at Long Xingyao, who was clinging to his right arm like a small child, and let out a helpless sigh. He truly was a vigorous young man, particularly with Long Xingyao's stunning beauty. If she were not the number one in the alliance, she would surely rank among the top three. Her looks rivaled those of his mother. Moreover, her figure was curvaceous and alluring. Who could resist being embraced like this? Especially when she occasionally emitted soft, adorable sounds akin to a gentle mule. Were it not for the fear of the national lord discovering this and coming straight to Tianlong City to administer justice, he would have certainly shown her that he, Lin Bei, was not to be trifled with. Well, perhaps he could pinch her cheek as a form of interest. After all, she had taken over his bed and claimed his arm for the entire night. Seeking a little compensation seemed reasonable. As he reached out his sinful hand, a devilish smile inadvertently appeared on Lin Bei's handsome face. Just as he was about to touch Long Xingyao's delicate face, her eyes suddenly fluttered open. They locked gazes, and Lin Bei's smile faltered, clearly caught off guard, having been apprehended before he could even commit his misdeed. Eventually, it was Long Xingyao who broke the silence first. "Are you trying to touch my face?" she asked, her cheeks involuntarily tinged with a blush, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. "If it's you, then it's all right." She took Lin Bei's hand and, in a moment of surprise, placed it on her rosy cheek. Instinctively, Lin Bei gently squeezed, feeling the delightful softness akin to the bouncy texture of osmanthus cake. Coming back to his senses, he quickly withdrew his hand, rising from the bed while feigning a cough. "Ahem, I merely intended to wake you, nothing more," he stammered. "After all, we are set to enter a special welfare instance today. Also, why have you come to sleep in my room again? Did I not tell you to sleep in your own room last night?" Lin Bei sought to redirect the conversation, employing the classic strategy of the villain accusing first. Isn't it quite normal for a husband and wife to share a bed? Moreover, don't you think there is something amiss about two people sleeping in separate rooms? At that moment, Long Xingyao sat up, her white strap slipping down her shoulder due to her less-than-ideal sleeping position, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin that made Lin Bei's blood rush. Stretching lazily, she unconsciously let out a delightful sound, prompting Lin Bei to turn away, adjusting his trajectory to avoid any unintended consequences. "All right, go wash up, and then we shall have breakfast together before heading out," he said, preparing to dress and attend to his morning routine. After all, Lin Bei preferred to sleep without his upper garments at home, and last night was no exception. He had not anticipated that Long Xingyao would storm in and, like the day before, sleep next door. Why had he not noticed this last night? This certainly cannot be his fault. Lin Bei pondered for a moment about the events of the previous night. It seemed that he had been quite fatigued from over-enchanting items, resulting in a deep slumber. Even when he sensed the bed sinking slightly, he merely perceived a wave of softness and continued to sleep undisturbed. Particularly, the sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him, invoking a swift sense of drowsiness. Upon hearing this, Long Xingyao abruptly rose from her slumber and, to Lin Bei's astonishment, planted a kiss upon him. "She actually kissed me." Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. Was this even reasonable? Observing his stunned expression, Long Xingyao shyly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Good morning. Isn't it quite normal to give a good morning kiss to one's husband?" After all, the novel she had been avidly reading the previous day. The overbearing prince and his adorable concubine mentioned that a morning kiss could enhance the bond between two people. Whether Lin Bei's feelings for her had indeed deepened, she could not ascertain. Yet, she sensed that her previous resistance toward him had dissipated, replaced by a subtle thrill of anticipation. This feeling is quite peculiar. Yet Long Xingyu does not seem to mind. After amiably assisting Lin Bei in changing his attire, the two proceeded to freshen up and began their breakfast. At that moment, the somewhat disheveled Xiong Lin Miao Miao made her entrance, sporting two dark circles under her eyes. She yawned, glanced at Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, and exclaimed, "Good morning. Cousin and cousin-in-law. You shouldn't shout like that." Lin Bei thought to himself, genuinely apprehensive that Lin Miao Miao might continue her boisterous greetings even after entering the reward dungeon. If word reached the ears of the nation's ruler, it could spell disaster. He certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. Eh? Lin Miao Miao shot Lin Bei a disdainful look and casually raised her middle finger at him, to which Lin Bei reciprocated in kind. However, during breakfast, the earlier tension dissipated, giving way to a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Lin Bei no longer felt the need to resist as he had before, after all, given the circumstances. This newfound sensation was rather pleasant. Not long after breakfast, Wang Chongyang arrived at the Lin residence. "Lin Bei, I'm here," towering at a height of 195 meters. Wang Chongyang possessed a muscular physique that resembled that of a bear. Even prior to his awakening, his physique was already impressive, and now it had reached new heights. However, for a shield warrior, Wang Chongyang was an exemplary model, as who wouldn't T want a front line adorned with such a formidable shield? All right, enough with the shouting. It sounds as if I'm deaf." Lin Bei scoffed, digging into his ears. "Your Highness, you are here as well." He felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing Long Xingyao and their explosive team, but upon noticing that she had arrived before him, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "No need to call me Your Highness. Just refer to me as Xingyao," she replied, considering they were all teammates and, moreover, Lin Bei's close companions. She had conducted an investigation into Lin Bei's background after her elimination, gathering information on the Lin family and its connections, which naturally included Wang Chongyang, the heir of the Wang family in Jiancheng, along with insights into their personalities. "Big guy, here we are again," Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, slapping Wang Chongyang's thigh. Being only about 1.5 meters tall, it was quite a challenge for her to reach his shoulder without standing on her tiptoes. So she settled for a playful slap on his thigh instead. Wang Chongyang, rubbing his thigh where she had slapped him, chuckled, "You little rascal. That doesn't hurt at all. All right, since we have enough members, let us commence our journey. This time, there should be 10 teams participating in this special reward dungeon. I wonder what type it will be," Lin Bei pondered. There were experience dungeons, material dungeons, skill reward dungeons, and inheritance reward dungeons, yet he remained uncertain. Long Xingyao shook her head. Although she could learn about the reward dungeon in advance, she had not done so. Since the reward dungeons operated on an individual basis, one could enter even if there were fewer than 5 people, thanks to the spirit power shuttle arranged by the Lin family. It took merely 10 minutes to traverse from Jiangcheng to the capital of Longxia, Tianlong City. Upon landing at the designated spot, a considerable crowd had already gathered, including members of the earlier explosive team, Tu Shuer, Pai Yinping, and Zhang Qifeng. The arrival of the spirit power shuttle was quite an extravagant sight compared to the others who had arrived by plane or train. Even the members of the ancient families who merely used helicopters as their means of transportation. It was rare to witness Lin Bei arriving in such a grand manner, piloting the spirit power shuttle. As the shuttle, stretching several meters in length, landed smoothly, it stirred up a gust of wind before finally coming to a halt. Lin Bei and the others disembarked, signaling the driver to leave as they turned to greet the trio. "Wow, Lin Xiao, your entrance is truly impressive." Zhang Qifeng approached Lin Bei, then shifted his gaze to Long Xingyao. "I can't believe the princess is here with Lin Xiao." Long Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But just then, a figure shot out from the crowd, racing towards her. Before anyone could react, Long Xingyao raised her hand, capturing the figure with a firm grip. Ouch! Ouch, ouch! Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dongfang Yao. At that moment, Long Xingyao had a firm hold on her delicate, fair head. And with a slight increase in pressure, Dongfang Yao felt as if her head might explode. "Ah, Xingyao, it's me. Please let go. My head is going to burst." Long Xingyao sighed in exasperation, having scolded her friend countless times for her antics since childhood. especially for being such a clingy companion. In recent days, had she not concealed her whereabouts and blocked Dongfang Yao, it is likely that this individual would have already stormed into Jiangqing. After releasing Dongfang Yao, her eyes glimmered with tears, presenting an appearance that evoked a sense of pity. She covered her head and, with a woeful expression, looked at Long Xingyao and inquired, "Xingyao, where have you been these past few days? Why did you block me?" As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, which displayed a staggering 10,086 messages, each marked with a glaring red exclamation mark. This clearly illustrated the extent of Dongfang Yao's predicament. "You are exceedingly bothersome," Long Xingyu replied, slightly furrowing her brows. "What? You find me bothersome?" Dongfang Yao appeared utterly crestfallen, as if turned to stone, standing frozen in place. At that moment, the sky unexpectedly darkened. The crowd looked up to discover a colossal spacecraft hovering silently above them, having appeared without notice. From the spacecraft, the voice of Xian Yuanfinbo resonated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please board the spacecraft in an orderly manner. We are about to embark on a special reward quest." Beams of light materialized, forming a luminous staircase that connected the ground to the vessel. The crowd was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the fact that this time they would be transported by a spaceship. This remarkable contraption possesses the ability to soar through the cosmos. Soon, under the command of General Xian Yuanfinbo, a systematic queue began to form as they boarded the spacecraft. The first individual to ascend the stairs tentatively tested the strength of the luminous panel beneath his feet, only to be pleasantly surprised by its sturdiness. After a brief span of 10 minutes, 50 individuals successfully arrived aboard the vessel. Before them stood a man clad in armor, none other than the formidable General Xian Yuanfinbo. This time, the extraordinary reward instance is led by him. "Greetings, everyone. I trust you are familiar with my presence. I shall assume the role of your guardian officer on this occasion. Before we embark on our journey to the instance, it is essential to gather the others. After all, this endeavor concerns the entire alliance, not merely the nation of Longxia. Thus, we must pilot the airship across the globe to collect the qualified awakeners." Soon, on the airship, glimmers of light began to coalesce into a force field shield, enveloping the entire vessel. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a silent acceleration of the force field, we found ourselves at the borders of Longxia in the blink of an eye. This spacecraft is a product of the Alliance's latest advancements in spiritual technology. Its speed surpassing all imagination. Without a certain level of strength to control it, along with the assistance of intelligent AI, navigating it proves to be quite challenging. Soon enough, the 20 teams were finally assembled. 10 teams hailed from the Dragon Summer Nation, while the remaining 10 came from various countries within the Alliance. In their fervor to secure these 10 slots, other nations exhibited remarkable determination during the Alliance conference. The Novice Special Reward Dungeon is no trivial matter. Those who emerge from it with benefits may even attain the status of demigods, and with a stroke of fortune, ascend to divinity. Regrettably, the Dragon Summer Nation is no longer what it once was. Given their current strength, coupled with the adversaries looming above them, merely surviving is considered a significant achievement. Before long, the 20 teams gathered, yet in comparison to the Dragon Summer Nation, the other teams appeared somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, a few among them exhibited an air of arrogance, evidently believing that were it not for their affiliation with the Dragon Summer Nation, they would not have qualified for this Novice Reward Dungeon. The subtle animosity from these teams went largely unheeded by the members of the Dragon Summer Nation. Over the past 3 centuries, the gap between them has long since widened. Why would they concern themselves with the disdainful glances? However, it would be prudent to remain vigilant of these particular teams, for one can never be certain of their intentions. This bears historical lessons, even though the outcome is favorable. "General Shenwei, what is our destination this time?" As the final team gathered and prepared to head towards the Novice Reward instance, one member of a team inquired curiously. "Venus," Xian Yuanfengbo replied quietly. "With humanity's current capabilities, they have long been able to navigate the cosmos. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, even with semi-divine strength, they cannot leave the solar system. Beyond the solar system lies great terror, and the boundary of the solar system protects them from the external horrors, simultaneously preventing their departure. Fortunately, Blue Star has evolved into a transit hub among myriad realms, allowing them to acquire other resources without leaving the solar system. Furthermore, there are instances that can refresh infinitely and even produce various resources. Humanity has achieved travel within the solar system, albeit limited to the Moon and Mars. Both celestial bodies were developed over a century ago, becoming new habitats for humanity, entirely under the dominion of the Longxia Kingdom. After a century of recuperation and national professionalization, Their physical prowess has significantly improved, enhancing their ability to overcome survival challenges in outer space. As Xianyuan Fingbo finished speaking, the propulsion engines of the spirit-powered vessel roared to life. With a bluish-green glow illuminating the surroundings and a faint rumble echoing, the vessel shot forth at an imperceptible speed, swiftly departing Blue Star and heading towards Venus. Only a bluish-green afterimage remained before dissipating. The journey through space was remarkably safe, with no foolhardy individuals daring to attack a spirit-powered vessel manned by a semi-divine powerhouse. Within mere 5 minutes, they arrived at Venus. The planet had been transformed, and even the surrounding environment had been made suitable for human habitation. In due time, Venus would surely become another refuge for humanity. Upon disembarking from the spirit-powered vessel, the group beheld a grand portal, the entrance to the novice reward instance. Ancient inscriptions adorned the portal. Lin Bei looked up, and, if his intuition served him right, the 3 characters inscribed were Southern Heaven Gate. Ever since the spirits were unsealed, everything within the solar system has reverted to its original state. Opportunities bestowed by the deities of the Great Xia Kingdom and even other nations have manifested within the solar system. The Southern Heaven Gate represents the fortune granted by the deities of their nation. Entering within offers the chance to obtain legacy stones and various rare materials. However, there are also monsters present, albeit of weak strength, serving as suitable adversaries for honing one's skills. Xianyuan Fingbo stepped forward and placed a key into the portal's keyhole. A multitude of luminous points converged and transformed into lines, illuminating the inscriptions carved on the door. Ultimately, the inscriptions glowed fully, and the portal opened. A wave of energy swept over all present, as the key contained their qualification for entry. Following the wave, everyone vanished, entering the instance. When Lin Bei opened his eyes, he found himself within the Southern Heaven Gate, accompanied by the other 3 members of his team. It appeared that as long as they formed a party, they could remain together. Lin Bei glanced at the trio and silently remarked, with no one else present, that they only had 1 day, after which they would be teleported out. Wang Chongnong examined the system panel and noted a countdown for exit. While they could leave early, re-entry into the Southern Heaven Gate would be impossible thereafter. The group surveyed their surroundings and discovered crumbling ruins, resembling a scene post-battle. Where should we go now? Perhaps the Doshui Palace or the Peach Garden? Lin Bei pondered, stroking his chin. After all, those 2 places were renowned. The Doshui Palace was replete with treasures, while the Peach Garden piqued his curiosity regarding the existence of the legendary peaches. Yet, they were oblivious to the locations of either, leaving them to proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, within the reward secret realm of the Southern Heaven Gate, the team from the Mei Empire randomly materialized at a location within the realm. Successfully entering the Southern Heaven Gate, they could commence their plans. At ahead, 5 figures were shrouded in a dark aura, ultimately transforming into void beasts, level 30 void beasts. Unlike the novice boss instances of the Longxia Kingdom, other nations face subtle incursions by the Void Sect, albeit quietly. For instance, upon entering, the Mei Empire was invaded and assimilated by primitive void creatures, ultimately becoming void beasts. However, due to the success of their assimilation, they blended in seamlessly, remaining undetected. Thus, these 5 void beasts successfully infiltrated the reward instance, having learned that this time, the reward instance was indeed the Southern Heaven Gate. This realm belongs to humanity, a fortuitous replica bestowed by the Eastern deities. The environment within this replica is not authentic but rather a mere imitation. However, the opportunities contained within are undeniably genuine. There exists a subtle connection between the 2. Their objective is to locate the core of the Southern Gate replica and taint it, thereby further influencing the true Southern Gate. The core generally resides in the most concentrated areas of energy within the secret realms. Ordinary means are utterly incapable of pinpointing the core. Yet, the void beasts are distinct. They possess an innate and formidable energy perception, enabling them to discern the locations of maximum energy concentration throughout the replica. Fortunately, the Southern Gate is delineated by boundaries. Otherwise, even the most acute energy perception would find it challenging to locate the core. Cackling, "We have found it," exclaimed the twisted figure, entirely purple, with skin resembling desiccated bark, and a single azure eye. "Let us proceed." The group began to advance towards the region of heightened energy density. Upon entering the Southern Gate replica, each individual encountered their unique opportunities. Even materials found along the way could potentially be of blue quality. Some fortunate souls might even acquire a legacy stone passed down from a deity. However, due to their awakened professions, they could not attain the profession contained within the legacy stone. At most, they would gain skills compatible with their own. Naturally, If they chose not to use the legacy stone, they could bring it out and submit it to the state in exchange for other resources. After all, professions derived from divine legacies are not trivial. They hold the potential to ascend to demigod status, initiating with a purple profession. This is the formidable advantage of utilizing legacy stones. An hour passed, and Lin Bei's explosive team traversed numerous locations. Along the way, they encountered other teams, who, upon recognizing Lin Bei's explosive squad, exhibited a degree of trepidation. The recipients of 100,000 points, although the method of their achievement remained a mystery, were certainly not to be trifled with. Thus, upon their initial encounter, others instinctively sought to avoid Lin Bei's group, although a few brazen individuals followed closely behind: Shang Wanhua, Dongfang Yao, Zhao Taizhu, and Zhuge Guanqing. This quartet, having encountered Lin Bei's team, chose not to retreat but rather to attach themselves. As Dongfang Yao remarked, "It is better to have more people for support." Everyone obtained their respective fortunes. For instance, Zhao Taizhu found himself at the entrance of the southern gate upon their arrival. Sensing a calling, he made his way towards the southern gate. After a flash of brilliance, he successfully acquired the legacy of the giant spirit god. His profession aligned perfectly with the legacy, granting him the legacy skill, giant spirit law, along with a demigod level, red quality weapon, the Xianhua axe, which is capable of growth. Once the group convened, Lin Bei appointed Lin Miao Miao as the guide, given that her awakened profession was fortune walker. Since they were uncertain of their destination, it was better to wander aimlessly. 5 hours elapsed, and the 8-member team explored a multitude of locales. Among them, Zhuge Guanqing's core skill was enhanced after passing through the Starry Palace. Dongfang Yao, upon visiting the Jade Pool, obtained a red quality, growth-capable weapon, the Qinghuan sword. Shang Wanhua, in the alchemy chamber of the Doshui Palace, stumbled upon a dilapidated cauldron and acquired another type of flame, the Lu Ding divine fire. Lin Miao Miao, within the Fate Temple, discovered her own opportunity, unlocking a new skill, Celestial Fate. Only Lin Bei, Long Xingyou, and Wang Chongyang remained without fortune. However, the trio was not particularly anxious, as merely 6 hours had passed with 18 hours still remaining. "What place is this?" Wang Chongyang inquired curiously, glancing at the surrounding dilapidated structures. The others began searching for a sign that might confirm their location. Soon, Lin Miaomiu discovered a tattered plaque, mercifully intact. Donia Palace? The Donia Palace is rumored. Is the dwelling place of the Erlang god. Should we venture inside? That sounds good. The group entered the Donia Palace, which was no different from the crumbling structures outside, all bearing the scars of war. At that moment, Wang Chongyang felt a calling and detached from the group, heading in a specific direction. The others quickly realized something was afoot. Before long, Wang Chongyang returned, his face alight with joy. "What good fortune did you encounter?" As Wang Chongyang's close friend, Lin Bei was well aware of his nature. If he bore such a grin, it could only mean he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "Guess what?" "I shall not indulge in guessing," Lin Bei retorted, feigning disinterest. "Before you stands the inheritor of the true monarch Yang Jian of the Guanjianku and Qingyuan Miaodao, Wang Chongyang." With that proclamation, a 3-pronged knife materialized in Wang Chongyang's hand, and he began to dance with it, radiating martial prowess. "Ah, you lucky rascal." The others expressed their envy, particularly Zhao Taizhu, who, despite obtaining a legacy and becoming one of the inheritors, felt overshadowed by Wang Chongyang's acquisition of the renowned Erlang god, a formidable warrior of the heavenly court. However, Zhao Taizhu, though envious, felt content with his own giant spirit legacy. At the very least, the skill giant spirit law would significantly enhance his overall abilities, allowing him to perform more effectively in the front lines. Wang Chongyang grinned widely. A closer inspection revealed that he was rather handsome, albeit slightly less so than Lin Bei. In addition to acquiring the red quality, growth-capable 3-pronged knife, he also gained the skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. The acquisition of skills is inherently selective. At level 10, he had not awakened a professional skill, thus, upon inheriting the legacy, he successfully obtained a legacy skill. If fortune favored him upon reaching level 20, he would have the opportunity to choose between a professional skill and a legacy skill. This is the remarkable prowess of the inheritors. The skill Heaven and Earth is anything but ordinary, as it begins with a golden quality. It propels him, already a formidable frontline warrior, towards an evolution of extraordinary resilience. Not to mention that after the inheritance, his combat capabilities will also see a significant enhancement. Miao Miao, please choose a position to advance. After Wang Chongyang took a moment to collect his thoughts, Lin Bei called out to Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao nodded, then pointed her finger and softly chanted, "The little rooster points to whom it may. Let us go this way." The group had no objections. They had witnessed Lin Miao's exceptional talent for leading. In a place devoid of maps and uncertain opportunities, having Lin Miao as a fortunate guide is simply delightful. One can ascertain the abundant rewards of the gathering. Truly a bountiful return. This is the place where the energy of the Southern Heavenly Gate secret realm is most plentiful. Before a magnificent and grand hall, 5 grotesquely deformed phantoms have arrived. Despite the ravages of war that have marred many areas, the central plaque remains undisturbed. Inscribed upon it are 4 ancient characters, Lingxiao Palace. Let us commence our endeavor to infiltrate the core of the secret realm. This marks a crucial step in the conspiracy of the Void Cult. Should they succeed in infiltrating the core, they could subtly undermine the true Southern Gate. The true Southern Gate stands as the foremost defense against their monstrous incursions, representing the primary adversary to the Void creatures. Thus, they resort to this method of invasion to disrupt the normal operations of the Southern Gate. Even the slightest successful interference could yield vastly different consequences. On their journey, they deliberately evaded the gaze of other factions to avoid any unforeseen incidents. At last, the moment has come to reveal their intentions. The leader of the Void Beings extended an arm resembling a withered branch, reaching towards the central seat within the Lingxiao Palace. In an instant, the power of the Void erupted, disrupting the flow of energy in the vicinity. Concurrently, the secret realm of the Southern Gate began to tremble. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, experiencing a seismic disturbance as an overwhelming force descended unexpectedly. The source of this power was located within the Lingxiao Palace. The Void Beings sensed the arrival of this force but remained utterly unfazed. It was merely the divine consciousness of a deity. The descending power perceived the movements of the Void Beings and wished to intervene, yet found itself powerless to act. The force of order compelled it to merely observe their actions. With an ominous cackle, the energy core was activated. Before their eyes, the leader of the Void Beings made a delicate grasp, and the fabric of space was instantaneously torn asunder. A core of a replica, radiating with iridescent brilliance, materialized in the void. This is the core of the Southern Heavenly Gate instance. By influencing it, one can affect the true Southern Heavenly Gate through their connection. Why has a Void Spectre appeared in this place? The voice of Shangguanhua echoed as they, guided by Lin Miao, arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, the legendary assembly hall of the deities. Initially, they intended to seek opportunities here, yet unexpectedly encountered the Void Spectre they had not anticipated. Remarkably, the Void Spectre had silently infiltrated their ranks, eluding the perception of the demigod-level powerhouses. It is no wonder that after their emergence, the entire Jiang city remained on high alert. Is it possible that someone has discovered this place? Nevertheless, it matters not. Our plan has already come to fruition. As for you, should you choose not to intervene, you may bear witness to the success of our endeavor. In fact, you could even become a member of the Void Sect. Among the 5 enigmatic beings of the Void, one with a yellowish complexion crossed his arms defiantly, responding with a glimmer of challenge in his purple eyes. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in the ears of Lin Bei and his companions. Ding dong. Entering a special state. Team limit unlocked. 8. This signifies that the maximum number of team members has swiftly reached 8. Clearly, it is that formidable force exerting its influence, capable of affecting the dungeon to a certain extent. His inability to intervene does not imply that he cannot impact the instance. Furthermore, within the confines of the dungeon, everyone heard the system announce that it had entered a special state, automatically assigning a quest to vanquish the void monsters and safeguard the core from harm, with rewards specified for successful completion. The location of the quest is situated at the center of the Southern Heaven Gate dungeon, the Lingxiao Palace. Let us form a team. Lin Bei directly extended an invitation to Shangguanhua, swiftly assembling a new party. Shangguanhua did not decline and clicked to agree. Instantly, the avatars of Shangguanhua and his 3 companions appeared below the 4-man team display. The team has been successfully formed. This implies that their respective skills will not harm one another. Since you have chosen to take action, do not blame us. The prowess of these 5 void beasts had reached level 30, and their quality was uniformly of a violet hue. Under the pressure of their levels, they believed themselves invincible, even against 8 opponents. However, Lin Bei harbored no fondness for these void beasts. His family had been shattered due to an assault by the Void Sect. Encountering the void beasts now was an opportunity for him to exact some retribution. Group shield technique. In an instant, everyone felt an ethereal shield enveloping their bodies. As long as the shield remained intact, they would be unharmed. Shangguanhua and his companions found this phenomenon intriguing. as it was their first encounter with such a tangible shield. Yet, upon glancing at their shield values, they were left in disbelief. Over 3 million shield points. Have you cheated? Not only Shang Guanhua, but even Zhuge Guanxing gazed at Lin Bei with astonishment. Wang Chongyang and Lin Miaomiao remained somewhat composed, having witnessed Lin Bei's capabilities during their recent dungeon runs. Beside them, Long Xingyao was equally astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Bei's support skills to be so extraordinary. It was a stark contrast to their first battle, where Lin Bei's support skills, though impressive, had limits. Back then, their dragon squad had nearly taken down Wang Chongyang. Now, with over 3 million shield points, and a genuine shield at that, it meant all damage would be mitigated by this shield first. She could hardly fathom how the 5 void beasts, relying on level suppression, could possibly defeat them. The void beasts, oblivious to the turmoil within the group, reveled in their level superiority. Let us strike. Since they refuse to join our void sect, we shall eliminate them. The purple void beast cast a glance at the group and silently declared, intensifying their invasion. Attempt to strike before me? Lin Bei directed a precise silence at the purple void beast. The skill was disrupted, leaving the void beast in a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Normally, a lower level would diminish the effectiveness of skills against higher levels, but Lin Bei's skill level was so elevated that it shattered this limitation. The purple void beast was compelled to halt its skill, clutching its head in disarray. With the core invasion stalled, the other void beast reacted. The red one unleashed a dark crimson array, ensnaring the group. Dark prison. Within the covered area, all attributes were reduced by 50%, and maximum health diminished by 1 each second. A wave of despondency washed over the group as they checked their panels, an astonishing 50% drop in all attributes. Fortunately, while their maximum health was steadily decreasing, Lin Bei's genuine shield ensured that the deducted health points were absorbed by the shield first. Even for the 2 highest health frontliners, the damage barely caused ripples in the shield. Although the dark prison directly affected their overall attributes, the accompanying psychological weight could significantly impair their performance. Moonlight Blessing. Lin Bei swiftly cast a moonlight blessing over the group. A beam of moonlight emanated from him, hanging high in the celestial palace, where the moonlight shone. All negative effects vanished instantly. Simultaneously, Lin Bei retrieved the divine artifact, the Bai Xian flute, and began to play a melody, a tune of eternal love, resonating through the air. The group felt a wave of relief as their status bars reflected an increase of 30 in attack power, 20 in movement speed, and a 10% reduction in skill cooldowns. During this performance, Lin Bei was rendered untargetable, allowing the sound waves to surge towards the 5 void beasts, inflicting 10 points of spell damage per second. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. As they heard the melody from the Bai Xian flute, the void beasts experienced immense discomfort. The blue void beast manifested a blade in its hand, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lin Bei, preparing to execute a void hunt slash. Without hesitation, Long Xingyao transformed into her dragon form. A 17-meter-long white dragon descended, executing a dragon god charge. The blue void beast, with a mocking glint in its eye, chuckled, "You think you can stop me?" Yet, as it prepared to strike, Lin Bei remained undeterred, continuing to play the melody of eternal love. The void hunt slash effortlessly sliced through Lin Bei's form, as if cutting through air, untargetable. The blue void beast was taken aback. What? There is something off here. Who could have anticipated that among them? Someone could master an untargetable skill at such a low level. Such skills were typically reserved for those of semi-divine status, or even higher. How could a mere level 19 human be so exceptional? With the attack missing its mark, the following effects of the void hunt slash could not trigger. Only upon successfully hitting a target and achieving a kill could the skill refresh and enhance its damage. Failing to land a hit resulted in a 1-second immobilization. Now, trapped in this moment, the blue void beast could only watch helplessly as Long Xingyao charged towards it with the dragon god charge. Boom. The blue void beast was sent flying by the white dragon strike, its decayed wooden form cracking under the force. -10, 086. The damage had breached its defenses. Although the harm was still relatively low, the fact that it could penetrate their defenses signified that they could indeed be harmed. Initially, they had thought this was merely a low-level team. What threat could they possibly pose, even with a formidable shield? But the situation had changed drastically. Quick, eliminate that woman. Despite Long Xingyao's enchanting beauty, the void beasts saw her as nothing more than an obstacle to their destruction. They were oblivious to the concept of cherishing beauty. The remaining void beasts quickly shifted their focus to concentrate their attacks on Long Xingyao. Meanwhile, one green void beast quietly vanished, seemingly concocting a scheme. Due to their superior levels, the void beast reacted far quicker than Lin Bei and his companions. After all, they had reached the 4th tier. While Lin Bei's group was merely at the 2nd tier, a significant difference in power. Long Xingyao's ability to inflict damage had already shocked them, and they would not permit her to pose any threat to them. Everyone act now. The battle was ignited in but a mere 5 seconds, and despite any hesitation, all had quickly regained their composure. Zhuge Guanjing and Lin Miaomiao, the two supportive figures, promptly unleashed their signature skills to enhance the damage for the team. Dongfeng Yao, wielding the Qinghuan sword, transformed into the Qinghuan sword immortal and executed the skill Qinghuan 7 kills, charging towards the Azure Void creature. While her innate skills lacked true damage, the Qinghuan sword did not. After inflicting 10 strikes of -10 damage upon the blue void creature, it swiftly converted into genuine damage. -2,666. The damage continued to escalate. It was indeed true damage. The blue void creature was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the astonishing abilities of this low-level team it had so underestimated. The individual encased in a 1,000,000-point shield need not be mentioned. A mere level 17 woman could inflict over 10,000 points of damage upon him. And this diminutive figure was even more formidable, capable of dealing true damage. It was certain that he would perish. The individuals present here must remain. Otherwise, once they ascend to divinity in the future, they will undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to their ethereal lineage. Shang Wanhua unleashed the Red Lotus Inferno, augmented by the newly acquired 6-ding Divine Fire, hurling it towards the Azure Void creature. The Red Lotus Inferno diminished recovery rates, while the 6-ding Divine Fire not only incinerated but also consumed its vitality. Zhao Taizhu and Wang Chongyang exchanged a knowing glance and charged towards the Azure Void creature, determined to eliminate this intruder from their ranks. True form of the giant spirit, the heavens and earth responded as the sun and moon shone in unison. The two cried out, activating their inherited skills. Zhao Tiezhu's physique elongated, an armor of energy enveloping him, while his ceremonial axe enlarged in tandem. With a mighty swing, he struck with the force of a mountain, descending upon the Azure Void creature. Simultaneously, Wang Chongyang's form dissipated, only to re-emerge as a colossal figure, 5 meters tall. Fully armored, with a golden vertical eye adorning his forehead. Clad in a splendid crown and white armor, he wielded a trident-bladed knife, launching a fierce strike at the Azure Void creature. Lightning crackled around the trident-bladed knife as it descended. Multiple attacks converged upon the Azure Void creature, which was poised to employ its skills to flee. Even it, despite its high rank, found it necessary to evade such an onslaught, for failure to do so could result in its demise. Attempting to escape, observing this from his position, Lin Bei summoned his thoughts and activated a binding skill. Unable to move, the skill reverberated with a thunderous sound. With a roar of defiance, the Azure Void creature sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The other Void creatures did not anticipate that Lin Bei's small team could nearly eliminate the Azure Void creature with a single explosive effort. Immediately, the Crimson Void creature unleashed a powerful healing spell, striving to revive the already critically wounded Azure Void creature. Its health, once nearly depleted, returned to a safe threshold. However, before the Azure Void creature could utter a threat, Wang Chongyang and Zhao Taizhu surged forward, wielding their weapons with ferocity against the Azure Void creature. Wang Chongyang even activated a taunting skill. Once the taunt was initiated, the Azure Void creature, which had intended to utilize Spatial Leap to escape, found itself uncontrollably lunging towards Wang Chongyang. Armed with the Void Hunter-S knife, it aimed to strike Wang Chongyang, but he adeptly blocked the attack with his trident-bladed knife. Behind them, Long Xingyao exhaled fiery crimson dragon flames, seeking to reduce the Azure Void creature to ashes. Binding, silence, multifold casting. Lin Bei was not idle, promptly unleashing skills upon the Void creatures, particularly targeting the Azure and Crimson beings. In an instant, the Crimson Void creature, which had intended to save the infiltrated Azure Void creature, found itself enveloped in a wave of silence, unable to cast its spells. The duration of the silence extended for an astonishing 3 seconds. As the chaos effect took hold, both creatures relinquished their resistance. Ultimately, the Azure Void creature was vanquished through the combined efforts of the 8. The Yellow Void creature, witnessing this, was filled with rage. It had not anticipated that these 8, whose strength was 2 tiers below theirs, could annihilate the Azure Void creature. They must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for their void lineage. Vanishing. The yellow void creature slipped into an invisible state. Lin Bei, with his multifaceted focus, remained vigilant of the remaining void creatures on the battlefield. However, he was perplexed as to the absence of two. Could it be a ruse? With keen insight, his eyes shimmered with blue light as calculations unfolded. The cloaking effect was shattered. The yellow void creature, wielding the Soul Reaver, stealthily approached Lin Miao. Clearly, he perceived her as the weakest link, the easiest target to eliminate. With his level 32 prowess, dispatching the level 19 Lin Miao would be a mere formality. Mark. Upon noticing the yellow void creature's intent to ambush, Lin Bei activated his skill, marking the yellow void creature with a shattering insignia, preventing it from cloaking again for the duration of the mark. The yellow void creature, taken aback by Lin Bei's possession of a shattering skill, realized too late how severely it countered him. Yet, he had already reached Lin Miao's side. How could she possibly be saved? While Lin Miao possessed a true shield, he wielded a shield-breaking skill. Each strike would not only deplete 20 from her maximum shield value, but would also inflict damage equivalent to 10 times the shield value lost upon her life points. With Thorned Armor and Lin Bei's own Sacred Heart skill enhancement, the damage mitigation reached an impressive 86. However, due to the overwhelming strength of her shield, the damage dealt still reduced Lin Miao's health to 0. In disbelief, Lin Miao gazed at her chest, feeling a sharp pain. Yet the depletion of her health did not equate to her demise. Dings echoed as the core skill of the Lucky Walker, Lucky Star, activated. Lucky Star LV. 2. Purple bestows a 35 increase in critical hit rate to the target, amplifying critical damage by 50 and slightly enhancing luck. Entry 1. With health depleted. Triggers the Fate effect, granting immunity to death for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Entry 2. Upon receiving an attack, forcibly repels the attacking target. Entry 3. Applies the Fate effect to the enhanced target. After striking Lin Miao, the yellow void creature, elated, suddenly found its body forcefully repelled. Following this, the counterattack effect from the Thorned Armor activated. The damage capable of obliterating Lin Miao was sufficient to annihilate the level 32 yellow void creature. The yellow void creature felt a surge of pain before vanishing from the Southern Skygate instance. The onlookers gasped in terror upon witnessing Lin Miao's assassination, only to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw her health bar drop to 0 without succumbing to death. They had been careless, focusing solely on the Azure Void creature and neglecting the others. A thorough reflection was imperative. Next, they must eliminate the remaining void creatures. Lin Miao, shaken, observed the green glow enveloping her, warmth surging within her body, realizing her cousin had restored her health. Thank you, cousin, Lin Miao nervously acknowledged, patting her slightly anxious chest. It's nothing, Lin Bei nodded in response, contemplating the lesson imparted by the yellow void creature. Despite his formidable skill combinations, he recognized the multitude of skills and their varying effects. The same skill could yield thousands of different outcomes, as demonstrated by the yellow void creature's shield-breaking effect. Had it not been for Lin Miao's fate effect granting her immunity to death for 3 seconds, she would have required resurrection to return. Nevertheless, even death and inability to resurrect posed no insurmountable issue. In the realm of reward instances, death incurs no penalties. At most, one is merely expelled from the instance. Due to the demise of the Void Abomination, it was promptly ejected from the Southern Gate instance. Xianyuan Fengbo, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Azure Void Abomination, instinctively seized it. A demigod-level expert's intervention rendered the 4th-tier Void Abomination utterly incapable of escape. Although the suppression was effortless, Xianyuan Fengbo swiftly realized that unforeseen disturbances had arisen within the reward instance. Attention! Seal the surrounding area. The Void Sect has manifested. Before he could finish, a yellow Void Abomination was expelled in quick succession. Xianyuan Fengbo subdued it with a mere flick of his hand. Due to the nature of the reward instance and the fact that they were Void Abominations rather than mere Void monsters, their consciousness had not been entirely eradicated. Upon being captured by Xianyuan Fengbo, their immediate recourse was self-detonation. However, Xianyuan Fengbo possessed ample experience in dealing with such entities. The vexing aspect of the Void Sect lies in their utter disregard for their own lives. After all, death is but a temporary inconvenience, as they soon resurrect, albeit as new entities devoid of intelligence. Nevertheless, even as entirely new beings, they remain steadfast in their original will. Do you truly believe you can self-detonate? A seasoned expert can discern the potential of their adversaries. With a single binding maneuver, Xianyuan Fengbo effectively suppressed the Void Abomination that had intended to explode. Its power was instantly confined, rendering it immobile. Moreover, specialized binding handcuffs materialized in his grasp, effectively obstructing the flow of energy within its being. The inability to channel energy meant that self-detonation was no longer an option. It had been captured alive. At this moment, Xianyuan Fengguo noticed that the strength of the two ethereal monstrosities had astonishingly reached level 32. If his memory served him correctly, the highest level of those who had entered was merely 20. Who possessed such formidable power? Lin Bei? The thought of Lin Bei, the young man who had summoned the Mountain Lord in the recorded footage, immediately crossed Xianyuan Fengguo's mind. If it were indeed him, there was a possibility he could eliminate them. They must be detained and treated with the utmost seriousness. Yes, General. In the Nandian Gate instance, within the Lingxiao Palace, 2 of the ethereal monstrosities had already been expelled after consecutive deaths, leaving only 2 remaining. No, it should be 3, as one had vanished to an unknown location. However, none of this boded well. They needed to be eliminated. The whereabouts of the green ethereal monster were still a mystery, but first, the remaining 2 must be dealt with before addressing that one. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire Nandian Gate instance. Above, dark clouds began to gather, enveloping the space in a shroud of darkness. It was a pitch-black void, capable of swallowing light itself. Several bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, heralding the emergence of the green ethereal monstrosity. Sacrifice. The green void creature astonishingly sacrificed its own body to summon a high-level void monster for a brief period. Moreover, due to having found a hiding place, the sacrificial skill has already been activated, rendering it impossible to halt its effects now. Lin Bei attempted to use the silence skill, but to no avail, as the skill had long since been initiated and the green void creature had become a mere offering. It was utterly dead, trapped within the confines of the instance. The void split open, revealing a pitch-black dragon claw emerging from within, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, which momentarily drowned out Lin Bei's flute melody. Ultimately, a colossal black dragon, stretching over 100 meters, with an ominous aura surrounding it, descended. A void creature. Moreover, it was a void creature amalgamated with a dragon. Dragons, regardless of their whereabouts, are always at the pinnacle of existence. Astonishingly, this dragon possessed a level of LV 50, a 6th-tier strength. In this novice instance, it was undeniably a dimensional suppression. Even if Lin Bei's skills were formidable, he would likely find it quite challenging to contend with. Though Harvey has sacrificed himself, he has afforded us precious time. Come, assist me in continuing the invasion of the core. The purple void creature declared to the red void creature upon witnessing the scene. As for the rest, as long as this void monster remains, it poses no issue. A mere 2nd-tier human could hardly be their opponent. After the darkness, light returned, and the dragon sword, circling above the celestial palace. Its gaze was piercing, intensely focused on Lin Bei and the others, particularly on Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao, now in her dragon form, appeared diminutive at a mere 17 meters compared to the 100-meter-long giant dragon, resembling a dragon hatchling. The dragon's might. The unique pressure exuded by dragons bore down upon the crowd, with Long Xingyao feeling the weight of it even more. Being a dragon herself, she found herself unable to resist against a dragon of such superior strength in the moment. Yet, she did not yield, steadfastly enduring the confrontation with the dragon soaring above. Initially, she intended to collaborate and allow others to experiment with their new skills, but that now seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Bei beheld the level 50 black dragon above. A creature of golden quality. Would summoning the Mountain Lord ensure victory? Perhaps it was worth a try. Summon the deity. Lin Bei silently recited, activating the summoning skill. At the same time, here lies the true southern heavenly gate, tasked with defending against assaults from the void creatures. Oh no, Third Prince. The core of the dungeon we deployed to the lower realm has been invaded. The King of Broad Eyes, Mo Li Hong, hurriedly approached a youthful figure, characterized by a gentle countenance and adorned with 2 flat, round hair buns. The boy, with his bare torso inscribed with crimson runes, leisurely reclined upon the southern heavenly gate, a celestial herb held delicately between his lips, as he closed his eyes and played a soft tune. This individual was none other than Neza, the 3rd Prince. Upon hearing Mo Li Hong's words, he opened his eyes with slight annoyance. The barely concealed aura of menace in his half-closed gaze made the celestial soldiers tremble with trepidation. Mo Li Hong, sensing the atmosphere, felt a shiver run down his spine. Is there a problem? Could it affect the southern heavenly gate? Surely it would. Really? Nez's eyes gleamed with excitement, and in an instant, 2 additional heads and 6 arms manifested. The universal silk, the heaven and earth circle, the fire spear. The nine-dragon fire shield, and the golden brick appeared in his hands. With a nimble leap, the wind and fire wheels materialized beneath his feet, spinning wildly and emanating true fire. At last, the tedium had dissipated. Neza had been exceedingly bored of late, and now, learning that the southern heavenly gate might be under threat indicated that it would soon be besieged by those void demons. A delightful spectacle has now unfolded. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was left embarrassed, with Mo Lihong wiping away non-existent beads of sweat. Truly, he is the foremost harbinger of death in the celestial realm. Fortunate is it that the heavenly king can keep him in check, lest chaos truly reign. Prince, cease your antics. The pressing matter at hand is to address the core issues of the mortal realm. How intriguing that the celestial court can now meddle in earthly affairs. Just 3 years ago, the domain gates had only recently opened. Do you truly possess the means to intervene? Neza remained unperturbed, his desire to engage in a grand battle overshadowing the need to merely oversee the southern heavenly gate. Just look at the elderly figures stationed at the other 3 gates. Is he ancient? Why must a mere child be entrusted with this watch? Mo Lihong found himself at a loss for words, yet before he could utter another syllable, Neza's expression brightened. He then closed his eyes, as if transcending into another realm. Meanwhile, within the secret domain of the southern heavenly gate, Lin Bei activated his summoning skill, conducting a vast search for deities to invoke. In that moment, he sensed an immense resistance, which dissipated moments later. A multitude of luminous orbs, belonging to the divine, appeared before him. Before Lin Bei could make his selection, one orb approached and connected with him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with elation. Gazing at the dark dragon above, poised to suppress them, he smiled gently and proclaimed, "It seems we are indeed well suited for this endeavor. I summon you. Marshal of the central altar, the great deity of the 3 altars, Prince Neza, descend." Lin Bei's eyes suddenly flared open, a flash of crimson lotus gleaming within. His right hand formed a gesture, fingers poised 3 centimeters from his lips. "I summon you, Marshal of the central altar, the great deity of the 3 altars, Prince Neza. Descend." As his words echoed, flames burst forth from the void, transforming into a red lotus. Within the flower, a figure gradually took shape, ultimately materializing as a handsome youth with 3 heads and 8 arms. The youth's 3 pairs of eyes opened, radiating an aura of lethal intent, causing all present to tremble in fear. How much life must be extinguished to cultivate such a formidable aura? Is this truly the mortal realm? I never anticipated that one day I would return to this place. The youth in question is none other than Neza, who surveyed his surroundings with keen observation. Although he found himself within the confines of the southern heavenly gate instance and his current form was merely a projection, it was nonetheless his first experience descending to the mortal realm in such a manner. "Third Prince, I implore you to assist us in vanquishing our adversaries." The avatar of the 3rd Prince summoned this time is exceedingly formidable. A level 50 black quality avatar, with his current prowess, can sustain his form for a mere 20 seconds. Them? Neza's gaze swept across the assembly, discerning only 2 remaining void creatures and a massive, pitch-black dragon spiraling in the sky above. With a cold snort, Neza hurled a golden brick towards the 2 void beings intent on breaching the core. The brick sliced through the air, striking the 2 creatures, who were entirely engrossed in their task before they could react. Their souls were instantly shattered, leaving their corporeal forms in utter ruin. Wishing to resurrect? Neza seemed to sense something, and with a flick of the Hunyuan silk in his hand, the power belonging to the void creatures was ensnared by the mystical fabric. This marks the first time that the power of resurrection within the copy has been shattered before the eyes of the crowd. Does this not imply that if one were to encounter such a level of power in the future, even within a revival-enabled realm, death would be inevitable? Neza, grinning at the assembly, reassured them, "Fear not, for the utilization of such formidable power pertains to the very fabric of the rules. It is unlikely to manifest in the lower realms. Only by harnessing the power of these rules can one counteract the forces of the void, preventing their resurgence. Otherwise, with the void's ability to resurrect infinitely, the world would have long succumbed to their dominion, plunging everything back into nothingness. There would be no opportunity for resistance or the gathering of strength." After dispatching 2 void entities that sought to invade the core of the realm, Neza's gaze turned to the colossal dragon hovering above. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Merely 3 seconds had elapsed. The dragon, realizing the situation, reacted swiftly. Yet, upon sensing Neza's aura, an inexplicable dread washed over him, as if a great terror loomed in the shadows. It felt as though this youth before him was his sworn nemesis. Indeed, a true adversary. Despite both being of level 50, this youth was a deity of black quality. Even were he to manifest a clone, it would be beyond the dragon's capacity to contend with. In that moment, the black dragon felt a primal urge to flee, cursing inwardly the wretched green void entity. Why would this individual sacrifice himself to summon him across the expanse of space to this very location? Isn't this a buy one get one free? Flee. The black dragon sought to escape, but Neza had already sensed it at first glance. Don't even think about running. I haven't fought in ages. With a grin, Neza felt an irresistible urge to act upon the dragon, certainly not due to the presence of the third prince of the East Sea. With a flick of his mixed heaven silk, the infinitely stretching crimson ribbon surged toward the black dragon. It then transformed into 2, 4, and 8 strands, beginning to envelop the surroundings, ultimately sealing off all escape routes for the black dragon. With a final pull, the mixed heaven silk began to constrict, ensnaring the black dragon tightly. In his hand, the fire-tipped spear ignited with the 3 mysteries, true flame. Beneath his feet, the wind and fire wheels materialized from thin air, accelerating the true flame as it surged toward the black dragon. With a thrust of the fire-tipped spear, the dragon's tendons were forcibly extracted from its body. Neza seized the opportunity, pulling with all his might. The black dragon felt its body weaken, and it succumbed to an uncontrolled plummet from the heights, emitting a pained roar as if its very lifeblood were being seized. Indeed, while the dragon's reverse scale is a weakness, the dragon tendons are even more so. As Neza forcefully extracted the tendons, he took a whiff, recoiling in disgust. Truly a stench of rotten fish and decayed shrimp. He then discarded the tendons, finding their quality utterly unworthy. Yet, a thought struck him, and he retrieved the tendons once more. They would serve perfectly as a scarf for his father. Casting a glance at the half-dead black dragon, Neza brought down his Qiankuan circle upon its head. The dragon's skull was instantly reduced to dust, its life extinguished. Even its soul was scattered by Neza, unable to be revived. After completing his task, Neza's gaze fell upon the stunned onlookers, momentarily tempering his malevolent aura. Why are you all silent? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Neza found it somewhat unamusing. These little ones appeared rather dazed, lacking any charm. Why, you are the third Prince Neza, exclaimed the fervent Shang Wanhua, nearly clinging to Neza's leg in excitement. Indeed. It was surprising to discover that someone from the mortal realm recognized him. This was certainly the case. However, before he could finish his thought, Neza felt himself beginning to fade away. With a slight twist of his lips, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied at the prospect of returning so soon. How much time has truly passed? Perhaps only 20 seconds? Glancing at the young man, Shang Wanhua, who resembled an ardent fan, he then poked his finger gently at the center of Shang Wanhua's brow. The true fire of Samadhi. Due to the mismatch between Shang Wanhua's profession and abilities, the inheritance left behind proved to be of little consequence. However, Shang Wanhua had the capacity to absorb various flames for enhancement. Thus, Neza bestowed upon him the skill of true fire of Samadhi. Shang Wanhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. His childhood hero had granted him a skill. Moreover, it was the immensely powerful true fire of Samadhi. Neza's gaze swept over Long Xingyao before finally resting on Lin Bei. Kid, remember to call me when there's a fight. With those words, Neza's figure vanished, and Lin Bei's countenance turned pale, though he eventually regained his composure. It must be said that summoning deities was indeed a formidable skill. Yet it demanded a tremendous amount of energy. Meanwhile, Long Xingyu reverted from her dragon form, her expression contrasting sharply with Lin Bei's, as a hint of fear lingered in her eyes. The mere glance from Neza had nearly induced a heart attack. She had witnessed the fate of the black dragon in vivid detail, its agonizing demise etched in her memory. Had she not been one of their own, she would have genuinely feared that Neza might, in a fit of anger, sever the dragon tendons without hesitation. After a few seconds, Lin Bei finally calmed down, rubbing his waist and exhaling in relief. The expenditure had indeed been overwhelming, but he had managed to endure it. Due to the defeat of the Void Spectre and the Black Dragon, a surge of experience flooded into everyone. Levels were swiftly elevated, and Lin Bei reached level 25. All his skills simultaneously advanced to level 25. At level 20, Lin Bei had also gained 2 additional skill slots, although fortune did not favor him with any new professional skills. After all, it was a mere 50% chance, and one could not demand what was not meant to be. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Ding. Dungeon rewards activated. At that moment, the voice from the dungeon echoed. Since the task required the elimination of the dungeon's threats, the completion was naturally confirmed with the eradication of the Void Spectres. The group began to receive rewards based on their contributions. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a Golden Profession Upgrade Stone, 10 Comprehension Pills, and a Golden Skill Book. Each individual received their respective rewards, and upon seeing the contents, they were pleasantly surprised, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Bei was no exception. He had not anticipated receiving a Golden Profession Upgrade Stone, an item scarcely found even in the kingdom of Longxia. Whenever such a stone was available, it was utilized without delay. The comprehension pills were even more extraordinary, allowing one to achieve instant enlightenment, effectively enhancing skill levels. However, for Lin Bei, the comprehension pills were akin to a superfluous luxury. Did he truly need them to elevate his skill levels? Nevertheless, he was quite curious about the Golden Skill Book. Upon opening it, he immediately learned it and began to refine its attributes. Power of Truth LV 25. Golden grants a target the power of truth for 60 seconds. With each attack inflicting an additional 25 real damage and causing a suppression effect lasting 3 seconds. Each layer of suppression effectively reduces the opponent's overall recovery by 10. Stacking up to 5 layers with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Duration doubled. Attribute 2. Additional 3 layers of suppression. Attribute 3. While the power of truth is active, resilience increases by 35. Attribute 4. Triggers execution effect when health drops below 5%. Although Lin Bei attained level 20 without acquiring a professional skill, he had obtained a formidable golden skill, the power of truth. Particularly noteworthy was Attribute 4, which enabled an execution effect when health fell below 5%. Doesn't this imply that even a demigod level being, as long as their health falls below 5%, can be executed if given the opportunity? Indeed, some skills may not be particularly formidable, yet the potency of their attributes is unparalleled. Not to mention, the skill associated with the power of truth is both exceptionally powerful and possesses extraordinary attributes. At this moment, the overall output capacity of the team significantly increased. Just then, Long Xingyao transformed into a colossal white dragon, soaring into the sky and emitting a mournful wail. The unexpected spectacle startled everyone present. Observing the situation, Lin Bei promptly cast a healing spell, yet it did nothing to alleviate Long Xingyao's suffering. The crowd wore expressions of confusion, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. As they stood helplessly, the scales on Long Xingyu began to shed, and her divine form elongated. 2 diminutive dragon horns sprouted from her head, and her length ultimately reached 30 meters. Even 2 wings began to emerge from her dragon body, albeit small in size. This entire transformation lasted a full 10 minutes, and upon completion, Long Xingyao's aura grew even more formidable. Gradually, they grasped the situation, evidently. She had received a remarkable boon from the system's dungeon reward that enhanced her bloodline. The royal lineage inherently possessed dragon blood, specifically that of the legendary Yinglong. Thus, if the concentration of her bloodline could be heightened, her dragon transformation ability would elevate her power to new heights. If previously Long Xingyao possessed merely 1% of dragon lineage, she now likely boasted 10%. Once the metamorphosis concluded, Long Xingyao returned to her human form. Though she bore 2 small dragon horns atop her head, and her eyes had transformed into golden orbs, her bloodline had reverted to a more ancestral state. Congratulations! The crowd began to celebrate, and Long Xingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Just moments ago, she had received a drop of true Yinglong blood as a reward. Upon utilizing it, she experienced a transformation, and even her dragon form now bore the nascent characteristics of the Yinglong. The Yinglong, one of the progenitors of dragons, is immensely powerful, possessing the capability to create a world, albeit this is merely chronicled in ancient mythologies. Nevertheless, all myths have become reality, even if some accounts are exaggerated. They do not diminish the might of the Yinglong. However, due to issues surrounding the dungeon core, although the Void Spectre had been vanquished after the rewards were distributed, everyone was forcibly ejected from the dungeon before they could continue their exploration. It seemed to have entered a maintenance phase. At this moment, those still en route to the Lingxiao Palace were taken aback to find themselves back in the outside world. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, we haven't completed our exploration yet. We didn't gain any rewards." Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed, as the dungeon had closed, leaving everyone in uncertainty about when the southern heavenly gate would reopen. This is the true southern gate, not merely a replica. Mo Lihong gazed in confusion at Neza, who had suddenly closed his eyes, clearly oblivious to the situation. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Mo Lihong shook Neza's shoulder, only to discover that Neza's primary consciousness seemed to be absent from his corporeal form. After several seconds, while Mo Lihong carefully scrutinized Neza, The latter abruptly opened his eyes. Before Mo Li Hong could react, he was sent flying by a kick from Neza. "What are you doing, Mo Li Hong?" Upon awakening and noticing Mo Li Hong so close, Neza instinctively retaliated with a kick. Mo Li Hong's entire figure was propelled 100 meters away, crashing against the wall and leaving a deep indentation. Fortunately, the force of the kick was not excessive. Otherwise, given Neza's strength, he would have sustained significant injury. "Your Highness, you suddenly seem to have an out-of-body experience. I feared there was some unforeseen occurrence and needed to observe you closely," Mo Li Hong responded, somewhat aggrieved. At that moment, Neza felt his physical prowess surging, an overall increase of at least 30%. After pondering for a moment, he immediately discerned the cause. This was undoubtedly related to his summoning. "Your Highness, you have grown stronger?" Mo Li Hong, now extricating himself from the wall, sensed Neza's aura and was filled with astonishment. At their level, enhancing one's strength was exceedingly arduous. Countless years had passed, and he had only attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, 150 points, in power. Unlike Neza and his companions, whose strength evolved with relative ease. Now boasting the prowess of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, 160 points. Neza had merely ventured into a trance and returned with a direct breakthrough of 30% in strength. Is this reasonable? Not in the slightest. Which virtuous individual possesses such easily surmountable strength? Ah, he has indeed grown stronger. Neza can feel the power surging within him. A sensation reminiscent of the rapid ascension he experienced during his weaker days. Now, as he undergoes this transformation once more, it brings about a refreshing sense of renewal. It seems that the lower realms have introduced a plethora of intriguing elements, were it not for the constraints of the power of order preventing their descent. One could surmise that, in accordance with Neza's character, he would have sent a doppelganger to the lower realms for some amusement. Instead, he finds himself stationed at the South Heavenly Gate, guarding it alongside those three elderly men, devoid of any entertainment. How tedious it is to stand watch at the gate, lacking any semblance of joy. The only time it was somewhat lively was several millennia ago when that foul monkey wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Gradually, Neza's mind began to conjure the image of Lin Bei. Without a doubt, their paths will cross in the future. Oh, I nearly forgot. Neza extracted a dragon sinew from his consciousness. Mo Li Hong gazed at Neza's actions in bewilderment, shock washing over her upon seeing what he held. "No, Third Prince. Is that not a dragon sinew? The dragon clan is now formidable, no longer the oppressed race of yore. The primary reason for this transformation is undoubtedly the return of the Ying Long. He is an ancient deity of immeasurable power, and it is said that the birth of the order system owes part of its existence to him. Now, the fact that a dragon sinew has appeared in Neza's hand signifies that he has indeed extracted a sinew from a dragon. Should this be discovered, it would surely invoke the wrath of the dragon clan. Indeed, it is dragon sinew, albeit not that of the celestial dragon clan, but rather that of the void beasts." After recounting the recent events to Mo Li Hong, Neza began to toy with the dragon sinew, intending to depart from the southern heavenly gate and seek out the esteemed Lao Jun in the Doshua Palace to assist in crafting a scarf for his father. After all, he is a dutiful son. With the weather turning cooler, what harm is there in gifting his father a scarf? However, the scarf must possess a feature that allows it to retract, lest it be whisked away by the wind. Your Highness, you are still on duty." Unfortunately, Neza paid no heed to Mo Li Hong, leaving him no choice but to send word to his other three close companions. As for informing the Totem King, that was out of the question. Who in the Celestial Court is unaware of the relationship between the two? Following the distribution of rewards, everyone was unceremoniously expelled from the Southern Heavenly Gate instance. In the next moment, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Southern Heavenly Gate instance. At that moment, Xian Yuan Finbua, who was suppressing the two void beasts, gazed perplexedly at the sudden appearance of everyone. What is the situation? Why did they emerge so swiftly? Upon further inspection, it appeared that nearly all had returned. Were they all eliminated? Suddenly, Xian Yuan Finbua seemed to notice something. The little princess appeared to be undergoing a transformation. This is a reversion. The bloodline has reverted. Your Highness, could you enlighten us on the events that transpired within the instance? Xian Yuan Fengbo is responsible for the safety of this instance. Now that an anomaly has occurred, resulting in everyone being teleported out, it is only natural to seek the truth of the matter. Long Xingya did not withhold any information and naturally informed Xian Yuan Fengbo of the circumstances within. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Fengbo felt a wave of apprehension, while simultaneously grappling with the complexities posed by the Void Sect. This matter must be reported to the sovereign, and it is essential to find a means to restrain the cult of nihility. This hidden ability is truly astonishing, capable of even concealing itself from demigod-level beings, and among them, some possess the skill of sacrifice. Once the sacrifice is made, formidable void creatures can be summoned. Had it not been for Lin Bei invoking the divine at a crucial moment to summon Prince Neza, it is likely that everyone present would have faced elimination. And even the Southern Heavenly Gate instance might have fallen into the hands of the Void Sect. Your Highness, the Princess, you have worked hard. Now that the instance has concluded, we shall arrange for your return journey. Under the guidance of Xian Yuan Finbois, the group boarded the spirit-powered vessel to return to Blue Star. Upon their arrival in Tianlong City, members from various families awaited their return, including those from the Lin family. After all, this instance journey involved two significant figures from the Lin clan. At last, they had returned. Wang Chongyang planted his feet firmly on the ground, greedily inhaling the air. Although Jupiter is the realm where the Southern Heavenly Gate's reward instance is located, the air quality is severely poor, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary individuals. Only awakened beings can linger for extended periods, but it is certainly not suitable for habitation, unless significant atmospheric transformation is undertaken, involving the cultivation of green shells and algae. Along with the establishment of a viable ecosystem, Jupiter remains a desolate place, fraught with natural disasters and unsuitable for residents, serving only as a site for exploration. Tomorrow marks the day the trial instance for the myriad races commences. Today is designated for recuperation. As the captain, Lin Bei briefed the team on the impending events. Is it that urgent? Well, it's just as well. Wang Chongyang flexed his fists, reflecting on the immense opportunities garnered from the Southern Heavenly Gate instance. He had obtained the legacy of Erling Shan, and although he could not inherit the profession, he had at least acquired skills. Notably, the skill Heaven and Earth would significantly enhance his output capabilities, placing him among the ranks of top-tier professions. I must also focus on enhancing my strength. Lin Bei sighed as he accessed his system panel. His auxiliary abilities remained too feeble. After the confrontation with the Void Sect, he had come to realize his deficiencies, particularly lacking effects akin to Lin Miao's death immunity. Otherwise, if faced with more foes possessing abilities akin to that yellow void creature, his shield would not only fail to protect his teammates, but could potentially become their demise. Fortunately, his profession's quality had reached golden status, providing him with 2 additional skill slots. After leveling up to 20, he had also acquired a golden skill book and an extra slot, allowing him to learn 3 skills. Strategic planning was imperative. Miao, Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Long, who was responsible for their transport, approached them with a beaming smile. He had quickly familiarized himself with the events within the instance. It must be said, his nephew was indeed extraordinary. However, it was fortunate for them. Otherwise, the Dragon's Summer Kingdom would have faced severe consequences. Uncle, Dad. Lin Bei and Lin Miao called out to Lin Long as they approached him, with Wang Chongyang and Long Xingyao trailing closely behind. Upon exiting the Southern Heavenly Gate instance, their special team mode had naturally concluded. Are you all unscathed? Of course not. We're perfectly fine. Lin Miao dared not reveal how she had nearly been eliminated by that yellow void creature within the instance. Otherwise, Lin Long would likely have insisted on checking for any injuries. That's good to hear. This time, Lin Bei, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude. It's nothing. It was my duty. By the way, Uncle, I would like a few skill books, preferably today if possible. Oh, feel free to specify the type. Without hesitation, Lin Long agreed upon hearing Lin Bei's request. I need auxiliary skill books with death immunity effects, along with purple skill enhancement stones. Additionally, some skills for group healing. Mass displacement and spatial confinement would also be beneficial. The group healing skill book was relatively commonplace. While it might be somewhat challenging to obtain, persistence could yield results. However, auxiliary skills with death immunity effects, unique group skills, and spatial confinement abilities are rare commodities. Fortunately, their Lin family possessed ample resources. If they couldn't procure them from Blue Star, there were other worlds to consider. Yet, acquiring these within a single day would still pose a challenge. Even for the Lin family. Lin Bei, are you planning to bolster your strength in preparation for tomorrow's myriad races trial instance? Indeed. Lin Bei was uncertain about what adversaries he might encounter within the trial instance. Who could say if they would face some extraordinary races, such as the Western Dragonkin, who, akin to Long Xingyao's royal lineage, possessed dragon transformation skills but were endowed with formidable physiques? Then there were the Titans and others. In any case, numerous unique skills were likely to be encountered, and thorough preparation would be advantageous in facing the forthcoming, unknown challenges. Rest assured, I will ensure you acquire what you need. Lin Long then began communicating with the various merchant associations of the Lin family. This is indeed the demand of the crown prince of the Lin family, which cannot be overlooked. Moreover, they have heard of the remarkable achievements of the crown prince. Working for him is undoubtedly a matter of great honor. Consequently, the various business associations of the Lin family began to mobilize. Any skills that align with Lin Bei's needs would be acquired at exorbitant prices. Furthermore, substantial rewards would be granted upon successful acquisition. Xingyao, are you not returning? Lin Bei inquired, gazing at Long Xingyao, who had accompanied them back to the Lin family in Tianlong City, with a look of confusion. This is Tianlong City, not Zheng City. Tianlong City is the residence of Long Xingyao. How could this be related to their return to the Lin family? You are my fiancé, and I am following you. Is there an issue with that? Long Xingyao gently twisted a strand of her hair, her gaze meeting Lin Bei's without a trace of trepidation. However, it was evident that she felt a hint of shyness, as this was the first time she had maintained such prolonged eye contact with Lin Bei. He is truly handsome. After all, with looks that rival those of renowned idols and a height of 185 meters, he embodies the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. Who could possibly resist such a radiant and amiable figure? There is indeed a problem, a significant one. Long Batian merely intended to throw her into the explosive squad to gain eligibility for the myriad races trial dungeon. He never envisioned sacrificing his own daughter in the process. If one were to return home yet not even enter their own doorstep, but instead step into another's abode, what thoughts might the venerable father, Long Batian, entertain? Lin Bei, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down, feigned wiping it away and cautiously ventured an explanation. After all, this is Tianlong City. If you neglect to return home right at your doorstep and fail to inform the sovereign, what might he think? Indeed, you have a point, Long Xingyao conceded. Finding Lin Bei's reasoning quite persuasive, she then retrieved her phone and sent a message to Long Batian, likely informing him that she would not be returning home today and would instead reside at the Lin household. At that moment, Long Batian was engrossed in a report from Xianyuan Fengbois, astonished to discover that the Void Sect's minions had concealed themselves so deeply. Fortunately, Lin Bei had taken decisive action, summoning the divine Prince Neza. Otherwise, the Southern Heaven Gate instance would have surely faced dire complications. Sovereign, should we fail to accurately locate those wretches from the Void Sect, we are bound to encounter such disturbances in the future. Long Batian was at his wit's end. Without the divine intervention, there was no way to pinpoint their whereabouts, let alone identify their true identities. Unless, of course, there existed an artifact capable of precisely probing the identities of the Void Sect. Divine power. Among all forms of energy, only divine power exhibits a repulsive effect on the void energy. If an artifact could be devised through divine power to detect the hidden entities of the Void Sect, it might indeed lead to their eradication. At the very least, it could obliterate their operational sphere on Blue Star. What of the Spiritual Energy Research Institute? Over the years of research, they had determined that divine power was indeed the most effective energy in repelling void forces. However, to materialize such an artifact, the expertise of a celestial master-level artificer or even a mechanical engineer was required. In the span of 3 centuries, only the current divine artificer had emerged. Yet, this artificer could only forge equipment of a red quality level and was incapable of crafting artifacts. Thus, the focus had shifted to nurturing artificers in hopes of creating a device to locate the Void Sect. At that moment, Long Batian's phone suddenly resonated with a notification. This is a ringtone exclusively for his beloved little princess, crafted quietly by himself. The sound captures the tender voice of Long Xingyu during her childhood, soft and melodious to the ear. After all, Long Xingyu is the apple of his eye, and as for her few unruly elder brothers, they are unworthy. The chat interface is quite simple, indicating that conversations are infrequent. The last message was sent 7 days ago. Oh, Yao Yao is not returning home. She is staying at the Lin family today. Sigh. She doesn't even come to see her old father at the doorstep. Long Batian feels a tinge of sadness. After all, she is his little darling. Well, tomorrow the trial dungeon for the myriad clans will commence, so he'll allow her to forge good relations with her teammates. By the way, is the team of the explosive squad full? Not yet. Xianyuan Fengbois knows a bit about the situation. They are currently 1 member short. Does that kid have a crush on someone? What do you mean, Your Majesty? Perhaps recommend a few names, let him choose according to his preferences. And if he dislikes them, he can simply disregard them. Not to mention, based solely on his daughter's previous performance. There are few in the myriad clans who can rival her. Moreover, Xian Yuan Fengbo just mentioned that Long Xingyao's bloodline has undergone a transformation. This further solidifies their royal lineage as descendants of the Azure Dragon. If an overwhelmingly powerful opponent were to emerge, it would not be a concern. Once Lin Bei reveals his trump card, one could ask those newly awakened little ones what they would use to defend against it. Understood. Xian Yuan Fengbo comprehends Long Beixian's intent. It is merely an opportunity for those on the list to see who is fortunate enough to catch Lin Bei's eye and gain some prestige. After all, the trial dungeon is rife with opportunities, and the first place even stands to receive generous rewards from the system. It is said that the reward for the first place could lead to the chance of ascension to divinity. For demigods, becoming a true god is a formidable challenge. Otherwise, there would not only be a handful of them among the human race after hundreds of years. Hence, the first place reward is highly coveted by all clans. The explosive squad of Lin Bei has already secured a spot, but there remains one vacancy. If this team were to claim first place, it would mean that 5 new deities would emerge in the future. The addition of 5 deities would significantly enhance their foundation. Even though the myriad clans are currently united in fending off the encroachment of the void creatures, conflicts still persist, as they always have. It has merely been subdued for the time being. At night, Lin Bei has discovered the whereabouts of the skill books he requires: Death Resistance, Star Shift, and Spatial Lock. Notably, Death Resistance was acquired at a considerable cost, exchanged with a demigod-level necromancer from the Undying clan. Although it was a hefty price for the Lin family, it merely entailed sacrificing some redundant assets. Indeed, an entire operational city was used as barter. However, this city was not situated on Blue Star, but rather in the world where the necromancer resides, a place known as Jilu. Its development has been quite rapid, yet it is now being used as leverage in the exchange with the necromancer. After all, it is a city from another world, and they do not feel the loss. The remaining 2 books, though expensive, are within the Lin family's means. They were procured at auction, not from an auction on Blue Star, but from one in another world. Star Shift was purchased at an auction in a world characterized by ancient fantasy and immortal themes. Spatial Lock was acquired at an auction in a magical realm. Only the Lin family possesses the financial prowess to achieve such feats. This is also the source of Lin's family's unyielding confidence. Having mastered all the skills, Lin Bei promptly acquired 3 skills of level 25, elevating them all to purple quality while also refining their attributes. Gazing at his opulent attribute panel, Lin Bei realized that he had gained a modicum of confidence for the upcoming trial of myriad races. Although his panel was impressive, Lin Bei had not yet reached the point of disregarding others completely. He had observed the peculiar skills of that bizarre yellow phantom creature. Had it not been for Lin Miao Miao's divine protection, he would have long been eliminated from the instance. Thus, even with ample preparation, Lin Bei remained vigilant against the unique skills of others to avert any unforeseen complications. All right, time to rest and rejuvenate. Let us embark on the journey of myriad races. With that, Lin Bei extinguished the light and fell into a deep slumber. During the night, the moonlight poured through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the wooden floor. The door creaked open. As anticipated, upon waking, Lin Bei found a beautiful maiden beside him. Her tranquil sleeping posture was utterly enchanting. The young woman stirred awake, roused by Lin Bei's movements. Their eyes met, and Lin Bei let out a resigned sigh, fully aware of the events that would unfold next. Lin Long gazed thoughtfully at the 2 emerging from Lin Bei's room, clearly taken aback that the esteemed little princess of the Dragon Summer Kingdom would share a chamber with Lin Bei. Had the 2 perhaps established a relationship? Lin Xiang refrained from sharing this information with Lin Long, who remained oblivious to the situation. After breakfast, a figure appeared at the Lin residence, Xian Yuan Fengbo. Clutching a list, he personally handed it to Lin Bei. The monarch's intent was clear: choose whomever you deem suitable from the list provided. Of course, if none were to your liking, you need not select anyone. Lin Bei immediately understood the underlying motive, merely a means to fill the team and extend a favor. However, it mattered little. After all, it was just one additional member. Glancing at the names on the list, Lin Bei ultimately chose Shang Wanhua. After all, he was somewhat acquainted with this individual, having teamed up previously. Moreover, Shang Wanhua, despite his slightly volatile temperament, was fundamentally decent and possessed area damage capabilities, placing him at T0 tier in terms of output. As for Long Xingyao, perhaps T1 at best, clearly not in the same league. Let us go with him. Lin Bei informed Xian Yuan Fengbo of his selection. Nodding in agreement, Xian Yuan Fengbo's gaze lingered on Long Xingyao, seemingly puzzled by the closeness of her position. Yet, he dismissed his thoughts, considering it might merely be his imagination. Upon returning to the palace, he reported to Lin Bei, who then arranged a meeting with the Shangguan clan. Shortly thereafter, Shangguan arrived at the Lin residence. Upon learning he had been chosen, his astonishment was palpable. "Boss, you actually picked me." Without hesitation, Shangguan slid over and knelt before Lin Bei, clasping his leg. After witnessing Lin Bei's astonishing support abilities, Shangguan thought to himself, "What is Zhugeguasheng? We are not acquainted. Let us not get involved." Furthermore, let us not forget that his ability to wield the three mysterious true fire was entirely due to Lin Bei summoning the third Prince Neza. Without that, he would never have acquired such a powerful skill. 3 mysterious true fire LV. 1. Purple. The user's spell attacks automatically inflict 3 mysterious true fire, dealing an additional 100 true damage with each attack, lasting 30 seconds and cooling down for 60 seconds. Attribute 1. Spell attack increased by an additional 20. Attribute 2. Final damage dealt increased by 10. Attribute 3. Continuous true damage effect causing 50 attack power for 5 seconds. Upon obtaining this skill, Shangguan felt as if he had taken flight. Especially with Attribute 3, his sustained output capability skyrocketed. "I regret this decision. Can I choose someone else?" Lin Bei thought, wishing to conceal his face in embarrassment. Did he not notice the bewildered expressions of those present, all staring at Shangguan? Were it not for the fact that they were in the Lin family's residence, this display would surely have gone viral on the internet. Upon hearing Lin Bei's thoughts, Shangguan sprang to his feet. "No way. I've finally been selected by Lin Bei. Should this be returned, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. The Shangguan family, after all, is one of the 8 ancient clans. If word gets out, how could Shangguan possibly continue to navigate the social circles of Tianlong City? My apologies, esteemed one. I shall never dare again," Shangguan earnestly replied, while Lin Bei waved him off, signaling him to depart. During their initial encounter, Lin Bei had presumed Shangguan to be a person of fiery temperament, yet he was taken aback to discover this endearing side of him. Unbeknownst to Shangguan, however, Lin Miao had already recorded the entire episode on her phone and shared it within her small social circle. At that moment, her little group was in an uproar. Although the dissemination was not rapid and was confined to a limited scope, it would not be long before the events shared within this circle would ignite a sensation throughout the entirety of Longxia Nation. Furthermore, after divulging the affairs of her cousin and cousin-in-law, Lin Miao had ascended to the position of the most formidable informant within the so-called Genius Exchange Group. After all, who else could boast of having the capability to broadcast the daily life of a little princess? At this juncture, Xian Yuanfengbo regretted having submitted Shangguan was named to the list. If this were to be observed by outsiders, they might conclude that the human race is afflicted by some grave malady. Well, now that all of you are gathered, it is time to proceed to the trial of 10,000 races. The leader of this trial is none other than the esteemed General Xian Yuanfengbo. There is no alternative. He is currently the only general of divine might available, possessing strength at the demigod level. Moreover, he is a trusted confidant of the sovereign. Who else could undertake such a responsibility if not him? "General, where is the entrance to the trial of 10,000 races?" Xian Yuanfengbo cast a glance at Wang Chongyang and then solemnly replied, "The battlefield of 10,000 races." The battlefield of 10,000 races is a place where conflicts among the various races erupt into war when disputes cannot be resolved. However, war invariably brings death and destruction. So to prevent the depletion of living forces and to guard against the incursions of the nihilist sect and the void beasts, the battlefield of 10,000 races was established. This is a small world meticulously crafted by the divine, nestled within the expanse of the blue star. Its spatial dimensions are comparable to that of an entire planet. Within the battlefield of myriad races, death is not the ultimate end. However, should one emerge as the vanquished, they are obliged to compensate the victor accordingly. One may choose to sever ties and deny recognition, yet such a choice invites the ire of countless races. Even if repayment is beyond one's means, they will seek every possible avenue to borrow. Thus, the battlefield of myriad races remains dormant unless absolutely necessary. Presently, the trial instance for myriad races has been forged by the deities and was introduced into the battlefield 3 years prior. After absorbing energy for 3 years, the trial instance is finally poised to be activated. Under the leadership of Xian Yuanfengbo, Lin Bei's formidable team has at last arrived at the fabled battlefield of myriad races. The entrance to this battlefield is situated in the heart of the extreme southern continent. Here, powerful races such as humans, dragons, and elves have stationed their forces, underscoring the significance of this location. Today marks the day the trial realm for all races is set to open, and Lin Bei has encountered teams from various races, including the Titans, the Dragonkin, the Elves, and the Orcs, among others. There are also numerous other races he has never seen before, yet they undeniably exist. All have gathered for today's trial. For the allure of ascension to godhood is undeniably compelling. Once one embarks on the path of awakening, who can truly resist the temptation of becoming a deity? Achieving true divinity and attaining the status of a godly being equates to possessing infinite life. While demigods enjoy an extended lifespan, living for billions of years is hardly an issue, yet there will ultimately come a day when their life runs its course. Moreover, in certain realms, one's perception of time may be distorted. Should one remain unaware, even a demigod may find their life extinguished in such a place. This can be deemed unprecedented. Death Valley, a realm also known as the Valley of Time's Demise, is a place devoid of the concept of time. Here, one cannot ascertain whether the next moment will herald their demise due to the depletion of time. It is likely that only true deities would dare to tread upon this land without facing death. The aura of otherworldly beings is undeniably potent. Wang Chongyang observes the throngs of diverse races passing by, each possessing formidable strength, with many boasting levels exceeding 20. Even the weaker factions are at least at level 19. However, it is evident that these lesser races merely benefited from a stroke of luck in securing their quotas. The trial of multitudes imposes strict limitations on participation, with a total of merely 100 slots. While the human race is guaranteed one entry, the remaining 99 slots are fiercely contested among a multitude of other races. 10 of these entries are allocated randomly, while the rest are awarded based on absolute strength, with the human race being the exception. Having already secured a slot, they cannot contend further, lest they provoke a coalition against the humans. Though the human race is powerful, they remain vulnerable when faced with overwhelming numbers. Is everything all right? Upon hearing Wang Chongyang's inquiry, Lin Bei replied quietly. The strength of the other races is to be expected, as there are indeed formidable factions, such as the Dragonkin, whose physical prowess rivals that of level 30 beasts despite their own level only being in the 20s. The Titans are similarly impressive. Humans? At that moment, a rather arrogant voice pierced through the air. Following the sound, they discovered it belonged to the Orc race. The Orc race is not a singular entity, but rather a conglomerate of over 100 weaker races. Individually, these lesser races may be insignificant, but when united, they unleash a formidable force. Leading this assembly is the Honeypot tribe, derisively dubbed flat-headed brothers by humans due to their appearance resembling honey jars. However, they possess the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts, the War Jar, and are among the nobility of the Orc race. Their temperament is notoriously volatile, with a penchant for combat. The Orc race's acquisition of a quota is largely attributed to the prowess of this lineage. Their audacious remarks toward Lin Bei and his companions stem from their disdain for the notion that humans could secure a slot without exerting effort. As a major race, they believe it is imperative to fight for their place rather than receive it effortlessly, as if they were a lesser race. What of it? Lin Bei responded with an unperturbed demeanor, his tone laced with bravado. They represent the dignity of the human race. And to retreat would be to invite contempt from the Orc race. Though Lin Bei typically eschews ostentation, he understood that at this moment, they must embody the pride of humanity, refusing to be overshadowed. Ah, your spirit is commendable. I look forward to crossing paths in the trial of multitudes. The trial of multitudes is structured as an elimination competition, during which participants can gather resources and even acquire legacies bestowed by deities. The event lasts for 3 days, during which the active zones will gradually shrink until a champion emerges. Though the Orc warriors may not be as boisterous as their leader, they carry themselves with an air of arrogance, akin to nouveau riche. I too await the encounter, Lin Bei replied with narrowed eyes, evidently having devised a strategy for dealing with the flat-headed brothers should they meet. He observed that other races greeted the humans with nods, even those not particularly friendly, refraining from direct confrontation. Yet, the Orc race, it seemed, had a penchant for provocation. Nearby onlookers appeared to relish the spectacle, eager for a scene of chaos. Though the trial had yet to officially commence, otherwise, they would surely witness a grand display of conflict. That flat-headed brother is exceedingly arrogant, remarked Shang Guanhua, whose temper was notorious. Were it not for their representation of the human race in the trial, he likely would have already unleashed a torrent of insults. Fear not. Should we encounter them, let them unleash their frustrations, Lin Bei reassured. While the flat-headed brother boasts a respectable level of 22, in comparison to their capabilities. He remains somewhat underwhelming. Eliminating them would pose no challenge. Having surveyed the scene, Lin Bei finally grasped the fundamental levels of the other teams participating in this trial of multitudes. Thanks to his insightful eye, none could evade his scrutiny. Were it a lesser variant of this ability, others might detect it, yet his level 25 insightful eye would go unnoticed even by demigods. Except, of course, for those possessing the power of law, which transcends ordinary skills akin to ascending dimensions, although they could still perceive information about others. Such individuals would inevitably become aware of being observed. The power of the law is the source of the upper echelon strength, with its priority being the highest. Moreover, I have marked them. Lin Bei gazed at the orc tribe, which continued to provoke other races, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, they are deserving of the moniker Flathead Brothers. Their heads are as hard as iron, and their arrogance knows no bounds. Not only do they dare to challenge the human race, but they even provoke the dragon and titan races. Fortunately, the current situation dictates that any disturbances or fights might lead to disqualification, thus sparing them from dire consequences. Otherwise, given the orc tribe's current demeanor, this team would have been eliminated long ago for provoking so many others. Lin Bei also observed that other races possessing marking skills were eager to bestow their marks upon this team, evidently intending to cause them trouble once they entered. Lin Bei squinted, as if struck by a thought. Interesting. It seems that the orc tribe's demeanor diverges somewhat from the rumors. At this moment, Shangguanhua had discerned the underlying issue. This group of individuals likely understood that someone would attempt to mark them. Once they ventured in, they anticipated being targeted. Hence their intention to gather everyone together. After all, it is implausible for a formidable race to remain unperturbed when provoked in such a manner. They embody the dignity of their respective races. How could they possibly allow these orcs to escape unscathed? Consequently, Lin Bei and his companions realized that the orc race merely sought to lead everyone into chaos, instigating a free-for-all to reap the benefits of the ensuing turmoil. However, despite the orcs possessing certain tactics, could they truly succeed? As the teams continued to arrive, they finally reached the moment when the instance would commence. Before them, the gates to the battlefield of myriad races swung open, illuminating the area as the qualified teams vanished into the brilliance of the portal. When Lin Bei and his companions regained their bearings, they found themselves upon a desolate expanse, littered with the remnants of war. Corpses, shattered armor, and discarded weapons lay strewn haphazardly across the ground. The former possessors of these corpses wielded formidable strength and life, each exuding an aura of demigod caliber. Demigods. The owners of these corpses are at least semi-divine beings, with the strongest among them reaching the level of deities. Captain, what should we do now? As the leader of the squad, Lin Bei naturally held the authority to decide. All eyes were focused on him, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us first seek out that orc team." Although he was aware that this was a trap set by the orc tribe, a blatant scheme indeed. To not pursue them would be a sign of fear. However, venturing forth would inevitably lead to encounters with other teams that bore the same markings. Some wisdom existed among them, albeit limited. In the face of absolute power, all else becomes insignificant. The group had no objections, for Lin Bei's authority as captain was paramount. As they followed the direction marked by Lin Bei, they also took the opportunity to gather treasure chests that appeared on the battlefield. All resources were contained within these chests, and what they could obtain depended solely on luck. Naturally, the task of opening the chest was entrusted to Lin Miao Miao, whose profession as a luck walker endowed her with extraordinary fortune. Along the way, they uncovered numerous rare resources, including 7 or 8 blue skill upgrade stones and even a purple upgrade stone. However, no inheritance was found. Perhaps the resources grew richer closer to the heart of the battlefield. At this moment, among the orc tribe, the team led by the flat-headed brother bore expressions of worry. "Captain, do you think those other races' teams will fall for it?" "Humph. They certainly will. As long as they do not dare to admit their cowardice, they will come." Fully aware of the deception. "By the way, has the marking been transferred?" "It has already been transferred." A kobold revealed a puppet he had crafted. His profession as a kobold shaman allowed him to transfer all statuses onto the puppet he created. Since everyone in their team bore the marks of other teams, all would be transferred to the puppet. When the time was right, they would place the puppet in a basin, luring all teams to gather there for mutual slaughter. Once the opportunity arose, the orc tribe would emerge and demonstrate what it meant to possess both courage and strategy. What does it matter if other races are innately powerful? Let them exhaust one another. When that time comes, how shall you face us at our peak? Let the plan commence. With these words, the puppet was tossed into a nearby basin. Under the kobold shaman's skill, The group entered a state of invisibility and concealed themselves within a patch of grass, awaiting the right moment. The first team to arrive was the Western Dragon tribe. If not for the penalties of engaging in combat on the battlefield of myriad races, the hot-tempered Western Dragons would never have allowed the Orc tribe to survive. Nevertheless, the Blue Dragon in their ranks left marks on them, biding their time for the moment to pursue and eliminate them. Where are those lowly Orcs? The leader of the Dragon tribe, a Red Dragon, questioned, perplexed. After scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of the Orc tribe. The Blue Dragon was equally bewildered, clearly unaware of where the inferior Orcs had concealed themselves. Expanding his perception, he finally discovered them hiding behind a nearby rock. Do those Orcs think they can escape our pursuit by hiding? The Red Dragon grinned, revealing a fearsome smile, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. A crimson flame began to coalesce in his mouth, with his scales slightly parting to reveal magma-like patterns. Exuding a scorching aura, Crimson Dragon Breath. The transformations of the Dragon tribe are limited in variety. There are those specialized in melee combat, the Holy Dragon Warriors, and those adept in spells, the Dragon Sorcerers. Yet he was the Inferno Dragon King, a natural leader destined to become a Dragon King, or even an Emperor. The Dragon Breath erupted from the Red Dragon's mouth, incinerating the area where the Orcs were hiding, melting it into a vast pit, with red magma flowing slowly, emitting thick white smoke. Those damned Orcs dared to play us. At that moment, the Green Dragon realized something was amiss. They had been outmaneuvered. Just then, a sound pierced the air. 5 colossal figures descended from the sky. The Red Dragon squinted. It was the Titan tribe. Both the Titan tribe and the Dragon tribe were formidable races, and there was a long-standing enmity between them. Now, they disregarded the Orc tribe altogether and engaged in battle. The two powerful races clashed fiercely, their strength weak, around levels 20 to 30. Yet their massive physiques made their conflict feel like the earth itself was quaking. Provoked by the Orc tribe, more and more teams from various races began to arrive at the scene. Although they noticed the disappearance of the markings, such a disappearance merely indicated that other teams had arrived. The Orc tribe's blatant scheme provided a perfect opportunity for them to converge and fish in troubled waters. By the time Lin Bei and his team arrived, over 30 teams had gathered at the scene. They did not hide but stood by, watching the duel between the Dragon tribe and the Titan tribe unfold. The Dragon tribe and the Titan tribe were both known for their fiery tempers, and due to their overwhelming strength and robust physiques, their battles often escalated. Just as now, they sought out opponents to engage in combat. However, their fighting remained somewhat restrained. Thus far, their health remained within safe limits, as if they were merely performing for an audience. Indeed, although they were sworn enemies, they had not forgotten the nature of their surroundings. This is the trial of 10,000 races. Each team represents their respective race, and their strength is on par with one another, existing within the same realm of power. Should they engage in battle, even if one side emerges victorious, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, it is wiser to restrain their clashes, resolving animosities while simultaneously avoiding ambushes from other races. It seems that the teams from the other races have nearly gathered, as the Dragonkin and Titan tribes have surprisingly chosen to cease hostilities in unison. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. As the tempest loomed, all races present refrained from taking hasty actions, except for the human race. Lin Bei led the explosive team to the edge of the colossal pit, given that only the human team remained active amidst the stillness. The gazes of all the other races converged upon Lin Bei and his companions. However, Lin Bei and his team paid no heed to the scrutiny of these other races. Prior to their arrival, Lin Bei had employed the Eye of Insight to thoroughly examine all present, gleaning every detail of their identities. It must be acknowledged that the teams representing their respective races are indeed formidable. Among the Dragonkin, the leading Red Dragon possesses an extraordinarily powerful core ability, time stasis, which can halt the movement of all beings within the surrounding space. This situation has indeed become intertwined with the passage of time. However, for Lin Bei, it is merely a matter of convenience. Although the gathering of over 30 teams in this location is a deliberate scheme of the Orc clan, it presents a significant advantage for Lin Bei. Had it not been for Lin Bei's unexpected presence, the battleground here might have been occupied by the Battle Dragon Squad. While Long Xingyao possesses formidable strength, the pursuit of the title of champion in the 10,000 races trial is no simple feat after all. Several other races are equally powerful as the human race. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The colossal Red Dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, was visibly displeased to see Lin Bei standing atop the high valley, looking down upon them. How dare you, diminutive human, perch above us and gaze down. The dragon's disdain was palpable. Humans, it appears your race remains as arrogant as ever, showing no regard for the other races. Among the dragon clan, the green dragon was the first to speak, casting aspersions. Should this pot be sealed, it would undoubtedly incite animosity from the other races. Once a melee erupts, the first to be targeted would be the human race. The attention of the other races would swiftly shift to Lin Bei and his companions, as it is evident that Lin Bei's forthcoming response will determine their fate. The orc tribe concealed within the thicket was utterly exhilarated by this development. The humans, in their obstinacy, have unwittingly drawn the ire toward themselves. Originally, the scheme he had devised carried its own inherent risks. After all, they would likely become the primary target if they revealed themselves. Yet, the humans have boldly stepped forward, becoming the focal point of this animosity. Should Lin Bei falter, it would signify a loss of face for the human race, potentially heralding a decline in their fortune. The trial of myriad races is not solely a contest of strength, but also a measure of the fate of each race. This is a matter tacitly acknowledged by all races. Otherwise, do you think the reward for becoming the first, the future divinity prize, is easily attainable? Such rewards are merely the gateways opened with the wager of racial fortune. Fortune, though intangible and invisible, undeniably exists. Due to Blue Star being a hub among myriad realms, the fortune of humanity is indeed at its zenith. This has led to their extraordinary prowess initially being the weakest. However, under the auspicious fortune that shines brightly, their top-tier extraordinary abilities have now reached a level comparable to those of other races. Even in the upper realm, the divine beings who have already ascended possess formidable strength. If they do not unite, the other races stand no chance against these divine beings from Blue Star. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings, noting that the attention of all the racial teams was fixed upon them. Behind him, Long Xingyao wore a displeased expression, while beside her, Shang Guanhua seemed poised to speak but was silenced by Wang Chongyang's firm grip on his arm, followed by a subtle shake of the head. Shang Guanhua appeared to grasp the situation, gazing at Lin Bei's calm demeanor with unwavering confidence. As the representative of humanity in this contest, Lin Bei was determined not to tarnish the reputation of his race. Moreover, after observing all the racial teams, he genuinely regarded them with indifference. Indeed, that green lizard spoke true. Perhaps for other humans, there would be a semblance of courtesy towards you, and they might overlook your barbaric behavior. However, from my perspective, all of you present do not command my respect in the slightest. To put it bluntly, all of you here are nothing but trash. Lin Bei grinned, baring his teeth. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Even the observer hiding in the grass, known as the flat-headed brother, drew a sharp breath at this display. Is this individual truly as arrogant as they seem? After uttering such a statement, do they genuinely remain unperturbed by the potential consequences? Here, there are 35 teams, which signifies that the human race is about to confront the onslaught of 34 teams. Can victory be achieved? Perhaps humanity is formidable enough to contend against two adversaries. But we are faced with 34 teams. Where does this human race derive such confidence? The Green Dragon clearly did not anticipate that Lin Bei would utter such audacious words. To compare them to uncivilized savages is to imply that they possess no wisdom and act solely on instinct like beasts. To them, it is an immense disgrace. Moreover, this individual truly disregards their presence. Very well. One and all, the assembled group has been ignited by Lin Bei's fervent words. Beside Lin Bei, Shang Guanhua, Wang Chongyang, and Lin Miao gazed at him in astonishment. You, who usually presents yourself with such decorum and politeness, have unexpectedly displayed such audacity today. Upon hearing this declaration, Long Xingyao felt her heart race. Initially perceiving Lin Bei as merely a gentle soul, she was taken aback by this formidable side of him. It seemed she had begun to harbor a fondness for him. Observing the crowd around him rendered speechless by his remarks on the brink of eruption, Lin Bei showed no signs of leniency. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he proclaimed, "Since the esteemed assembly is unconvinced, let us settle this through action. Spatial lockdown. Activate. Spatial lockdown LV. 25 purple consuming 10,000 points of energy. This ability enacts a spatial blockade within the area reached by mental energy, rendering spatial skills unusable within its confines. The duration is contingent upon one's own mental capacity, with no cooldown period. Entry 1. Significant reduction in consumption. Entry 2. Targets marked by mental energy are unaffected by the spatial lockdown. Entry 3. Consuming a certain amount of mental energy allows oneself to traverse freely within the area under lockdown. extending to a radius of 5 kilometers. Aside from the targets marked by Lin Bei, no one else can employ spatial skills, which includes spatial artifacts. Only spatial skills or artifacts of a quality exceeding purple can be utilized. Otherwise, they remain inaccessible. Upon successful activation, all teams within the 5-kilometer radius felt the weight of the spatial lockdown. This signifies that a portion of their means of evasion has been rendered ineffective. What audacity humanity possesses to resort to such means? Is it fear of their escape? 34 against 1. If they were to flee, where would this leave the honor of their myriad races? Ha ha ha. Humanity, one cannot help but admire your bravery in confronting all our forces. Given this, we must not allow the human race to underestimate us. All our teams are already restless, with a singular objective, to prioritize the elimination of humanity. After all, this young human has been exceedingly arrogant, daring to utter such words. Prepare for battle. Lin Bei responded calmly, and then began to bestow various buffs upon his team. Group Shield Technique. Multiple Release Trigger. The Power of Truth. After applying buffs to every member within the team, Lin Miao Miao also cast enhancement buffs on all her comrades. Should any team possessing the Insight skill choose to use it at this moment, they would discover that the shields of Lin Bei's explosive team have astonishingly surpassed 100 million. They have reached over 200 million in shield value. And it is indeed a genuine shield. This is largely attributed to Lin Bei's enhancement in skill level, with a level 25 group shield technique. The foundational capability alone can amplify a shield of 209, 715, 200 plus an additional 500 maximum health points. Although Lin Bei currently possesses a modest health pool of just over 110,000, the substantial base amplification is undeniable. Moreover, should the shield be breached, it can be regenerated in a mere 3 seconds, complemented by the ability for multiple releases. As long as Lin Bei remains unrestrained, theoretically, the shield can be perpetually maintained. Provided he does not encounter peculiar foes like the yellow void creatures, which possess bizarre skills, he can essentially secure an invincible position. This is precisely why Lin Bei, after utilizing his insight skill to observe all the members of the teams, would utter such audacious words. With the dragon already hovering above, how could they possibly lose? A grand battle was on the verge of erupting, as the support members of each team bestowed various enhancement buffs upon their allies. The human faction, brimming with arrogance, would surely not allow the humans an easy path. Charge. Tear them apart. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon of the dragon race took the first step, unleashing a furious roar as it began to gather terrifying energy within its maw. A violet beam erupted from the sky, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the location of Lin Bei and his companions. A dreadful numerical explosion ensued. -10,000, -10,010, -10,086. Inflicting a staggering 10,000 points of damage per second, the other teams were left in shock. They were merely in their 20s in terms of levels. Even with the enhancements from their purple quality gear, their health barely reached 50 or 60,000. This skill inflicts over 10,000 points of damage in a mere second. Is this the essence of the Dragon Clan? Just erupted instantaneously, enveloping all, including Lin Bei, within its grasp. The other races' teams could not help but chuckle at the sight. Reveling in the arrogance of the human race, now seemingly facing elimination. However, after a brief moment of amusement, they appeared to sense something amiss. Did the captain of that human squad not just employ spatial confinement? If spatial confinement was indeed utilized, then under such a devastating assault, it should have been nullified by now. Yet, why did it persist? Before they could ponder this perplexity, a melodious flute note resonated through the air. The dust shrouding Lin Bei and his companions dispersed, swept away by the sound waves emanating from the flute. To their astonishment, Lin Bei and his team stood unscathed, the ground beneath them seemingly untouched apart from a slight indentation of a few centimeters. Beneath the sound waves, the Team's enhancements surged once more. Meanwhile, among the other races, some squads struck by Lin Bei's sonic assault exhibited symptoms of distress, clutching their heads and howling in despair. Before their comrades could extend a helping hand, these individuals revealed their true forms. Ethereal monstrosities. Lin Bei's enchanting flute was indeed a divine artifact, imbued with a trace of celestial power. Any ethereal creature or being, upon making contact with the sound waves, would experience a repulsive force, compelling them to unveil their true selves. Recently, Lin Bei has uncovered a method to compel the void monsters to reveal their true forms. The multitude of these forced revelations left the void monsters bewildered. What is happening? Could it be that a race is capable of coercing them into manifesting their true selves? They had initially intended to infiltrate the trials of myriad races, to eliminate all the talented individuals and seize their fortunes. Yet, unexpectedly, their plans have already unraveled before they could even begin. It is this human, human, who would have thought you possessed the means to force our true forms into the open. A total of 15 void monsters were exposed, each possessing strength around level 30. However, despite their revelation, they felt no fear. As fourth-tier beings, they considered themselves capable of effortlessly dominating the third-tier talents present. Lower-tier entities face a diminishing impact when confronting higher tiers, while the opposite yields amplified damage. With their collective strength, these 15 could easily annihilate the over 100 third-tier talents gathered here. They may meet their demise in this confrontation, but before they do, they must relay one crucial message. The human race has mastered the ability to compel them into revealing their true forms. Upon hearing the words of the void monsters, Lin Bei felt a sense of incredulity. He had never anticipated that his intent to bolster his team's prowess would inadvertently result in the exposure of 15 void monsters. Nonetheless, it mattered not. When he was at level 19, second tier, he had already been capable of leading his team to slay fourth-tier void monsters, let alone now that he had ascended to level 25. Attack. Without allowing the void monsters to continue their discourse, Lin Bei commanded, and all present indeed. Every race in attendance joined forces to assault the nearby void monsters. The threat posed by the void cult is well known to all races that have encountered them. They must be eradicated. Thus, at the moment Lin Bei shouted for action, every race unhesitatingly turned their attention to the nearby void monsters. However, the void monsters were not to be underestimated. Although they had been coerced into revealing their true forms by Lin Bei's resonating flute melody, their combat prowess was by no means inferior to that of the surrounding talents, save for Lin Bei and his companions. Yet, despite their comparable strength, they were ill-prepared for the sudden onslaught. Lin Bei's sound waves continued to influence the state of the void monsters, making it exceedingly difficult for them to unleash their full combat potential. Not to mention, their prideful spatial abilities were rendered ineffective under the constraints of spatial confinement. Unless they possessed a comparable or superior level of spatial control, or employed skills of greater quality or rules-based abilities, they were left to passively endure the suppression of their spatial skills. Deprived of this vital means, the void monsters were reduced to mere targets. As the battle commenced, an array of control and damage skills was unleashed upon the surrounding void monsters. The once arrogant creatures, poised to issue threats, were swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the teams. Though the ranks were diminished, the disruption caused by the void monsters was effectively neutralized. The void monsters, realizing their plans had failed before they even began, found themselves caught off guard, utterly unable to retaliate, and were swiftly eliminated. Meanwhile, outside the trials of myriad races, numerous factions awaited the outcome, having stationed themselves at the entrance. However, it was astonishing that within less than half an hour, a team had already been eliminated. As a series of lights manifested, the strong among the races fell into a profound silence upon grasping the situation. 15 void monsters. They could be seen angrily cursing the team responsible for their elimination, with Lin Bei among them. Had it not been for Lin Bei's enchanting flute melody, they would never have been exposed. Thus, the success rate of the task would be significantly enhanced. Amidst their grumbling, they seemed to realize something was amiss. Why was this place so eerily silent? The gazes of the myriad void beings swept around, only to discover that 100 demigod-level beings from various races had effectively surrounded them. They were no longer in the guise they had assumed upon entry, but had manifested in their true forms as void beings. The aura of the void had been unveiled, allowing even the newly awakened to distinctly recognize them as void beings. This recognition was even more pronounced for the demigod-level entities that had previously encountered the cult of the void. In an instant, the atmosphere became suffused with an oppressive silence, wherein even the sound of their heartbeats could be distinctly heard. This group of demigods could scarcely have anticipated the sheer malice of the void sect, which has poisoned their new generation. It is utterly despicable. This enmity shall not be forgotten. Although the reason behind the collective summoning of the void entities remains a mystery, perhaps due to certain circumstances, it does not hinder their resolve to subdue these 15 void beings on the spot. With 100 demigod-level warriors confronting merely 15 void entities of the 4th tier, the outcome is undeniably predetermined. At this moment, the hearts of the 15 void beings are in turmoil. A single one among you could effortlessly suppress them. What merit do they possess to warrant the combined efforts of 100? After successfully subduing the 15 void beings, the assembly of demigods began to deliberate on subsequent matters. The formidable demigod dragon from the Western Dragon Clan, smoke billowing from his nostrils, was the first to speak. Once again, it is these wretched miscreants. Another 15 seedlings lost. Surely, there must be more among them. Do any of you have a means to unearth those scoundrels? Confronting the void beings, they found themselves bereft of effective strategies. After all, only divine power can reveal the hidden forms of the void sect's entities. Among the demigods, unless one possesses the power of the laws, it is only during the fleeting days leading to their transformation into deities that they might compel the void beings to manifest. Alas, the world is vast, and the number of those capable of ascending to divinity is exceedingly scarce. Those nefarious beings, not only cunning but also possessing formidable escape abilities, are difficult to capture. Though one might resort to utilizing divine artifacts, such relics are the treasures of nations, instruments that govern the fate of entire races, and thus should not be employed lightly. Consequently, even now, they find themselves lacking effective methods to confront the void sect. Their sole recourse is to track the residual energies left by the miscreants after their malevolent deeds. This is indeed the most effective approach. A gathering of demigod-level powers engaged in discussion, while Xian Yuan Finbo pondered deeply. He suspected that the emergence of the void beast was somehow linked to Lin Bei and his companions. Perhaps, once Lin Bei and his team emerged, he could inquire about the true nature of this occurrence. Within the instance, all the void beasts were swiftly eliminated, leaving only the remaining participants who remained vigilant, observing the surrounding races. Although the void beasts were their primary target, their ultimate goal was to secure first place in the trial of 10,000 races. Aside from their teammates, everyone else in their vicinity was considered an adversary. However, at that moment, they harbored a profound apprehension towards one particular team, Lin Bei's explosive squad. More specifically, they were wary of Long Xingyao, who had transformed into a dragon. At this point, Long Xingyao had metamorphosed into a white dragon adorned with dual wings, emanating an unintentional draconic majesty that left the 5 members of the dragon clan and those of draconic lineage in utter awe. Why is the bloodline concentration of the Eastern Dragon Clan so remarkably high? Although they merely possess a portion of ancestral blood and exhibit certain ancestral traits, the aura they emanate is no less formidable than that of a purebred Eastern dragon. What they do not realize is that Long Xingyao has absorbed not just any ordinary divine dragon's bloodline, but rather the bloodline of the Yinglong, imbued with the power of creation and even a participant in the construction of order. In the case of other dragons, when they are of lower rank, they would be utterly incapable of absorbing the blood of the Yinglong. This holds true even for ordinary blood. However, Long Xingyao is rumored to be a descendant of the Yinglong, making it only natural for her to grow stronger by absorbing the bloodline of her ancestors. Just moments ago, with her individual prowess enhanced by Lin Bei and Lin Miao's skills, Long Xingyu successfully obliterated a 32-level void creature. The creature had yet to react before Long Xingyao pierced its heart with her dragon claw and crushed its skull. Such ferocious power could not help but instill a sense of trepidation among the numerous teams of various races present, demonstrating such formidable strength. The outcome was inevitable. They would become the primary targets for elimination. In unison, the teams sprang into action, eager to eradicate their output. It was evident to them that Long Xingyao was the linchpin of their team. Once the core was eliminated, what would they rely upon for their offensive? What means would they employ to eliminate their foes? Would it be 2 mere support figures endowed with only auxiliary skills? Observing the teams launching their assaults against the soaring Long Xingyao, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the moment he had been awaiting. Thorned armor. The thorned armor was swiftly bestowed upon Long Xingyao, granting her damage mitigation capabilities that soared beyond 100. Among these teams, some possessed the ability to amplify the final damage, while others can mitigate it. Nevertheless, the damage reduction of Long Xingyao remains steadfast at 80. All assaults directed at Long Xingyao are initially absorbed by her authentic shield. Upon successful absorption, the inflicted damage is returned to the attacking teams in the form of 160 level 26 skill, true damage. In an instant, a multitude of white text appears, accompanied by incessant wails. At this moment, they are all left in a state of bewilderment. Is this even human? Despite their 30-odd teams and over 100 individuals launching an assault, they could inflict not a shred of damage upon her, not even the slightest drop of health. All their efforts were effortlessly mitigated by the shield enveloping her. As if that were not enough, she could also reflect their attacks back at them in the form of a percentage of true damage. For every 10,000 points of damage dealt, they would receive a staggering 15,000 points of retaliatory damage. Isn't it exhilarating to engage in gameplay? Particularly with certain fragile characters who possess a relatively low health pool, yet boast a formidable offensive capability. Under the full release of power, the damage inflicted was astonishingly twice that of his health bar. Aside from those who could react in time, possessing invincibility skills, or having resurrection abilities among their teammates, the weaker ones were swiftly eliminated. What on earth is happening with this human? Why does our damage not affect him in the slightest? Yet we are the ones losing health. They must be cheating. I demand a thorough investigation of the order system. In an instant, members of various races began to contemplate retreat. It was absurd. With one strike, they were left worse off. How could they fight back? This is outrageous. They must be cheating. Their shields have values in the millions. At that moment, a member of the Great Eye race, after surveying Long Xingyao's condition, instinctively shouted. The arena fell into a profound silence. A shield with 1,000,000 points? Is it a genuine shield? Are we serious? Is there no chance they are cheating? 1,000,000 points already possess the strength of a 5th tier. 1 tier is no laughing matter. They might claim to overcome the 4th tier with a 3rd tier body. But overcoming the 5th tier with a 4th tier is exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the shield on Long Xingyao equates to the 5th tier in terms of value. How could they possibly fight? The desire to retreat surged, and the need to escape this place became paramount. Without further thought, the outcome of this trial among the myriad races was already sealed. How could they contend with a true shield of the 5th tier? Even the proud and formidable dragon and titan races had no choice but to withdraw. They were proud and powerful, but not foolish. Why face an unbeatable foe? Would they simply offer their heads? Retreat, someone shouted. And all teams present began to flee in a frenzy. However, due to the spatial blockade, they could only employ skills other than spatial abilities. Retreating without a fight, take what you can. Wang Chongyang was immediately displeased. He and Shang Guanhua had yet to showcase their strength, with Lin Bei, Lin Miaomiao, and Long Xingyu doing all the heavy lifting. Although he was keen to cling to Lin Bei's coattails, he also yearned to contribute. No worries, they wouldn't escape. Just as they attempted to flee, Lin Bei had already marked them. No matter where they ran, they could not escape his control. Astro Shift. Astro Shift LV. 26. Purple consumes 1,000 energy points, marking one or multiple targets and relocating them within his perception range, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Entry 1. Significantly reduces mental energy consumption. Entry 2. Allows marked targets to be restrained for 3 seconds after the transfer, granting a 10-meter blink ability. Entry 3. Gains a 3-second immunity after the transfer. The entire explosive team vanished from their location. At this moment, among the dragon race, as someone shouted to flee, they scattered in all directions. Particularly the dragon race, they realized they had never flown this fast before. Have we escaped? A blue dragon asked, breathing a sigh of relief. Although the space was sealed, they could flap their wings and use draconic magic to fly away from this cursed place. They could not hope to win. The outcome of the competition was already decided. They could only strive for a better ranking. Moreover, this competition lasted 3 days. Ample time for them to explore the resources placed by various deities in the trial among the myriad races. If luck was on their side, they might even acquire powerful legacies or artifacts or formidable skills. As for materials, aside from some specific rare ones, which race participating in the trial lacked resources? Each race had dispatched their strongest awakened teams, ensuring they would not be deficient in resources to enhance their strength. They must have escaped by now, remarked a smaller black dragon, releasing noxious fumes from its nostrils. They were genuinely terrified moments ago. Thankfully, their dragon bodies were robust, allowing them to sustain more health than other races. Why are we fleeing? Can't we fight them directly? The wise-eyed white dragon inquired, glancing left and right with a comically crossed gaze, its tongue occasionally flicking out, exuding a chill. The other 4 dragons were speechless. Although the dragon race was powerful and possessed formidable physiques, the white dragon was an oddity. Lacking considerable intelligence, it could communicate and had inherited draconic legacies, yet often behaved in ways that left the others baffled. At times, they questioned whether the white dragon's icy breath had frozen its brain. Just then, the spatial area above the 5 dragons began to tremble, and in the next moment, Lin Bei's explosive team materialized. Lin Bei scanned the surroundings, noting only the dragon race's team present, which left him somewhat disappointed. It seemed that only you all are here. If so, please return whence you came. Lin Bei stepped back, while Wang Chongyang, Shang Guanhua, and Long Xingyao advanced. Wang Chongyang cracked his knuckles. The once arrogant dragon clan now finds itself in a pitiful retreat. scarcely deserving of its draconic title. Yet, with the mastery of the 8 or 9 mystical arts and the divine combat techniques, Wang Chongyang flashed a grin. And in an instant, his figure dissipated. The next moment, the law of heaven and earth was activated, and a 3-meter giant wielding a trident blade descended once more. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, the trident blade erupted with blue lightning, striking down with immense force as Wang Chongyang swung it. 5 colossal dragons attempted to flee the scene, for had successfully escaped, but the black dragon remained ensnared, immobilized by Lin Bei's binding skill, unable to move. Left with no choice, it braced itself to endure Wang Chongyang's overwhelming blow. However, the red-quality semi-divine artifact was not easily withstood. The black dragon's claw was severed in half, and even the dragon scales on its chest were forcefully shattered. Had it not evaded with its head in time, this strike would have cleaved it asunder. Minus 66,666, a white number representing true damage materialized. The initial strike accounted for the damage inflicted on the dragon's claw, while the second strike, targeting its vital points, unleashed explosive damage. The trident blade pierced through the black dragon's chest, ruthlessly shattering its heart. In this moment, under the empowerment of the force of truth and an array of buffs, coupled with the might of a semi-divine artifact, the black dragon's survival from instant annihilation can be attributed to its formidable profession and robust physique. Such a substantial health pool. Observing that the black dragon still retained a fraction of its vitality, Wang Chongyang seized the moment before it could retaliate, deftly wielding the trident blade to deliver a swift strike. A secondary damage, minus 52,114. With a reluctant roar of defiance, the black dragon was utterly vanquished, its health completely depleted. The colossal figure, extending over 10 meters, disintegrated and was expelled from the instance. In the air, the remaining 4 dragons, having successfully fled, bore expressions akin to those of someone who had consumed something distasteful. They were taken aback by Lin Bei's audacity to target them first. Humans, spare us. You can gain the friendship of the dragonkin. They knew they could not withstand a confrontation. Did they not witness how easily the one who transformed into a 3-meter energy giant could dispatch the black dragon among their ranks? Although the black dragon was not the strongest among them, it still ranked 4th in power. Even the red dragon required a modicum of time to eliminate it. Yet, this singular black dragon was felled by Wang Chongyang in 3 swift strokes. With such formidable output, coupled with that enigmatic auxiliary ability, which seemed akin to cheating, how could they possibly contend? Left with no alternative that could only appeal to emotions, Lin Bei quietly inquired of Long Xingyao, what is the relationship between the Western dragonkin and us humans? Long Xingyao pondered for a moment before responding, it seems they disdain humanity, even we. The blue star human race seem to be beneath their notice. The dragonkin are exceedingly proud, considering themselves the apex predators of the food chain. Humans? While some individuals possess great strength, collectively, our numbers render us too feeble to be compared. Thus, among the myriad races, the dragonkin share little rapport with our blue star lineage, perhaps even none at all. And as for those of other worlds, if they look down upon us, how could they possibly regard them with any esteem? After reflecting on this, Lin Bei turned to Shang Guanhua. Shang Guanhua, the next move is yours. Empowered by the force of truth, silence, confinement, multiple release triggers, the cosmic dance of destiny. The 4 dragons were forcibly transported before Lin Bei and his companions. And upon hearing this, Shang Guanhua's expression was one of exhilaration. This is an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Leave the rest to me. Shang Guanhua lightly licked his lips, initiating the skill he had recently acquired, Convergence of Flames. Infernal Fire. 6 Ding Divine Flames. True Samadhi Fire. At this moment, Shang Guanhua had gathered 3 distinct flames, merging them into a colossal fireball of resplendent golden red, utilizing his own mental energy as a conduit. The 4 colossal dragons could distinctly perceive the terrifying power contained within this blazing sphere. With this strike, the dragon shall perish. We cannot endure it. Truly, we cannot withstand any longer. No. Humans, spare us. We, the Dragon Clan, genuinely wish to befriend you. At this moment, the pride of the red dragon as a member of the dragon lineage has dissipated. This is no jest. We are amidst the trial of all races, having only just entered and yet to seek any resources within. To be eliminated now would be an utter disgrace. Furthermore, if all goes as anticipated, they would be the first team to face complete disqualification. The dignity of the Dragon Clan is on the brink of being utterly tarnished. Regrettably, Lin Bei and Shang Guanhua pay no heed to their pleas. It is true that the Dragon Clan is formidable, But that does not necessitate a bond of friendship. After all, it is not only in the realm of dragons that one can find Western dragons, just as humanity is not exclusive to the Blue Star. The dragons from the realm of the mighty dragons are notoriously proud. Their camaraderie is merely a consequence of the current circumstances. Three flames. Convergence. I shall strike. Shang Wanhua commanded the colossal fireball formed by the convergence of three distinct flames, hurling it towards the remaining four dragons. The four dragons attempted to invoke their skills for defense. However, Lin Bei's silent skill remained in effect, leaving them with a sense of heaviness. Utterly unable to summon their innate abilities. This meant they could only rely on their corporeal forms to withstand the impending onslaught. The figures of true damage materialized, -122,255, -152,235, -105,556, -99,831. Apart from the red dragon, which possessed a higher resistance to fire due to its own elemental affinity, the other three dragons were incapable of withstanding the assault. Their health points plummeting to zero, transforming into charred dragon corpses that vanished within the confines of the dungeon. At that moment, the red dragon was left with merely half its health, unable to stir any significant turmoil. Following this strike, Shang Wanhua was left gasping for breath. Clearly aware that this ultimate attack, forged from the convergence of three flames, had taken a considerable toll on him. Nevertheless, the sheer magnitude of the damage unleashed by the conflation of flames was overwhelmingly potent. Dragons of equivalent tier are inherently robust, with high health and resistance. Yet, apart from the red dragon, the other three fell in an instant. Just as Shang Wanhua intended to continue employing his skills to vanquish the red dragon, he noticed Wang Chongyang, brandishing a trident knife, sprinting towards him, exclaiming, "Spare the dragon in the flames." Shang Wanhua paused, clearly perplexed by Wang Chongyang's intentions, while the red dragon's spirit soared at the utterance. Was this meant to convey his intentions? Indeed, the human race still requires the friendship of the dragon clan. If he were to survive, he resolved to cultivate a genuine friendship with Wang Chongyang. Were it not for his intervention, that malevolent human would have surely dealt him a lethal blow. Upon witnessing Shang Wanhua's unexpected restraint, Wang Chongyang hastened towards the red dragon. However, before the red dragon could revel in its narrow escape, Wang Chongyang jubilantly declared, "This dragon's head shall be mine." The red dragon, taken aback, had no time to react before Wang Chongyang soared into the air, executing a thunderous crescent strike aimed directly at the red dragon. Boom! Lightning erupted from the dual-edged blade, striking the red dragon's neck with precision. Its head was severed with brutal force. -100,106. The health bar plummeted to zero, and the red dragon, in its final moments, could hardly fathom that the mercy shown by Shang Wanhua was merely a prelude to Wang Chongyang amassing kills. The bewildered and disbelieving head of the red dragon tumbled to the ground, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at Wang Chongyang. Moments later, the corpse dissipated, expelled from the instance. Shang Wanhua silently observed Wang Chongyang's actions, inexplicably feeling that this individual was quite audacious. Was a mere head truly of such significance? In the outside world, within the myriad trials of the multiverse instance, after a cadre of demigod-level beings had forcefully subdued the 15 void entities, a figure soon emerged before the assembly of demigods. Upon recognizing the newcomer, disbelief washed over the group of demigods. Aside from the 15 void creatures and a handful of lesser beings, it was astonishing that the powerful dragon race from the dragon world was the first to be eliminated. Among the demigods, one belonging to the western dragon world ascended into the air. Its colossal form, towering at 1,000 meters, resembled a mountain ready to crush anything beneath it. Azat, what on earth is happening? Just moments ago, it had been taunting the Titan demigod, only to find its own kin eliminated before it could utter another word. In its view, among the various races, only a select few powerful entities possessed the capability to eliminate them. Yet, such elimination would demand a tremendous price. Typically, the final confrontation would occur only on the last day. However, the premature elimination of the black dragon incited a fury within this dragon demigod. Does this not imply that the dragon can have lost a means to explore resources and even forfeited the chance to secure first place in the trial of all races? It seems that the wrath of the demigod dragon has not gone unnoticed, as the demigod titan has emerged as well, standing at over 900 meters in height. One could easily liken him to a small mountain. Fortunately, the battlefield for all races is vast, and the ground is notably sturdy. Otherwise, they would truly struggle to find space. Glade, why such fury? The Titan inquired. The trial of all races unfolds as it does. Do you not accept the outcome? The demigod dragon exhaled sharply, visibly incensed. Yet, this place cannot erupt into conflict, lest they invite the ire of the demigod champions from other races. Though they are formidable, ranking among the elite of the 100 demigod beings present, they cannot withstand the onslaught of the other 99. Moreover, several within that group are of comparable strength. Isath, speak quickly. How were you eliminated? The black dragon, still engulfed in the terror of being slain by Wang Chongyang, snapped back to reality upon hearing the voice of the demigod dragon. However, before he could respond, 3 figures materialized in the air. Upon recognizing them, the assembly of demigods erupted into hearty laughter. Yet again, it is the Dragonkin. Aside from the red dragon, this implies that the other 4 dragons have already been eliminated. The sight further inflamed the demigod dragon's fury, leaving him gasping with indignation. Is there a race targeting our dragon clan? Elder, it is the human clan. The human clan has struck against us. The very thought that he could have escaped, only to suddenly find himself confronted by that explosive team, filled the black dragon with dread. He even touched his chest, recalling how he had just been gutted by Wang Chongyang. At that moment, Xianyuan Fenghua, who had been minding his own business, was taken aback by these words. What does this have to do with us humans? Humans? The demigod dragon narrowed its eyes, fixing its gaze on Xianyuan Fenghua. I demand an explanation. The tone was firm, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Clearly, this demigod dragon was enraged. Although Xianyuan Fenghua was unaware of the unfolding events, he retorted, You, great lizard, think you can demand an explanation from us humans? He even dug into his ear as if to unearth some wax, which he then flicked towards the demigod dragon. However, the impact of the earwax was rather diminished, serving merely as an insult. This demigod dragon, a member of the Red Dragon clan, was already known for its volatile temperament, and now it was enveloped in layers of golden flames, seemingly on the brink of eruption. Oh, are you intending to make a move? Xianyuan Fenghua would not relent to the demigod dragon. A golden quality wave halberd materialized in his hand, and blue armor conformed to his demigod form. His gaze icy and expression calm yet formidable. The earlier nonchalance had vanished, replaced by the imposing presence of the Dragon Summer Kingdom's formidable general. Though his aura was not as potent as that of the demigod dragon, this was Blue Star, after all. The battlefield of myriad races was situated in the southernmost continent of Blue Star, and should a battle erupt, the human clan could swiftly provide support. The demigod dragon before him was indeed at level 95, superior to his own level 92. Yet, there were plenty of humans present. Thus, the two stood in a standoff. The demigod dragon truly infuriated. Nevertheless, regardless of what transpired, they could not resort to violence. This was a pact established in advance. This is not a decree established by them, but rather by the deities above. Even they cannot contravene it, should they do so. The consequences for the deities would be dire. In simpler terms, if they cannot eliminate the weaker ones, how could they possibly confront the more formidable? Humans, you possess audacity. I shall remember you. The demigod dragon inhaled deeply, striving to quell his fury. As long as the red dragon remained within, with its formidable strength, it could still uncover certain opportunities. Though merely a fraction, it was better than none. However, before the demigod dragon could exhale in relief, the silhouette of the red dragon materialized before the assembly of demigods, and the 4 smaller dragons exhibited expressions of resigned acknowledgement upon seeing it. In the presence of such overwhelming power, escaping was far from plausible. Concurrently, in the void where the dragon clan had been eliminated, there existed a realm governed by the spirit of fortune, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably real. The fortune of humanity transformed into a giant, accompanied by a golden dragon with wings formed from fortune, lunging towards the fortune of the dragon clan. Instantly, the dragon, born of the dragon clan's fortune, suffered a grievous loss, issuing a cry of agony before vanishing. After this extraction, the fortune of humanity surged by 1%. The people of the Blue Star, in an inexplicable moment of clarity, felt as though many previously unfathomable matters had suddenly fallen into place. Yet, in the battlefield of myriad races, when the red dragon was eliminated, the demigod dragon was utterly incensed. How could it be that all the dragons from their western realm had been vanquished? Not on the final day, but on the very first day, within less than an hour of commencement. How could he endure this humiliation? The other race's demigods observed with a sense of amusement. They had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from humanity, capable of swiftly ousting even the mighty dragon clan. But wait, They realized this signified that humanity might seize the opportunity to claim first place in this trial of myriad races. While they believed their strength was at least comparable to that of the Western dragons, it was merely a belief. Did they not see that the Western Dragon clan had already been eliminated? Minus, what on earth is happening? With the elimination now an established fact, there was no recourse for change. The demigod dragon glared furiously at the red dragon, demanding to know why they had succumbed to humanity so swiftly. The red dragon's eyes still shimmered with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Wang Chongyang's sparing of his life was merely a prelude to personally severing his head. This is an utter disgrace. Upon hearing the inquiries from the demigod dragon of their faction, the red dragon recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. However, as he spoke, various racial teams were gradually eliminated, be it the Snowman clan or the Azure Wolf clan. All those marked by Lin Bei were systematically dealt with and eliminated, witnessing their own teams being ousted. The demigod strongholds of the eliminated factions could no longer contain their anguish. Were you all eliminated by the human race? One of the demigod goblins asked, looking down at his weeping companion clinging to his leg. Indeed, Elder, those humans are terrifying. It's as if they are cheating, another exclaimed, especially that shield they possess, boasting a staggering value of over 1 million, and it is a genuine shield. Having been semi-gamified for hundreds of years, they were naturally well-versed in gaming terminology. Thus, upon hearing of the genuine shield with a value in the millions, all the demigod representatives present fell into a state of shock. If memory served them right, those human youngsters were only at the 3rd tier of power, were they not? A 3rd tier strength with a 5th tier shield? Surely, this must be a jest. At that moment, a curious demigod from the elven race, known for their superior abilities compared to the human tribe, approached Xian Yuanfengbua. Xian Yuanfengbua, is it true that your generation of human awakeners possesses such extraordinary prowess? Millions in numerical values appear effortlessly, leaving no room for dignity. Particularly, I have heard that upon striking the shield, not only is there a substantial damage mitigation, but also a remarkable 160% reflection, and it is true damage. No less. This certainly does not imply the discovery of a game flaw followed by an audacious exploitation of it, does it? Xian Yuanfengbua cast a sidelong glance at the elven demigod. Undoubtedly, this elven demigod referred to the singular anomaly that is Lin Bei. Others, even the formidable Long Xingyao, merely excelled among their peers but could not possibly achieve the remarkable feat of confronting over 30 teams simultaneously. It is solely due to the extraordinary capabilities of Lin Bei, a paragon of benevolence and support, that such a triumph was realized. One cannot help but wonder about the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Lin family. Their fortunes seem to ascend as if smoke billowing from an ancestral grave. This is not merely a singular occurrence, it is rather an anomaly. The relationship between the elven race and humanity remains amicable, particularly with the Lin family. Is this just one instance? The elven demigod's eyes sparkled with curiosity, evidently eager to inquire how Xian Yuanfengbua and his companions accomplished such a feat for the sake of the 10,000 races trial. They had concentrated resources to cultivate a single team, enabling them to utilize skill-enhancing stones in advance of entering the novice dungeon, thereby securing a prestigious place in the trial. Yet, none have managed to achieve the remarkable standing of humanity. Who could possibly accomplish such an extraordinary feat of 1 against 34? Only humanity possesses that capability. Do not look at me. I am equally baffled by how he achieved it. At this moment, Xian Yuanfengbua felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, a sign of his growing numbness. The myriad of eliminated team's demigods fixated their murderous gazes upon Xian Yuanfengbua. This is indeed an opportunity bestowed by the gods, perhaps even a chance to attain divinity within it. Yet, within less than an hour, they have been steadily eliminated one after another. Before they even began to seek their fortunes, they found themselves ousted. How could they not harbor murderous thoughts? Xian Yuanfengbua felt helpless. He could only pray that Lin Bei, this little god of death, might exercise some restraint and grant other races a chance, rather than eliminating them at first sight. Although there are rules in place prohibiting any acts of violence within the battlefield of myriad races, who can guarantee that these individuals will not act in a fit of rage and strike out at them? As time progresses, an increasing number of teams are being eliminated, predominantly at the hands of the human race. The atmosphere in the battlefield has grown tense. The semi-divine beings of the eliminated races are now fixated with piercing glares at Xian Yuanfengbua. If looks could kill, it would be fair to say that Xian Yuanfengbua has been metaphorically whipped to death thousands of times over. Confronted by these murderous gazes, Xian Yuanfengbua felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Isn't the Lin family known for fostering good relationships? How will they resolve this situation now? Within the trials of 10,000 races, the members of the Exploding Heaven Squad utilized the technique of celestial transformation, arriving at the location of the final marked team. Prior to their arrival, 33 teams had already been eliminated. This now stands as the last remaining team. Within the ranks of the Titan Giant clan, a fire giant, radiating flames from every inch of its being, felt a tremor of unease within. Here it comes. The god of death has arrived. Within the trials of 10,000 races, the elimination of any team triggers an alert sound. This serves as a stark reminder of the formidable strength possessed by certain factions, allowing weaker races the opportunity to prepare themselves for a confrontation with the mightier teams. Thus, upon hearing of the human squad's remarkable feat of eliminating 33 teams in the span of a mere hour, the hearts of the Titan Giants grew cold with dread. Can you fathom the emotions that accompany the countdown to a team's disappearance? With each elimination, they were gripped by the fear that they might be next. They were acutely aware that all races present were inevitably destined to face extinction at the hands of humanity. Now, witnessing Lin Bei's emergence before them, their anxious hearts finally found solace. The 30-meter-tall Titan Giants huddled together, warily observing Lin Bei and his companions from the skies, ever prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chongyang could not suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that these previously arrogant titans would now be so engulfed in fear of them. Humans, you display such audacity. Are you truly unafraid of the other races uniting against you? Cried out a titan, its figure emanating a blue flame. In a voice filled with despair, its skin, as rigid as marble, began to grind against itself in anxiety, sending shards of stone tumbling to the ground. Shang Guanhua fell silent upon hearing this, as did the others, save for Lin Bei. Are we perhaps being a touch too brazen? Shang Guanhua unexpectedly engaged in self-reflection. Given his fiery temperament, it was indeed rare for him to express such sentiments. Indeed, we may have overstepped. Once we leave here, will we be targeted by the other races? Although Wang Chongyang's family, the Wang clan, was merely a local family in Jiangxing, they had gleaned some understanding of the myriad races of the universe. Though humanity served as a pivotal nexus among these races and wielded considerable strength, being targeted by a coalition of other factions could lead to dire consequences. While it had been exhilarating to accompany Lin Bei in their recent endeavors, it dawned upon them that, unbeknownst to them, they had eliminated over 30 teams. Moreover, this had been accomplished within a little more than an hour since entering the trial realm of the myriad races. Throughout that hour, they had been in a constant state of flight, leaving no time to seek opportunities or resources. Isn't this indirectly offending more than 30 races? Brother, we have indeed become somewhat arrogant, hee. Although Lin Miaomio felt exhilarated just now, who will bear the consequences of this exhilaration? After all, they represent the human race, and such frequent eliminations of other races will certainly raise suspicions about the human race's intentions to annex them. Long Xingyao also wished to speak, but fell silent, realizing that Lin Bei appeared to be strategizing, showing no signs of recklessness. It is worth noting that she had personally investigated Lin Bei's past. He was known for forming friendships, so how could he possibly commit such acts that offend others? No worries, I have already devised a plan to address this, so there is no need for concern. Lin Bei waved his hand in response. Although the crowd expressed confusion, they refrained from further inquiries. Based on their understanding of Lin Bei, he would not engage in actions without assurance. As a result of Lin Bei's actions, the fortune of the human race on Blue Star has reached an unprecedented strength. Although they have absorbed only 1% of the fortune from 33 races, the cumulative effect has transformed the human race's fortune into a formidable force. The increase in fortune leads to more individuals awakening powerful professions and skills, while those trapped in stagnation will become fewer. There will also be breakthroughs in scientific research, truly allowing everyone to rise to greatness. So, should we proceed with further eliminations? Indeed, we must take action. On that day, Lin Bei personally inquired with the sovereign about the trials of the myriad races, and Long Batian did not conceal the true purpose of these trials from Lin Bei. This is indeed an opportunity that can rapidly enhance the fortunes of the human race. Once this chance slips away, it will not return. Thus, what does it matter if we offend some in the short term? After all, Lin Bei possesses the means to manage the situation, so he remains unfazed. So, it would be better to take action and eliminate them. As the captain, Lin Bei's word is law, and they must adhere to his wishes. Furthermore, Lin Bei has never been one to act foolishly. Although the reasons behind his decisions may remain unclear, they certainly hold merit. The 5 Titan giants felt their spirits dampen upon realizing the gravity of the situation. No, they truly intend to make a move. How dare you? Are you not afraid that once you leave, other races will unite against you? Charge. Even if we are eliminated, we must make it clear to these humans that the Titan clan is not to be insulted. With that, they unleashed their full power and charged towards Lin Bei and his companions, embodying the valor of those willing to confront a formidable adversary. Observing their refusal to surrender and their advance towards the Titan giants, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in surprise at their unexpected bravery. Group Shield. Power of Truth. Lin Miaomiao began to bestow beneficial buffs upon her comrades, while simultaneously attempting to utilize her new skill, Fated Union. Fated Union LV. 1. Purple unleashes the power of fate. Forming a lock. Effect 1. Consumes 1,000 energy to cast a union lock on 2 selected targets, creating mutual attraction between them, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Effect 2. Consumes 1,000 energy to cast a disdain lock on 2 selected targets, fostering mutual aversion, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Attribute 1. All effects are significantly enhanced. Attribute 2. Targeted individuals enter a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Attribute 3. Targets under the disdain lock cannot utilize skills for 3 seconds. Fated Union is a novel skill that Lin Miaomiao obtained from the Southern Gate dungeon, but had yet to employ. After all, those races were primarily dealt with by Wang Chongyang, Shang Wanhua, and Long Xingyao. Lin Bei could at least offer assistance by applying potent buffs and occasionally employing his skill to pursue targets, yet she could only linger by his side, occasionally casting core buff skills while spending most of her time idly. Now, witnessing the Titan giants not only refusing to surrender but also charging towards them, Lin Miaomiao sees this splendid opportunity to test her skill. Quick, let me try out the effects of my new skill. She had long wished to use Fated Union and had been seeking an opportunity. Now that the moment had finally arrived, she would not let it slip away. The others did not hinder her. With Lin Bei's group shield in place, the Titan giants would find it a mere dream to inflict harm upon their health. The charging Titan giants were momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for the sight of the shortest among the 5, standing at merely 1.50 meters, stepping forward to confront them. Yet, this only solidified their belief that these humans were ridiculing them, sending forth a diminutive figure rather than their more formidable combatants. This caused the Titans to feel a profound sense of physical and mental anguish. Yet, before they could unleash their roars of fury, Lin Miaomiao conjured 2 pink chains from her hands. The chains slithered through the air like elongated serpents, swiftly ensnaring the flame giant and the blue flame giant. The flame giant attempted to shatter the chains with a single strike, but to his astonishment, the chains were formed at the moment of impact, binding him and the blue flame giant together. The spell had succeeded. The 2 giants suddenly found themselves immobilized, their thoughts becoming oddly disoriented. The other 3 Titan companions were momentarily taken aback. Had they truly been subdued? This diminutive figure possesses such formidable control skills? Moments later, after a brief span of 3 seconds, the blue flame giant and the fire giant promptly checked their status bars, only to discover an absence of any negative debuffs. If there were any, it would merely be the brief indication of confusion they had just experienced. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether the previous effects were solely intended to induce confusion. If that were the case, why allow her to act alone? Although the fire giant and the blue flame giant were perplexed by Lin Miaomiao's actions, they found no superior explanation, as their status bars displayed no other negative debuffs. At that moment, the adjacent mountain giant and rock climber fell victim to the black chains that bound them together, plunging them into a state of confusion that rendered their own skills unusable. Upon regaining their composure, they gazed at Lin Miaomiao with a hint of trepidation. To possess such potent control abilities is truly unsettling for these humans. The cloud giant silently observed as his teammates succumbed, leaving him as the sole unaffected one. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the situation, is this a disdain for the colossal titan? Upon this realization, the colossal titan, incensed, let out a roar and plunged into the fray. With fists clenched tightly above his head, he executed a tremendous leap, channeling the power of a battering ram through his fists as he aimed to smash down upon Lin Bei and his companions. Observing this, Wang Chongyang stepped forth alone. As the front line of the team, his purpose was to shield his allies from harm. With the invocation of celestial and terrestrial forces, and the harmonious radiance of the sun and moon, a towering energy form, 3 meters high, materialized before him. Armed with a trident blade, he braced himself against the onslaught of the colossal titan, which bore the weight of destruction. Boom! The terrifying impact from above unleashed a formidable shockwave. Regrettably, this shockwave inflicted no damage upon Lin Bei and his group. While lower-tier beings might suffer grievous injuries from such a shockwave, all present were of the third tier, thus immune to its effects. After successfully withstanding the attack, Wang Chongyang exerted himself to lift. Astonishingly, the Titan's immense frame, measuring 60 meters, was sent flying by the diminutive figure of Wang Chongyang. What immense power must this be? The cloud giant pondered this in its mind as it was hurled into the air. Behind it, Shang Guanhua and Long Xingyu did not hesitate, unleashing their skills to confront the remaining 4 titanic giants. Long Xingyao transformed into a winged white dragon, its claw forcefully breaching the defenses of the blue flame giant, extracting its fiery heart. The fiery heart was the core of the blue flame giant. Once destroyed, it would lead to its demise. With a slight exertion of force, the core shattered, eliciting a cry of defiance from the blue flame giant as its cerulean flames dissipated, leaving only a heap of scorched stone in its wake. Witnessing this, the fire giant felt an inexplicable pang in its heart, akin to a constriction of the chest. How could this be? Why did it experience such a sensation? Upon seeing the blue flame giant perish before it, the fire giant knelt in disbelief, reaching out in an attempt to catch the falling remnants of its fallen companion, releasing a roar of resentment while casting a fierce glare at Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao was taken aback by the fire giant's gaze. It felt as though it had slain his beloved. Moreover, was not the blue flame giant male? Could there be some hidden bond between them? Nevertheless, as the fire giant charged towards her, refusing to yield, she unleashed her claws once more, extracting the fire giant's heart. With a single squeeze, the fiery core shattered, and the fire giant sank to its knees, its flames rapidly dissipating. Miraculously, the fire giant managed to summon its willpower, step by step approaching the remnants of the blue flame giant. Embracing a fragment of the remains, it could no longer withstand the strain. Its flames extinguished, transforming into stone, forever united with the remnants of the blue flame giant. The Titan giants possessed a unique trait. Their corporeal forms could be relinquished at will. By placing their core upon a suitable mountain or stone, they could restore their physical forms anew. Long Xingyu watched the scene in silence, feeling as if she had become a villain, mercilessly slaughtering their kin. Meanwhile, Shang Guanhua gathered 3 flames, condensing them into a formidable sphere. Even the red dragon, known for its explosive fire resistance, could not withstand the intensity of his conflagration, let alone the 2 titanic giants with near-zero flame resistance. The climbing giant observed the impending fireball, his gaze shifting towards the nearby hill giant. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of irritation towards this being. An image of the hill giant's arrogance flashed through his mind, and involuntarily, he activated his skill to shield the hill giant with his own body. Hill giant, what are you doing, buddy? Boom. The fireball descended, melting the hill giant's form, even obliterating its earth core in an instant. The residual force inflicted some damage on the climbing giant, but it was minimal, akin to a mere scrape for a human. A mere 4-digit reduction in health was trivial compared to his 6-digit total. Was it not superficial harm? Shang Guanhua was equally stunned by this spectacle, never having anticipated that the climbing giant would use the hill giant as a human shield. Were these 2 giants engaged in infighting? Although perplexed, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly witnessed a dragon's claw piercing through the chest of the rock giant. The heart of stone was firmly grasped in its talons. It was Long Xingyao. After vanquishing the flame giant and the blue flame giant, she swiftly made her way toward the location of Shang Guanhua. With a single strike of her dragon claw, she successfully extracted the rock giant's heart of stone. The rock giant turned its head in disbelief, and upon Long Xingyao's determined squeeze, the heart of stone shattered, causing the rock giant to disintegrate into rubble. At this moment, only the cloud giant, who was engaged in a fierce exchange with Wang Chongyang, remained. Wang Chongyang possessed no formidable offensive skills, relying solely on the skill of heaven and earth to amplify his own abilities, but it was limited to that. Thus, for a time, he was surprisingly evenly matched with the distant foe. However, this so-called equality pertained only to their strength. The cloud giant's health was plummeting, while Wang Chongyang's health remained utterly unscathed. One could distinctly see the health bar, a thin shield seemingly unbreakable, steadfastly protecting Wang Chongyang's life points. Ultimately, after 300 intense exchanges, Wang Chongyang inadvertently struck the cloud giant's head. Within that head lay the cloud giant's heart of cloud. Upon its destruction, a defiant roar erupted before it faded away. The Titan giant clan was utterly annihilated. In the unseen realm of fate, the spirit of fortune belonging to humanity re-emerged. Opposite it, the spirit of fortune from the Titan clan also manifested. The Titan spirit let out a roar, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction toward the human spirit. However, the human spirit, wielding a sharp sword, slashed at the Titan spirit, and the fortune power that fell from it merged directly into the human spirit's being. After completing this act, the human spirit vanished, leaving behind the anguished cries of the Titan spirit. Meanwhile, in the external realm of the dungeon, the Titan clan's team had been expelled from the instance and transported back to the battlefield of the myriad realms. The demigod of the Titan clan, upon witnessing the expulsion of his race's team, cast a furious glare at Xianyuan Fengbo, joining the ranks of the discontented. A total of 34 clans. 1/3 of the clan teams had been eliminated by the humans. Such a blatant affront. Or was it that the humans had grown so formidable that they believed they could disregard other races? Although Xianyuan Fengbo maintained his composure, his heart was already in turmoil. Is it not astonishing how this Lin Bei seems to attract trouble? He has managed to eliminate 34 races. Could he not be a tad more discreet? At this moment, the fire giant, upon encountering the blue flame giant, inexplicably softened his gaze. The blue flame giant mirrored this sentiment, as if the fire giant before him were his destined counterpart. In stark contrast, the mountain giant indignantly confronted the climbing giant, demanding, as hate, "Why did you use me as a shield against that skill?" With the assistance of the demigod Titan giant, the mountain giant, having regained his strength, recalled how he had been used as a shield during the trial of 10,000 races by the climbing giant. His fury escalated, overshadowing even his feelings of elimination. The climbing giant had initially intended to offer an explanation, but upon witnessing the mountain giant's fury, an inexplicable ire ignited within him. "Why should I explain myself to you?" The demigod Titan giant, now somewhat exasperated, observed, "At this juncture, you two are still squabbling? Enough." Silence. Simultaneously, he pondered the sudden discord between these two, who had always shared a commendable camaraderie since childhood. Why had they suddenly begun to quarrel? Moreover, it appeared that the climbing giant had indeed used the mountain giant as a shield against an attack. Is this an act of betrayal against allies? With the intervention of the demigod titans, neither party dared to utter further words. Yet, the simmering anger within them remained unabated, intensifying instead. The fire giant and the blue flame giant remained silent, standing together in quietude. However, the occasional exchanged glances between them suggested an underlying tension, hinting at possible intrigue. The cloud giant, though reticent, found himself pondering how the human race had grown so formidable. His resolve nearly shattered. How could the seemingly frail race outperform him in a contest of strength? Each of the 5 Titan giants harbored their own thoughts on the unfolding situation. Of course, this was of little concern to Lin Bei and his companions, who were ensconced within the dungeon. With 34 races eliminated, the competition would continue. As they traversed the path to seek other teams, they could also explore the opportunities left by the myriad divine beings cast into the trials. They had already reaped a considerable amount of legacies left behind by otherworldly deities, although regrettably, these inheritances bore no utility for Lin Bei and his group. In fact, utilizing them would merely convert them into resources for other races. Nonetheless, they had amassed a wealth of scarce resources. Time pressed on. Xianyuan Fengbo began to perspire more profusely. The fortune spirit of the human race was satiated, yet it appeared they had offended numerous factions. 2 days had passed, and the number of races eliminated by humanity had reached 56. Out of a total of 77 races, humans had dispatched 56. Xianyuan Fengbo, witnessing nearly half the demigod powers eager to exact retribution upon him, began to pray fervently that Lin Bei's group might spare a few from elimination. Alas, despite his supplications, Lin Bei showed no sign of mercy. Those destined for ousting would indeed be ousted. Xianyuan, it seems we cannot maintain order ourselves by the time 40 races had been eliminated. Beihai-toed Dragon, the leader of the dragon protectors from Longsha Kingdom, had arrived in the southernmost region of the battlefield, standing alongside Xianyuan Fengbo. After all, Xianyuan had remarked that their little group had offended quite a number of races. Initially, Beihai-toed Dragon had scoffed at the notion of offending a few. How many could it truly be? The human race was robust, boasting over 80 demigods. To put it bluntly, even if all 99 demigods were to strike together, they might not succeed in toppling the humans. In fact, they might even find themselves at a disadvantage. However, after witnessing the formidable prowess of Lin Bei and his explosive team, he regretted his earlier arrogance. Like Xianyuan Fengbo, he too began to pray for Lin Bei to temper his divine abilities. Brother, may I call you brother? Please, cease eliminating them. We are truly overwhelmed. Should they not rally support? They had to. Dozens of demigods were watching them intently. And who could predict if one might impulsively retaliate and incite others to act against them? Although any aggressive move would prompt their own deities to intervene. Every race present had its own divine protector. If too many deities were offended, who could ascertain whether their gods would prevail? Rally. We must rally support. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of Longxia Kingdom, the sovereign Long Batian fell into contemplation upon receiving the news. Though he had previously informed Lin Bei that aside from the first place, which could gain a chance to ascend to divinity, the greater purpose of the trials was to absorb the fortunes of other races. He had not anticipated Lin Bei's audacity in consuming the fortunes of over 50 races. Initially, he believed Lin Bei would merely absorb the fortunes of 4 or 5 races, which would be manageable for humanity. But 50 was excessive. He had failed to articulate the gravity of the situation to Lin Bei and now had to address the emerging issues. However, if they could withstand this upheaval, the benefits to humanity would be unprecedented. Not to mention the emergence of powerful professions, those possessing exceptional core skills, and even more demigods and divine beings would become a reality. This is the advantage of a surging fate. Wang Hansheng. After a moment of contemplation, Long Batian quietly uttered a name. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Long Batian, exuding the presence of yet another demigod. How many Battle Dragon Guards can be mobilized within the Battle Dragon Hall? Each Battle Dragon Guard is a demigod, and their assistance would be invaluable. Currently, 5 are available. Very well, you shall lead them to the battlefield of myriad races, and ensure that Lin Bei and the others are safely escorted away when necessary. Although Wang Hansheng was unaware of the circumstances, it was evident that whatever had prompted such seriousness from Long Batian was of great significance. Typically, deploying even a single demigod is a major undertaking. Now, 5, or perhaps even more, were being summoned. This clearly indicated that the situation at hand was beyond ordinary expectations. As the commander of the Battle Dragon Hall and a subordinate of Long Batian, Wang Hansheng possessed the utmost strength, having attained the pinnacle of level 99. Regrettably, achieving divinity remained a formidable challenge. The notion of transcending skill slots for personal utilization is beyond the capability of an average demigod. To accomplish this feat necessitates profound insight that transcends the confines of skill slots, thereby accelerating the path to divinity and enabling the comprehension of fundamental laws. While not the most elite among demigods, he was still formidable at level 99 and capable of holding the fort. In Lin City, Lin Zhantian gazed at the half-torn sheepskin map in his hand with a sigh, ultimately deciding to hand it over to Lin Long. Summon someone. Chief, do you have instructions? Deliver this map to Lin Long and inform him that it is the only opportunity in a decade to discover a passage between the two realms. However, remind him that this dungeon is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, and he ought to be aware of the consequences. Understood, Chief. Within the trial grounds of the myriad races, after 2 days of exploration, Lin Bei and his companions had amassed an abundance of legacies and resources. Yet they were perplexed as to why Lin Bei was expending effort to acquire these inheritances and resources, which held little value for them. Was it perhaps for the purpose of selling them to other races upon their return? Though bewildered, they refrained from inquiring, trusting that Lin Bei had his own plans. Meanwhile, other races within the trial grounds were equally anxious, fearing that they might be next to be eliminated. The human race was undeniably formidable. In just 2 days, they had already eliminated over 50 races, a testament to their prowess. The remaining teams present had largely abandoned any ambitions for victory. They merely sought to collect usable inheritances and resources. However, aside from them, there were also some ill-intentioned individuals. The Void Beasts. In dungeons of this caliber, one can invariably expect the presence of the Void Sect. Alas, the objective of the Void Sect is to obliterate everything and return to the Void. Should their plan succeed, they would cause significant losses among the myriad races prodigies. Not to mention, this trial of the myriad races is unprecedented, making it impossible for the Void Sect to be absent. They had invested considerable resources to ensure their success, operating within nearly all novice dungeons eligible for the trial of the myriad races. Though many original Void Beasts had perished, a few had infiltrated the ranks. Currently, within the trial of the myriad races, 7 Void Beasts still survived. They had detached from their respective teams, and aside from a few who failed to escape in time and were subsequently eliminated. These void beasts represented the last hope of the void sect to instigate chaos. The 7 void beasts gathered together, deliberating on how to sabotage the trial. Do not even think about disrupting the core of the dungeon. It will not affect the upper realm regardless. I have discovered a legacy. While they were conferring, a blue and white void beast quietly replied, "Is the legacy of our void race not stronger?" Due to the varying races they had fused with, these remaining 7 void sect members possessed distinct appearances. 3 were werewolves, lizardmen, and fishmen, while 2 bore horns atop their heads, belonging to the ghostly race. Their appearances had been grotesquely altered due to their fusion with the void beasts, resembling the decayed flesh of a biological matrix. Although it may not rival the strength of our void race's legacy, I have detected an unconscious energy entity within. The so-called unconscious energy body is deliberately bestowed by certain deities. After all, the lower realms do not permit the deities to descend. Even their avatars are subject to this rule. Unless one possesses a unique channel, even with extraordinary means, one must adhere to the established order. However, the unconscious energy body differs in nature. Lacking any awareness, it can be regarded as a mere object. Even if one were to cast it down, it would bear no consequence. It may merely serve as a conduit for inheritance, or be refined by the inheritor, transforming into a nascent form of a divine manifestation. It can be said that within the trials of myriad races, it stands as a premier object of inheritance. Speaking of unconscious energy bodies, does this not imply that we can harness the power of the void to invade and claim it as our own? Indeed, as long as we unite our efforts, we can undoubtedly seize that energy body and even utilize the residual power within to annihilate them with the force of laws. The power of laws belongs to the domain of deities. Once successfully invoked, it can certainly eradicate the remaining races within the secret realm. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition. Should they delay their actions, unforeseen misfortunes might befall them. Within the trial instance of myriad races, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if all were striving for inheritance and resources. Meanwhile, the barrier began to slowly constrict, driving everyone towards the central region. The 3rd day was fast approaching, heralding the imminent climax of the final battle. In the upper realm, the domain of the human deities. Inside the Doshui Palace, Neza, holding a somewhat foul-smelling dragon tendon, pinched his nose as he sought out an elderly man. "Master, please assist me in refining this dragon tendon into a scarf. I wish to present it to my father." The elderly man, referred to as Master by Neza, bore the illustrious title of Taishang Laojun. Upon hearing Neza's request, Taishang Laojun's expression immediately soured. After a moment, he helplessly shook his head. "Little Neza, what mischief are you concocting this time? Shouldn't you be stationed at the southern heavenly gate? Aren't you concerned that the Jade Emperor might hold you accountable?" Taishang Laojun chuckled while stroking his beard. "What is there to fear? My second brother isn't afraid. Why should I be?" Neza retorted nonchalantly, then raised the somewhat odorous dragon tendon towards Taishang Laojun, adding, "But master, could you lend me a hand? The weather has turned cooler recently, and I want to gift my father a scarf. Oh, and it would be best if it had a retractable feature. He is sensitive to the cold." Neza's expression brimmed with filial piety, prompting Taishang Laojun to shake his head in exasperation. It has been so long, yet you still cannot let go. What are you saying, master? That is my father. How could I harbor resentment towards him?" Neza maintained his smile, his eyes closed, exuding the charm of a sunny boy. "You needn't worry about it. Besides, such tasks can be handled by my attendant as well. Yet your assistance feels more reliable, master." Taishang Laojun was left speechless. "Look, you have already revealed too much." Moreover, he had no intention of truly assisting Neza in the refining process. Should he inadvertently become an accomplice, it would be quite awkward. The two exchanged glances until Neza finally relented. "All right, if you want to refine it, then so be it." Neza appeared rather displeased, then seemed to recall something and informed Taishang Laojun of recent events. "You mean to say, there is a little fellow who can draw your consciousness down to the lower realms? And this dragon tendon was also obtained there?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I provoke the dragon clan while the divine dragon is stationed in the heavenly court?" Neza recalled his earlier attempt to frighten a young dragon, only to be discovered by the divine dragon, and he winced at the memory of that encounter. "In that case, let us refine it and transform it into a binding dragon rope." Taishang Laojun waved his feather duster, causing the dragon tendon in Neza's hand to soar towards the 8 trigrams furnace. Under Taishang Laojun's refining, the dragon tendon gradually underwent metamorphosis. As it did not require the tools utilized at their level, the process was not overly lengthy, though it still demanded some time. In the lower realm, within the trial of myriad races at the edge of the center, the 7 beings of the Void sect finally discovered the inheritance spoken of by the Wolf Inn. This inheritance belonged to the eastern deities of humanity. Upon activating the inheritance, a divine shadow emerged, composed entirely of energy, devoid of any consciousness. Its sole purpose being to serve as a conduit for inheritance. If it were to be extracted from the instance and given to an unawakened individual, they would inherit the associated profession known as Tower Defender. Upon inheritance, one would gain a red quality small tower, endowed with formidable suppression capabilities, representing a rare hybrid of support and offensive roles. At last, we found it. Now we must act to seize the energy body left behind by this deity. One of the void beings dispersed its energy into the entity. As the energy dissipated, a bewildered silhouette remained. It was a wolfkin. If others were present, they would have realized that the so-called unexorcisable void beings could indeed voluntarily disengage from their fused state. However, this also meant that once severed, they would revert to pure void energy, destined to be completely absorbed. This technique is known as purification. Upon activating the purification skill, the werewolf instantly regained his consciousness. At that moment, he felt a chilling numbness crawl over his scalp. His body had been grotesquely transformed into the monstrous form seized by the void creature. This horrifying revelation meant that he had once fallen prey to the void creature. Utterly shattered, he, a prodigy among his kind, 1 in 10,000, had actually succumbed to becoming a void creature. How could he possibly accept this? The remaining 6 void creatures paid no heed to the situation. After all, it was merely a small werewolf. They could deal with it later. Regrettably, even though the werewolf attempted to cleanse itself and merge into the energy entity, it was still unable to fully occupy it. The other 6 void beings nodded in agreement and collectively activated their cleansing abilities. 6 streams of pure void power detached from their forms and subsequently fused into the divine energy entity left behind. Ultimately, the energy entity erupted. At that moment, its pristine power was tainted, transformed from a golden energy mass into a pitch-black one. Once the corruption was complete, the dark energy entity was irrevocably reduced to a void creature. Yet, it too was unable to escape the trial realm of the myriad races. As for the consequences of their cleansing, the Void Clan would not even consider such matters. For them, fulfilling their primal mission was of utmost importance. Thus, even knowing that their consciousness would dissipate, they chose to proceed with their actions. This is the terrifying nature of the Void Beasts. The energy entity goes berserk, transforming into an entirely new void monster. The werewolf, regaining its senses, instinctively lifts its head to gaze upon the pitch-black energy form. LV. 60 Totem King Li Jing, Red, Void Monster. 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 The werewolf cries in terror, witnessing the cold expression of the Totem King morph into a sinister grin. With the exquisite pagoda in hand, a colossal, pitch-black tower, towering 1,000 meters high, materializes, enveloping the 7 unfortunate souls present. The suppression force activates, accompanied by a threat of law power, rendering their skills utterly unusable. Within the suppressive range, all abilities are sealed. Ultimately, the 7 unfortunate souls emit anguished howls as they meet their demise. Their deaths are absolute, extinguished by the force of law rather than mere elimination from the instance. Moreover, the emergence of the Black Pagoda is witnessed by all surviving teams still within the instance. What is this? A gigantic pagoda? Why do I sense an overwhelming aura of dread? This trial of myriad races is exceedingly challenging, isn't it? Which deity is engaged in battle now? Lin Bei and his companions also observe the appearance of the immense pagoda. For some inexplicable reason, upon witnessing the manifestation of the towering structure, they are filled with an ominous premonition. Has the instance encountered yet another unforeseen change? Wang Chongyang gazes at the colossal black pagoda from a distance, instinctively speaking. The aura emanating from it is palpable, even at several kilometers away, and it feels eerily familiar, as if the power of the void. It appears the Void Sect's void entities have not been entirely eradicated, and now they are conjuring new monstrosities. The group finds themselves exasperated. The Void Sect is indeed an insufferable nuisance. Large instances and special instances are particularly vexatious. Smaller instances are far more manageable, allowing for stable leveling without the plethora of complications. What shall we do now? Prepare for battle. It is highly likely that their target is all surviving teams. Lin Bei massages his temples, expressing his helplessness. The aura is overwhelmingly potent, and he is uncertain of his chances of success if all else fails. He may have to exit the instance prematurely. Inside the instance, the voidified Totem King, with his right hand supporting the Black Pagoda, begins to scour the entire area with a malevolent countenance. The barrier continues to operate, and it won't be long before everyone is driven towards the central zone. At that moment, they will all face the grim fate of annihilation. Hee, little ones, have you hidden well? Do avoid being discovered by me. The Totem King's sinister laughter reverberates throughout the instance. The surviving teams instinctively tremble in fear. That is the aura of a superior being crushing them. They are absolutely no match. They must not be found. If they are discovered, they may truly perish. This is a primal warning. Escape this place. But how can they flee? By losing. Indeed, if they are defeated by members of other teams, they can finally break free from this cursed location. In an instant, various teams began to search for others, hoping to provoke a confrontation. Unfortunately, the remaining teams shared the same mindset. Each one wished for the others to eliminate them, thus allowing an escape from this wretched domain. The King of Heavenly Spirits, however, did not rush to take action. The more frantic they became, the more he relished their panic and struggle. The barrier continued to constrict, and Lin Bei and his companions amassed a considerable amount of legacies, each one a treasure from diverse races. After all, the closer they approached the central area, the greater the likelihood of encountering such legacies. Look, humans, how splendid! At that moment, the team of the crocodilian race erupted in joy upon spotting Lin Bei and his group. Had the King of Heavenly Spirits not appeared earlier, they would have been deeply concerned about encountering a human team, for the human squads were known as harbingers of doom, leaving only elimination in their wake. But now, the situation was different. Only by confronting the human teams could they hope to face elimination. The various races encountered along this journey dared not eliminate them at all. Instead, they requested that they eliminate each other. When did the trials of the myriad races become so amicable? Humans, quickly, eliminate us. Wang Chongang Shangwanhua and Lin Miao Miao tilted their heads in confusion. Was there something seriously amiss with this crocodilian tribe? Why would they willingly present themselves as easy targets? Lin Bei, what is this? Let us act, just as they desire. How could we refuse such fortune presented to us? Although the master of that formidable aura at the center is exceedingly powerful, I still possess trump cards to confront it. Before encountering that master, I must gather ample resources. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the crocodilian tribe members expressed profound gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Then, under Wang Chongyang's astonished gaze, one of them charged headlong into the sharp blade of his trident. Wang Chongyang muttered, I thank you for delivering your demise. As everyone busied themselves with their own demise, news of the humans eliminating the crocodilian tribe surfaced. Initially filled with dread, they now felt as if they had heard a celestial proclamation. To their astonishment, even at this moment, humans were intent on eliminating them. It was simply splendid. Quick, seek out the humans. Only they would dare to eliminate us at such a time. But where are the humans? Over here. I've found them. A werewolf from the wolf clan utilized his keen sense of smell, successfully detecting the scent of fresh blood, a scent that had only just emerged. Doesn't this imply that direction is where the human race resides? Hurry, keep up with that fellow. Goodness, how can you all run so fast? This is a march toward death, not a quest to vanquish foes. Shouldn't the approach to death carry a weighty solemnity? Why do you all seem so joyous? Despite such thoughts, the speed of this tiger man was nothing short of remarkable. Has a team already been slain? Wang Chongang casually waved his hand, and the bloodstains on his trident blade vanished completely in an instant. It was his first encounter with someone so eager to offer themselves as a sacrifice. However, due to the elimination of the crocodile race, their racial fortune was also devoured by the human race's fate, diminishing it by 1%. Such fortunate occurrences were beyond their expectations. The likelihood of encountering such serendipity is exceedingly rare, all thanks to the master of that formidable aura. This ethereal presence, so immensely powerful, is well known among the races capable of entering this domain. Those who dare to cause chaos here undoubtedly possess the means to restrain them, perhaps even to annihilate them entirely within this realm. This indeed has precedent. Thus, for the sake of their own safety, they deemed it wiser to perish first. Had they not yet awakened, they might consider suicide as a means to escape the instance. However, having already ascended to the third tier, where even the mightiest of obstacles could be shattered, the notion of self-harm amongst teammates, who were incapable of inflicting harm upon one another, seemed absurd. Setting aside the question of whether death was even feasible, The sheer agony of such an act would be enough to haunt one for a lifetime. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Wang Chongyang crouched down to caress the earth, sensing a massive force approaching their location. Before long, they beheld the surviving factions of various races converging towards them. It was truly the human race. How splendid! Humans, we are saved. Quickly, fellow brothers of humanity, lend your hands and end our plight. The words of the crowd ignited a blaze within the minds of Lin Miao, Shang Wanhua, and Wang Chongyang. Although Lin Bei had provided an explanation, the novelty of such statements still intrigued them. So, they would indeed take action? Very well, they would seize the opportunity. The fortuitous energies offered should not go to waste. Moreover, this was precisely what they had requested, so it was imperative to capture this moment. Silently, Lin Miao produced her phone to begin recording. Are you certain you wish for us to eliminate you? Without any grievances? Absolutely no grievances. Came the resounding reply from the others, who hesitated to act, leaving only the human faction bold enough to proceed. If they lingered in this place any longer, who could predict the consequences of encountering the deranged members of the Void Sect? Very well, since that is the case, we shall oblige you. With Lin Bei's words, Long Xingyao, Wang Chongyang, and Shang Wanhua sprang into action. The surviving teams from various races observed the trio demonstrating their prowess, collectively marveling at the undeniable strength of the human race. Boom. Moments later, only Lin Bei and his team remained on the field, while the other factions had been entirely eliminated. At that moment, the wandering Toda Heavenly King in the central region sensed the continuous disappearance of dozens of presences. Feeling an ominous shift in the atmosphere, could it be that those insignificant creatures were attempting to flee? This simply will not do. If they all flee, wouldn't his appearance be in vain? Oh, do not run. The King of Heaven, wielding a precious pagoda, advanced toward the direction where Lin Bei and the others stood. His form loomed at an impressive 50 meters, each step causing the very earth to tremble. Observing this, the surviving factions of other races quickened their pace even further. If this does not proceed swiftly, what will happen if we are obliterated by that fearsome void creature, rather than being annihilated by the void monster? It would be preferable to be eliminated by humanity. At least if humanity were to vanquish them, they might leave this place alive. The ground trembled, and Lin Bei and his companions sensed that something was amiss. That creature had arrived. Moments later, their location was left with only their team, while 4 other teams lurked in the shadows, likely hoping to seize first place. They believed that achieving the top rank might grant them immediate transportation out of this perilous realm. Thus, unlike other races, they chose to conceal themselves. The rumbling grew louder, and they finally discerned the identity of their visitor, a colossal figure clad in pitch-black armor, cradling a towering pagoda. Its visage was grotesque, and its gaze bore a murderous intent, evidently enraged by Lin Bei and his companions' disruption of its plans. Humans? It bellowed. I did not expect you to meddle with our scheme. I shall make you call upon the heavens and the earth in vain. With that, it unleashed its power, hurling the pagoda skyward. The obsidian tower ascended, expanding until it transformed into a colossal structure, towering 10,000 meters high, enveloping their vicinity. A suppressive force bore down upon Lin Bei and his group, as if seeking to crush them where they stood. They could see the status indicators displaying confinement debuffs and hindrance debuffs, with durations tied to the pagoda's existence. Cackling, humans, since you have disrupted our plans, let you bear the brunt in their stead. A dark sword materialized in its hand, poised to unleash a devastating sword strike that would obliterate Lin Bei and his companions. With the formidable swordsmanship inherited from the Totem King's form, combined with its level 60 prowess, it was sufficient to dominate the battlefield and crush all before it. A sweeping strike. The lethal sword energy surged toward Lin Bei and his companions. Aware that time was running out, Lin Bei knew action was imperative. The gap of 4 levels would undoubtedly nullify any damage they could inflict upon the Totem King. Lin Bei invoked the blessing of the moonlight, and in an instant, a full moon materialized overhead, its luminescence casting a purifying glow upon them, erasing all negative effects. As the sword energy approached, they finally managed to escape the area shrouded by the pagoda's influence. Witnessing this, the Totem King was furious. How is it possible that this human skill has such precedence? It can even purify my pagoda's effects. Yet, despite this, what did it matter? The 4-level disparity ensured that all survivors here were doomed to perish. Once they successfully evaded, the group exhaled deeply, though Lin Bei's expression remained peculiar. At the moment of his escape, he had employed the Eye of Insight on the Totem King. LV 60 Totem King, Red, Void Creature. This is not the most critical aspect. The most pressing concern lies in the opponent possessing a health pool in the millions. When they confront high-level monsters, they will experience a significant reduction in damage. Each tier incurs a deduction of 30, and a gap of 4 tiers is sufficient to render them incapable of inflicting substantial damage. Nevertheless, Lin Bei harbored a bold notion. Although he remained uncertain about how the void beasts infiltrated and manipulated the Totem King, he suspected that there might be an individual interested in the Totem King. With the azure flute appearing in his hand, Lin Bei commenced to play the melody of Neza. Upon hearing the sound of Lin Bei's flute resonate, the crowd was enveloped in an extraordinary sensation. Is there something amiss with this song? Furthermore, why are they unable to attain an enhancement? As Lin Bei plays the flute, he closes his eyes, invoking the divine, the upper realm, the southern heavenly gate. Neza sits atop the southern heavenly gate, boredly toying with the dragon binding rope in his hands. This is the dragon binding rope, recently forged by the supreme Laozi. Although it possesses a red quality, it has yet to reach the level of a divine artifact. After all, the materials used in crafting this dragon binding rope are rather inferior, and its overall grade is somewhat lacking. The fact that it has been refined to a red quality is a testament to the formidable alchemical skills of the supreme Laozi. How dreadfully tedious! Youngster, when will there be a fight? Below, the 4 heavenly kings could only shake their heads in exasperation. This little killing god truly never finds a moment's peace. Can't he just behave like them and guard the southern heavenly gate quietly? At that moment, Neza sensed an artificial touch, and his consciousness instantly expanded. That familiar sensation, evidently, the young man was about to engage in battle again. Stowing the dragon binding rope, Neza grinned, baring his teeth. His main consciousness vanished in an instant, leaving only his shell at the southern heavenly gate. In the lower realm, within the trial dungeon of the myriad races, although Lin Bei and the others had successfully escaped the area enveloped by the pagoda, the prowess of the towering king was formidable. At level 60, his strength rendered the prey he targeted utterly hopeless in escape. Ha, pitiful human ants. Why do you not flee? Have you surrendered, believing you cannot escape? The towering king cackled, resting his sword upon the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. The sparks generated from the friction with the earth ignited everything in their path. The pressure was overwhelming. Wang Chongang and the others felt an intense weight upon their hearts. While the previous Titan giant was of similar height to the towering king, the disparity in strength between the two was akin to that between heaven and earth. Ultimately, the towering king halted before Lin Bei and his companions, cackling thrice as he raised his sword high above his head. Perish here. Just as the towering king intended to unleash his skill, he suddenly felt his energy waver, destabilizing inexplicably. Impossible. What could have influenced him? It was the sound emitted by the flute played by that human. This is a miraculous artifact. He never anticipated that a mere human possessed such a divine object. It cannot be allowed to remain. Since utilizing skills would result in bodily instability, it would be best to strike directly. This time, the sword encountered no hindrance, slicing through the air with the swiftness of a hot knife through butter. Clang. Huh? The towering king of heaven wore a perplexed expression. What was happening? Who was this diminutive figure that effortlessly parried his sword? His gaze fell upon the small figure, and to his astonishment, it was filled with fervor. I say, old man, do you not feel any shame in striking at the younger generation? The figure, wielding a spear of flame with the essence of true fire, thrust upward. The towering king's sword was forcibly knocked away. Bewildered, the king pondered who this was and why their strength was so formidable. As his eyes settled on the figure, information materialized. LV. 63 altars see meeting deity Neza Black. The newcomer was indeed Neza, summoned by Lin Bei. Due to the prior summoning, even though he was not in the southern heavenly gate instance, Lin Bei could call upon him once more. You, young lad, are quite impressive. Neza's gaze blazed with intensity as he regarded the towering king. So, you are the towering king. No need for Lin Bei to elaborate. Gazing up at the towering figure standing 60 meters tall, Neza conjured the binding dragon rope. Old man, just as the weather begins to cool, allow me to warm you up. With that, the binding dragon rope began to extend under Neza's direction, riding on the wind and fire wheels. He approached the towering king with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. With a deft throw, he ensnared the king's neck with the rope. The towering king, upon realizing what had occurred, attempted to remove the rope from around his neck, only to find it constricting in the very next moment. Neza raised his right hand, a grin spreading across his face. Delightful. Delightful. Ha. With a surge of strength, he astonishingly flung the 60-meter-tall towering king through the air. Below, Wang Chongang and the others had thought they were destined to be cleaved by the king's sword, only to be saved at the crucial moment by Neza. You nearly scared me to death just now, Wang Chongnong exclaimed, patting his chest in relief, a sentiment echoed by Shang Guanhua and Lin Miaomiao. Although Long Xingyu said nothing, she instinctively grasped Lin Bei's sleeve. However, upon regaining her composure, she quickly released her grip, ensuring no one noticed her anxiety, and sighed in relief when she confirmed that the group's attention was elsewhere. Is this monster truly the Towering King? It seemed so, Lin Miaomiao observed and confirmed it. But why was the third prince so elated? Lin Miaomiao and Shang Guanhua fell into silence. Long Xingyao fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly attempting to distract herself, while Lin Bei continued to play the flute, summoning Neza's theme. After sending the Towering King flying, Neza felt a remarkable surge in his strength, increasing by 50 due to the melody. This represents a comprehensive enhancement of 50%. The young lad possesses extraordinary abilities. Neza cast a glance at Lin Bei, clearly astonished by the formidable amplification capabilities Lin Bei exhibited. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to subdue the ancient being before them. The King of Heavenly Kings was forcibly hurled away by Neza, his massive form crashing to the ground and creating a deep fissure. Law manifests in the heavens and the earth. Upon Neza's utterance, a colossal manifestation, formed from concentrated energy, emerged behind him. It appeared to be an enlarged version of Neza himself, boasting 3 heads and 8 arms, each wielding an appropriate weapon. The King of Heavenly Kings, rising from the ground, attempted to tear off the dragon binding rope from his neck, yet his efforts proved futile. With no alternatives left, he resolved to confront the divine avatar before him. If he did not eliminate this foe, the prospect of annihilating everyone else would be but a distant dream. Pagoda, rise. The pagoda in the King of Heavenly King's grasp held only a fraction of its original power, yet it sufficed to unleash its capabilities. The oppressive force descended, transforming into a gigantic pagoda that enveloped all within. Neza, too, sensed the weight of the pagoda's pressure. Not again, this cursed tower. Neza felt the power within him being suppressed. After all, this artifact was specifically designed to counter him, with the suppression of others being merely incidental. Thus, even a replica possessed the ability to restrain Neza. In the following moment, a full moon appeared, casting its glow upon Neza, instantly dispelling the sense of oppression he felt. Neza thought, what sorcery is this? It can even negate the suppressive force of his father's pagoda. With the pagoda's power neutralized, Neza's strength surged back into its natural flow. Armed with the fire-tip spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, with the Qiankuan circle in hand, he charged towards the King of Heavenly Kings. Yet, before that, he needed to dismantle this replica of the wretched tower. With a swift throw of the Qiankuan circle, it collided with the pagoda, revealing minute cracks upon its surface. Within 3 seconds, Neza's assault reached an astounding count of hundreds. Ultimately, the pagoda could not withstand Neza's relentless onslaught and shattered, while Neza himself appeared before the King of Heavenly Kings. The king, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively conjured a sword once more, aiming to engage Neza in a fierce battle. However, Neza swiftly hurled the merging heaven silk, entangling the King of Heavenly Kings in a massive red ribbon. Old man, without this wretched tower, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? The king's eyes widened in terror, evidently unprepared for the overwhelming strength of the divine being before him. What was more alarming was that this deity seemed to recognize the owner of this body, and it appeared to be a personal vendetta. What grievances had the owner of this body incurred to provoke such a powerful divine entity? Initially, one might have thought the King of Heavenly Kings formidable enough, for the pagoda's might was indeed immense, coupled with the sword of demon slaying in his grasp. Yet, even with both legendary artifacts, he found himself unable to contend with this deity. They believed they had maximized their capabilities, yet still faced defeat. The source of all this failure lies with that flutist of a human. King Tota glared at Lin Bei with eyes filled with resentment, and Lin Bei seemed to sense the malevolent intent as he raised his gaze to meet the king's. In the next moment, a resounding slap landed squarely on King Tota's face. What are you staring at, old man? With that, Neza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon King Tota, focusing solely on settling personal grievances. The scene was so gruesome that even Wang Chongnong and the others could not help but turn their heads away. Especially when they witnessed Neza thrusting his fiery spear towards the back of King Tota, they felt a wave of horror wash over them. Ultimately, King Tota met his end in bitterness, his head severed by Neza. However, due to his nature as an energy entity, no blood gushed forth. The brutality was merely visual. The entire ordeal, from summons to conclusion, lasted a mere 30 seconds, and Lin Bei's complexion began to pale. Yet, he could still endure for about 10 more seconds. Delightful. Neza exclaimed as he crushed King Toda's head beneath his foot, never having felt such exhilaration before. King Toda's remaining form began to dissipate into murky energy, which then transformed into experience that evenly distributed among Lin Bei and his companions. With this influx of experience, Lin Bei's level soared to 35, an impressive rise of 10 levels. All his skills also ascended to level 35. Initially, in his summoned state, Neza could only maintain his presence for 10 seconds. Now, he could sustain this power for an additional 5 minutes. Aside from the level increase, Lin Bei discovered 2 additional skill slots. And he also grasped a new class skill, Virtue and Talent on Shoulders. Virtue and Talent on Shoulders, LV. 35. White all resistances increased by 70. Overall physical attributes enhanced by 350. A sound physique is indeed key to effective learning. When this skill activated, Lin Bei's physical prowess surged, rendering him even more robust than before. Although externally, the difference was merely a slight snugness in his clothing, which quickly returned to normal. In his state of muscular tension, he appeared no different from before. The others also experienced rapid level increases, all breaking through the 30-level threshold and entering the 4th tier of power. After Neza had thoroughly trampled King Toda's head into a pulp, his gaze turned towards Lin Bei. "Kid, what is your name?" "Lin Bei." "Lin Bei? Excellent. Henceforth, I shall call you Basie. Basie, remember to summon me if there's a fight in the future. It can be quite dull up in the heavenly court." Neza casually draped his arm around Lin Bei's shoulders, displaying none of the arrogance expected of a deity. Wang Chongyang and his companions were utterly astonished. This was the infamous god of slaughter they had heard of since childhood, yet here he was, revealing such a personable side, broadening their horizon significantly. That third prince at that moment, Wang Chongyang seemed eager to voice his inner confusion. Ah, I see, you bear the legacy of my second brother. You are his inheritor. However, your strength seems a bit lacking. Is there something you wish to discuss? Neza scrutinized the group, his gaze pausing at Long Xingyao. Surprised to find her bloodline power had evolved. She had progressed towards the lineage of the Yinglong, likely due to the rewards from the previous encounter. The Yinglong lineage was not to be trifled with. After all, Neza had barely escaped punishment from the great deity Yinglong after a previous encounter. Had it not been for Yinglong's consideration of his youth, Neza would have faced severe consequences. You just fought against King Toda, correct? Oh, that old fellow indeed. What of it? Aren't you two supposed to be father and son? Wang Chongyang was aware of their familial connection. Though the creature they had just battled was merely a semblance, it still bore the father-son relationship. Why, then, did Neza and King Toda display such animosity towards each other? Especially when witnessing Neza slowly severing King Toda's head with the sword of slaying demons, the brutality was undeniable. Indeed, he is my father, Neza replied dismissively. But why this doppelganger is not my father? Ah, I see. It's likely due to the monster taking on King Toda's form that you hold a grudge. Hence your treatment of him, Wang Chongyang speculated, though it still seemed peculiar. However, unbeknownst to Wang Chongyang, Neza harbored a thought he did not voice. Even if you were my father, I would dare to act thus without that cursed tower. Lin Bei observed Neza's nonchalant demeanor and recalled a theory he had studied in mythological history. When Neza opposed the dragon clan of the East Sea, he decided to carve his bones to return to his father and slice his flesh to replace his mother, aiming to avoid harming the common folk of Qintang Pass. However, when his master, Tai Zhenren, illuminated the path to divinity, it was thwarted by King Toda Li Jing, nearly resulting in Neza's demise. Such a vendetta against his life. Had it not been for the restraint of the crowd, King Toda would have long been obliterated by the resurrected Neza. Considering the present, the difficulty of a demigod ascending to godhood was evident. King Toda Li Jing was the one who nearly caused Neza to perish when he could have directly ascended to divinity. The bond of fatherly love had long been severed. Hey, Basie, how come I can stay in the mortal realm for so long this time? Just then, Neza noticed something amiss. He remembered that during his previous excursion to the southern heavenly gate instance, he had only been there for a mere 10 seconds. Yet now, several minutes had passed without him vanishing. My skill level has increased, allowing you to remain for an additional 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Bei explained. Seemingly struck by a thought, he added, given your current state of power. Neza was astonished. This Basie's skill was remarkably potent. I must enhance your skills, he declared. It's exceedingly dull up there, nearly overgrown with weeds. Those insipid void creatures have truly lost their purpose, bullying the gods of other races instead of making an effort to assault the southern heavenly gate. With a bit of effort, they might just breach it. However, now that Lin Bei could summon him to the mortal realm, though not in his true form, his avatar could carry the main consciousness down, making it scarcely different from his true self. Upon returning, he intended to significantly upgrade Lin Bei's skill quality. Perhaps, with such an enhancement, he could linger longer in the mortal realm. Bei, the next time you summon me, I'll elevate the quality of your skill. By the way, what is the quality of your skill? Purple. Just purple? Very well. I will check my inventory after returning to see if I can upgrade it to black quality. As for colored quality, that would be exceedingly difficult. Achieving black quality is already the limit. Colored quality pertains to rule-level skills. Even my most powerful skill quality is merely black. Thus, the ability to elevate Lin Bei to the level of black quality is indeed a testament to Neza's utmost efforts. Perhaps, if one were to seek out the Grand Master, there might truly be a solution. However, locating the Grand Master in his true form is imperative. Currently, in the lower realm, devoid of conflict, and with a lack of knowledge regarding certain upper realm concepts, Neza took it upon himself to impart some common knowledge from the upper realm to Lin Bei and his companions. Yet, it was not long before Lin Bei began to feel overwhelmed. Your Highness, the time has come. Really? You can't hold on any longer? Bei, you must persevere. As he spoke, Neza placed a hand on Lin Bei's shoulder, but given that Lin Bei stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, while Neza was only 6 meters tall, the gesture appeared somewhat amusing. Although aware that Neza did not intend any offense, Lin Bei could not shake the feeling that there was a deeper meaning behind Neza's words. Soon after, Lin Bei dismissed the divine summoning state, the crimson lotus in his eyes fading, and Neza's figure dissipated into sparks in the air, his consciousness returning to his own being. Upon this return, Neza felt his strength surge once more. His overall power had ascended to 71. This was an even greater enhancement than his previous return. Neza's own level was only 162, and with a 71 increase in overall power, he had directly reached level 163. For beings of their caliber, even within the same tier, the disparity can be immense. A mere 1 increase could result in overwhelming dominance. Thus, it is no surprise that Neza's overall power has surged by an astonishing 71, elevating him to level 163. At this level, each advancement equates to a 100% increase in power, while the subsequent realm further amplifies this foundation by another 100%. Neza made a preliminary estimation. With just 2 more advancements, his strength would ascend to level 164. The pace of progress here far surpasses that of solitary cultivation. One must acknowledge that he has devoted tens of thousands of years to reach this level, a feat made possible by his extraordinary innate talent, the assistance of various rare materials, and the fortuitous blessings of heaven and earth. This remarkable enhancement of strength evokes memories in Neza of his own early days, when his ascent was swift. Although his realm may not match the highest echelons, his power is now overwhelming. It appears that there are significant secrets hidden within Bei. Neza mused quietly, further solidifying his resolve to protect Lin Bei with utmost diligence. Just imagine, if Lin Bei continues to assist him in augmenting his strength, there may come a day when his prowess surpasses that of the Jade Emperor, who resides in the magnificent Lingxiao Palace. At that point, wouldn't he be able to heed only the summons of his second brother, disregarding the edicts? Yang Jian, due to his familial ties with the Jade Emperor, can afford to be indifferent to commands. However, Neza does not share such connections, and the Jade Emperor would not hesitate to act against him. Yet, he does possess a certain level of backing, albeit veiled, as the Jade Emperor would not dare to confront him directly. Public appearances, however, require a different approach. Resolute in his decision, Neza intended to consult his master, Tai Jinren, to see if he could extract any insights from him. Should that prove unfruitful, he would have no choice but to seek the wisdom of the goddess Nuwa and the primordial heavenly venerable. In terms of connections and influence, Neza belongs to the upper echelons. Within the instance, although the king of Toda has been vanquished by Neza, the presence of 4 remaining factions means that the adventure is not yet concluded. There are still 3 hours left until the final closure of the instance. Ample time for them to continue harvesting resources and legacies from the myriad races trials. This is indeed a remarkable asset for trade. Bei, I am truly envious of you. Even Wang Chongyang couldn't help but express his admiration. And there is none other than the illustrious Neza himself, who affectionately refers to Lin Bei as Bei. How could he possibly have the audacity to address Lin Bei by his full name? Moreover, Neza has proclaimed that, should the opportunity arise for a summons, he intends to facilitate Lin Bei's core skill enhancement to the coveted black quality. It is noteworthy that, as it stands, the highest quality publicly acknowledged is merely red. If Lin Bei were to ascend to black quality, it would signify that he is the first man from the lower realms to master a skill of such unparalleled caliber. With this thought, Wang Chongyang turned his head and cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Bei, saying, "Bei, if I were to engage in a transaction with you, could you perhaps speak a few kind words to the crown prince on my behalf to garner his assistance?" The crowd gazed at Wang Chongyang in astonishment, especially Lin Bei. After being brothers for over a decade, it was the first time Lin Bei experienced Wang Chongyang's utter lack of decorum. "Get lost," Lin Bei exclaimed, swiftly delivering a kick that struck Wang Chongyang squarely in the rear. Before Wang Chongyang could react, he felt a tremendous force erupt, propelling him several meters away, landing in a rather undignified manner. "Goodness, Bei, what kind of strength is this?" Wang Chongyang exclaimed. Fortunately, he had awakened a professional skill, enhancing his physical attributes and resilience. Though lacking any offensive capabilities, it merely allowed him to run faster and better protect himself. I'm not to be outdone. I too have awakened my professional skill. However, mine is rather underwhelming, so I opted for a legacy skill." With a smile, Wang Chongyang tapped his forehead with his right index finger, summoning a golden vertical eye. 3 realms divine insight. Heavenly eye, activate. Upon activation, the golden eye revealed all hidden entities to Wang Chongyang's sight. "That seems quite formidable," Lin Bei remarked, curiosity piqued, and he requested Wang Chongyang to share details of his skill. Wang Chongyang acquiesced, recognizing the importance of his teammates understanding one another's abilities, especially as they were now a cohesive unit likely to embark on future endeavors together. Golden Heavenly ILV 1 consumes 100 energy points, allowing the user to inflict a ray of true damage amounting to 200 base attack power plus 500 magical attack power and an additional 1,000 points on a chosen target. It consumes mental energy and can pierce through illusions, leaving hidden entities with no escape. Entry 1 significantly reduces mental energy consumption. Entry 2 can discern different types of energy flows. Entry 3 consuming mental energy on a target marked will immobilize them for 3 seconds. The same target cannot be targeted again within 10 seconds. Entry 4 increases mental energy by 50. "Wow, this skill of yours is rather potent," Lin Bei and the others exclaimed in astonishment after examining Wang Chongyang's new skill. What they envied most was the sheer luck Wang Chongyang possessed, having acquired yet another golden skill. Counting the skills he had, 1 from the novice dungeon, 1 professional skill inherited from the southern Heavenly Gate dungeon, and now, with his level up, another professional skill inherited. This marks the attainment of 3 skills of golden quality. This is a privilege reserved for the most esteemed demigods. One could assert that even now, Wang Chongyang could independently establish a team and still receive significant support from the Longxia Kingdom. This is the visage of a demigod, who may someday ascend to divinity. Rather unremarkable. Although Wang Chongyang expressed such sentiments, inwardly he was already reveling in joy. The probability of awakening a professional skill is merely 50%. Yet Lin Miao Miao was fortunate enough to acquire her vocational ability once more, the lucky card. Essentially, this skill allows her to select a target for a game of chance. Should the opponent's card prove inferior to hers, the foe would suffer a comprehensive debilitation, incurring a penalty of 10 to their strength. Once again, she possesses a formidable skill. It is no wonder she embodies the essence of a walker-type profession. After everyone assessed the changes in their skills, they commenced a widespread scavenging of resources and legacies. It must be noted that upon reaching level 35, Lin Miao Miao seemed increasingly fortunate. The group now often dispatched Lin Miao Miao to serve as their guide. Wherever she ventured, they invariably uncovered rare resources and inherited legacies from other races. Lin Bei roughly estimated their haul in the system backpack, 1 golden quality skill enhancement stone, along with an assortment of peculiar resources. Furthermore, their legacies included several from the Dragonkin, Titans, and Elves. These are indeed the legacies of great clans. All of this is thanks to Lin Miao Miao, the fortunate wanderer. "Lin Miao Miao, why don't you be my girlfriend?" At that moment, Wang Chongyang gazed at Lin Miao Miao, who had inherited the legacy of the undead, and unconsciously blurted out, Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, taken aback. Had she misheard? What nonsensical words was Wang Chongyang uttering? Bang! Before Wang Chongyang could react, Lin Bei swiftly delivered a kick, so rapid that the crowd barely registered it. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chongyang landed on the ground in a dog-like fashion, his rear end sticking up. "You scoundrel! I considered you a brother, and yet you dare to pursue my sister." If he had merely thought it, that would have been tolerable, but to voice such thoughts before him, did he not care for his dignity? Did he not notice that his cousin was already blushing fiercely? Bei Z, don't let outsiders benefit from our good fortune. You know my character. It is precisely because I know your character that I intend to give you a good beating. With that, Lin Bei indeed planned to advance and deliver another kick to Wang Chongyang's rear. After this brief interlude, the multitude trials instance finally approached its conclusion. There were still 10 minutes until the instance was completely enveloped by the barrier. Currently, only 5 teams remained in the arena, besides Lin Bei and his fellow humans. There were also the Elf, Groundhog, Lion Man, and Naga tribes. Everyone was congregated within this modest 10,000 square foot central area, apart from Lin Bei's group. The other races eyed each other with caution. Humans, we elves are your good allies. Leading the elves was a strikingly beautiful elf maiden, whose appearance rivaled even that of Long Xingyao. Truly, the elven race was renowned for its handsome men and beautiful women. Elves, what do you mean by that? Are you attempting to rely on the strength of humanity? Have you no pride left as elves? The elf maiden responded unceremoniously. Who said our elven race cannot form an alliance with the humans? We are friends. Exactly. The princess is right. The other elves echoed in agreement. To their surprise, this elf maiden was a princess, explaining her remarkable beauty. The more pure the bloodline of the elven race, the closer they approached perfection. As a member of the elven royal family, her bloodline was undoubtedly among the finest. The other 3 races were incensed. They had been observing the announcements from the system, showcasing humanity's overwhelming victories. Had they not seen that even the fearsome monsters had been vanquished by the humans? Though they did not understand how the humans achieved this. Their capabilities implied that they could deal with the others without much effort. Nevertheless, they still aspired to secure a favorable ranking. One of the objectives of the multitude trials was for each race to consume the fortunes of others. After all, those who ranked higher would receive rewards that enhanced their fortunes. These are the veiled messages subtly conveyed by the deities of the upper realm. If it were not for the constraints imposed by the order system, they would likely have directly informed them that achieving a high rank is imperative, regardless of the circumstances. Human race, are you truly considering an alliance with the Elvenkin? The captains of the 3 races turned their gazes towards Lin Bei, who represents the human team. Indeed, Lin Bei affirmed. The time for the human and elven alliance had come to fruition. Thus, matters of alliances and rankings became trivial. Furthermore, Lin Bei possessed a lineage that bore half-elven blood, for his mother was a saintess of the elven race from the natural continent, the strongest faction among elves. However, due to the purity of his human bloodline, Lin Bei did not exhibit the characteristics typical of elves. At most, he had a striking appearance. He lacked the innate talents associated with the elven race concerning natural energies, which rendered him unperturbed by the idea of an alliance with them. How infuriating. The other 3 races were indignant and ready to express their anger. Yet, they faced the human race. If they were dissatisfied, they could challenge the humans directly. We welcome a duel at any time, Lin Bei added. Beside him, Wang Chongyang, wielding a 3-pronged blade, stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Perfect timing. I wish to test my new skills." As he spoke, a golden vertical eye appeared on his forehead, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although Shang Wanhua remained silent, he had already summoned a tricolor flame in his hand, clearly prepared to unleash his skills at any moment. Long Xingyao stood expressionless, silently guarding Lin Bei, while Lin Miao Miao cheerfully rubbed her hands together, eager to demonstrate her innate talent for destiny. The other 3 races seethed with frustration, yet there was little they could do, for their strength paled in comparison. Thus, they decided to settle the rankings for 3rd, 4th, and 5th among themselves. Wait a moment. Lin Bei interjected as the 3 races were on the verge of conflict. What is it? The 3 races, already irked, found themselves compelled to listen to Lin Bei. Shall we play rock, paper, scissors? The 3 races responded in confusion. What on earth is rock, paper, scissors? This is the trial of 10,000 clans, not merely a game of rock, paper, scissors. This way, you can swiftly determine the ranking of the competition without resorting to genuine conflict. Lin Bei responded with an air of concern for their well-being. The 3 clans fell silent, having grasped the true intent behind Lin Bei's words. Ultimately, he merely coveted the opportunity to eliminate them and seize their racial fortune. Nevertheless, since Lin Bei had put it forth in such a manner, they became indifferent. After all, even if they were consumed, the fortune gained from merely placing 5th would more than compensate for the loss, perhaps even augment it significantly. Thus, within the trial of 10,000 clans, the 3 clans embarked on an unprecedented game of rock, paper, scissors, with the Elven clan serving as impartial witnesses. Ultimately, the rankings of the trial emerged. Just as the external world was on the brink of conflict, the trial of 10,000 clans concluded. All eyes turned toward the grand entrance of the trial. where a massive leaderboard materialized, displaying rankings from 1 to 100. Among them, the Western Dragon clan appeared at the very bottom, claiming the ignoble title of last place. Witnessing this spectacle, the countenance of the semi-divine dragon from the Dragon clan darkened to an almost palpable degree. Who could be unaware that, within the myriad realms, the Dragon clan held their pride in high regard? To now be ranked as the weakest among the 100 strongest races was a bitter pill to swallow. The ground beneath the semi-divine dragon's feet began to crack under the weight of its fury, while the Titan semi-divine being beside it could not contain a grin. Though their own Titan clan had also been eliminated by the humans, the rivalry between the Titan and Dragon clans was long-standing, often resulting in conflict upon their encounters. Now, witnessing the Dragon clan's dismal ranking, the Titan's resentment towards humanity dissipated somewhat. What are you staring at? What of it? Dare to look again. Let us see what happens. The semi-divine dragons and Titans exchanged barbs, only to be abruptly separated by a wave of energy emanating from the trial of 10,000 clans. While the force diffused their confrontation, the flames of anger remained in their eyes, particularly within the Dragon clan, which now desperately sought an outlet for their pent-up rage. Soon enough, the 100 strongest clans observed their respective rankings. Upon seeing that the humans claimed the top position, many wore expressions of resignation. After all, it had become evident that the humans would seize first place the moment they eliminated over 50 clans. And indeed, it had come to pass. Surprisingly, the second position was occupied by the Elven clan. While the elves were formidable, there were stronger races, such as the Titans and Dragons. Yet, due to the humans' dominance, these two clans, capable of contending for the top 5, found themselves languishing at 60-something and 100th place respectively. Though they resisted this ranking, they could not disrupt the order of choice. Well done, humans. The semi-divine dragon seethed as it gazed at the rankings. The intensity of its ire was so palpable that even Xianyuan Finbois, 1,000 meters away, could sense it. We humans have always excelled. Otherwise, how could we aspire to claim the title of the foremost race among the myriad clans? This is precisely what the powerful figures above them have fought for on their behalf. If they were to display weakness, would it not bring shame upon those esteemed individuals? Therefore, they cannot afford to lose face. They must respond with vigor. After all, their adversaries can only fume impotently. It is hardly likely that this matter could incite a full-blown racial war. One must bear in mind that the remnants of the Void sect are lurking in the shadows. And who can say whether they might seize this opportunity to invade and wage a war of annihilation against all races, until they can unearth those hidden remnants. Even with profound grievances, they must temper their hatred. Before long, the rewards for the top 100 rankings were announced. The 100th position, represented by the Dragon clan, received a meager reward of a mere 1 increase in racial fortune from the trials of the myriad races. It can be said that the Dragon clan has suffered a significant loss this time. Not only was a percentage of their racial fortune consumed by the human race, but they also failed to acquire any legacies or rare materials from the trials. The paltry 1 increase feels akin to a resounding slap across their faces. Do they truly lack such a trivial portion of fortune? Indeed, they are somewhat deficient, for they have lost that one. Yet, what purpose does this one serve? The augmentation of luck is merely a fraction, a mere 1%, built upon what has been stripped away from them, which could be deemed a loss. In stark contrast, the Titan Giant clan has reaped a remarkable 34% increase in luck. It can be asserted that those eliminated first are likely to gain significantly from the ensuing trials. All races were taken aback by the astonishing rewards bestowed by the trial of 10,000 races. The second-ranked Elven clan has garnered an impressive 99% augmentation in luck, signifying a substantial gain. Not only did they endure until the end, but they also amassed a considerable amount of legacy resources. Though these resources may not be plentiful for the Elven race. When it comes to the human race, however, the rewards soared to an astounding 200% increase. This doubling of luck has catapulted the already formidable human race, the most fortunate among all, to unprecedented heights of power. In the realm of luck, the human race's fortune shines brightly, a golden radiance enveloping them. Numerous teams engaged in special or ordinary dungeons for material farming felt as though the goddess of fortune had graced them, experiencing a remarkable surge in drop rates. Even those artisans attempting to enhance weapon qualities, blindfolded, found themselves succeeding effortlessly at this moment. At this rate, it seems the entire human race on Blue Star is destined for divinity. In the kingdom of Longxia, the sovereign Long Batian felt an inexplicable lightness in his body. Years ago, during a fierce battle, he had been poisoned, and although it had been suppressed, the toxin lingered, leaving him with lingering injuries. Consequently, His demigod physique has yet to fully recover. Yet now, he felt utterly rejuvenated, and upon careful introspection, he realized that the toxin within him had been eradicated. As Long Batian pondered this revelation, he sensed something extraordinary. His eyes radiated golden light as he beheld the luck of their human race enveloping the entirety of Blue Star. Long Batian was clearly taken aback by the exaggerated fortune of the Blue Star humans. Could it be connected to Lin Bei and his companions? He understood the significance of the trial of 10,000 races, a dungeon where the stakes were the fortunes of their races. However, he never anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. Yet, if not handled judiciously, who knows how other races might perceive this? While it is true that the human race has acquired immense luck, this must be underpinned by the ability to rise swiftly. Should they disregard everything and allow the Void Cult to flourish, it would spell disaster for the Blue Star humans. It remains uncertain whether their upper echelons can withstand the pressure, but Long Batian is acutely aware that they cannot endure. The Blue Star human race has merely a handful of demigods stationed, while other races, despite having fewer demigods, could unite against them. One could contend with 3, but what of 4 or 5? This is precisely the concern that Long Batian harbors in the present day. However, even amidst such apprehension, one must be prepared for the worst eventuality. It is the best of times, yet it is also the worst of times. The path to the future hinges upon Lin Bei's choices. The trials of the 10,000 races have commenced, and various races have already sensed the formidable surge of fortune emanating from the human race. The reward for the first place has astonishingly reached 200%. Is this truly serious? While it is known that there may be rewards for luck enhancement, none could have anticipated such terrifying consequences. Within the Trial of All Races dungeon, after devouring the luck of the Elven race, humanity has triumphantly secured first place in the Trial of All Races. At this moment, the gradually advancing barrier came to a sudden halt. Everything appeared to freeze in time, as numerous luminescent points descended upon Lin Bei and his companions. Upon observing the status bar, Lin Bei and the others were astonished to find an additional status, Divine Power Seed. Divine Power Seed. Once the level reaches 90, the Divine Power Seed will begin to sprout, continuously nurturing divine power until the demigod form is forged into a divine body, the foundation of ascension to godhood. This is precisely what Long Batian proclaimed. The first victor shall be bestowed with the chance to ascend to divinity, although one possesses the seed of divine power. Should they fail to successfully advance to level 90 and perish along the way, it is conceivable that this seed of divine power may very well explode. Thus, it must remain concealed. Lin Bei has now comprehended the gravity of the situation. This matter, once rewards are bestowed, does not allow for any tranquility. Most importantly, they have eliminated over 60 races. The fortune consumed by their own race is already substantial, attracting enough hatred. If others were to discover the existence of the divine seed, which can continuously nurture divine power once one reaches the demigod realm, it could potentially lead to one's demise as they might attempt to seize it. You all have observed this, correct? Remember, not a word must be disclosed to them. Who knows if there are ears on the other side of the wall? For the sake of their own safety, confidentiality is paramount. Wang Chongnong and the others nodded, having recognized the gravity of the situation. Although they hold a high status among the human race as disciples of prominent families, if other races or even certain demigods among humans were to become frantic, they would not care about which family one belongs to. Ascending to godhood, who would not desire that? Attaining divinity signifies the prospect of infinite lifespan, immortality. Just then, the rewards for the top-ranked race were also distributed. A 200% increase in fortune. Lin Bei, hold on, my friend. The fortune of the human race has already incited envy and jealousy in other races. Adding another 200% is tantamount to wanting to extinguish our very existence. It was quite a headache. At that moment, a beam of light descended upon Lin Bei's hand. Instinctively, he grasped it, and as the light dissipated, a seal appeared in his palm. Lin Bei gazed at the seal, enveloped in silence. Commanded by heaven, with eternal prosperity, this is not what I sought, my friend. I had no intentions of usurping the throne of any dynasty. This is the legendary imperial seal of the empire, which has long been believed to be lost. To my astonishment, it has now appeared in the hands of Lin Bei under such circumstances. Lin Bei turned his head stiffly to glance at the current little princess of the Longxia kingdom. Long Xingyu looked at Lin Bei with confusion, seemingly unaware of his predicament. I said, "Dear princess, I have no intention of usurping the throne." Lin Bei immediately clarified his position. Why would a wealthy young man abandon his comfortable life to become an emperor? What on earth would possess him to make such a choice? An emperor is responsible for governing a nation, a role entirely unsuited for someone as inherently lazy as Lin Bei. Wang Chongnong also noticed the imperial seal in Lin Bei's hand, and at that moment, his expression mirrored one of sheer astonishment. What had he just witnessed? His comrade had actually acquired the imperial seal. Doesn't this imply that he is the destined one? The emperor ordained by heaven? No, wait. Could it be that the character for bestowed has been inscribed incorrectly? Should it not be received? What? Could this possibly be a counterfeit imperial seal? Lin Bei pondered, scrutinizing the artifact. At first glance, everything appeared to be in order, yet upon closer inspection, he contemplated the phrase, bestowed by heaven. Was it not the case that bestow implies commanding heaven, rather than being appointed by it? Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding. Special item detected. Another chime followed. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations on acquiring the Kongtong seal of the human emperor. Kongtong seal special equipment quality. Colorful binding. Lin Bei attack power. 0 defense power. 0 effect 1. Capable of mobilizing the fortune of a race for attack. Effect 2. Under the protection of racial fortune, those not of the same lineage cannot slay the bearer. Effect 3. Ignores the hierarchy of higher and lower beings. Effect 4. Suppresses racial fortune, preventing it from dissipating. The weight of sins can gradually be diminished. Effect 5. The bearer of this seal is the monarch of their race. Effect 6. Mobilizes racial fortune, enhancing the combat strength of the lineage. Effect 7. Mobilizes racial fortune to suppress adversarial might. Attribute 1. Cannot be worn down until the fortune dissipates. Attribute 2. Within the bounds of racial control, possesses the ability to create instances. Attribute 3. Can invoke the celestial laws of the race to eliminate those with deep karmic ties. Attribute 4. Capable of recognizing members of other races. Attribute 5. The bearer of this seal is immortal. Attribute 6. Can accept foreign races into their own and can sever racial identity. Attribute 7. The majesty of the sovereign. Attribute 8. Can appoint the spirit of fortune to initiate a racial war. At the moment the system notification sounded, Lin Bei felt the Kongtong seal merge into his being. A presence, emblematic of a sovereign of a lineage, emanated from within him. Even without consciously exerting this power, the 4 individuals surrounding him instinctively knelt on one knee. In this moment, the true sovereign of the human race has been born. Within the realm of Longxia, Long Batian sensed a remarkable shift in the fortunes of the Blue Star human race. Even his own power surged significantly, propelled by the dissipation of his hidden injuries. Yet, why did he feel as though someone loomed above him? Long Batian was perplexed. As the ruler of a nation, he could be rightfully regarded as the king of humanity. However, this strange sensation was discomforting. Could it be that an unforeseen change was afoot? Within the trial instance, Lin Bei regained consciousness, the golden radiance in his eyes fading away. He retracted the regal aura that surrounded him, and the 4 companions by his side finally returned to their original states. All 4 were members of the human race, albeit with varying degrees of bloodlines from other races. Yet, due to their intrinsic belief that they were human, they were granted the acknowledgement of human fortune. With the rebirth of a sovereign, it was only natural that they instinctively knelt in homage to the emergence of their king. You need not be so formal, said Wang Chongnong, who found himself kneeling not out of reverence, but due to the inexplicable aura emanating from Lin Bei that compelled him to submit. As he regained his senses, he was enveloped in confusion. What was that just now? Lin Maomiao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked toward Lin Bei. This is not something I can divulge at the moment. You will come to understand in due time. The others, upon hearing this, did not press further. As the brilliance flickered, the myriad trials returned to a serene calmness. On the battlefield of the myriad races, while other factions lamented the bountiful rewards of fortune, they were taken aback to discover that the human race's fortune reward had astonishingly reached 200%. This sparked some unwarranted thoughts within them. Why should humanity be entitled to such a lavish reward for claiming first place? They too had their merits. Such thoughts lingered among those races that lagged behind in the rankings. Meanwhile, among the Western dragon race, a demigod dragon surveyed the surroundings with a brooding gaze. Other nearby demigods instinctively distanced themselves from this particular dragon, wary of the unpredictable wrath that might erupt. After all, the dragon race had suffered the most devastating losses this time, and none dared to provoke the dragoness ill fate. At that very moment, the human team made their entrance. The figures of Lin Bei and his 4 companions appeared before the eyes of the various races without any prior indication. Is this truly the first place of the myriad races in the trial of humanity? It appears to possess no extraordinary qualities. Is it merely a slight superiority over the others, which they refuse to accept? especially considering that the victor can attain a 200% augmentation of fortune. How could various races not be envious? Humanity, why must you eliminate my dragonkin? The demigod dragon, radiating an aura of divine pressure, advanced with overwhelming force. Observing this, the North Sea Toad dragon let out a cold snort, and in an instant, appeared beside Lin Bei and the others. The aura befitting a demigod erupted forth, clashing against that of the demigod dragon. As the leader of the Dragon Guardians, the North Sea Toad dragon boasted a formidable strength of level 99, far surpassing that of this level 95 demigod dragon. What is this, great lizard? Is it permissible for your dragonkin to eliminate other races while forbidding retaliation? What kind of bandit logic is this? Or do your dragonkin believe that humanity is easy to bully? The North Sea Toad dragon's gaze turned icy, and a 3-foot azure peak sword materialized in his hand. Humanity holds no particular regard for the Western dragonkin, known for their notorious arrogance. Were it not for the considerable distance separating the two races, a war would likely have already erupted. Now, with the audacity of this demigod dragon from the Western dragonkin, the North Sea Toad dragon is certainly unwilling to relent. Moreover, he has slain dragons before. His azure peak sword has already dispatched 3 level 9 dragons. These 3 individuals were slain by him when they invaded the realm of the Blue Star people, intent on massacre. No matter how furious the dragon race was at the time, they were powerless against them. Over time, numerous conflicts arose between the two races. However, due to the considerable distance, these conflicts were suppressed. Now, with the recent elimination of the dragon race, the demigod dragon, recalling past grievances, is filled with resentment. So, are you humans seeking to instigate a war against the dragon race? The dragon race is not intimidated by humanity. This is evident in the lower realms. In the higher realms, such matters are of no concern to them. After all, it is not they who suffer the consequences. The dragon race is predominantly composed of proud beings, unwilling to allow themselves to be underestimated. Currently, this demigod dragon feels that the North Sea Toad dragon is belittling him. Thus, he is incensed and desires to ignite a racial war. How is it that a mere great lizard can represent your race in such a conflict? When it comes to war, the North Sea Toad dragon is unafraid. They have engaged in warfare before. The Blue Star people have achieved their current racial standing through relentless struggle. You shall soon find out. The demigod dragon began to conjure several runes of the dragon language from its mouth. Meanwhile, in the distant western world of dragons, here resides nearly all of the dragon kin from the lower realms. Within their vast stronghold, over 300 demigod-level dragons awaken from their slumber. They do not belong to the sealed world of Blue Star. Rather, they have always existed amidst extraordinary powers. These 300 or so demigod-level dragons represent the cumulative total amassed by their dragon lineage over countless eons. Typically, they spend their time in slumber. However, with a stroke of fortune, some may ascend to become god-level dragons, entering the higher realms. Yet, it remains a mystery why no tidings from the dragons of the upper realms have ever reached them. Perhaps it is because they, having witnessed the splendor of the upper world, look down upon their brethren in the lower realms. Consequently, the aspiration to ascend to godhood burns fiercely within them. At the moment the demigod dragons began to forge draconic runes, all the demigod dragons in the lower realms comprehended the entirety of the unfolding events. The call for a racial war resounded. Mere humans, do they truly believe that having vanquished those feeble races in the past, they can now stand shoulder to shoulder with us, the dragons? Humans, blessed with abundant fortune, they are but fodder for our dragon kin. The racial war must commence. The humans shall pay the price. In this moment, countless dragons began to respond in unison, driven by a singular purpose, to ignite a war of races and engage in a fierce battle to the death against humanity. This is not a conflict that can be resolved through the battleground of myriad races. It is a life and death duel between two species. Moreover, when they summoned this event, the dragons of the upper realm did not intervene, which signifies their tacit support for this endeavor. Indeed, despite the haughty indifference of the upper realm's dragons to their messages, the pride inherent in their dragon lineage compels them to endorse the initiation of a racial war within the battleground of myriad races. The sight of a demigod dragon communicating with other demigod dragons and instigating a racial conflict astonished the other races. Is a racial war truly on the verge of eruption? It appears that one of the two races shall face demise, perhaps even annihilation. Human race, my dragon clan has consented to commence this racial war. Brace yourselves for the obliteration by the formidable dragonkin. The demigod dragon exuded arrogance, bearing an air of impending doom for its adversaries. The North Sea Toad Dragon could not tolerate such insolence and unsheathed its sword in a flash. The demigod dragon barely had time to react. It only realized the imminent threat as the North Sea Toad Dragon closed in, sword raised high, ready to strike. No, this cannot be. He is a demigod, a powerful being of the dragon race. How could he perish here? Yet, regardless of the demigod dragon's evasive maneuvers, it could not escape the fate locked upon it by the North Sea Toad Dragon. With a swift stroke, the demigod dragon's head was severed, and at that moment, its divine soul ascended from its corporeal form. The void erupted with a spiritual shockwave, and the demigod dragon's essence was obliterated in an instant. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 3 seconds, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the rapidity of the demigod dragon's demise. By the time they registered the event, the dragon's soul had already been scattered by the North Sea Toad Dragon. Is this not excessively ruthless? Had there been a possibility to preserve the divine essence, the demigod dragon might have sought an opportunity to resurrect its physical form or even usurp another body. However, with its soul utterly obliterated, it faces absolute demise unless a resurrection ability is at hand. But who would dare to employ such a skill for the demigod dragon? Certainly no one. After all, they currently reside in the territory of humankind. Even the lizard men, who share a bloodline connection with the dragon kin, now remain as silent as quails. The 5 young dragons, witnessing the annihilation of their demigod, harbored an expression that suggested an intense desire to flay the North Sea Toad Dragon alive, which was rather intimidating. The gaze of the North Sea Toad Dragon fell upon those 5 young dragons. With merely a glance, they exploded under the overwhelming pressure of a demigod's might. Unable to withstand it and perishing instantly, they were not demigods. At the very least, their physical forms were destroyed, and their souls could escape. Such brutality is truly appalling. At this moment, the image of the North Sea Toad Dragon is profoundly etched in the minds of numerous powerful beings of various races. Even among those of the demigod tier, they perceive themselves as no match for the North Sea Toad Dragon. Such adversaries, even amidst the myriad realms, are worthy of a position among the top 100. However, they also express their condolences for the human race of Blue Star, for they are indeed the Dragon Tribe. The profound heritage of the Dragon Tribe is well understood. Although humanity has risen swiftly in a short span, their true foundations cannot compare to the Dragon Tribe, which boasts a history spanning several 100 million years. Yet, humanity is not a solitary combatant. They possess allies. The demigod Amira of the Elf clan approached the North Sea Toad Dragon. Rest assured, Dragon Guardian, we shall aid you in resisting the Dragon Tribe. Although the overall strength of the Elf clan may not rival the Dragon Tribe, their alliance with humanity suffices to confront the challenge. On behalf of humanity, I extend my gratitude. The North Sea Toad Dragon sheathed his 3-foot azure blade and wiped away the golden dragon blood that stained his face. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any objections regarding this ranking, you may communicate with your respective kings. Should you wish to take action against humanity, feel free to do so. Haha. Rest assured, our Titan clan will not turn against you. At that moment, a demigod of the Titan clan emerged. Initially, he was rather incensed, as humanity had displaced the Titans, rendering their participation in the trial of myriad races seemingly futile. However, upon realizing the enhancements brought by the rewards of the trial, the loss of a little fortune seemed trivial. Although they did not receive notable legacies, the Titan clan, like the Dragon Tribe, possesses a heritage spanning over 1 billion years, rich in strength and resources, lacking nothing. Now, witnessing humanity's opposition to the Dragon Tribe, they found a natural ally. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Humanity stands as the Titan's natural ally. From this day forth, our Titan clan shall assist humanity in resisting the Dragon Tribe. A war among races? What fun is there in a one-on-one conflict? Let it be a grand melee of all races. The Titan giants are not a passive breed. Though they often slumber, they will certainly join the fray when a war of this magnitude erupts. In simple terms, they are merely too restless. With the Titan clan supporting humanity and the Elf clan also aiding them, the scales of victory seem assured. Although the Dragon Tribe has its subordinate races, how formidable can those subordinates truly be? Only the lizardmen have managed to break into the top 100. The rest are not but useless. Within their ranks, having a single demigod is already commendable. Well then, if there are no further matters, please take your leave. After all, we are on Blue Star. Were it not for the battlefield of myriad races situated in the extreme southern continent, and Blue Star serving as a nexus among the realms, they would not permit so many demigods from various races to enter our domain. It can be said that without permission, demigods cannot freely traverse other worlds. for they possess the power to obliterate an entire realm. If these walking harbingers of destruction are not kept in check, who can fathom the consequences that may ensue? Please hold on for a moment. At that instant, Lin Bei's voice resounded unexpectedly. The attention of the various races turned towards Lin Bei, particularly that of the demigod-level powerhouses. At this moment, they discovered that Lin Bei's aura was remarkably profound, far from that of an ordinary individual. No, even a king of a race could not compare to the richness of Lin Bei's fortune. At the demigod level, one can essentially sense the state of their own fortune. A king of a race is indeed powerful, possessing an exceptionally strong aura. It can be said that there is only one such being within their entire race. Yet, Lin Bei was different. The fortune he bore was astonishingly more potent than that of the king of a race. Is this truly the manifestation of fortune? Speak quickly. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the spirit of luck? Although the assembly of demigod-level beings found Lin Bei's sudden interruption rather displeasing, they nonetheless paused to discern what he had to convey, captivated by the overwhelming aura of fortune that enveloped him. It was certainly not due to fear of retribution should they depart and harbor resentment, ultimately facing his wrath upon his future ascension. Esteemed ones, during this trial of myriad races, it is likely that many of your factions have returned empty-handed, have they not? The various races responded with incredulity, questioning why he chose to address such a sensitive topic. Did he not comprehend their plight? Particularly the 34 teams that Lin Bei had eliminated, who now found themselves utterly at a loss for words. Is this intended to unveil their wounds? Although they are indeed no match for your human race, must it come to such humiliation? At this moment, the expression of the Bei high-toed dragon was one of stupor, clearly unexpected of Lin Bei's audacity. Oh, my little ancestor, could you not refrain for a moment? Now that the human race is on the brink of a full-scale war with the dragon clan, might you not provoke other races so needlessly? I express my regret regarding the outcome of this trial among the myriad races. After all, there have been too many unforeseen circumstances, and you must be quite dissatisfied with this ranking, correct? Thus, I have resolved to establish a new ranking. This will serve to reorder the positions of the top 100 races. Simultaneously, I shall also share the resources we have gathered this time, and you may exchange with us. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter? Although Lin Bei's voice was soft, it was sufficiently clear for all the races within the extreme south continent to hear. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, a multitude of powerful beings pondered the implications of his proposition. A reordering of the top 100 races? Indeed, this decision stirred their interest. Confident in their own races, they believed in their strength, convinced they could ascend a few ranks. Even breaking into the top 10 seemed within reach. Thus, when Lin Bei presented this notion, they readily agreed without hesitation. However, Lin Bei also mentioned exchanging their newfound treasures. Humans, do you suggest offering your heritage in exchange? Could it be that you possess our race's legacy? A demigod werewolf stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Indeed, all major races had located their legacies, thanks to their treasure-seeking prodigy, Lin Miao Miao. Whenever something needed finding, casting Lin Miao Miao into the fray would yield a random legacy or rare resource. Currently, these legacies were still nestled within Lin Bei's backpack. He retrieved a legacy from the system's inventory. It was a silvery orb, etched with the image of a wolf's head. It was the legacy of Fenrir. Upon sighting the Fenrir legacy, the demigod werewolf could scarcely contain his eagerness to seize it. This is none other than the divine Fenrir. Once acquired, it could elevate one to the status of the most formidable demigod, bestowing the qualifications to ascend to divinity. How could he remain unmoved? As the demigod werewolf prepared to strike, he noticed the North Sea toad dragon silently unsheathing his sword. The sound of the blade being drawn jolted the demigod werewolf back to reality. He nearly forgot that this was the territory of the human race. The man before him, who appeared rather unremarkable, had just moments ago slain a demigod dragon. He had not even spared the dragon's soul, casting it aside without a second thought. The werewolf did not believe himself capable of facing the formidable North Sea toad dragon, who had effortlessly vanquished a demigod dragon. Ahem, human, what do we need to offer in exchange? That depends on what you can provide, Lin Bei replied, retracting the legacy and choosing not to reveal it further. Upon hearing this, the demigod werewolf felt an itch of anxiety. He implored, do tell, what precisely must I offer? Understanding Lin Bei's desires would allow him to negotiate. Yet now Lin Bei left the decision in his hands. Offering too little would be a significant loss of face, leaving him with no chance of a transaction. Conversely, offering too much would cause him regret, for the werewolf clan was not among the most elite of races. There were only 5 demigod werewolves within their ranks, and only one deity, Fenrir, presided over them. Moreover, It was imperative that the other demigod members of his clan remained unaware, otherwise, they would likely vie for the coveted legacy. Very well, esteemed ones, we shall discuss the terms of exchange later. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that I shall only engage in exchange with my allies. Upon uttering this statement, Lin Bei's words struck the North Sea Toad Dragon and the others with profound realization, effectively uniting the human race with various other factions. This young man is remarkable. Consequently, if other races desire to exchange their legacies, they must align themselves with humanity. As for verbal alliances, impossible. An alliance necessitates a bond of fate, a formal contract. Those who violate it will face the repercussions of fate's backlash. The North Sea Toad Dragon discreetly arranged matters, evidently preparing to send some contracts from the rear. All major races pondered whether humanity was indeed worthy of such an alliance. At that moment, Princess Emile of the Elven race took the initiative to speak. We, the elves, are willing to sign a contract with humanity and become allies. The Elven race possesses the ability to discern the goodness or wickedness within a person's heart, a gift exclusive to the royal lineage. As a princess, Emile naturally belonged to this royal bloodline and wielded this ability. She could sense that Lin Bei spoke the truth, devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, she was the first to propose signing a contract with Lin Bei and his companions. Very well, in that case, what will you offer in exchange? Although the elves had formed a good relationship with humanity, clarity in such matters was imperative. Moreover, the resources in question were not solely Lin Bei's, but belonged to the entire team and should be considered joint property. Lin Bei presented 2 legacies from the Elven race, but then retracted one of them. Observing Lin Bei's actions, Emile was left speechless. Wasn't the Elven race wealthy enough to trade both? Sensing Emile's thoughts, Lin Bei explained, "My mother is an elf." Emile was taken aback. She had not realized Lin Bei was half-elven. Upon closer examination, she finally detected the elven bloodline within him. No wonder he appeared so strikingly handsome, embodying the grace of their noble lineage. This is the legacy of the sun goddess. What will you offer in exchange? There are multiple sun goddesses, with each race potentially giving rise to one. They are deities who have comprehended the laws of the sun, belonging to the same path of divinity. The sun goddess holds significant power among the elves, primarily in warfare. Currently, the elves sorely lack combat strength. Were it not for the recent trial among the races, in their alliance with humanity, they might have remained hidden during the final battle and failed to secure second place. We can offer golden skill enhancement stones in exchange. After much deliberation, this was the only item of comparable worth. Yet Lin Bei continued to smile, as if amused by her naivety. 100 pieces. Impossible. 100 was far too many. The elves also required golden enhancement stones to elevate their skill quality. Furthermore, they were not from the main elven lineage of the natural continent, but rather from a different world. Had the connection to the natural continent not been severed, they would not have had to represent their world in this trial among the races. Humanity, 100 is far too much. We cannot part with that. Is that so? Have you forgotten? With favorable fortune, those who inherit the legacy may even ascend to divinity, a future deity. Is that not worth 100 golden enhancement stones? But that remained merely a possibility. Lin Bei's words were undeniably enticing. The birth of a deity could indeed alter the current dynamics, especially when the domain gates reopen in 97 years. The elves might acquire even greater resources. I apologize, I overestimated you. Lin Bei directly addressed Emile with an apology. Emile? I did not foresee your poverty. It is my fault. Lin Bei's sincere gaze met Emile's eyes, genuine and devoid of malice. Yet, why did Emile feel so irked? She merely wished to negotiate. Yet Lin Bei's earnest apology left her feeling exasperated. 100 it is. In a fit of anger, Emile relented. 100 could indeed birth a demigod, which was not insignificant. However, not everyone possesses the potential to become a demigod. Should one perish during the trial and be eliminated, without the use of a resurrection skill, they would face a lengthy wait to re-enter the trial. Alternatively, they could train, but such endeavors rely heavily on innate talent. Without the aptitude for cultivation, progress would be futile, leaving one stagnant. Thus, a legacy that guarantees a demigod and holds the potential for divinity was worth their investment. A nearby demigod elf face-bombed in exasperation, uncertain how to counsel his princess. Yet he understood that while 100 golden enhancement stones might seem expensive, they paled in comparison to the value of a demigod or a deity. In that case, let us finalize the contract. Lin Bei shifted from his earlier tone of apology and signaled for the contract to be presented. The North Sea Toad Dragon voiced his concern. Wait, am I not the leader of the Dragon Guard? Is it truly appropriate for you to command me? Despite his dissatisfaction, Lin Bei's actions aimed at forging alliances for humanity. Thus, it was merely a minor deviation from their purpose, not a significant issue. Before long, the contract was brought forth. Aside from the elven race, other races gradually approached Lin Bei for trade. After an extensive negotiation lasting the better part of a day, Lin Bei and his companions successfully exchanged their legacies. They acquired over 50 legacies usable by humanity and collected more than 700 golden enhancement stones, along with 3 golden class enhancement stones. Humanity, do you possess a legacy suitable for our lizardman race? At that moment, the lizardmen, vassals of the dragon race, quietly approached. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed. The demigod lizardman instinctively wiped away non-existent sweat, clearly aware that someone was warning him against causing trouble. After all, they were a vassal race of the dragon race. Who knew if they might suddenly turn violent? Lin Bei, however, was unconcerned about the lizardman's potential hostility. With the presence of the Kondong seal, he had automatically assumed the status of a monarch among races. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king, and emperor against emperor. Only a king could inflict harm upon Lin Bei, but not fatally. Only a monarch of one race held the right to slay another's monarch. These are the rules of order. Therefore, Lin Bei need not concern himself with the possibility of being slain by this lizardman. Indeed, it is true, but not by your kind. After all, the lizardmen possess at most demigod status. True deities? They are non-existent. Among the 100 strongest races, only the top 50 possess divine beings. However, in a certain sense, the god of the lizardmen is essentially the deity of the dragon race. Should the lizardmen receive the baptism of dragon blood from the dragon race, they possess the potential to transform into half-dragon lizardmen, or even, in a remarkable turn of fate, fully evolve into dragons. It can be said that the dragon race is the ancestral lineage of the lizardmen. The demigod lizardman, upon hearing this, clearly felt that Lin Bei was not jesting. If there were no such beings, why would you claim otherwise? Could it be that? The lizardman seemed to have an epiphany, as Lin Bei cheerfully produced 2 inheritances, both from the dragon race. One was the legacy of the Deathwing Nidhogg, and the other was the legacy of the radiant dragon god. Thus, the question arises, what price can you offer? As Lin Bei revealed the 2 inheritances, they instantly captivated the lizardman's gaze. The lizardman exhaled sharply, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. However, upon sensing an immense pressure, he instantly regained his composure. After all, a harbinger of death stood nearby. Only a madman would dare to act recklessly in such a presence. Yet, the lizardman tribe lacked the resources to engage in any exchange, leaving him utterly despondent. For the first time, he experienced a profound despair, the kind that arises when something desirable lies before you, but you possess neither the means nor the strength to grasp it. Lin Bei remained poised, unaffected by the imminent clash of races, as he patiently awaited the lizardman's decision. Soon enough, the lizardman seemed to arrive at a conclusion. Humans, he declared. Our lizardman tribe is willing to submit to the human race, serving you for generations to come. After all, should he obtain this legacy, he could ascend to divinity. Becoming a divine being merely required action when necessary, while ordinary moments would remain unchanged. As for the other lizardmen, their fate was of no concern to him. Moreover, aligning with the humans could prove to be a prudent choice. The Dragonkin were notoriously arrogant, having attracted numerous formidable adversaries. Those who could not contend with the Dragonkin would inevitably take out their frustrations on their subservient kin. Reflecting on this, the lizardman recalled the absurdities committed by the Dragonkin, which he and his kind would ultimately bear the consequences of. In an instant, the guilt of abandoning the Dragon clan in favor of servitude to the human race vanished without a trace. I, Ogre, am willing to enter into a master-servant contract with you. I submit to you. The nearby North Sea Toad Dragon, initially on high alert, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, as this individual intended to forge a master-servant bond with Lin Bei. Brother, you are a demigod. Could you not uphold the dignity befitting a demigod? As a demigod, to voluntarily submit to a mere human of only level 35 will certainly diminish the perceived value of your status. From this moment forth, you have been expelled from the ranks of demigods. The North Sea Toad Dragon silently condemned Ogre, looking upon him with disdain. The surrounding demigods were equally astonished. This ogre was truly remarkable. In all their years, they had never witnessed a demigod willingly submit to a human of such modest power. In the distance, Xianyuan Fingbois, who was maintaining order, heard Ogre's voice. He recalled Lin Bei's past deeds and the formidable aura of fortune that enveloped him now. This is truly remarkable. A veritable prodigy of the heavens. The moment one steps outside, divine beasts come forth to acknowledge their master. Although the lizard men can be considered semi-beasts, it is not entirely accurate. If they truly harness the inheritance, or if they have the potential to metamorphose into a divine dragon, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as divine beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yuan Fengbo arrived at a conclusion. Ah, so you are indeed the protagonist. This is confirmed. Have you made up your mind? Lin Bei was equally surprised by the audacity of Ogler, who, in his semi-divine form, chose to acknowledge him as his master. Indeed, my esteemed master, please accept my humble bow. At the same time, he produced the master-servant contract to sign with Lin Bei. The Lizardman clan's submission to the human race would undoubtedly entail performing arduous labor for them. However, should he pledge his allegiance to Lin Bei, his service would be exclusively for him alone. He is still able to discern the workload between the two. Most importantly, he can perceive the overwhelming fortune surrounding Lin Bei, especially since he has emerged as the top contender. With him as a guide, ascension to divinity is inevitable. Is he embarrassed to follow a future deity? Not at all. The demigod elites of various races feel shame in associating with Ogre, as it tarnishes the dignity of demigods. Ogre remains unfazed, producing the master-servant contract and voluntarily leaving his blood upon it. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei also infused his essence, successfully sealing the pact. Ogre became Lin Bei's servant. And with a mere thought from Lin Bei, Ogre could perish on the spot. It can be said that as long as one's strength does not surpass the force of order, one must abide by the contract. They truly signed it. The powerful spectators stared in astonishment at this scene, harboring a measure of disdain for Ogre. Master, Ogre knelt on one knee, even in this position. His towering height of 5 meters still surpassed Lin Bei significantly. Well, this is a gift for you, since he had already become one of their own. It mattered little to bestow upon Ogre. He tossed the inheritance of the Deathwing, which Ogre eagerly accepted, beginning to absorb its legacy. Within it lay the bloodline of the Deathwing, and as Ogre assimilated this essence, his strength surged remarkably. Suddenly, he appeared to encounter something dreadful. Emitting anguished howls as his scaly skin began to tear apart, golden blood splattering violently onto the ground. The Elder is undergoing metamorphosis. One of the lizard men from the team exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Only by accepting the bloodline of the dragon race could they aspire to ascend as dragons. At this moment, Ogre was on the path to joining the dragon lineage. Typically, the lizard men inherit the weakest of dragon bloodlines. However, the Deathwing is different. Even within the dragon race, it represents the apex of dragons, not to mention that the Deathwing is a divine dragon-level entity. As Ogre inherited the bloodline of the Deathwing, he was evolving towards its form. His body expanded rapidly, the stretching of his muscles nearly driving him to madness. Were it not for his own strength reaching the demigod level, he might have already lost his sanity and attacked indiscriminately. Yet, even so, Ogre felt the agonizing rift at the soul level. All present silently observed the unfolding spectacle. After several minutes, a colossal dragon, measuring a full kilometer in size, manifested before the crowd. Its fearsome visage, like obsidian armor, glinted menacingly, with its claws exuding a chilling radiance. Ogre had completely transformed into a dragon. No longer a mere lizard man. What stood before everyone now was the demigod Ogre, inheritor of the Deathwing's legacy. Is this the power that ushers one towards divinity? Ogre now felt himself capable of obliterating his former self. Even his level had ascended to 99. Only one more step of refining and consuming the essence within him remained to achieve a complete metamorphosis, ascending to the divine tier. The surrounding demigods naturally took note of Ogre's transformation, realizing that from a feeble demigod, he had soared to become one of the strongest demigods. All due to the legacy bestowed by Lin Bei. At this moment, they finally realized the terrifying potential of the opportunities within the trial of the myriad races. Merely a single opportunity, so simple in nature, could forge a peak demigod, even laying the groundwork for ascension to divinity. If they were in such a position, they too would strive to seize it. Their admiration for humanity grew exponentially. They had initially suspected that humanity harbored some ulterior motives, but it now appeared that they were, indeed, benevolent beings. Such kindness and consideration for other races from the human race is truly remarkable. Yet, the Western dragon kin, those great lizards, audaciously seek to obliterate humanity. It is utterly incomprehensible. My dear brother, congratulations on acquiring a demigod as a follower. The Goblin clan is eager to join forces with humanity to vanquish those accursed dragons. Indeed, our werewolf clan stands united as well. I too shall join. It is evident to all that humanity has now soared to unprecedented heights. The exponential increase in fortune has yielded unexpectedly powerful effects. Astute observers can already discern that the human race is on the verge of becoming the preeminent among all races. This is the prevailing trend, an unstoppable force. The colossal lizard of the Western Dragon Realm dares to oppose the human race. Yet they are the first to reject such an idea. For them, the Western lizard is defying the heavens and is destined for a dire fate. Ultimately, every race participating in this trial of myriad clans, aside from the dragon race, has forged a pact with humanity, becoming its allies. Moreover, they are genuinely eager to support humanity in repelling the invasion of those Western lizards. The North Sea Toad Dragon and Xin Yuan Feng Bo exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by how events had spiraled beyond their control. What is this? I had anticipated that even if a great war were not to commence, there would be some losses. However, it has now transformed into a conference of alliances. How would the dragons of the Western realm react upon discovering the current circumstances? Awakening to a world filled with adversaries, such a description seems apparent. Now, my esteemed allies, since we have formed an alliance, there are numerous matters that ought to be shared among us. I previously mentioned the reinstatement of rankings, and I intend to fulfill that promise. I possess a dungeon that will allow you to enter and renew the rankings. Henceforth, this ranking shall serve as the standard across all realms. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Count me in, exclaimed one of the demigods immediately upon hearing this. At this moment, they had come to realize that this human might very well be the harbinger of fortune among their kind, a being born of destiny. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable to explain the immense fortune he radiated, surpassing even that of the king of his race. Such individuals are impervious to demise and, in due course, may ascend to the pinnacle of strength. In light of this, it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable rapport with Lin Bei, for one might yet attain a divine prowess in the future. Did you observe that colossal lizard? It achieved its status as one of the peak demigods through servility. Had they known that subservience could lead to such heights, they would have set aside their pride to grovel. Thus, while they may harbor disdain for Ogre, they nevertheless hold a profound admiration for his actions. The lizardmen have indeed hitched their fortunes to the rapid progress of humanity. Lin Bei nodded, summoning the Kongtong seal. Invigorated by his own spirit, the second attribute of the Kongtong seal possesses the extraordinary ability to create instances within the dominion of his own racial influence. Consequently, Lin Bei conjured an instance forthwith. The Kongtong seal unleashed a power more formidable than that of any demigod, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Is this truly the manifestation of power that can be unleashed by one of the fourth tier? Could it be that he is a demigod, while they are merely fourth tier? Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous demigods, Lin Bei completed the construction of the instance, successfully creating a medium-sized dungeon capable of accommodating 100 teams. Within this instance, various races can select their rankings, with lower-ranked teams having the option to challenge those ranked higher. This arrangement allows for a swift determination of the true standings among the top 100 races. Naturally, the human race is included, proudly occupying the first position, which cannot be contested. The dungeons are crafted by their own kind, and throughout the trials of myriad races, the humans have gained notoriety for their ruthless slaughter. Thus, there are no objections to their top ranking. The only dissenting voice comes from the dragon race. Yet they have already been utterly annihilated by the Northern Sea Toad Dragon. With the instance established, feel free to proceed, Lin Bei remarked, stowing away the Kongtong seal. Indifferent to the astonished expressions of the demigod powers surrounding him. Lin Bei, how did you just accomplish that? Xin Yuan Feng Bo approached Lin Bei, fully aware of the formidable difficulty involved in creating an instance. Their novice dungeons are typically crafted through the connection of a race's king with the order of fate. Yet none have managed to effortlessly conjure an instance, as Lin Bei has done. Is this truly the extent of the power that a fourth tier can exhibit? At this moment, Xin Yuan Fengbo has already lost comprehension of Lin Bei's circumstances. Furthermore, he has a foreboding feeling that even if he were to confront Lin Bei, he might very well meet his demise. This is the keen intuition of a demigod. First this way, then that way, and finally like this will suffice. Lin Bei responded earnestly to Xin Yuan Fengbo. Xin Yuan Fengbo was rendered speechless. Was this not akin to saying nothing at all? Regardless, congratulations on securing first place in the trial of the myriad races. One could say you have now become a great benefactor of the human race, having multiplied its fortune severfold. What else could one call such a feat? Shall we return now? Yes, let us return and address the gains from this endeavor. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, realizing they had been away for quite some time. After spending 3 days in the dungeon, encountering such matters upon their return, he yearned only to indulge in a restful slumber in his cozy abode. Upon hearing Lin Bei express the desire to return, Ogre willingly took on the responsibility. My master, please mount me, Ogre declared earnestly to Lin Bei. Lin Bei replied, wait, what do you mean by that? However, Ogre's current demeanor did indeed resemble that of a majestic steed. And what about you all? I'll join you. Wang Chongyang grinned, eager to experience the sensation of riding a dragon. Long Xingyu remained silent but discreetly followed behind Lin Bei. Cousin, I wish to ride the dragon as well. I want to ride too, Shang Wanhua chimed in, adding to the excitement. Very well, it seems I have asked in vain, Xian Yuanfengbo remarked, amused by the scene. Realizing that they had no need for his assistance after all, this also spared him some effort. At that moment, Xian Yuanfengbo received a message from Long Batian. Lin Bei, if possible, after you return and rest well, please pay a visit to the monarch. Understood. I shall do so upon my return, Lin Bei nodded in affirmation. With a sweep of his mental energy, Ogre transported everyone onto his formidable head, which rose menacingly as his wings flapped, stirring up a tempest of considerable force. In a flash, they departed from the battlefield of the myriad races and appeared above the southernmost continent. Within the southernmost continent, 5 formidable warriors alongside their commander from the War Dragon Hall were stationed, prepared to respond to any changes in the region. They were acting under the command of the Dragon Lord to provide support, should any unforeseen events arise. Their priority was to extract Lin Bei and his companions from the southernmost continent. Having secured first place and established a foundation for becoming deities, their safety was paramount. Commander, the moment Ogre appeared in the southernmost continent, the 6 members of the War Dragon Hall took notice. Wang Hansheng sensed that Lin Bei and his companions were perched atop Ogre's head, momentarily stunned. The divine seeds of their deities were now present on the brow of that massive lizard. What could this mean? It appeared that this imposing creature bore no hostility towards Lin Bei and his companions. Rather, it seemed more akin to a steed. As Wang Hansheng and the others contemplated intervening to inquire about the situation, the voice of the North Sea Toad Dragon resonated. Wang Hansheng, this demigod dragon belongs to us. North Sea Toad Dragon? Indeed, it is I. The figure of the North Sea Toad Dragon materialized, its gaze sharp and directed towards the horizon. What is the situation? I will explain everything upon our return, but I bear both bad and good news. Speak, Wang Hansheng replied, momentarily taken aback. As the commander of the War Dragon Hall, his duty was to maintain the stability of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. The bad news was that the Western Dragon Clan had declared a total war against our human race. This meant that the war of races had commenced. Wang Hansheng's pupils constricted, yet he did not show signs of fear. The human race had endured such trials before. During the years of spiritual revival, they had faced various races. Without exception, though humanity had paid a heavy price and lost many promising candidates for demigodhood, they had also established a formidable reputation, solidifying the human race's footing in the world. Otherwise, would one truly believe that the myriad races of the universe were without teeth? The blue star, where humanity resides, is the very heart of the multiverse. Which race does not aspire to claim it? Yet, why have they not done so? Is it out of fear? No. It is because they have been cowed by the might of humanity. Now, after more than a century, it was unexpected that the Dragon Clan would initiate a racial war against them. Was it a result of humanity's prolonged silence? However, Wang Hansheng was also aware of the Dragon Clan's formidable strength, which included control over numerous weaker races. Should war break out, it was highly likely that these smaller races would join the Dragon Clan on the battlefield. Thus, humanity might face a scenario of fighting against overwhelming odds. As for human allies, not every race would possess the resolve to participate in the racial war. Should one side falter, they would be left to face the reckoning in the future. So let the war commence. Does humanity fear the Dragon Clan? Though they possess deep-rooted heritage and numerous demigods, humanity's mastery of spiritual technology should not be underestimated. Consider the Star Destroyer, comparable to a single demigod. This represents the pinnacle of humanity's spiritual technology. What is the good news? Wang Hansheng responded nonchalantly. The good news is that, apart from the Dragon Clan, all other races participating in the trial of the myriad races have forged an alliance with us, becoming our allies. At this point, the North Sea Toad Dragon seemed to recall something and added, they will also join the racial war, standing alongside us, the human race. Wang Hansheng, wait, are you serious? He cast a skeptical glance at the North Sea Toad Dragon. Don't look at me. I too am perplexed by how Lin Bei managed this. Although I was merely a bystander, the execution was truly beyond imitation. So, the demigod dragon of the Dragon Clan has defected? This is not a demigod dragon of the Dragon Clan, but rather one of the Lizardmen. By the way, the Lizardmen have now submitted to our human race. Becoming our vassal race, the Wolfmen are likely to follow suit. After all, the demigod Wolfman covets the Fenrir legacy in Lin Bei's possession. However, their race is relatively impoverished and lacks valuable assets. Even gathering 100 purple skill enhancement stones is a challenge for the Wolfmen, let alone amassing 100 golden skill enhancement stones. Thus, they may very well end up like the ogres, devoid of principles, and become Lin Bei's servants as well. Wang Hanxing fell into silence, pondering whether the rapid advancement of the times was the reason for his bewilderment. Why has the world turned so chaotic in just a few days? Do the Dragon Clan know about this? They likely do not. Considering that the demigod dragon within their ranks was slain by me, its remains are still warm. Would you like to see? With that, he revealed the corpse of the demigod dragon. Wang Hanxing silently gazed at the body for a long while before finally uttering a single word. So, you instigated a full-scale war? Not quite. It was their inability to accept the rankings. After explaining this to Wang Hanxing, the North Sea Toad Dragon retracted the corpse of the demigod dragon. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Upon returning, I can present it to the younger members of my clan to enhance their nutrition. The North Sea Toad Dragon is not a human, but rather a member of the demon cultivation tribe. Any sentient being is capable of entering the realm to swiftly elevate their prowess. Naturally, animals that have already awakened their spiritual intelligence are no exception. In fact, those awakened creatures have become part of humanity. However, this is only applicable to those who have attained enlightenment within the confines of human control. The North Sea Toad Dragon's true form is a Yangtze alligator. After the revival of spiritual energy, he fortuitously awakened his intelligence and, by a stroke of luck, forged a bond with the royal family, thereby embarking on a path of ascension. With the presence of the North Sea Toad Dragon, a pinnacle demigod, there are already over 30 awakened Yangtze alligators within his clan. For demon cultivators, consuming such high-grade meat can significantly enhance their strength, and it may even facilitate awakening in animals yet to attain enlightenment if fed to them. The reason the North Sea Toad Dragon traverses the world in human form, aside from being the leader of the Dragon Guards, is also due to his romantic involvement with the king's sister. Although their relationship remains a secret, unbeknownst to others, this is merely his perception. Now I am at ease. Wang Hanxing nodded in acknowledgement after grasping the entirety of the situation. So, other races are still within the battlefield of 10,000 clans? Indeed, came the response. Very well, I shall escort them to maintain vigilance against unforeseen incidents. Thanks to the declaration of intent and Ogler's flight in the atmosphere, many troubles were averted. Before long, Lin Bei and his companions returned to Jiang City. The colossal figure of Ogler rested on a nearby hill, refraining from entering the city directly, should he have chosen to do so. His terrifying presence would undoubtedly have startled many, causing unwarranted chaos. Ogler, please remain in the vicinity. I will summon you if needed. Yes, master, Ogler responded, filled with admiration for his previous actions. It seemed he had made the right gamble. Lin Bei would only call upon him when necessary, allowing him to enjoy leisure during ordinary times. Quite splendid. As for the fate of the Lizardman tribe, he felt no need to concern himself further. After all, he had not sired any offspring, and finding a suitable place for the Lizardmen was already commendable. Lin Bei possessed another legacy from the Dragon Clan, seemingly with no intention of parting with it. Yet, what concern was that to him? He had already become Lin Bei's dragon, and none could impede that. Upon their return to Jiang City, Lin Bei and the others headed home. Shang Wanhua, perplexed, shouted after the departing figures, "Captain, where are you all going?" "Home. Why?" Lin Bei replied, feeling utterly fatigued. The past 3 days had been overwhelming, and he longed for a restful slumber. "What about me? You? Return to Heavenly Dragon City on your own. If not, I can arrange a hotel for you." Shang Guanhua suddenly recalled that Lin Bei and Wang Chongang were from Jiang City, and Lin Miaomu was related to Lin Bei, making Jiang City her hometown as well. Long Xingyu. Right. The little princess is from Heavenly Dragon City. Princess, will you accompany me back to Heavenly Dragon City? Shang Guanhua extended the invitation. Long Xingyao hesitated for a moment before responding. Why would I return to Heavenly Dragon City? Isn't it your home? He queried, puzzled. It is indeed my home. But my father has instructed me to follow Lin Bei. Wherever he goes, I shall go as well. Shang Guanhua? Was he mistaken, or had he misheard? Could it be that the sovereign has betrothed the little princess to Lin Bei? What a revelation! After following the entourage for so many days, he has only just uncovered the secret. Shang Guanhua appears to have realized something, wearing an expression of understanding. No wonder Long Xingyu is so intimately by Lin Bei's side. He initially thought it was merely affection, but it seems she is already promised to another. Truly, the sovereign possesses remarkable foresight, investing in the future divinity with such wisdom. However, Shang Guanhua has also risen to prominence. He, Shang Guanhua, has the bearing of a deity. Since Lin Bei and his companions are presently in Jiang City, Shang Guanhua must return to Tianlong City ahead of schedule. Had he known, he would have accompanied Xin Yuanfenguo back. Nevertheless, experiencing the thrill of riding a dragon has its merits. As Shang Guanhua departed, he was in high spirits, contemplating how to make a grand impression upon his return. Let us return, Lin Bei said with a smile to Long Xingyu and Lin Miaomiao. The two nodded in agreement, with Long Xingyu walking closely beside Lin Bei. Though lost in thought, eventually, she turned to him and asked, "Aren't you going to hold my hand?" Lin Bei replied, After all, I am your fiancé now. Although we lack a foundation of affection, I shall strive to nurture it." Long Xingyu responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh, and without hesitation, he took her outstretched hand. Feeling the warmth in his grip, Long Xingyu smiled genuinely. It seems the tales and novels were indeed accurate. After returning, they would continue to read to foster their relationship. Faced with Long Xingyu's invitation to hold hands, Lin Bei did not decline. Setting aside the fact that she perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, how could he reject a girl who had mustered the courage to be proactive? Refusing might leave her feeling heartbroken. Thus, Lin Bei resolutely embraced this consequence. As for the concern of being captured and harmed by Long Batian, if this were to be revealed previously, he might have harbored such worries. However, now he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Their explosive team now all possessed the potential to become deities, and Lin Bei was accompanied by a peak demigod. It was likely that more would join them in the future. Furthermore, Lin Bei had bound himself to the Kongtong seal and had passively acquired the identity of the human emperor. Long Batian, being merely a sovereign of a single realm, could be termed a king of men, yet he could never be regarded as the human emperor. The status of the human emperor surpasses that of the king of men, inherently overshadowing it. Hence, Long Batian, as just a king of men, could not inflict any harm upon Lin Bei. Finally, Lin Bei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now that Long Batian cannot eliminate him, he possesses the courage to confront Long Xingyu. In recent days, Long Xingyu has begun to discern the nuances of his attitude towards Lin Bei. Initially, it may have been the so-called mission from his father that drew him closer to Lin Bei. However, it appears that Long Xingyu's feelings have undergone a subtle transformation. To put it succinctly, his fondness has notably increased. Consequently, Lin Bei can now hold Long Xingyu's hand without hesitation as they return together to the Lin family estate. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Tianlong City, Long Batian finds himself engulfed in silence as he listens to Xin Yuanfengguo's report. He comprehends the significance of each word Xin Yuanfengguo utters, yet the overall message remains perplexing. How could a war that necessitated the involvement of their entire clan be so effortlessly resolved by Lin Bei? Moreover, how is it possible that with a mere flick of his hand, he conjured a dungeon from thin air? Is this achievable by a being of fourth-tier prowess? Even demigods would find it impossible. Even they could only communicate with the consciousness of the blue star by utilizing the fate of their nation. And only through the allowance of order could they construct a replica. Moreover, the creation of such a replica is exceedingly arduous, necessitating multiple contemplations and requiring the approval of order before it can be set into motion. Lin Bei effortlessly accomplished this feat, rendering their efforts appear rather foolish. This time, they have excelled, elevating their security measures to the highest level. This is indeed a seed destined for divinity in the future. It must be meticulously safeguarded and absolutely cannot be allowed to be tarnished by those despicable members of the Void Sect. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xin Yuanfengguo replied with utmost seriousness, and then vanished without a trace. At that moment, Long Batian seemed to recall something. His beloved daughter had not returned alongside Xin Yuanfengguo. The trial of 10,000 clans has concluded, yet there remains no sign of your return. Unable to comprehend this delay, Long Batian promptly reached out to Long Xingyu. At that moment, Long Xingyu was at the ancestral home of the Lin family, enjoying dinner with Lin Bei and his family, with the added anticipation of Lin Bei's grandfather returning today. This thought instilled a sense of nervousness within Long Xingyu, as meeting family members often comes with the desire to make a good impression. Just then, she received a message from Long Badian. Long Badian, Yao Yao. Why haven't you returned home yet? Curiously tilting her head, Long Xingyao pondered that perhaps her father missed her. Long Xingyao, father. I am having dinner with the Lin family. I should be back tomorrow. According to Lin Bei, they would travel together to Tianlong City the following day to meet Long Badian, as it had been agreed to visit him when time permitted. On the other end of the message, Long Badian was taken aback. His daughter had returned from the trial of 10,000 clans. Yet her first action was not to return home, but rather to dine with the Lin family. This is indeed an unprecedented occasion. Traditionally, Long Xingyu has always spent her days within the palace. Even when venturing outside, she would promptly return home without wandering about. For reasons unknown, Long Badian harbored an ominous premonition deep within his heart. He sensed that something amiss had transpired with his little darling. Unbeknownst to him, a thief was stealthily pilfering his precious daughter. Yet, lacking any evidence, he could only resign himself to the situation. Long Badian, remember to come back early. Your mother misses you. Long Xingyu, all right, father. After ending the call, Long Badian inhaled a puff of smoke, feeling a profound sense of confusion that he had never experienced before. Not long later, at the ancestral home of the Lin family, Lin Zhantian's hearty laughter resonated. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. His grandchildren had returned safely from the trials of myriad clans, triumphantly clinching first place. Those of their caliber understood that achieving first place bestowed the chance to attain divinity. Without a doubt, these two grandchildren were destined to become divine beings. The Lin family was on the verge of producing a true deity. Grandfather, Lin Miao exclaimed, leaping into Lin Zhantian's embrace upon seeing him return. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 15 centimeters, with muscles like iron, catching Lin Miao was a mere trifle for him. After spinning her around a couple of times, he set her down. Well done, my dear granddaughter. You all have performed admirably. Lin Zhantian felt a joy unlike any he had ever known. Grandmother. At that moment, Lin Miao noticed an enchanting figure behind Lin Zhantian, appearing to be in her 40s. Her demeanor was akin to that of a noblewoman. Indeed, she was a noblewoman, as the Lin family was of considerable stature. Ah, my Miao, you've worked hard. Wang Ruoying said, affectionately stroking Lin Miao's head. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had also arrived, escorting Long Xingyao to welcome Lin Zhantian and Wang Ruoying. Grandfather, grandmother, welcome back. Standing beside Lin Bei, Long Xingyu felt a bit shy upon seeing Lin Zhantian, who exuded a boisterous charm that left her slightly overwhelmed. Hey, you lad. You've truly exceeded my expectations, far surpassing your father. Lin Zhantian remarked, casting a gentle glance at Long Xingyao. You must be Yao Yao, right? Fear not. Our Lin family acknowledges you as our daughter-in-law. Should Lin Bei dare to trouble you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will set things right. Wang Ruoying approached, taking Long Xingyao's hand and leading her aside as if to share secrets. Lin Bei felt a twinge of discomfort. Wasn't he the biological grandson? Why did it seem that Lin Miao and Long Xingyu were the favored ones, while he felt like an outsider? Rascal, Yao Yao is a fine girl. Of that you need not doubt. And, it seems she may have misunderstood, Lin Zhantian said, observing his wife conversing with Long Xingyao, softening his tone. Yes, indeed. Lin Bei admitted, opting for honesty. I am well aware of her background, although I am unsure of the events that transpired. If she believes herself to be part of our Lin family, then let it be so. Grandfather, could you not consider your grandson's feelings? Lin Bei interjected. May I inquire about your true thoughts? Very well. I wish to become the father of Long Badian. Grandfather, you remain as whimsical as ever. From a young age, Lin Zhantian had been a playful companion to Lin Bei and his siblings, and as they matured, he had indeed tempered his demeanor. Yet now, it appeared he had simply shed the guise of a playful elder. Indeed, I can perceive that the girl harbors feelings for you, and her family is not lacking. Most importantly, if you had no feelings for her, you would not have brought her to meet us, Lin Zhantian said, patting Lin Bei's shoulder with a smile. Lin Bei remained silent, for it was true what Lin Zhantian had said. His fondness for Long Xingyao had indeed blossomed over the past few days. Who could resist a partner who would occasionally snuggle close, never causing a fuss, and secretly considering her husband's well-being? Lin Bei found it impossible to resist. As for whether he was worthy of the little princess of the Longxia kingdom, it mattered not. The Lin family was immensely wealthy, capable of rivaling nations, and their enterprises extended even to other realms. Lin Bei had brought glory to humanity, and any one of his achievements could stand tall on its own. Not to mention he had recently acquired the Cooldown seal, becoming a leader of his clan. It could be said that Lin Bei now held the highest status among humanity. In a sense, Long Xingyao had indeed climbed high. Of course, Lin Bei harbored no such thoughts. He had once contemplated seeking a partner. Yet those he encountered were either enamored with his family's wealth or his physique. Now, having finally met a girl who was neither materialistic nor lustful, Lin Bei felt a deep need to cherish this chance. All right, I have matters to discuss with your father. The future of the family business shall soon rest upon your shoulders. Although you and Miao Miao's family have separated, in my heart, you shall always be one family. As Lin Zhantian spoke of the separation, his tone grew grave. The division had occurred a decade ago, instigated by Lin Xiong, the wayward son. At that time, Lin Bei's mother had been forced apart, as the vile followers of the Void sect had ruthlessly severed the connection between the natural continent and Blue Star. This is indeed the consistent style of the cult of nihility. Over the course of centuries, at least 5 occurrences have transpired. Among them, 2 instances were orchestrated to their advantage. The natural continent is one such example. Lin Xiong, who returned with Lin Bei, was in a precarious state of health at that time and covertly possessed a spirit-powered hydrogen bomb capable of annihilating an entire world. It appeared he sought a location where the cult of nihility might emerge to perish alongside them. Moreover, he vehemently advocated for a separation from the family, for once divided. All actions taken would no longer implicate the Lin family's main branch. Despite Lin Zhantian's staunch opposition, Lin Xiong ultimately succeeded in establishing this separation. At that juncture, Long Ba Tian had already issued orders for Lin Xiong's arrest to prevent him from undertaking any radical actions that could potentially lead to the destruction of a world. Fortunately, Lin Zhantian managed to persuade Lin Xiong to relent, using Lin Bei as a rationale. Had he failed, Lin Xiong might indeed have brought about the destruction of a world, perishing alongside the scoundrels of the cult of nihility. After all, a complete severance from the world would mean that the natural continent would be incessantly vulnerable to the invasions of the cult of nihility, left isolated and defenseless. In this context, one may refer to the realm of replicas, as the invasion of the replica world is but the remnants left behind by the incursion of the Void sect. These fragments of the world have been drawn in, invading various realms with the intent to assimilate them all. Thus, once a world is isolated and deprived of support from others, it signifies the impending downfall of that world. And in the future, one might even witness its resurgence within a replica. This is precisely why Lin Xiong would resort to such irrational actions. I understand, grandfather. Do not worry, everything will be fine, Lin Bei said, nodding in silence. The Lin family harbors no shortage of resentment towards the Void sect. After a hearty meal, Lin Xiong and Lin Zhantian seemed to have matters to discuss, while Lin Bei commenced a comprehensive upgrade of his skills. Having procured the golden skill enhancement stones, he felt compelled to elevate his abilities. In no time, all of Lin Bei's skills ascended to golden quality, and even the attributes had been reconfigured to his liking. Gazing at his uniformly golden skills, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Simultaneously, after inheriting the Kongdong seal, he sensed a newfound responsibility within him, a duty of guardianship. At that moment, Long Xingyao approached Lin Bei. Being teammates in the same party, and now recognized as the Lin family's granddaughter-in-law, Lin Bei naturally would not neglect her. He generously offered her some enhancement stones, encouraging her to upgrade her skills as well. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he produced 5 insight pills. What are these? Long Xingyao inquired, eyeing the 5 golden pills in Lin Bei's hand with curiosity, having never encountered such elixirs before. Yet, she knew that Lin Bei would not harm her. These are insight pills. Consuming one allows for rapid comprehension and enhancement of skill levels. Long Xingyu was taken aback that Lin Bei would gift her something so precious, and her first instinct was to refuse. No, you should be the one to consume the insight pills. They are far too valuable. She had heard of these pills but had never seen one. She recalled that they were priceless and could shatter the barriers of enlightenment required for skill improvement, applicable only to skills below level 10. The most formidable demigod-s red quality level 9 skill had been achieved through the consumption of insight pills. Could Lin Bei be unaware of the rarity of these pills? Perhaps to outsiders they were invaluable, but to Lin Bei, he glanced at his array of 35-level golden skills. The insight pills were akin to waste, utterly ineffective. Therefore, rather than treating them as mere candies, it would be more beneficial to bolster the strength of those close to him. You need only to understand that insight pills hold no significance for me, so it is better to reserve them for you to enhance your abilities. After all, you are destined to be by my side for a lifetime. And if your strength were to falter, Lin Bei chuckled and continued, be wary of my intentions outside. You, Long Xingyao, though aware that Lin Bei was jesting, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Unable to resist, She playfully pinched Lin Bei's waist. My goodness, you girls seem to possess an innate understanding. Lin Bei never anticipated such a sudden action from Long Xingyao. Initially, he believed that while the little princess appeared aloof and distinct from other girls, it was surprising to discover that in this regard, nearly all females seemed to have an instinctive grasp. Rubbing his waist, Lin Bei promptly clarified, I was merely jesting. I won't do it again. Upon hearing this, Long Xingyao released her delicate fingers, turned her head away with a huff, and her voice gradually resonated. I do not appreciate such jokes. Very well, there shall be no next time. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. It seems that the jealous little princess has her own unique charm. Lin Miao Miao also elevated her skill quality to gold, and Wang Chongyang similarly followed suit. As for Shang Guanhua, he too received his share. Lin Bei had no intention of distributing these grade enhancing stones. After all, there were 5 of them. He would only consider sharing once all their needs were met. Of course, there was the option of resource exchange with the Longxia Kingdom. But one principle remained: Lin Bei would not allow the leakage of these vital resources. When Lin Xiong learned of his son's remarkable gains in the dungeon, he was filled with envy. While Lin Bei and his companions might not compete for lower-level resources, they could certainly dominate in high-level ones, surpassing even the Lin family. This fellow might have gone to commit robbery. Fortunately, the spoils within the dungeon are shared among all members of their team. Otherwise, it would be truly difficult to part with such treasures. However, should these resources leak, a horde of formidable beings would likely emerge, vying for a share of the harvest. Yet, this is contingent upon their qualifications and strength. Long Xingyao accepted the enlightenment pill, no longer refusing it. To continue refusing would be rather impolite. Moreover, she felt a sense of impending crisis. Lin Bei's performance was exceptionally remarkable. Although merely a support role, this support was extraordinarily powerful. She had never heard of a support character achieving the level that Lin Bei had. In the future, once Lin Bei elevates his level, he might very well be capable of suppressing all realms single-handedly. In the heavenly realm, Neza returned to his true form from the lower realm, with his main consciousness restored. Neza stretched languidly. This descent into the underworld left Neza thoroughly satisfied. Not only did he wander there for several minutes, but he also successfully vanquished the void creature that had taken possession of his father's energy form. Anyone who dares to emulate his father shall meet a similar fate. This reflects Neza's heartfelt defense of his father. However, he has not forgotten the purpose of his return. With a swift turn of his gaze, he summoned the wind fire wheels and departed from the southern heavenly gate. Below, the 4 heavenly kings, including the king of stability, called out in unison, Prince, where are you going? Come back and guard the southern heavenly gate. Alas, it seemed as though Neza had not heard them, continuing on his own path. The 4 heavenly kings, at a loss, realized they could not report this incident. Even if they did, who would pay heed to their concerns? Moreover, what if the prince sought retribution against them? They were no match for him. A mere flick of his hand would suffice to subdue them. Before long, Neza arrived at the Qinyuan cave. This is the sacred place where his master, Tai Jinren, cultivated, ever since the division between the upper realm and the lower realm. The cave dwelling has similarly ascended to the upper realm. Master, Neza's voice echoed through the air, and before long, Tai Jinren responded, Neza, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? Emerging from the Qinyuan cave, clad in a flowing white Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, Tai Jinren exuded an ethereal aura, embodying the essence of a venerable sage. Master, do you still possess any skill enhancement stones? Neza inquired eagerly. Naturally, Tai Jinren had some, albeit of modest quality, at most. A mere redstone. The black stones were currently unavailable. Acquiring them would necessitate exchanges with other celestial beings. What do you require this for? He pondered. Recalling that Neza's abilities were all of the black grade, colorful enhancement stones seemed beyond reach. It is undoubtedly useful. I have encountered significant events in the lower realm. Neza promptly divulged the happenings below. Tai Jinren listened in astonishment, never anticipating that someone could disregard the forces of order and summon the consciousness of celestial beings to the lower realm, even assisting in the creation of a doppelganger. Although the doppelganger's duration was fleeting, such feats were not within the capabilities of ordinary mortals. However, regarding the lower realm, their curiosity did not extend much further. Setting aside the scarcity of spiritual energy down below, the celestial realm now boasted an even more refined essence than mere spiritual energy. To venture into the lower realm, aside from being monitored by the forces of order and facing expulsion, offered little benefit. Thus, Tai Jinren remained composed. attentively listening to Nez's experiences while occasionally chuckling softly in respect. Yet, upon hearing that the return of consciousness resulted in an overall enhancement of over 70% in strength, Tai Jinren could no longer remain indifferent. Neza, do you grasp the absurdity of what you are proclaiming? How could it not be absurd? Merely a few minutes. And upon returning, my power has surged so remarkably. If placed within the context of their usual cultivation at such a level, one would require several tens of thousands of years to even contemplate any enhancement. Furthermore, this so-called enhancement amounts to a mere 1%, rather than the more substantial 70% or more. Thus, the initial reaction of Tai Jinren was one of incredulity. Yet, upon reflection, who was Neza? Would he fabricate lies to deceive him? What you assert must be true. Neza bore an expression of earnestness, as if to say, Master, you do not believe me? This caused Tai Jinren's face to flush slightly. The situation was simply too absurd to accept. However, if it were indeed true, it would signify a piece of intelligence capable of altering the current paradigm for all celestial beings. Though the deities of the upper realm could dispatch those void creatures with the ease of slaughtering poultry, the void creatures were endless, as long as they persisted. The void monsters would never cease to exist. The realm of their origin was a place that even the most powerful among them were unqualified to enter, for they sensed a presence there that rivaled their own. Though it was unclear why that presence had not acted, the current state of affairs was established, barring any unforeseen changes. And Lin Bei might just be that unforeseen change. Thus, you require the skill enhancement stones for this little fellow? Upon hearing Neza's explanation, Tai Jinren finally understood why Neza had come to consult him about his skills of black quality. Indeed, Neza nodded, stroking his chin. If the quality of my skills were to improve, it could be advantageous for us. Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, I comprehend. However, at present, I possess only red skill enhancement stones. For those of a higher grade, I must consult my master. Perfect. I shall seek out the Empress. It has been quite some time since I last saw her. That works too. Gathering several stones could bolster that little one's strength, thereby establishing a favorable connection. With these thoughts, Tai Jinren and Neza parted ways. He proceeded to the abode of Yuanshi Tianzuan, while Neza made his way to the palace of Nuwa. Riding the wind and fire wheels, Neza soon arrived at the palace of Nuwa. Upon sensing Neza's presence, Qingluan transformed into human form and landed before him. Little Neza, why have you left your post at the southern heavenly gate to come to the palace of Nuwa? I have matters to discuss with the Empress. Neza replied, hands on his hips. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed from within. It was Nuwa's voice. Little Neza, come in. Hiki, I shall take my leave, Qingluan. He then flew into the palace. Inside the grand hall, a woman with a serpent's tail reclined elegantly on a couch, holding a primordial spiritual fruit that resembled a grape. In her hand, she held a mobile device, engrossed in a novel titled Transforming, starting from pretending to be a roommate's girlfriend. The woman's beauty was exquisite, captivating yet untouchable. Empress, Neza exclaimed. Little Neza, what brings you here? She inquired. It has been several centuries since my last visit. Your sudden arrival cannot be without purpose. Nuwa shut off her device, her beautiful gaze resting upon Neza. Since a century ago, when a new divine being from the human race ascended to the upper realm, many technological marvels had graced the heavens. The mobile phone was among them. Though now devoid of internet access, it merely contained a collection of novels. Over the past century, Nuwa had read them numerous times. Recently, the void had been particularly tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. With Neza's unexpected visit, she was curious about what he had to say. Hiki, Empress, I discovered something amusing in the lower realm. The lower realm? Little Neza, since the establishment of order, the celestial beings of the upper realm are not permitted to descend. How do you come by knowledge of the lower realm? Nuwa asked. Could it be that a new divine being from the human race has ascended and brought wondrous artifacts? At this, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with interest. It had been a century since any new divine entity had ascended, rendering things rather dull. Every newly ascended deity typically brought along the latest innovations from human society. And as the mother of humanity, indulging in the offerings of her people was hardly inappropriate. Was it? Hee, not quite. Just listen to me further. Neza quickly elaborated on the happenings in the lower realm, including the matter concerning Lin Bei. Upon learning that Lin Bei possessed the ability to summon their main consciousness to the lower realm, Nuwa's eyes lit up. Truthfully, having remained in the palace of Nuwa, vigilantly guarding against the void creatures, had become exceedingly tiresome. They neither attacked nor retreated, merely watching them with predatory intent. Moreover, they could not actively enter the realm of void, for the powerful presence within posed a significant threat, even to Nuwa, who had ascended to the chaotic realm. Realizing that Lin Bei could summon their main consciousness to the lower realm was utterly enticing for Nuwa. Most importantly, once summoned, their main consciousness could return to its original form, significantly enhancing its power. Little Neza, you are not deceiving me, are you? Empress, how could I possibly deceive you? Neza stepped forward, grasping Nuwa's sleeve with a smile. I have come to request some skill enhancement stones for Bei Zi. Perhaps his skill quality will greatly improve. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's interest was piqued. This was certainly not due to the prospect of delectable delicacies in the lower realm. Very well. I happen to have a few black skill enhancement stones. As for the colored ones, I do not possess any at the moment. Colored skill enhancement stones can only be obtained by slaying chaotic level void creatures. Even I currently have only one skill at the colored level. Hiki, rest assured, Empress. I will certainly convey this to Bei Zi. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained unaware that Neza had sought a few black skill enhancement stones for him. At that moment, he was beside Long Xingyao, guarding her, which was merely a guise for watching her consume the enlightenment pill to enhance her skill quality. Long Xingyao hesitated no longer, before Lin Bei. She swallowed the pill and proceeded to enhance her skills. The entire process lasted over 10 minutes, during which her Dragon Transformation Core skill and the Extreme Cold Power skill, along with 3 other formidable active attack skills, broke through the level 6 barrier, poised to ascend directly to level 6 once their proficiency increased. However, due to the substantial proficiency provided, Long Xingyao's highest skill level, Dragon Transformation, had already reached LV 3. Her strength had seen a significant enhancement. Thank you, Lin Bei. Long Xingyao gazed at her skill panel, her heart filled with gratitude as she turned to Lin Bei. The insight pill, such a precious item. And yet Lin Bei was willing to bestow it upon her. For the second time, she felt that her father's decision to betroth her to Lin Bei was indeed the wisest choice. How foolish she had been to harbor a hint of resentment towards Long Badian in the past. After all, her meeting with Lin Bei had been brief. Merely a fleeting encounter during a competition, from which she had been eliminated by him. It would be disingenuous to claim that she held no grievances at that time. Yet, now, all such feelings had dissipated entirely. This man, who was willing to give her something as significant as the insight pill, made her ponder, what more could a wife desire from her husband? As she pondered, Long Xingyao cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bei, her expression shifting dramatically. Subsequently, under Lin Bei's astonished gaze, she lightly brushed her lips against his cheek before exiting the room, leaving him momentarily stunned in his place. Lin Bei thought to himself, had he just been ambushed by the little princess? How utterly lacking in martial decorum. This simply wouldn't do. He must seize an opportunity to retaliate. With that in mind, Lin Bei opened his skill interface to admire his abilities. Profession, benevolent level, 35 health points, 366. 000 energy, 54, 246 physical attack, 42, 355 magical attack, 47, 560 physical resistance, 6, 356 magical resistance, 6, 356 core skills, divine proxy, passive, virtue and talent, passive, skills, resurrection, divine proxy LV, 35, gold consumes 1 energy. Randomly summons a deity to fight on your behalf. Single healing spell LV, 35, gold consumes 10 energy, provides a target with 343, 597, 383. 680 plus 640 to their maximum health, cooldown of 3 seconds. Limb regeneration LV, 35, gold consumes 1,000 energy. Marks 1 or multiple targets to be relocated to your awareness range, cooldown of 10 seconds. Group shield technique LV, 35, gold consumes 5 energy. Grants the entire party a shield of 214, 748, 364, 800 plus 1. 000 to their maximum health, cooldown of 2 seconds. Spatial lockdown LV, 35, gold consumes 10. 000 energy creates a spatial blockade in the area reached by mental energy. Thorned armor LV, 35, gold applies thorned armor to a target, reducing damage taken by 75 for 100 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Holy Heart LV, 35, gold increases the final benefits of all skills by an additional 75. Power of Truth LV, 35, gold enhances a target with the power of truth for 60 seconds. Each attack inflicts an additional 35 true damage and applies a suppression effect lasting 3 seconds. Resurrection LV, 35, gold designates a target for revival, provided they have not been deceased for more than 17, 179, 869, 184 days, and possess a complete body, consuming 100 energy for revival, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Multiple release LV. 35 gold has a 300 chance to trigger multiple releases, consuming double energy. Moonlight Blessing LV. 35 gold consumes 1,000 energy to release a moonlight that purifies all marked targets of debuffs within a radius of 150,000 meters, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Dispel LV. 35 gold consumes 50 energy to immediately dispel beneficial effects from a target, cooldown of 2 seconds. Confinement LV. 35 gold consumes 100 energy to forcibly restrain a target for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Silence LV. 35 gold consumes 100 energy to disable 2 of a target's skills for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Eye of Insight LV. 35 gold consumes 1 energy to inspect a target's data. Maximum level cannot exceed 250, cooldown of 1 second. Virtue and Talent LV. 35 gold increases all resistances by 70 and enhances overall physical attributes by 350. Death Resistance LV. 35 gold consumes 1,000 energy to provide a target with a life-preserving effect for 10 seconds, ensuring they retain at least 1 life point when receiving lethal damage. Weapon: Azure Flute Armor, Wooden Dragon Armor, Wooden Dragon Boots, Wooden Dragon Gauntlets, Overdue, Core Gemstone, Wooden Dragon Pearl. Secondary Profession: Versatile Apprentice Skills. Learning LV. 35 can learn skills from other secondary professions. Enchantment LV. 35 gold enchants an item, enhancing its overall attributes by 70, with the potential for varying qualities based on the enchantment level, up to red quality. Upon surveying his opulent skill panel, Lin Bei felt an involuntary surge of joy. Now at level 35, he still had 2 skill slots available for learning. Given his current skill configuration, he realized he lacked both group healing and aura skills. This is not a problem at all. After a visit to Tianlong City, he will have the opportunity to explore skills that may suit him. In the previous chapter, the narrative was interrupted, and he had stored away the panel data. As the time was still early, Lin Bei had no intention of rushing to sleep. Thus, he decided to take advantage of this free time to indulge in the game. At this moment, the circles of high-ranking disciples in Tianlong City were in an uproar. 4 days prior, Lin Miao's message in the group had finally spread, gaining momentum, and more people were becoming aware of the relationship between Lin Bei and Long Xingyao. Among them were several noble disciples eager to pursue Long Xingyao. Upon learning that their goddess had been betrothed to Lin Bei by the sovereign as a granddaughter-in-law, they felt as though their dreams had been shattered, akin to a despondent fish out of water. Immediately, an order was issued to investigate the true identity of Lin Bei and the reasons he was deemed worthy of a royal marriage. However, upon delving into the matter, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. His striking appearance, surpassing even that of the most handsome individuals, coupled with an impressive stature of 195 centimeters, was enough to captivate any audience. Hailing from the Lin family of Jiang City, it was revealed that this family maintained close strategic partnerships with major industries nationwide. Recently, their collaborations had expanded further, particularly due to the addition of master-level enchanters. Moreover, in the course of their thorough investigation, it was astonishingly uncovered that the Lin family secretly boasted the support of numerous demigod-level warriors. This merely represents the fundamental data pertaining to the Blue Star. The Lin family's enterprises not only encompass the Blue Star, but also extend to various nations within it, as well as industries connected to allies in the human realm. Most significantly, Lin Bei has recorded notable achievements in shattering the schemes of the Void Cult within beginner dungeons, thwarting their plans in the Southern Heavenly Gate instance, and attaining historic milestones on the beginner dungeon leaderboard. Of paramount importance is the revelation that Lin Bei, against all expectations, participated in the trials of the Multitudes dungeon, a well-known secret among the elite, and emerged victorious in first place. The extraordinary surge in racial fortune is inextricably linked to Lin Bei. It is no wonder that they feel their strength has surged and their luck has reached unprecedented heights today. It is indeed a reflection of Lin Bei's brilliance. In this manner, any thoughts of targeting Lin Bei swiftly vanished from their minds. After all, such tangible benefits are to be enjoyed by all of humanity. You partake in it as well. How could you still harbor intentions against others? It is simply beyond their capabilities. The scions of the elite are not fools. Their pursuit of Long Xingyo is largely motivated by a desire to align themselves with the formidable power of the royal family. Presently gathered data suggests that the Lin family, to which Lin Bei belongs, is likely on par with the royal family in strength. In fact, should the Lin family so desire, they could establish a nation in other realms. Such is the absurdity of the situation. While their own family might wield considerable power, they certainly lack the capacity to separate and establish a nation independently. Yet, the Lin family possesses that potential. This exemplifies the strength of the Lin family. For a long time, many believed that the newly emerged Lin family of Tianlong City was merely an ordinary clan that had fortuitously risen to prominence. Thus, they paid little heed to it. However, upon closer reflection, this realization is profoundly unsettling. The ability to conceal their true power beneath the guise of a typical family ascent, while in reality, they have evolved into a formidable force rivaling that of royal lineage. Is this something that a normal family could achieve? Upon further investigation into the Lin family's network, they discovered that even their own family had some degree of connection to the Lin family. Terrifying. No, wait. It dawned on them. Why was information that had previously eluded them suddenly accessible now? A chilling sensation crept over them. It seemed the Lin family had risen to prominence and was no longer in hiding. Yet, despite this, Lin Bei had audaciously taken their goddess, which left them feeling quite disgruntled, prompting them to voice their grievances. From a certain unnamed heir of the Zhao family in Tianlong City, Lin Bei, you scoundrel. You must take good care of our goddess, sob. From an anonymous Eastern woman, damn it. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it would arrive so soon. Sister Yao, you must find happiness, sob. I can no longer accompany you. Today was destined to be a day of revelry for the prodigious families of Longxia Nation. The proprietors of the taverns were bewildered by the influx of young heirs from illustrious families, their spirits lifted by the unexpected business. Though unaware of the reasons behind it, the profits were undeniably tangible. That night, Long Batian finished work as usual. As the sovereign, though he belonged to the royal lineage and the entire Longxia Nation was under the dominion of his family, he still relied on the assistance of various ministers. Thus, the responsibilities of the sovereign revolved around approvals and reviews. However, Long Batian felt it was time to delegate some of these duties to a particular family. After all, shouldering everything alone was simply exhausting. Spending countless hours in that position became rather tedious. Upon sharing this thought with the current queen, Xingyue, she willingly began to massage his shoulders. Batian, your idea is sound. Decades have passed. We are no longer in that tumultuous era. It is time to learn to delegate your authority. Should you carry all the burdens yourself, it would be easy to become overwhelmed. Xingyue smiled in response, and the two shared a moment of silent admiration for the moonlight. The moonlight is truly beautiful, Long Batian mused, then turned to his queen and inquired, Yue, what do you think of establishing dedicated officials to review documents and then organize them for my approval? That sounds excellent, but the personnel for these officials is crucial. They must be wholly dedicated to serving the nation. This matter pertains to national policy and must be executed flawlessly. Which family do you consider to be the most suitable? The 8 great families are not united. Each harbors its own schemes. Nevertheless, they all act in the interest of the Dragon Summer Nation. Thus, Long Batian believes it prudent to select a few individuals from these families to assist him in the review process. Let us choose one representative from each of the 8 great families, ensuring fairness in the selection. The paramount concern is the balance of power among them. I find a promising junior from the Sima family. Years ago, he perished within a dungeon and has since been unable to enter it to enhance his abilities. Recently, he seems to have settled down and appears to be seeking employment. Xingyue responded with a faint smile. Oh? Which junior has caught your eye? A little fellow named Sima Shinha, he replied. It is regrettable that his core skills are hindered. His profession is rather commendable. Yet his past demise in the dungeon has impeded his rapid advancement. The inability to swiftly enhance one's prowess diminishes the value of focused cultivation. Although it is harsh, it is the reality of the situation. The Void Sect remains a persistent threat. Without absolute combat power, stability is merely a distant dream. Long Batian pondered for a moment. Indeed, this young man could be worth considering, though we must not overlook the other prominent families. Thus, let us establish an institution called the Review Officer tomorrow, which will alleviate some of the pressure. Long Batian rubbed his temples and said, then reclined against the base of Xingyue's legs, gently touching her cheek and smiling. My dear, when was the last time we truly enjoyed each other's company? After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue responded with a smile. Perhaps it has only been a few months, for as the ruler of the nation, you cannot be ensnared in a realm of mere tenderness. Xing Yueyu understood that her partner was not just a sovereign of a nation. While everyone has their own small family, Long Batian must consider the greater good. The dragon family is the founder of the Dragon Summer Nation and bears the responsibility for its welfare, which often requires Long Batian to juggle numerous affairs, both great and small. Such matters have persisted for over a century since his ascension, and Long Batian is indeed weary. By the way, Batian, I have heard a rumor. What rumor? Long Batian, still luxuriating in the comfort offered by Xing Yueyu, inquired with delight. They say you have betrothed Yao Yao? Long Batian? No. Which scoundrel dared to utter such words? What do you mean by betrothing Yao Yao? As her father, how could I be unaware of this? This is slander. When did I ever betroth Yao Yao? Where did you hear this? Long Batian was now exceedingly angry, and the consequences could be dire. It is essential to understand that Long Xingyao is his first daughter in over a century, as previous pregnancies yielded sons. One can only imagine the significant position Long Xingyao holds in Long Beishan's heart. The audacity of the outside world to claim he has betrothed Long Xingyao? They are speaking nonsense. How could he possibly do such a thing? Suddenly, Long Batian seemed to have a realization. Why, after always returning home promptly? Has Yao Yao chosen this time to remain at the Lin family instead? A foreboding sensation washed over Long Batian. He felt that the so-called rumor must have originated from there. Without hesitation, he promptly took out his phone to message Long Xingyao. Long Batian, Yao Yao, where are you at this moment? Shortly thereafter, Long Xingyu replied. Long Xingyu, I am at the Lin family's residence. What is the matter with father? Upon receiving her message, Long Batian stifled the ominous premonition brewing within him. It couldn't be. It must not develop in the direction he feared. Long Batian, nothing. I was merely curious about what you were doing. Long Xingyu, I am preparing to sleep. Aren't you supposed to meet with Lin Bei tomorrow? At this revelation, Long Batian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he had been overthinking things. Indeed, it must be so. Long Xingyu, therefore, Lin Bei and I plan to retire early tonight so we can meet you, father. At the crack of dawn. Long Batian? My dear daughter, when you say you are going to sleep, why must it involve Lin Bei as well? At that moment, Long Beishan's expression was one of disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. Xing Yueyu chuckled softly at Long Beishan's stunned demeanor. Batian, what is this? Absurd. That scoundrel Lin Bei actually intends to share a bed with our daughter. The mere thought of the little cabbage he had nurtured for over a decade abandoning him. Her father, to seek warmth in another's abode, filled him with dismay. Can this be tolerated? In an instant, Long Batian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, yearning to vent his frustrations. Xing Yueyu paused for a moment before smiling and saying, Batian, calm down. Yao Yao has now reached the age suitable for romance. Engaging in a romantic relationship is not inherently problematic, is it? Long Batian momentarily found himself at a loss for words. While there was merit to her statement, was it truly necessary to leap directly to the bed? They had shared a bed. Long Batian attempted to protest. Have you forgotten? You quietly sneaked into my bed back then, Xing Yueyu remarked with a hint of melancholy, playfully batting Long Beishan's chest in a slightly bashful manner. They had initially agreed that it would only be a hug, with no further actions. Yet, here they were. Long Batian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, he had done just that, all in the name of nurturing their relationship. Moreover, at that time, Lin Zhantian was an ardent suitor of Xing Yueyu. Although Long Batian, as a member of the royal family, naturally possessed advantages, he had chosen to discreetly enhance his standing to surpass this formidable rival. Ultimately, Xing Yueyu had chosen Long Batian, but that was contingent upon him heroically saving her during a perilous dungeon run, thereby securing a place in her heart. Otherwise, during the courtship phase, it would have been unthinkable to even hold hands, let alone share a bed. All right, Batian, take a moment to calm yourself. That young lad is coming to meet you tomorrow, isn't he? We can inquire further then. I believe he is quite impressive, at least far superior to your former self. Upon hearing this, Long Batian felt a surge of displeasure. What did she mean by far superior to his former self? Although he was 18, and Lin Bei's maturity at that age was on an entirely different level, he still considered himself a genius. What is it, Batian? I am quite infuriated right now. In Jiacheng, Lin Bei gazed at Long Xingyao on the other side of his bed, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed they had indeed ended up in bed together again. Ever since Long Xingyao arrived at the Lin residence, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would always sleep beside him. With her ethereal beauty, now clad in a delicate camisole, it would be unnatural for Lin Bei to remain unresponsive. Xingyou, may I call you Yao Yao? After all, Lin Bei had come to accept this reality, and having a girlfriend as stunning as she was quite desirable. Even if she was one he had essentially brought to his doorstep. That's fine, Long Xingyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Previously, Lin Bei had been asleep. So despite sharing a bed, their interactions had been minimal. However, the situation was different now. Both were awake, their gazes locked in a tranquil silence. Even the sound of their heartbeats resonating clearly in the air. Ultimately, Lin Bei refrained from making any advances. Citing the high intensity of the past few days without rest and the need for recovery before their meeting with the sovereign. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Bei and his companions boarded a spirit-powered vessel bound for Tianlong City, a journey of merely several minutes. Upon reaching their destination, they promptly met with Shang Guanhua. Before long, Shang Guanhua arrived, albeit looking somewhat pale, as if he had endured a sleepless night. Old Hua, what seems to be the matter? You appear rather worn. Wang Chongnong inquired, patting Shang Guanhua's shoulder with a smile. Standing at 2 meters tall, his stature dwarfed the 1 meter 80 Shang Guanhua. The pat elicited a grimace from Shang Guanhua, who quickly retorted, "Don't pat me so hard. You know full well how strong you are. And by the way, how could I possibly be worn out? I merely stayed up late last night." Indeed, how could he be worn out? He was destined to become a deity. It was inconceivable. He had spent the previous night engaged in a spirited contest with his girlfriend. After all, as he spoke, he wrapped his clothing tighter around him, feeling an unusual chill. Well then, since everyone is here, let us proceed to meet the sovereign. We can recount our experiences from the dungeon, Lin Bei declared, leading the group towards the royal palace, with Long Xingyao serving as their guide, offering insights into the palace's layout. Contrary to expectations of opulence, it was a standard imperial palace of ancient times, indicating that Long Batian had exercised considerable restraint. In the grand hall, Long Batian awaited the arrival of Lin Bei and his companions upon the throne, the space deliberately cleared to grant them room. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the throne, the sound echoing in the vast emptiness of the hall. Beside him, Xingyue covered her mouth, stifling laughter, as she discerned Long Batian's inner turmoil. Soon enough, Lin Bei and the others entered the grand hall, where they beheld Long Batian seated upon the throne alongside Xingyue. Curiously, Long Batian had his eyes closed, perhaps resting. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they greeted in unison. "Father, Mother, children, you have done splendidly." Long Batian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His previously stern demeanor softened considerably. Xingyue nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent on matters of state. "Thanks to your efforts in the trial of all races, the fortunes of our people have multiplied exponentially. You are the true heroes of this endeavor. And on behalf of the entire Longxian nation, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions." Although Long Batian was not entirely aware of the events that transpired within the dungeon, he had caught wind of certain happenings. The nefarious forces of the Void Sect had once again attempted to sow discord. Fortunately, with their presence, the trial of all races could proceed smoothly. "It is our honor to serve our country," Lin Bei replied, while Wang Chongnong scratched the back of his head in agreement. "Likewise. From this point forward, all the treasures you acquired in the dungeon belong to you. Should anyone dare to threaten you, do not hesitate to inform me," Long Batian declared, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Lin Bei and the others had already approached the threshold of divinity. They must not falter. The future depended on their strength to safeguard humanity, and thus, it was imperative to protect them while they remained vulnerable. This is investment. By the way, could you kindly recount the events that transpired within the replica? Allow me to elaborate. Shang Guanhua immediately raised his hand upon hearing this. It is truly exhilarating to speak of matters that one can boast about in the presence of the sovereign. The assembly offered no objections, allowing Shang Guanhua to relay the information. However, as they listened to his words, a wave of incredulity washed over the crowd. Could this fellow refrain from employing such an abundance of exaggerated descriptors? It seems as though he is trying to convey an aura of peril. In contrast, Long Batian and the others were alarmed. After all, if we were to believe the account given by Shang Guanhua, the journey through the dungeon indeed appears treacherous. However, if it was supposed to be a contest of equals, arduous yet victorious, why is it that he has heard of other races harboring intense hatred towards the human race upon their elimination? Otherwise, why would he have dispatched the Dragon Guardians and even semi-divine beings from the Dragon War Hall to maintain order? This was solely to prevent those defeated extraterrestrial beings from succumbing to chaos. Eventually, Lin Bei could no longer tolerate it. He gave Shang Wanhui a gentle kick and turned to Long Badian, stating, "This is the general situation. However, it is not as arduous as he claims. In fact, it is rather straightforward." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Bei decided to add a remark. Long Badian pondered, "Straightforward? Although it may not be as difficult as Shang Wanhui described, it is certainly not simple. Merely the appearance of the void beasts at the end, which are said to embody a fragment of divine energy, is noteworthy. According to their assertions, they possess the quality of a level 60 red entity. This situation was beyond their capacity to handle. However, Lin Bei, with his remarkable skills, managed to resolve the predicament forcefully. Contemplating this, the gaze directed at Lin Bei became imbued with a hint of complexity. Even he could not help but acknowledge that Lin Bei was indeed extraordinary. Is he truly just 18? Beyond this, what overwhelmed him was sheer astonishment. On the very first day he laid eyes on Lin Bei, Long Badian, the sovereign of a nation, discerned the extraordinary fortune radiating from Lin Bei, even surpassing his own. It is essential to note that he is the ruler of a realm, the monarch of the human race. Having amassed the fortune of the Longxia kingdom, he was expected to be the epitome of its prosperity. Those endowed with such fortune are believed to enjoy boundless blessings, and as the offspring of the national leader, he should possess a share of that fortune as well. This is evident from his successful elimination of Lin Zhantian, his victory in winning the heart of a beauty, and his miraculous escapes from perilous situations in numerous dungeons. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that Lin Bei's fortune shone as brilliantly as the sun itself. Could it be that this individual is the reincarnation of a spirit of fortune? Previously, he had not been unfamiliar with Lin Bei. At that time, in his eyes, Lin Bei possessed a modicum of fortune, surpassing that of an ordinary person, yet it was merely that. However, how much time has elapsed since then? Merely a few days. And now his fortune surpasses that of this national leader. Should the position of the national leader be bestowed upon you? Long Badian's heart swelled with envy, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, the increasing strength of Lin Bei and his companions only brings advantages to the Longxia kingdom, rather than disadvantages. Thus, he felt more a sense of consolation. This can be regarded as the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the previous ones. Regardless of whether the challenges are simple or arduous, you stand as representatives of the Longxia kingdom and the human race, and this is beyond reproach. Therefore, I intend to bestow upon you 5 the esteemed title of Spark of Stars in the name of the Human Alliance. Additionally, each of you shall receive a golden professional enhancement stone to expedite the elevation of your prowess. A single spark can ignite a vast prairie. Thus, the title of Spark of Stars is the highest honor within the Human Alliance. The 5 of you, as champions of the human race, have remarkably multiplied our fortunes through your success in the trials of the multitude. If you do not qualify for the title of Spark of Stars, then who truly has the merit? Thank you, Your Majesty. Shang Wanhui responded, visibly astonished. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this was the title of Spark of Stars. With this accolade, he would return to bask in the admiration of others. Perhaps he could impress his girlfriend as well? Just envisioning her adoring gaze upon him filled him with immense pleasure. Very well, dear children, I shall not detain you further. Grow and flourish. We shall support you in all your endeavors. After this incident, everyone can focus on enhancing their abilities. Lin Bei, Yao Yao, follow me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively swallowed, yet he did not dwell on it, following Long Badian into a side chamber behind the main hall. Soon, they traversed the chamber and arrived at the front of a rather unassuming house. Lin Bei was somewhat astonished by this sight, as within the vast palace there existed such a humble abode. Of course, this simplicity was relative to the grandeur of the palace. It appeared no different from an ordinary villa. Are you surprised that we reside in such a place? Long Badian seemed to perceive Lin Bei's astonishment. Well, I thought you would live in the grand palace. The palace was merely a dwelling for ancient emperors. What era are we in now? Such a vast space is inconvenient to inhabit. This place is far more practical. The palace was built for appearances, merely a workplace. After all, as the king of a clan, it would be quite embarrassing to lack a palace. He represents the dignity of the human race. Yao Yao, you should return to your mother. I have matters to discuss with Lin Bei. Long Badian's tone was unruffled. Long Xingyu cast a faint glance at him before nodding. Soon, only Lin Bei and Long Badian remained. The two exchanged silent glances, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility. Yet, it was evident that both harbored inner turmoil. Are you together with Yu Yao? It must be so, right? Faced with Long Badian alone, Lin Bei felt slightly lacking in confidence. However, the realization that Long Batian could not impose harm upon him bolstered his resolve. What do you mean by it must be? Explain the situation to me. Lin Bei stroked his chin and recounted the entire process. Upon learning the truth, Long Batian wished to slap himself. It turned out that his words had led to Long Xingyao's misunderstanding, making her believe he intended to betroth her to Lin Bei. It was no wonder rumors circulated that he had promised the little princess to him. The source of it all was merely a misunderstanding on Long Xingyao's part. So, Yao Yao misinterpreted my meaning? Yes, it seems so. For a moment, both fell into silence. Long Batian found himself worried for his daughter's intellect for the first time. Yet the deed was done, and there was no turning back. The fact that they had slept together was undeniable, even if that had not been the initial intention. It was hardly feasible to separate them now. Although Long Batian harbored discontent towards Lin Bei, he had to concede that Lin Bei was indeed remarkable, surpassing even his own prowess in their youth. You are exceptional, but from a father's perspective, I hope you will treat Yao Yao well in the future. Rest assured, father-in-law, I will cherish Yao Yao. You. Upon hearing Lin Bei address him as father-in-law, Long Batian felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, he was consumed by the desire to deliver a beating to Lin Bei. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed an impending calamity should he act on it. What is happening? Is there something unusual about you? Also, how can you create a dungeon so effortlessly? He knew full well the difficulty of creating one. If he struggled, how could Lin Bei conjure it with such ease? Because of this, Lin Bei extended his hand, revealing the Konggong seal. Upon seeing it, Long Batian instinctively gasped. The Imperial seal. No, wait. As he realized the implications, he too extended his hand, producing a similar seal. Lin Bei was taken aback. Observing that Long Batian's seal was none other than the legendary Imperial seal, long thought to be lost. Father-in-law, is this the Imperial seal? Indeed, it is the Imperial seal. Weren't you supposed to have lost it? Who said it was lost? The Imperial seal was acquired by my Long family long ago. Otherwise, do you think we could have founded the Longxia kingdom? Without the Imperial seal, we would not be recognized as the Celestial dynasty, unable to command the destiny. What astonished him was that Lin Bei possessed a comparable seal. What could this mean? May I take a look? Lin Bei inquired curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Long Batian nodded. In theory, the Imperial seal should not be touched by anyone lacking great fortune, for even possessing it could invite dire consequences. However, Lin Bei was different. His fortune surpassed even that of a king, enabling him to bear the weight of the Imperial seal's destiny. Lin Bei examined the Imperial seal and noted that it was missing a corner, yet it had been repaired with gold, having transformed into a unique artifact, the black-grade Imperial seal of humanity. Engraved upon the Imperial seal were 8 characters, mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. I can discern a distinction between the two. Lin Bei returned the Imperial seal to Long Batian. What distinction? Yours is likely a replica of mine. Long Batian? Wait, what do you mean by replica? Just as he was about to retort, Lin Bei showcased his seal, the Konggong seal, inscribed with mandated by heaven. May longevity and prosperity prevail. Although both bore the same 8 characters, their meanings were entirely different. Not to mention, Long Batian's was the Imperial seal, while Lin Bei's was the Konggong seal. One was the Emperor of Humanity, the other a King of Humanity. Could they be equivalent? In terms of rank, Lin Bei's Emperor seal surpassed the King seal. Upon witnessing this, Long Batian felt as if his mind had exploded. The Emperor seal? His Imperial seal had indeed been modeled after the Konggong seal in Lin Bei's possession. To wield the Emperor seal implied that Lin Bei was the Emperor of Humanity, of a higher status than he as a king. Was the Konggong seal acquired from the trial of Myriad Race's dungeon? Long Batian found himself questioning the very fabric of reality. Initially, he had intended to take revenge on Lin Bei for stealing away his daughter. But now it appeared that not only could he not settle the score, but he was also being overshadowed by Lin Bei. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Indeed, after the competition concluded, the rewards abruptly landed before me. Lin Bei spoke candidly, without embellishment. Yet, to Long Batian's ears, it sounded like a boast. His fists clenched. He yearned to strike Lin Bei, but he refrained. As a king of his stature, he could not lay a hand on the Emperor of Humanity, lest he invoke divine retribution. Seemingly perceiving Long Batian's thoughts, Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Are you eager to give me a good scolding, father-in-law? If it brings you joy, feel free to proceed. With that, Lin Bei adopted a posture that dared Long Batian to come at him. Long Batian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and he turned his gaze away, fearing that should he look back, he might not be able to resist the urge to strike Lin Bei, even at the cost of divine punishment. After jesting, Lin Bei's expression grew serious as he inquired of Long Batian, "Father-in-law, how shall we address this impending racial war? Do we not have nearly 100 allies?" Long Batian paused, evidently perplexed by Lin Bei's implication. Could it be that 100 allies would not suffice against the Western Dragon clan? Or perhaps the strength of the Western Dragon clan exceeded what he had previously understood. Though there were indeed 100 allies, there was a pressing issue that needed resolution. What issue? Lin Bei's demeanor turned grave, causing Long Batian to instinctively tense up. Lin Bei, as the Emperor of Humanity, was likely highly attuned to certain matters regarding the races. Thus, Long Batian felt compelled to heed Lin Bei's perspective. If the Western Dragon clan were to be vanquished, there would arise questions regarding the distribution of their racial heritage. Long Batian replied, "Wait. You are already contemplating this before the war has even begun?" However, a sigh of relief escaped him, as this indicated that a full-scale war with the Western Dragon clan was indeed not insurmountable. At the very least, if they were already discussing the allocation of racial heritage in light of the war, then what greater issues could there be? Let the distribution be based on contributions made during the war. Such an approach would align with the sentiments of all races. The last clan to exhibit such tyranny was the Dragon clan, and now the Western Dragon clan finds itself besieged on all fronts, does it not? This is the consequence of excessive tyranny. The human race, despite its formidable strength, cannot possibly tread this path. By the way, father-in-law, there is something I must discuss. What is it? I now possess the ability to discern whether someone belongs to the human race. Upon hearing this, Long Batian's eyes brightened, and his expression turned grave. Are you implying that you can now identify who the void creatures are? The reason the void sect is so troublesome is precisely because they conceal themselves, making it nearly impossible to trace their whereabouts. Surely, one cannot resort to indiscriminate slaughter, sparing not a single soul, can they? What distinguishes this from self-digging? Thus, the cult of nihility is universally loathed by all races, including the formidable Titan race. However, it is not solely the human race that harbors such a cult. Indeed, this is one of the abilities bestowed by the Kongtong seal. Moreover, it is not just I who can accomplish this. Even Wang Chongyang possesses the capability. Lin Bei's ability stems from the Eye of Insight being upgraded to a golden quality, unlocking the fourth attribute that allows him to perceive the flow of energy within a target. The breath flowing within each individual is unique, yet the fundamental energy remains largely the same. For instance, in Lin Bei's vision, the energy within Long Batian primarily consists of spiritual power, pure void energy experience, intertwined with a trace of divine power. This minuscule divine power is a byproduct of forging a demigod physique. Once the spiritual power and pure void energy are expelled from the body, allowing the demigod form to brim with divine power, one can automatically ascend to the divine realm. The reason ordinary demigods fail to detect the void aberrance is inherently due to the necessity of gradually expelling this divine power, which, once utilized, is lost and must be replenished. Hence, they remain merely a step away from divinity. Only the pinnacle of demigods, capable of autonomously generating divine power, can discern the void aberrance. Wang Chongyang's ability to distinguish them is also attributed to his heavenly eye, akin to Lin Bei, allowing him to penetrate the flow of energy. To them, the void aberrants manifest as being saturated with void energy. Therefore, should a void aberrant appear before them, they would immediately recognize it, as it is exceedingly conspicuous. With your abilities, does this not imply that the issue of the elusive nature of the void aberrants will cease to be a concern? This is not merely monumental news for humanity, it resonates profoundly across all races. The animosity other races harbor towards the void sect is no less fervent than that of humankind. Thus, should it come to light that someone possesses the ability to unveil the hidden trails of the void sect, it is only fitting that they be regarded as a revered guest. What are your intentions moving forward? I intend to investigate whether our human leaders have concealed remnants of the void sect. Lin Bei's expression remained calm, as if he were merely articulating a matter of fact. Yet, within him simmered a burgeoning desire to eradicate the bizarre entities of the void sect. He had not forgotten that 10 years prior, their actions had led to the shattering of the passageway to his mother's realm, a connection that, to this day, remained elusive. A solitary world, besieged by the encroachment of the void creatures, could withstand the onslaught only if sufficiently powerful. Should it be weaker, it would likely have succumbed to becoming a special instance, invading other worlds. Therefore, with the newfound ability to detect the void beings, Lin Bei's foremost objective is to eliminate the potential threats within the upper echelons of humanity. As for his subsequent aspirations, they naturally include discovering a means to reopen the passageway. This is not merely Lin Bei's desire, but also Lin Xiong's objective. After all, Lin Bei has matured. He has become aware of the recent changes in Lin Xiong. Though he appears unchanged on the surface, it is likely that he has been secretly preparing for certain matters. Long Batian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Excellent. With this, unforeseen incidents regarding the novice dungeon will no longer arise within humanity. Had it not been for Lin Bei's formidable abilities, the scheming surrounding the novice dungeon might indeed have fallen prey to the nefarious sect of the Void. Several hours later, the high-ranking members of the human race from the Dragon Summer Country, or rather, from the entire human alliance, began to make their way to Tianlong City. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that a few hours prior, Long Batian, in his capacity as the leader of the human alliance, had declared a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of the human race. In this moment of uncertainty, the leaders of various nations within the human realm found themselves at a loss, clearly perplexed by what could possibly pertain to the very existence of their kind. Could it be that the race war had encountered an unforeseen twist? Were the other races preparing to betray them? Such a scenario seemed implausible, especially since they had heard that the other races had entered into binding covenants. A breach of such agreements could easily jeopardize the fortunes of their own races. This is indeed a matter of great folly. Thus, aside from this singular issue, what other concerns could truly be deemed critical to the survival of humanity? They did not comprehend, yet they dutifully proceeded to the Dragon City. At this moment, the specially established Alliance Conference Hall in Dragon City had gathered numerous high-ranking members of humanity, including several demigods who had already taken their positions. A total of 30 demigods were present, all meticulously scrutinized by Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang to ensure their reliability. They were strategically positioned in various corners to prevent any potential escape of the elusive entity should chaos ensue. Shortly thereafter, Long Batian made his entrance. Surveying the high-ranking officials from various nations, Long Batian began to speak. I believe you are all quite curious as to why I have summoned you here today. The Alliance leader, we must understand what this momentous issue pertaining to the survival of humanity entails. At this juncture, the ruler of the Great Bear Kingdom raised his hand to speak. The Void Sect. As these 4 words were uttered, the assembly gazed in shock at Long Batian. They were well aware of the Void Sect, notorious for their elusive nature. Particularly, the recent events at the Southern Skygate had made it abundantly clear that their nation's prodigy had been parasitically merged with the detestable minions of the Void Sect. Consequently, they had suffered the loss of their country's most gifted talent this year. The pain has been a constant thorn in their hearts. Leader, could it be that the Void Sect harbors some nefarious plot? The ruler of the American Empire inquired nervously. For indeed their prodigies had been ruthlessly harmed by the Void Sect. No. What I wish to convey is that the elusive matter regarding the whereabouts of the Void Sect will be resolved today. Therefore, the purpose of your gathering us is the attendees, not being fools, had already discerned the intent of Long Batian. He clearly wished to ascertain whether any remnants of the Void Sect lurked among them. Eliminate the aberrations of the Void. Moreover, there is another significant matter at hand. You may assert that, as rulers of nations, each of you embodies the fortune of your respective realms, thus rightly deserving the title of kings among humanity. Upon hearing Long Batian's words, the assembly nodded in agreement. Possessing such fortune bestows numerous advantages. Some rulers, though not yet measuring up to the standards of true kings, still enjoyed the benefits of their bestowed fortunes, qualifying them as pseudo-kings. At last, our human race has given rise to a true sovereign. Although our monarch currently remains in a nascent stage, under his leadership, the ascendancy of humanity shall no longer pose a challenge. As he spoke, Long Batian gestured for Lin Bei to make his entrance. Lin Bei silently pushed open the door, stepping into the gaze of the assembly. What an overwhelming aura of fortune! While some rulers had not yet attained the demigod level, their status as pseudo-kings still afforded them the ability to perceive varying degrees of fortune. Upon witnessing the immense fortune emanating from Lin Bei, the crowd appeared utterly incredulous. This fortune undoubtedly belongs to the true sovereign. Yet, why must this monarch arise from the kingdom of Longxia? The hearts of some ambitious rulers are filled with anguish. Although humanity is a collective, it comprises numerous factions. The demon cultivators form one branch, while the powers of various nations constitute another. The kingdom of Longxia already holds a dominant position, possessing the capability to rival other nations. Now, with the emergence of a sovereign within Longxia, the prospects for others are utterly bleak. The birth of a sovereign signifies a pivotal event, the consolidation of the race's strength. This can be considered a fortuitous event. At the very least, the emergence of a sovereign from the human race signifies their firm establishment within the myriad realms. Furthermore, the deeds accomplished by this monarch are well known to all. The fortune of the human race has multiplied severfold, all thanks to his efforts. Thus, there exists no dissent regarding Lin Bei's ascension to sovereignty. Rather, they merely lament that he does not hail from their nation. As Lin Bei stood at the center, all eyes converged upon him. Beside him, Long Badian nodded, signaling Lin Bei to address the assembly. Lin Bei surveyed the crowd, grasping the situation, and discreetly signaled for action. Esteemed rulers, having been favored by the fortune of the human race and elevated to the throne, I shall undoubtedly guide our people towards the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Therefore, you may place your trust in me. However, I must unearth the insidious entities lurking among us. There is no need for alarm, all shall be well. With resolute determination, Lin Bei summoned the Kong seal, activating it with his own power. The seal levitated above him, emanating waves that spread to all present. Those touched by the waves felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. In that moment, one minister from the Da-ing Empire began to undergo a startling transformation, adopting the grotesque features characteristic of the void creatures. Before the aberration could make any move, a demigod appeared above, forcefully subduing and restraining the void creature. Witnessing this scene, the remaining void entities recognized their kind's most formidable hidden ability, rendered utterly ineffective before this seemingly insignificant monarch. They were firmly constrained. Desperation seized them. They had to disseminate the news, no matter the cost. The young sovereign of the human race must be eliminated. Otherwise, all the schemes of the void sect across the myriad realms would be undone by this youthful ruler. Since you have all gathered, do not attempt to flee. Spatial lockdown. At this moment, empowered by the mystical imprint of Kong Tong, Lin Bei's spatial confinement extended an astonishing 10 kilometers. Within this expanse, the effects of level 4 manifested, creating an independent realm. This signified that, unless one possessed formidable spatial disruption abilities, the prospect of departing from this isolated domain was utterly futile. Such formidable capabilities necessitated skills that either surpassed Lin Bei's level or matched it. Even the most formidable of the void beasts, regardless of their rank, could not breach the confines of this independent space, including the demigod-level void beasts. As the multitude of void beasts realized Lin Bei possessed the ability to see through their ruse, they promptly unveiled their true forms. Among the throng of several thousand, over 100 void beasts emerged, one of whom was a demigod from the Empire of America, a minister wielding significant influence over the nation's economy. The Emperor of the Empire was incensed to discover that his close minister was, in fact, a demigod-level void beast. He could hardly fathom that someone so intimately connected to him would be a creature of the void. No, it was likely due to his position as emperor that this void beast had ingratiated itself, fostering a close relationship. Absurd, he thought, feeling as if the years of trust he had invested were in vain. The sudden emergence of this demigod-level void beast took the concealed demigods by surprise. They sought to intervene, only to see the demigod void beast swiftly appear before Lin Bei. Despite his formidable strength, he sensed the spatial confinement and realized he could not break free. Thus, he recalibrated his focus onto Lin Bei. If he could eliminate Lin Bei before anyone could react, the threat posed by the Void Clan would vanish. This strike was charged with his utmost power, capable of obliterating all beings beneath the demigod level present. With unwavering confidence, the demigod void beast launched a surprise attack on Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei merely displayed a hint of astonishment. A smile gradually formed as he uttered 2 words under the watchful gaze of the demigod void beast: silence. Buzz. The demigod void beast felt his internal energy flow abruptly interrupted. The power he had amassed dissipated due to the sudden drain of energy. Attempting to harm him? No chance. In the next instant, a resplendent tiger materialized in the conference hall, striking the void beast down with a single paw. With a thunderous crash, the creature plummeted into the ground, disbelief etched on its face. At this juncture, the figure of Mountain Lord appeared, releasing his divine power. As a deity, Mountain Lord's energy emanated from the realm of divine might. When this divine force erupted, the void beasts felt an overwhelming discomfort, their abilities severely hampered. The demigod void beast, having been thrust into the ground, realized his energy had been silenced and promptly altered his strategy, opting to attempt a physical assault on Lin Bei. Constrain, he commanded. Buzz. The binding power enveloped the demigod void beast. Despite the significant disparity in their levels, the binding succeeded against the backdrop of a skill exceeding 30 levels. The demigod-level void beast was forcibly immobilized, unable to move. Mountain Lord circled around Lin Bei and, with a swift motion, seized the demigod void beast in his jaws, flinging it into the air. Tiger-S roar, devouring soul slash. Though Mountain Lord possessed a mere level 82 strength, he was a legitimate deity, a being of red quality. The strength of this demigod of the void is indeed formidable, yet it is merely at the 92nd level. In a one-on-one confrontation, while it may not completely dominate the situation, it can leverage its divine power to disrupt the inherent characteristics of the void, thereby limiting its capabilities to approximately 80 or 90%. Now, with Lin Bei's assistance, it has been vanquished with overwhelming force. The claws have pierced through the demigod's form, leaving traces of divine energy within. This residual power continuously ravages the demigod's body, compelling it to expel or assimilate the divine energy. However, both options require time and a tranquil environment, which are currently unattainable. This marks the first instance of successfully capturing a demigod of the void. Meanwhile, Long Batian refrains from intervening, choosing instead to observe silently. In truth, from the moment their true forms were revealed, everything had been predetermined. Ah, young human monarch. I curse you to be relentlessly hunted by the Void clan for eternity. Your friends and kin shall know no peace. This demigod of the void, endowed with the power of curses, is now sacrificing its own life to unleash this god-level curse. One cannot hope to be immune before attaining divinity. Even upon achieving such status, the curse will only intensify in potency, unless aided by a powerful being to dispel it. One must resign themselves to a lifetime under its shadow. Ha ha ha. The arch-nemesis of the Void clan, if you do not perish, our aim shall remain unfulfilled. Lin Bei gazes at the curse taking shape in midair and swiftly counters with a profound silence, a forceful interruption. With a splatter, the demigod of the void spews forth a foul, sanguine fluid, and the terrifying curse that was nearly complete is abruptly halted. Yet, due to its near completion, it still designates Lin Bei as its target, hurtling toward him. In the interim, the Mountain Lord attempts to obstruct it, but the curse surges through its claws directly towards Lin Bei. The demigod of the void, witnessing this, erupts in laughter. Although interrupted, it has still succeeded, albeit with less than ideal results. However, the mere success signifies that Lin Bei is now marked, and the void cult will pursue him at any cost. This is precisely the terror embodied by the demigod-level void monstrosity. As the dreadful curse approached him, Lin Bei conjured a radiant full moon in his hand and hurled it skyward. Thanks to the blessing of the Sacred Heart, there was no need for any incantation. With a mere flick of his wrist, the full moon ascended into the heavens. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, the skull-like curse unexpectedly erupted in a wretched scream. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the curse dissipated. The demigod void monstrosity was left bewildered. After all, this was a curse unleashed through the sacrifice of a life. Even as a mere half-finished product, it should have been insurmountable for a mere fourth-tier sovereign. Is the world truly going mad? Indeed, the curse of the demigod, the void behemoth, is formidable, with its skill level reaching an impressive tier of LV7. Coupled with its rank suppression, an ordinary fourth-tier being stands no chance of resistance. Yet, Lin Bei has achieved an astonishing skill level of 35. And even in the face of such overwhelming skill rank suppression, the effects of level suppression remain unassailable. Otherwise, a typical fourth-tier individual would not only be incapable of participating in this battle, but would also find their skills ineffective against a demigod. It is well understood that when there is a significant disparity in rank, even enhancement and debuff skills suffer a reduction in efficacy. Only Lin Bei, with his unconventional skill level, can produce a tangible impact. Initially, the crowd feared that Lin Bei would succumb to the curse, but upon witnessing him cast a crescent moon, the curse was dispelled, and their worries were alleviated. Their admiration for the young sovereign grew. To influence a demigod with the frailty of a fourth-tier being is an accomplishment beyond the reach of all present. As the void behemoth realized that its skills had been forcibly nullified by Lin Bei, it brimmed with resentment, its divine form dissipating into pure void energy. Until its last breath, it could not fathom how a mere fourth-tier insect could eradicate its curse. I will not accept this. With a futile roar, the void behemoth vanished completely. In the arena, all the other void behemoths were swiftly subdued by the suddenly appearing demigods. The infiltration of the void behemoths within the upper echelons of humanity, controlling vital lifelines, had resulted in their complete annihilation. If they were not uprooted, the consequences of their potential machinations in the future would be dire. Once all the void behemoths were vanquished, Lin Bei lifted the spatial blockade, restoring everything to its original state. Beside him, The Mountain Lord licked its claws, vigilantly observing the foreign powerhouses surrounding them, fiercely protective of Lin Bei. At the onset of the plan, Lin Bei had summoned Xianyuan Fenghua to retrieve the Mountain Lord, clearly stating the objective, prompting the Mountain Lord to traverse from Jiacheng to Tianlong City once more. However, upon arrival, the Mountain Lord's gaze was filled with resentment, as if there was something unsaid. Mountain Lord, I truly appreciate your help this time. Do not mention it. Feel free to summon me whenever needed. Do not hold back. The Mountain Lord was fervently hinting. And Lin Bei suddenly recalled why the Mountain Lord had regarded him with such mournful eyes upon their first meeting. It was because it would have been far more convenient to summon her directly rather than trouble Xianyuan Fenghua, making explanations easier and bolstering their strength. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Lin Bei replied, Very well, should I require your assistance in future battles, please do not decline. Agreed. It's a promise. The Mountain Lord was instantly elated. Lin Bei, the spies planted by the Void Cult within the upper echelons of various nations have all been eradicated. Now, we must locate all the lurking void behemoths hidden within Blue Star. After all, the threat is not limited to the upper echelons. Numerous void behemoths are scattered throughout Blue Star, and their numbers are only likely to increase. Fortunately, those lurking outside possess power at most reaching a 9th-tier level, which is manageable. The only concern is their widespread dispersion. While demigods possess the power to annihilate a world, they dare not unleash their full might upon Blue Star. This constitutes a limitation. Well, if we were to disperse all the demigod-level powerhouses across Blue Star, would it be possible to swiftly suppress the emerging void creatures? At present, the alliance of the human race on Blue Star boasts over 90 demigod-level beings. Given the formidable strength of these demigods, it is indeed plausible. Long Baitian pondered for a moment before nodding. It is achievable. As long as no demigod-level beings appear, they would be sufficient to suppress the other void creatures. Very well. In that case, let us disperse them across various locations. Shortly, I shall employ the Cooldown seal to conduct a thorough screening of Blue Star. The operation is ongoing. And this time the objective is to eradicate the hidden threats on Blue Star. This also serves to demonstrate to other races the capability of the human tribe to uncover the void sect. Is it achievable? Long Batian felt a twinge of concern. For Lin Bei's strength currently rested at merely the 4th tier. Although he held the esteemed title of Human Emperor, his foundational power remained somewhat lacking. On Blue Star, I could leverage the fortune of the human tribe to assist, sufficient to navigate the current predicament. Within the territory of the human tribe, I could manage. But once beyond its borders, I would have to rely solely on myself. With that in mind, stability was assured. Long Batian began to deploy personnel across various locations. 30 minutes later, all were in position. According to calculations, over 90 demigod-level beings were now positioned to cover the globe, ready to suppress any emerging void aberrations. Lin Bei was situated within Tianlong City, flanked by the Mountain King and Long Batian for protection. None could predict the nature of impending crises. Thus Lin Bei's security must reach the highest standards. With the Cooldown seal in hand, Lin Bei initiated communication with the fortune of the human tribe. As the fortune enveloped him, the Cooldown seal erupted with a golden radiance. The spirit of human fortune manifested, appearing beyond Blue Star. This entity was a fortune spirit colossal, exceeding Blue Star by several multiples. At this moment, people across the blue planet witnessed the manifestation of the spirit of fortune. Had it not been for the semi-divine beings employing their divine consciousness to inform the populace that this was the emergence of the human race's spirit of fortune, many might have presumed it to be an invasion by a foreign entity. Meanwhile, in the extreme southern continent of the blue planet, the various semi-divine beings, awaiting the conclusion of their ranking trials, sensed the overwhelming aura descending upon them, as they materialized in the skies above the southern continent. The true form of the spirit of fortune came into view, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Despite their status as semi-divine beings, they felt as insignificant as mere ants in the presence of this spirit of fortune. The spirit possesses the ability to attack. Yet each strike demands a sacrifice of the race's fortune, thus it refrains from action unless in critical moments. This is the spirit of fortune for the human race. What is the human race planning? Although they had already forged an alliance with the humans, witnessing such a significant maneuver instilled dread even among allies. This is indeed the spirit of fortune, a being that even demigods fear. Other races have never heard of anyone capable of manifesting such an entity. At this moment, the spirit of fortune extended its mighty hand and enveloped the blue star in a gentle grasp. Within the shrouded domain, the power of the Cooldown seal was unleashed. All the disguises of the void creatures were forcibly disrupted, revealing their true forms of nothingness. In this moment, demigod-level beings from around the globe were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the void beasts, whose sheer numbers were astonishing. Over 300,000 of these entities were scattered across the world. Had it not been for their relatively weaker powers, this overwhelming force alone could have posed a significant threat to humanity. After centuries, it was unexpected that the Void sect had amassed such a vast number of void beasts. If humanity faced this dilemma, one could only imagine the plight of other races. Despite humanity's stringent measures against the Void sect, the residual presence of so many void beasts was alarming. Other races likely faced an even greater challenge. The demigods who had joined forces felt a sense of dread. Fortunately, the emergence of the human emperor endowed humanity with the ability to discern the void beasts. Moreover, not long ago, they had successfully suppressed all the formidable void beasts on Blue Star. The remaining tens of thousands of these creatures could now only be forcibly confined into the demon sealing array, transforming into pure energy to serve as a source of power for them. After accomplishing this, the fortune spirit, even larger than Blue Star itself, gradually began to fade from view. Lin Bei was also taking deep breaths, as the manifestation of this fortune spirit demanded a considerable amount of mental fortitude. Thankfully, he was merely utilizing the fortune spirit for detection, which did not consume much of his mental energy. Otherwise, he would have already collapsed. "Are you all right, Lin Bei?" Long Batian, situated at the heart of Tianlong City, inquired immediately upon noticing Lin Bei's pallid expression after suppressing the void beast in the vicinity. "It appears rather insubstantial, doesn't it? Nevertheless, it is merely a consequence of mental fatigue. A brief respite will suffice. After all, I have experienced this sensation several times during the invocation of deities, so it is not particularly alarming. Were it not for my inadequate strength, resulting in diminished mental capacity, I would not feel so weakened. Currently, all the void entities on Blue Star have been identified. We merely need to remain vigilant against those void beings that may traverse from other realms into our human territory. Furthermore, we must conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the instances. There is no need for concern." In response to Lin Bei's request, Long Batian nodded affirmatively. "Our research institute in Longxia has made some new advancements. However, we have consistently struggled with the replenishment of divine power. Divine power is a scarce resource, and aside from the semi-divine beings capable of generating it themselves, the divine energy accumulated by other semi-divines is exceedingly limited. Moreover, if one harbors hidden ailments, their ability to gather divine energy may be entirely severed. Thus, the divine power of semi-divine warriors must not be squandered carelessly." Divine power? Suddenly, Long Batian had an epiphany, his gaze falling upon the mountain lord who stood protectively beside Lin Bei. Indeed, here lies a deity at our disposal. Moreover, the mountain lord's strength rivals that of a semi-divine. Utilizing her divine power as a foundation, we could expedite the development of devices to detect void entities. Under Long Batian's intense scrutiny, the mountain lord became instantly irate. "Human, what are your intentions?" The ferocity displayed by the mountain lord left Long Batian somewhat embarrassed. His earlier expression had indeed been too impulsive. "Mountain lord, may I propose a matter? Would you be willing to provide a portion of your divine power at intervals? Rest assured, we humans will ensure an equitable exchange. We shall not take advantage of your generosity." Divine power? The mountain lord conjured divine energy and cast it towards Long Batian. "Is this what you meant?" "Precisely." Long Batian suddenly recalled that within the human realm, there existed a mountain lord. He had some understanding of her history. During the resurgence of spiritual energy, she fought valiantly alongside her master in various instances. Regrettably, due to her master's exceptional prowess, she attracted undue attention and fell victim to an assault by void entities during her weaker days. Otherwise, the number of divine beings among humanity would undoubtedly be greater. Her master, a deity bestower, possessed the core ability to grant someone the potential for divinity at intervals. Among humanity, a significant portion of those who ascended to divinity owe their elevation to her master's divine bestowal. Naturally, only those with exceptional potential qualify for such elevation, transforming into pseudo-deities with the potential for true divinity. The void entities were well aware of such a prodigious talent among humanity, which prompted their attacks. Ultimately, the minions of the void sect succeeded, and the mountain lord lost her master. However, in her master's final moments, she activated her core ability, the gift of death, successfully bestowing true divinity upon the mountain lord. Thus, she became a legitimate deity, existing independently in the lower realm, unlike those pseudo-deities who, while divine, merely facilitate a quicker ascent to divine levels. The Mountain Lord embodies true divinity. Consequently, her divine power is exceptionally pure, making it ideal for sourcing the materials necessary to detect void entities. As for the incense deities scattered across Blue Star, although they also wield divine power, their levels are too low, akin to spiritual energy. Unless their strength improves, they offer little utility. After all, in this era, barring demise within instances, one can easily surpass those incense deities. The most powerful among them is still weaker than an average fourth-tier warrior. Moreover, one could argue that their divine power lacks purity, tainted by the essence of incense. This is the true reason. Long Bat-Ian gazed at the formless divine power in his hands, his palms trembling. They, the Longxia kingdom, had persistently forgotten that a legitimate deity had always existed within the Blue Star. This was largely due to the Mountain Lord's presence being confined to the mountains for centuries, never manifesting among the populace. Moreover, they had previously experimented with the efficacy of incense deities, only to find the results lacking. Thus, they subconsciously overlooked the Mountain Lord, a deity revered by humanity, unlike the incense deities. However, it is not too late now. It is regrettable that in recent years, many of their talented kin perished at the hands of the void beasts. Had they survived, humanity's foundation would undoubtedly have soared to greater heights. This is it. With this, we can devise a device capable of detecting the void beasts. As long as we periodically replenish the divine power, we can prevent the invasion of the void beasts into the Blue Star. If this comes to fruition, perhaps the Blue Star will become the sole haven in the myriad realms untouched by the void sect. Furthermore, with mastery over this technology, humanity shall truly ascend to become the paramount race in all realms. The only prerequisite is the Mountain Lord's willingness to cooperate. Is it truly so? The Mountain Lord's readiness to act, aside from Lin Bei's influence, also stems from her desire to vanquish the void beasts. Her master fell victim to the hands of the void sect. Thus, if it concerns the eradication of the void beasts, the Mountain Lord is most willing. It is merely a fragment of unclaimed divine power, a small quantity that can be replenished in mere breaths. There is hardly any consumption involved. Moreover, due to the extraordinarily pure quality of the Mountain Lord's divine power, it can be sufficiently diluted to detect the void beasts, enabling the creation of more detection devices. Indeed, all that is required is the Mountain Lord's cooperation. Currently, the Mountain Lord stands as the sole deity among the myriad races of the Blue Star, which only amplifies her rarity. Should this news spread, the Mountain Lord, being singular in the myriad realms without any protective force, would easily become the target of other races. Even if her strength rivals that of a demigod, it remains merely comparable, not truly that of a demigod. Those apex demigods might well seek to draw divine power from the Mountain Lord to hasten their own ascension. Furthermore, should the Void Sect become aware of this information, they would undoubtedly launch relentless assaults against the Mountain Lord. Do not doubt the operational capabilities of the Void Beasts. In a sense, they function as a singular entity, obeying one unified will, the will of the Void. Very well, I shall cooperate. I am committed to annihilating the Void Scum, even if it costs me my life. It is my duty. Upon gaining wisdom, the Mountain Lord felt profound gratitude towards her master, who had nurtured her since childhood. When her master perished before her, the Mountain Lord ascended to become a legitimate deity, using her divine power to exact vengeance upon all the void beasts that had attacked her. Subsequently, she concealed herself in the mountains until now. She yearned to confront the void beasts, but her master had advised her to survive, for she had a greater mission ahead. Otherwise, she would have long since emerged from the forest to hunt the void beasts. Now it seems the significant mission her master spoke of has finally arrived. On behalf of all humanity, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Long Bat-Ian bowed deeply to the Mountain Lord, a gesture she could graciously accept. Now that subsequent matters have been resolved, it is time to address the impending war with the Western Dragon Clan. Lin Bei's demeanor softened as he slowly spoke, simultaneously producing the Konggong seal, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the Western Dragon Clan. In a war of races, the essence lies in the foundation. However, as long as fortune remains, and the number of races diminishes, the fortune will intensify. Should either side find their numbers dwindling, mere survival for a time will render them exceedingly formidable. This illustrates the benefits of being favored by fortune. Observe the sovereigns of various nations as kings among men. They are endowed with a fortuitous destiny, elevating them to a semi-divine status despite their mediocre abilities. The shared fortune yields such remarkable effects. One can only imagine the extraordinary outcomes if an entire lineage were to be enveloped in such luck. Thus, it is generally understood that even during the outbreak of a comprehensive racial conflict, a race will not be utterly annihilated. Rather, they will be contained, with only the formidable individuals among them being eliminated. Many vassal races have emerged in this manner. In this manner, it can also erode the fortunes of other races. This is a tactic favored by many formidable races. However, now that Lin Bei has initiated a full-scale war against the Western Dragon race, he will not limit himself to merely subduing them. Having established an unbreakable vendetta with humanity, he must proceed with relentless fervor, aiming to annihilate the Western Dragon race entirely. Lin Bei, what are you about to do? Dragon Ba Tian inquired, observing Lin Bei once again retrieving the Kongtong seal. Nothing of great consequence. Merely a small surprise for the Western Dragons, Lin Bei replied. He then activated the Kongtong seal, and before long, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an immense space. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that he had transformed into the Spirit of Fortune. No. It would be more accurate to say he had borrowed the form of the Spirit of Fortune. The Spirit of Fortune now bore a striking resemblance to Lin Bei. I am the Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon race. Lin Bei's voice resounded powerfully, echoing throughout the vast expanse of fortune. Soon after, the Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon race materialized. It was a colossal creature, yet when compared to humanity, this Western Dragon's manifestation appeared somewhat diminutive. At least 2 or 3 times smaller than that of the human race. The enormous dragon, embodying the Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon race, gazed at Lin Bei in bewilderment, clearly unsure of the intentions behind this human Spirit of Fortune. I, Lin Bei, in my capacity as the Emperor of Humanity, hereby declare a war of fortune against the Western Dragon race. The victor shall consume all that belongs to the vanquished. Let this serve as a lesson. As he finished speaking, the entire space of fortune reverberated with thunderous roars, akin to the sounds of a tempest. Even in the real world, all beings, humans, dragons, and myriad races, who possessed any residual energy within their bodies could distinctly hear Lin Bei's proclamation. A war of fortune. This marks an unprecedented event across the myriad realms. Long Batian gazed in astonishment at Lin Bei, who had closed his eyes, clearly taken aback by the extraordinary capabilities bestowed by the Emperor's status. It is no wonder that a saying circulates throughout the realms. Only when a race produces an emperor can it truly rise to prominence. It seems this adage holds true. Truly, the heavens have favored the human race. The Western Dragon clan, after issuing a declaration of total war, began to muster their dragon armies and summon their vassal races, intent on launching an extermination campaign against humanity. Their aim was to subdue the human race and enslave them, relegating them to the status of a subordinate race. However, what they did not anticipate was humanity's unexpected counteraction. Humanity, so audacious, you shall undoubtedly suffer endless subjugation. There will be no dawn of resurgence for you. Although they had not yet experienced the war of fate, the very name suggests a conflict that demands the sacrifice of a race's destiny. A failure in such a battle would yield dire consequences. Thus, this battle must end in victory. The Western Dragon clan has never feared any adversary. Even when faced with the so-called equal Titan giants, they have triumphed far more often than not. The Western Dragon clan rightfully claims the title of the strongest race across the myriad realms. In the extreme southern continent, the demigods of other races remained enraptured by the terrifying spectacle of Lin Bei manifesting the spirit of fate, reaching out towards the blue star. Now, they have heard that Lin Bei has proclaimed the commencement of the war of racial fate. At this moment, a singular thought prevails within them. They are fortunate to have heeded Lin Bei's counsel, engaging in trade and forming an alliance. Otherwise, should they offend this powerful race destined for greatness, they could find themselves facing unimaginable doom. Quickly, provide more resources to humanity. The rise of the human race is now inevitable. It is time to cultivate goodwill with them. In a world besieged by the Void Sect, this is the world where the lineage of the elves resides. However, due to the destruction of the portal connecting to Blue Star by the Void Clan, this realm can only endure the relentless invasions from the Void. Nevertheless, as it is the ancestral world of the elves, it possesses formidable strength. With over 30 demigods still standing, preventing it from being breached by the Void Clan in a short span of time. Yet, the Void Clan has been launching incessant assaults in recent years, employing cunning strategies to outmaneuver the elves. It is estimated that it won't be long before this ancestral world of the elves succumbs to the fate of becoming a mere instance of invasion. In the Forest of Elves, a sacred sanctuary, there exists a modest treehouse devoid of ostentation. Within it, A stunningly beautiful elven woman displays a hint of sorrow as she administers healing to a fellow demigod. Recently, the frequency of attacks by the void creatures has intensified. Talented individuals who have successfully transitioned from novice instances have also fallen prey to the assaults of the void sect, leading to considerable losses. If this situation persists, the extinction of the elven race will become an undeniable reality. With a sigh of resignation, the woman recalls 3 years prior when the sacred ground of the elves was besieged by the void sect. Although they managed to subdue the void creatures, they could not eradicate them due to their unique characteristics that could only be sealed away. However, the sealing process requires constant vigilance from demigods, leaving no manpower available to suppress the void creatures across the world. This imbalance has placed the elven race in a precarious situation, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. Should a breach occur in any location, it would herald the demise of the elven lineage, transforming it into a mere instance that invades other worlds. At that moment, a voice resonated clearly in the minds of all sentient beings in the natural continent. I, Lin Bei, as the emperor of the human race, declare a war of fate against the Western Dragon clan. The victor shall consume all that belongs to the vanquished. Let this serve as a lesson. The voice boomed, echoing throughout the consciousness of all enlightened beings, particularly shocking the elves of the natural continent, who had long been severed from Blue Star. In a mere decade, numerous regions had already fallen. To hear such a voice reverberating in their isolated world was indeed astonishing. Yet, despite the awe, it bore no tangible benefit for them. Except for the oblivious elves, everyone understood that the destruction of the natural continent was an inevitable fate. Unless the world portal were to reopen, they would remain unsupported, destined to transform into an instance that invades other realms. The exquisite elven woman's hands trembled as she wondered if this was the moment she had envisioned. In the Dragon Summer Kingdom of Blue Star, within the city of Tianlong, Lin Bei successfully utilized the cooldown seal to issue the declaration of the war of fate between the races, igniting the flames of conflict. Lin Bei, after all, wielded only a fraction of the Emperor's authority. It is said that those not of our kind must have different hearts. If the Dragon clan were not thoroughly subdued, who could predict if they would retaliate in the future? Lin Bei retracted the cooldown seal and quietly gazed at Long Badian, who looked on with considerable envy. Is this the human emperor? Indeed, he exists on an entirely different plane compared to the human king. The latter merely draws upon his own fortune, temporarily harnessing the strength of national destiny to confront adversaries. In contrast, the human emperor possesses the ability to command the fortune of the entire human race. One represents the might of a nation, while the other embodies the power of a species. The disparity in strength is evident. Next, we must prepare to face the relentless onslaught of the Western Dragon clan. How many forces shall we dispatch? The Western Dragon clan boasts formidable heritage, yet this time we have united a coalition of 99 races, some of which may only contribute a single demigod. Thus, the allocation of resources from the Western Dragon clan will be based on the strength we deploy and the contributions we make, ensuring fairness in our dealings. Long understood by Long Badian, the ruler, is the delicate balance of power. Should fairness be compromised, there may be no immediate consequences due to the alliance contracts. But over time, such inequity will inevitably lead to repercussions. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. This plan was indeed viable, and he intended to join the front line in this battle. As the sovereign of his race, unless faced with a rival of equal standing, even kings could inflict only harm upon him, but not death. More importantly, Lin Bei's abilities could affect foes of the demigod tier. This alone grants him the confidence to engage on the battlefield. As for the other members of the Jia Tian squad, they too could participate, for Lin Bei possessed the conviction to safeguard them amidst a throng of demigods. The sheer might of their golden high-tier skills was no trifling matter. With a stroke of fortune, they might even trigger unique effects, allowing them to confront demigods with the strength of the 4th tier.